Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1093 to Chapter 1168. After listening to Ouyanghe's words, Xianxia couldn't help but feel inexplicable anger. He hated this kind of people the most in his life. They were cruel and unscrupulous, repaying kindness with enmity. Even if you treated them well, they would still stab you in the back at the critical moment. Xianxia didn't speak. He didn't want to interrupt Ouyanghe's thoughts at this time. At this time, he could basically guess the reason why Ouyanghe came to find him and wanted to accept him as his disciple. This was the last wish of a man in his twilight years. His name is Tian Muyun. His name is Tian Muyun. Years ago, when I was out traveling, I saw a beggar boy covered in blood and was about to be devoured by a hungry wolf. I couldn't bear it and saved him. I saw that he was a cultivation genius, so I made an exception and accepted him as my disciple. I brought him into Skycloud Pavilion and have regarded him as my disciple for many years. Tian Muyun's talent is really terrifying. He can almost break through the bottleneck in cultivation. He is now in his 40s, but his cultivation base is already comparable to mine, reaching the peak of Golden Immortal Realm. He can be said to be an illustrious figure in One Line Sky. I've always been incomparably proud to have such a disciple, but I never thought that. Ouyanghe sighed. His heart began to bleed at the mention of Tian Muyun. 2 years ago, when I was in seclusion to break through to the Immortal King realm, I handed over all the affairs in Tianyun Pavilion to Tian Muyun. It could be said that I handed over everything to him. Even the position of sect master would be his sooner or later. But who would have thought that he would be so cruel and unscrupulous? He attacked me at the most critical moment of my breakthrough to the Immortal King realm, disrupting everything, causing me to suffer a backlash that greatly reduced my combat strength. I had to burn my life force to escape. If my guess is correct, Tianyun Pavilion is now completely under Tian Muyun's control. Ouyanghe said, after escaping, I've been looking for talented youngsters everywhere. I wanted to teach them everything I've learned before I die, so that they can avenge me and kill that bastard, Tian Muyun. Unfortunately, I've searched the entire One Line Sky and couldn't find anyone with a talent better than Tian Muyun. I was already disheartened, but I didn't expect to meet you in Yen City. Your talent is 100 times stronger than Tian Muyun, so I've decided to accept you as my disciple and let you carry on my last wish. Even if I die, I can die in peace. Ouyanghe looked at Xianxia with an extremely serious expression. His eyes were filled with desire and a trace of pleading. Senior, aren't you afraid that I'm someone like Tian Muyun? Xianxia asked. No, I've been observing you ever since you entered the City Lord Mansion. Your pill concoction is astonishing and your battle prowess is also heaven-defying. More importantly, you're not even willing to betray the City Lord Mansion that you've just come into contact with. This is enough to show that you're a person who values friendship and loyalty. Moreover, you're decisive when it comes to killing. In the cruel immortal world, only people like this can survive. Ouyanghe said. Unfortunately, I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master. Xianxia shook his head. There's no need for you to acknowledge me as your master. As long as you promise to help me get rid of that bastard Tian Muyun in the future, I'll teach you everything. Ouyanghe no longer had the intention to accept Xianxia as his disciple. He could see that Xianxia was extraordinary. A person like Xianxia would never acknowledge anyone as his master, even if he was a perfected golden immortal. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Ouyanghe shook his arm and a dazzling golden halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The halberd was 1 zhang long and was engraved with all kinds of patterns. It looked like a lifelike heavenly dragon. It was extraordinarily mighty. Xianxia's eyes lit up at the sight of the halberd. He could feel the terror of the halberd. It was far superior to his heavenly saint sword. Moreover, the dragon-shaped patterns engraved on the halberd were very attractive to Xianxia, who cultivated the dragon transformation skill. This is the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, a Zenith Immortal weapon that has reached the peak of Zenith Immortal Realm. It's comparable to an ordinary King-grade immortal weapon. It's the most precious treasure of Tianyun Pavilion. Only the person who obtains this Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is qualified to be the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion. I'll now hand this halberd to you so that you can inherit everything of Tianyun Pavilion. There's also a combat skill that goes well with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. It's called the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon. With your talent, it won't be a problem for you to master the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon in the future. Tian Muyun attacked me for this halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon, but it's a pity that he's destined not to get them. I'll now hand over the 2 most precious treasures of Tianyun Pavilion to you. Without the slightest hesitation, Ouyang he handed the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon to Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked at the 2 treasures in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. A great Luo immortal weapon was a terrifying immortal weapon that only golden immortals were qualified to wield. Such an opportunity would knock anyone unconscious on the spot. These were the treasures that countless cultivators in One-Line Sky yearned for even in their dreams. However, Jiangchen knew that once he accepted these 2 treasures, it would be equivalent to shouldering a responsibility. "Senior, we don't know each other. Why do you trust me so much?" asked Jiangchen with a smile. "Because I have no other choice. I originally wanted to impart all my skills to you, but in my opinion, you don't need them. You only need the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon," said Ouyang he in all seriousness. There was a trace of bitterness and sadness in his words, but he had no other choice. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd had always been a treasure in his heart. It had long become a part of him. Now, he had to give it to a stranger. How could he feel good about it? "Alright, I promise you that I will help you get rid of Tian Muyun in the future and restore the prestige of Tianyun Pavilion." Jiangchen rarely made promises to people. Usually, he would keep his promises. He received the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd and the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Dragon and kept them. This was a man's promise. The reason why Jiangchen promised Ouyang he was that he hated people like Tian Muyun. On the other hand, he had his own reasons. He had just arrived in the immortal world not long ago. A small place like Yen City certainly wouldn't be able to trap him. Sooner or later, he would have to go to One-Line Sky. That being the case, setting a strong goal for himself wasn't a bad idea. So, Jiangchen agreed. "Haha. Good. I have nothing else to ask for. Here are my life savings. I don't have any other treasures, only immortal meta stones. I'll give them to you as well." Ouyang he laughed, took out a pale yellow spatial ring and threw it to Jiangchen. Apparently, Ouyang he was relieved at this moment, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Ouyang he's current state made Jiangchen feel sad all of a sudden. A famous supreme of One-Line Sky had fallen into such a state, and it was all because of the person he trusted the most and was least guarded against. Jiangchen could almost imagine that given Ouyang he's ability, if he had been a little more vigilant, he wouldn't have been killed by Tian Muyun. "Senior, I have a healing treasure here. Although it can't cure your injuries completely, it can prolong your lifespan," said Jiangchen. "No need. This old man's wish has been fulfilled. My injuries can no longer be healed. Keep your treasure for yourself in the future." As soon as Ouyang he finished speaking, he vanished. The courtyard regained its silence once again, as if Ouyang he had never appeared. Jiangchen's mood was somewhat depressed. He knew that Ouyang he would never appear in this world again. He chose to die alone and would probably find a place where no one could find him. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see the day when Jiangchen avenged him. Jiangchen kept the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes into the Zulong Tower. He didn't check the secret manuals immediately. He knew very well that with his current cultivation base, he couldn't touch those things. Even though he cultivated the dragon transformation skill and had abundant immortal chi in his body, it was still impossible for him to exert the power of the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. Jiangchen's eyes fell on the interspatial ring in his hand. This was the savings of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It shouldn't be too bad. What Jiangchen needed the most now were immortal meta stones. With this treasure, Jiangchen wouldn't have to worry about immortal meta stones in the future. With a thought, the interspatial ring was opened. Even though Jiangchen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire interspatial ring was densely packed with immortal meta stones. The bright mountains were all piled up with immortal meta stones. What made Jiangchen even more shocked was that there wasn't a single low or middle grade immortal meta stone. All of them were upper grade immortal meta stones. Xianxia estimated that there were at least 200 million upper-grade immortal metastones. In addition, there were 10,000 different immortal metastones that were emitting purple light. Damn it. If I'm not mistaken, these 10,000 immortal metastones should be king-grade immortal metastones. Xianxia felt dizzy. The immortal metastones in the immortal world and the elixir of Saint Origin world were almost the same. There was a huge gap between the grades. A middle-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Similarly, a high-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade immortal metastones. A king-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 commercial-grade immortal metastones. The wealth in the interspatial ring was enough to make people dizzy. Compared to the wealth in the interspatial ring, the mine that appeared outside of Yen City was simply trash. It was not even worth mentioning. It was not even a drop in the ocean. With so much wealth, I won't have to worry about immortal essence stones in the future. At least, before I reach the golden immortal stage, this wealth will be enough. Senior Ouyang has given me such a great benefit, so I must fulfill his last wish. Eh? What's this? Xianxia suddenly moved his divine sense and noticed a dark crystal in a corner of the interspatial ring. It was the size of a fist and was emitting traces of demonic qi. It's an early heaven immortal demon soul. What an unexpected harvest. Ouyang, he didn't even put this thing in his eyes. I don't even know when he casually threw it here. But a heaven immortal demon soul is very useful to me. Now that I have a sufficient foundation, I can use this demon soul to advance to the next level. Breaking through to the early earth immortal realm won't be a problem. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. A heaven immortal demon soul was nothing to Ouyang he, but to Xianxia it was very precious. After refining this demon soul, Xianxia would be able to advance to the true earth immortal realm, not just a half-step earth immortal realm. Without any hesitation, Xianxia took out the demon soul from the interspatial ring and entered his room to refine it. Ouyang he had left him so many good things, but this inconspicuous demon soul was what he needed the most right now. Once he advanced to the early earth immortal realm, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was rapidly refined. To Xianxia, refining a demon soul had always been an easy task. A heaven immortal demon soul was incomparable to an ordinary earth immortal demon soul. It contained an enormous amount of energy. This energy was nothing to Ouyang he, who was a golden immortal, but to the current Xianxia, it was as abundant as a vast ocean. One had to act according to one's ability. Given Xianxia's current condition, even if he was given a golden immortal or divine immortal demon soul, he wouldn't dare to refine it. An early heaven immortal demon soul was just right for him. After the advancement of the dragon transformation skill, he needed to condense another 50,000 dragon marks for each advancement. Currently, he had 250,000 dragon marks. In order to advance to the early earth immortal realm, he needed to condense another 300,000 dragon marks. With the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was constantly refined. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's qi increased rapidly. 1,000, 2,000, Xianxia's method of advancement had always been incomparably terrifying, to the point that no one could accept it. It only took him an hour to completely refine the demon soul and condense 70,000 dragon marks. Now, he had a total of 320,000 dragon marks, pushing his cultivation base to the early earth immortal realm. With the additional 20,000 dragon marks, his combat strength was even more terrifying than before. He was only 30,000 dragon marks away from the intermediate earth immortal realm. Kong, an incomparably powerful chi wave rushed out from Xianxia's body. The current him was many times stronger than before. Now that my cultivation base has completely stabilized at the early earth immortal realm, I can easily kill a late earth immortal. If I go all out, I can even kill a half-step heaven immortal. If I use the dragon transformation, I might even be able to kill an early heaven immortal. If the Huang family continues to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. In the vast immortal world, his current cultivation level was nothing, but in this small Yen city, no one could deal with him anymore. The Huang family had always regarded him as a thorn in their side, but after advancing to the early earth immortal realm, the Huang family was no longer qualified to be his enemy. The next morning, the assembly hall of the city lord mansion was already filled with people early in the morning. All the people present were the higher-ups of the city lord mansion. Yesterday's battle was a great victory for the city lord mansion. Today, the city lord mansion was going to send people to the mine to mine immortal metastones. For such a big matter, it was necessary to find a person in charge. In the main hall, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were sitting on the top while Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun were sitting on the bottom. The rest of the high-ranking officials were sitting in 2 rows. Yan Donglu glanced around and didn't see Jiang Chen, so he asked, "Why isn't Master Jiang here?" "Father, I went to see him in the morning. Brother Jiang is cultivating in seclusion, so I didn't want to disturb him," said Yan Qingqing. That's fine. This time, Master Jiang has made a great contribution to the mansion. As for the matter of mining immortal metastones, there's no need for him to do it himself. The promised 30% will be given to him. Everyone, mining immortal metastones is the top priority of the mansion. Who do you think is the most suitable person to go?" said Yan Donglu. Needless to say, Miss Qingqing, of course. All these years, all the affairs of the mansion have been handled by Miss Qingqing. That's right. Such a big matter must be handled by Miss Qingqing. This old man is willing to go with Miss Qingqing. If you need any help, just let me know. Yan Qingqing's reputation was very high. Most of the people on the scene agreed to let her be in charge of mining immortal metastones. Only when Yan Qingqing went personally would they feel more assured. In that case, Qingqing, Qingjun, both of you will go together. Both of you will be in charge of mining immortal metastones at the same time. Yan Donglu looked over at Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun. "Brother Yan, Huang family suffered a crushing defeat yesterday. I'm afraid that Qingqing and Qingjun won't be able to handle it if Huang family plays some tricks. After all, this mine isn't a small matter. I guess Huang Ying won't let it go easily. Why don't I go with them? If Huang family really has some tricks up their sleeves, I will be able to handle it," said Yuan Hong all of a sudden. "City Lord, Elder Yuan is right. He's a heaven immortal expert. If he goes with us, he will be able to ensure the safety of the mine." "That's right. Huang family will never let it go. You should know that this mine is very important. It may be the key to the conflict between the mansion and the mansion. If Huang family decides to do something secretly, it will be too late for regrets. It will be much safer if Elder Yuan goes with them. We have to take Huang family into consideration. For the sake of safety, it's best if Elder Yuan goes with us." Upon hearing that Yuan Hong was going to go with them, all the people present felt that it was very reasonable and agreed with him. In many people's eyes, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were old friends who had gone through life and death together. Therefore, no one, including Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, doubted Yuan Hong. "All right. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yuan." Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Yuan Hong. After all, they had been friends for many years. He had long regarded Yuan Hong as his own brother. In his point of view, it was normal for Yuan Hong and his son to feel embarrassed after Yuan Qingjun was defeated by Huang Haofei. Plus, Yan Donglu had no reason to refuse it. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Yuan Hong and Huang Haofei. Yan Donglu had never thought that the decision he made would almost put the prefecture into a perilous situation. Yuan Hong and Yuan Qingjun exchanged a glance and smiled. The development of the matter was exactly as they had expected. Everything was under their control. Without any delay, the team from the city lord's mansion set off towards the Ore Mountain under the lead of Yuan Hong, Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun. When the people from the city lord's mansion arrived, the people from Yuan Association had also arrived. The leader of Yuan Association was an old man in his 50s. His cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the half-step heaven immortal realm. He didn't bring a lot of people with him, only 5 or 6 of them. The mining of immortal metastones was the responsibility of the mansion. Yuan Association was only here to make up the numbers and act as a supervisor. After all, they had 20% of the profits, so they needed to know the total amount of immortal metastones that had been mined. I never thought that Elder Yuan would personally lead the team of the mansion. It seems like the mansion has attached great importance to this or mine. When the leader of the Yuan Association saw Yuan Hong, he immediately clasped his fists and saluted. In any case, Yuan Hong was a true Heaven Immortal expert. In Yan City, a Heaven Immortal was a supreme expert who would be respected wherever he went. No one would dare to disrespect a Heaven Immortal expert. Elder Wu, please. Yuan Hong said with a smile. After you, Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan of the Yuan Association quickly made an inviting gesture. His name was Wu Cheng and he had quite a high position in the Yuan Association. He was deeply trusted by Nye Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here. A few tents were set up outside the huge ore mine. To an immortal expert, setting up a few tents was an incomparably easy task. After the ore mine was excavated, the mining began. Yan Qingqing and Wu Cheng personally led their men into the ore mine to check the situation, but Yuan Hong and Yuan Qingjun stayed in the tent. Qingjun, are you sure you want to do this? Yuan Hong was still a little hesitant. He could feel that Yan Donglu still trusted him. He couldn't bear to do such a thing. Dad, why are you still hesitating at this moment? The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring. We have reached an agreement with Huang family. Tonight, all the experts of Huang family will come out of their nest. At that time, we just need to control the people here. Yuan Qingjun said viciously. All right. In that case, I won't think about it anymore. Yuan Hong gritted his teeth. There were some things that couldn't be undone once they were done. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Tonight, even the moon had disappeared. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. Such a night would always make people feel a trace of discomfort, full of depression and depression. The inside of the mine was as bright as day. There was no need for light inside. Just the light emitted by the immortal metastones was enough to illuminate everything. The people of the prefecture were in full swing, mining the crystal-clear immortal metastones unceasingly. Laughter and cheers could be heard constantly, as if they weren't affected by the weather at all. Yan Qingqing, on the other hand, felt somewhat restless all of a sudden. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, Yan Qingqing didn't pay much attention to it, because no matter what happened, Yuan Hong would be able to deal with it. She had never thought that Uncle Yuan, whom she trusted very much, was the real hidden danger. Yan City, Huang family. In the martial arena of the Huang family stood a few dozen black-robed men. When these people stood together, the murderous qi they exuded was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even the weakest among them was a late Earth Immortal expert. All the half-step Heaven Immortal experts of the Huang family were here. Huang Ying and second brother Huang were true Heaven Immortal experts. At this moment, both of them were standing in front of the crowd with a solemn face. Huang Haoming and Huang Haofei's faces were filled with hostility. Yesterday, not only did they lose the ore mine, they also lost a genius, Huang Haoren. This was a loss that Huang family had never suffered before. Now, only 2 of the 3 heroes of Huang family were left. The 3 of them had a very good relationship with each other. It was imaginable how they felt when they saw their brother being killed by Jiang Chen. Huang Haofei and Huang Haoming hated Jiang Chen to the core, but there was nothing they could do. Even Huang Haoren who could fly had died in Jiang Chen's hands. With their current strength, they didn't even have the qualification to avenge Huang Haoren. Tonight was the best chance for Huang family to annihilate the prefecture and Jiang Chen, to avenge Huang Xiong and Huang Haoren. Everyone, Yuan Hong has sent us the news. Yan Qingqing is at the ore mine. Now that Yuan Hong has surrendered to us, we have to rush to the ore mine and join him. We will occupy the ore mine and take down Yan Qingqing, forcing Yan Donglu to submit. Yan Qingqing is the apple of Yan Donglio's eye, his flesh and blood. If something happens to her, Yan Donglu will certainly lose his mind. Of course, this isn't honorable, but we have to do it. As long as we can occupy Yan City and keep the foundation of Huang family, I won't hesitate to use any vicious means. Huang Ying said coldly. Everyone present expressed their understanding of his words. This was indeed not honorable, but the mine had fallen into the hands of the city lord's mansion, forcing the Huang family into a dead end. If they didn't take this opportunity to act now, it wouldn't be long before the overall strength of the city lord's mansion surpassed the Huang family because of the mine, At that time it would be the end of the Huang family. The Huang family naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. If they lost the foundation they had laid down, it would be a great loss. Dad, don't say too much. Tonight is the doomsday of Yan Donglu and that Jiangchen must be torn into pieces. Now that Yuan Hong has joined our side, we have 3 heaven immortal experts on our side. Even if Yan Donglu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for us. After tonight, the entire Yan city will belong to our Huang family. As for that abominable Jiangchen, we must tear him into pieces to avenge 6th uncle and Hauran. Huang Haofei said while gnashing his teeth. Whenever Jiangchen was mentioned, his anger would surge. His hatred for Jiangchen had already surpassed that of the city lord's mansion. Alright, let's go to the mine immediately. Huang Ying gave the order. The group of people quickly vanished into the rainy night. Wherever they passed, the void was filled with steaming smoke. The raindrops fell from the sky and turned into mist when they were a foot away from them. In the mine, the people of the prefecture were still in full swing, mining crystal-clear immortal metastones unceasingly. Each and every one of them was so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Haha. I never thought that there would be such a huge treasure outside of Yan City. I wonder how many immortal metastones can be mined from such a huge mine. If it wasn't for the mine collapsing, we wouldn't have known about it. That's right. The immortal metastones in the mine are crystal clear and have infinite luster. They are all high grade. Our prefecture has struck it rich this time. With so many immortal metastones, it's only a matter of time before our overall strength surpasses the Huang family. The prefecture and the Huang family have been fighting each other for so long. Finally, the result will be revealed. But it's all thanks to Grandmaster Jiang that we can enter the prefecture. Grandmaster Jiang is young and promising, a true peerless genius, a monstrous genius. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Jiang, this mine would have been the Huang family's. The people of the prefecture didn't forget to chat while mining the immortal metastones. Naturally, the topic of their conversation was Jiangchen. Today, Jiangchen's reputation in the prefecture was second only to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's heart was blooming with joy when she heard everyone praising Jiangchen. After such a period of contact, she had completely fallen in love with Jiangchen. As the saying goes, a young girl's yearning for love can't be stopped. Kong long, suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard from the outside, shaking the interior of the mine. Even though they were inside the mine, they could still feel the strong fluctuation coming from outside. Not good. Yan Qingqing's complexion changed slightly. She muttered to herself, not good. Then, she turned around and walked out of the ore mine. The others also stopped what they were doing and followed Yan Qingqing out. The people of the Yuan Association also frowned. They were all experts among experts. They could sense that someone had come to make trouble without going out. On the open space outside the mine, the raindrops were heavier than before. Yuan Hong, Yuan Qingjun, and the higher-ups of the prefecture were on standby. Dozens of black-clothed men were standing opposite them. They were the people of the Huang family. Yan Qingqing and the others didn't look good when they saw the situation. Fortunately, they were prepared and Yuan Hong followed them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with the current situation. Huang Ying, why did your Huang family come here in the middle of the night? You lost yesterday. This mine has nothing to do with your Huang family. Yan Qingqing said sharply. Haha, Miss Qingqing, how can our Huang clan give up on such a great fortune? Don't you agree? Huang Ying burst into laughter. Patriarch Huang, our Yuan Association has never intervened in the grievances between you and the City Lord Mansion. However, what you did today showed that you didn't put our Yuan Association in your eyes at all. Our Yuan Association was the notary of yesterday's competition. You lost, so you lost. Patriarch Huang, are you really a sore loser? Wu Cheng of the Yuan Association said without any trace of politeness. He didn't expect that the Huang family would use such a method to seize the ore mine. In his opinion, Huang Ying was simply insane. One should know that this was not only making the city lord's mansion an enemy, but also a Yuan association. Where did the Huang family get the courage to go against 2 major forces at once? Elder Wu, don't be agitated. Our Huang family won't go against your Yuan association. The prefecture has promised you 20% of the immortal metastones and I, Huang Ying, will give you 30%. Today, Huang family won't make things difficult for the people of Yuan Association. This is a matter between us and the prefecture. Huang Ying said. Your Huang family's actions are truly despicable. Yan Qingqing said Leng Leng. The others were also infuriated. It seemed like Yuan Hong had foresight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Since the ancient times, the winner takes all. As long as we can destroy your prefecture, Yan City will belong to our Huang family in the future. Who cares about the process? Huang Ying chuckled. He didn't comment on his own actions. As long as he could succeed, he would use any means necessary. In this incomparably competitive immortal world, there was no such thing as the winner takes all. People would only respect the strong. Humph. Huang Ying, don't think that our prefecture is a pushover. So what if the experts of your Huang family are here? My father will be here soon. Yan Qingqing harumphed coldly. She wasn't afraid of the people of Huang family. After all, Yuan Hong was still here. He was a true heaven immortal expert. Uncle Yuan, send a message to my father immediately. Ask him to bring his men here. Since Huang family wants to start a war, our prefecture will accompany them to the end. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Hong. I've already sent the message. I believe the prefecture lord will be here soon. But young miss, I'm sorry. Yuan Hong suddenly said. Yan Qingqing was stunned. She didn't understand what Yuan Hong meant. What did he mean when he said sorry in front of the enemy? She raised her head and saw Yuan Hong's bloodshot eyes. Uncle Yuan, you. Yan Qingqing exclaimed. Asterisk pa. Asterisk Yuan Hong quickly made his move. He unleashed an energy seal and enveloped Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's complexion changed greatly. She had never thought that Yuan Hong would make a move against her at this crucial moment. In a moment of desperation, she could only defend with all her might. However, the gap between her and Yuan Hong was too big. She couldn't defend at all. Asterisk barf. Asterisk Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. She was completely immobilized by Yuan Hong's energy seal. Yuan Hong, what are you doing? Damn it. What's going on? Why would Yuan Hong attack young miss? Elder Yuan, what are you doing? Why did you attack young miss? Everyone in the Castellan mansion turned pale with fright. None of them had thought that such a scene would happen. In their hearts, Yuan Hong was their greatest support. As long as Yuan Hong could deal with the Huang family, they would be able to delay the Castellan's arrival. But what was happening now? Yan Qingqing, do you think your city lord's mansion still has a chance? Huang Ying said proudly. Even the people of the Yuan Association were shocked by this sudden turn of events. By now, even a fool could see that Yuan Hong had joined forces with the Huang family. That was why the Huang family had come here with such confidence. Yuan Hong's betrayal was out of everyone's expectation. After all, Yuan Hong and Yan Donglu had been friends for many years. It was impossible for Yuan Hong to betray anyone, but it was impossible for Yuan Hong to betray Yan Donglu. Uncle Yuan, you, Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Hong and shook her head helplessly. She didn't believe that this was true. That kind of sadness, that kind of disappointment, there was nothing more painful than this. Being betrayed by the person you trusted the most, it was as if a knife was twisting in your heart. Qingqing, you and your daughter asked for this. Ever since Jiangchen came, all of you have been focusing on him. We have made great contributions to the Castellan mansion, but in the end, we didn't get anything and were even neglected. In that case, we will naturally find another way out. After Yan Donglu is dead, the Castellan mansion will be ours. Qingqing, as long as you obey me, I will still treat you well in the future. Yuan Qingjun said with a smile. He had finally revealed his fox's tail. Shameless. Yuan Qingjun, I, Yan Qingqing, have misjudged you. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Qingjun. She had always treated Yuan Qingjun as her elder brother. They were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. The relationship between them could be said to be incomparable to ordinary people. But now, The way she looked at Yuan Qingjun was full of disgust. Yuan Qingjun had betrayed the prefecture and allied himself with the enemy. Compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was worlds apart. Back then, when Huang Xiong threatened Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Instead, he went to Han village alone to save the villagers. Mother *****. Yuan Hong, Yuan Qingjun, I'll *****ck your grandma. You and your son are simply shameless. The Castellan trusted you so much, but you did such a thing to him. An old man cursed with red eyes. He seemed incomparably agitated. The same was true for the others. They came here to mine immortal metastones in high spirits, thinking that they would be safe with an expert by their side. They had never thought that Yuan Hong was a jackal, a bastard who would eat people without spitting out their bones. *swoosh. Before the old man's voice faded, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced his heart. It was Yuan Qingjun who did this. It was Yuan Qingjun's sword that pierced the old man's heart. *barf. The old man spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was twisting and convulsing. His blood-red eyes stared at Yuan Qingjun. That resentment and despair made him die with everlasting regret. This is the consequence of insulting my father. Yuan Qingjun abruptly pulled out his sword and the old man fell to the ground. The old man was a half-step heaven immortal expert, so he wouldn't lose to Yuan Qingjun in a real fight. But just now, he was in a bad mood and his mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that Yuan Qingjun would really kill him. Plus, Yuan Qingjun's attack was swift and without any warning. Therefore, even a half-step heaven immortal expert was killed on the spot. Yuan Qingjun, you son of AB *tch. Yan Qingqing's emotion was incomparably agitated. She had witnessed the death of the elder of the prefecture in the hands of Yuan Qingjun. Perhaps she wouldn't be so agitated if the old man died tragically in the battle with Huang family. She knew that such a way of death was a humiliation to the old man. He was destined to die with everlasting regret. The people of the Yuan Association watched all of this quietly. No one spoke a word. Today's situation had nothing to do with them anymore. The people of Huang family were more than happy to watch the internal strife of the prefecture. This scene was more enjoyable than watching someone kill someone. Humph. This is the consequence of stubborn people. I'll give you a chance to join us from now on. Otherwise, you'll end up the same way. Yuan Qingjun's sharp eyes looked at the other higher-ups of the prefecture. Yan Qingqing, who was standing aside, had already given up all hope. Tears of despair flowed down from her eyes. She looked at the two people in front of her, who felt both familiar and strange at the same time. At this moment, she completely understood what it meant by the unpredictability of a man's heart. Huang family's intention was very obvious. Today, they came not only to control the ore mine, but also to eliminate Yan Donglu and put the prefecture into eternal damnation. Jiang Chen was also their target. Yan Qingqing understood that the hatred Huang family had for Jiang Chen had surpassed the hatred they had for the prefecture. Bah! Ungrateful dog. The prefecture has raised you two ungrateful bastards. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. A hot-tempered old man cursed at Yuan Qingjun. Immediately, he took out his immortal weapon and launched an attack at Yuan Qingjun. This old man was a half-step heaven immortal expert. He had exerted his full strength in the first exchange of blows. It could be seen that this old man didn't want to live. He just didn't want to die in vain, so he wanted to drag Yuan Qingjun down with him. However, under such circumstances, it was obvious that the old man wouldn't succeed. Even if he had the ability to perish together with Yuan Qingjun, Yuan Hong wouldn't just watch his son get hurt. Bang. An incomparably powerful chi wave appeared all of a sudden and struck the old man's body like a sharp sword. It was Yuan Hong who launched the attack. The old man was no match for him. Both of them weren't on the same level. The old man was sent flying away after suffering a heavy blow. There was a large dent on his chest. That was an incomparably serious injury. Although it wasn't fatal, it was enough to make the old man lose his combat strength. At this time, Yuan Qingjun struck like a thunderbolt. He swung the sword in his hand and beheaded the old man. Blood spurted out like a fountain, adding a touch of cruelty to the rainy night. Yuan Xingjun was too ruthless. In the eyes of the prefecture, he had become a devil in the night. The old man who was killed just now was an elder who held him in his arms when he was young, but in Yuan Xingjun's eyes, it was as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He didn't care about their friendship at all. The two experts of the city lord's mansion were already dead. Yan Qingqing was in complete despair. Looking at the corpses on the ground, she couldn't help but shed tears again. She thought about why Yuan Hong, who wasn't good at leaving the city lord's mansion, would take the initiative to follow them. So this was his real purpose. Yuan Xingjun framed Jiang Chen for colluding with the Huang family. It turned out that he had already colluded with the Huang family. If it wasn't for her trust in Jiang Chen, she would have already misunderstood Jiang Chen. The scene was incomparably depressing. The raindrops caused the void to become gloomy and cold. The people of the city lord mansion were all shivering. They had become trapped beasts. They were plotted against by their own people. They were angry and afraid at the same time. Yuan Xingjun didn't care about their old friendship. They couldn't help but be afraid. No one wanted to die. Death was an incomparably terrifying thing for anyone. In the prefecture, after receiving the message from Yuan Hong, Yan Donglu immediately took action. He summoned all the experts of the prefecture, including Jiang Chen. Now was the critical moment of the life and death battle with the Huang family. Naturally, the prefecture had to deploy all its forces. Furthermore, in Yan Donglio's eyes, Jiang Chen was much scarier than any ordinary half-step heaven immortal. First of all, he had the combat strength to kill a half-step heaven immortal. Secondly, he could fly, which was a formidable force. City Lord, what happened? Someone asked. Just now, Brother Yuan sent a message saying that the Huang family attacked the ore mine in full force. We have to get there as soon as possible. I'm afraid that Brother Yuan can't deal with them alone. Yan Donglu said solemnly. Motherfucker. I knew that the Huang family wouldn't give up so easily. I didn't expect them to take action so soon. Fortunately, Elder Yuan came with them. Otherwise, Big Miss would be in real danger. The Huang family is too arrogant. They can't afford to lose, but our prefecture isn't a pushover either. Let's have a life and death battle with the Huang family tonight and see who is more powerful. Each of the experts of the prefecture was brimming with qi and murderous intent. Yesterday, they had gained the upper hand in the competition with the Huang family, which greatly boosted their morale. However, they would never have thought that the situation they were going to face would be so difficult. Yuan Hong and his son went with Qingqing? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. That's right. If it wasn't for Yuan Hong, how could we withstand the attack of the Huang family? Yan Donglu said. Not good. I'm afraid that Yuan Hong and his son have joined the Huang family. Qingqing is in real danger now. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The current situation was obvious. Given Yuan Hong's identity, he wouldn't take the initiative to go to the Ore Mountain. Furthermore, the Huang family had already made their move on the first day. This was a coincidence. Furthermore, Yuan Xingjun had purposely lost to Huang Haofei in the competition yesterday. There must be something fishy about it. The only explanation was that Yuan Hong and his son had joined the Huang family and wanted to harm the prefecture. Perhaps the people of the prefecture trusted Yuan Hong and his son, but not Jiang Chen. He had long known that there was a spy in the prefecture. Yuan Xingjun's unusual behavior indicated that the former friend had become the enemy. What did you say? Grandmaster Jiang, you can't joke about this. Yan Donglio's expression changed. He and Yuan Hong had been through life and death together. He was very unhappy to hear such words from Jiang Chen. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. If I were you, I would rush to the Ore Mountain at once. Otherwise, it will be too late. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Then, he casted the flaming wings and soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of the Ore Mountain. Yan Donglu didn't dare to be negligent. He flew towards the Ore Mountain at once. A group of experts from the prefecture also flew under the lead of Jiang Chen and Yan Donglu, heading towards the Ore Mountain at high speed. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in the conflict between the prefecture and the Huang family at the beginning. But as the situation developed, he was completely involved in this conflict. After the incident between Ouyang He and Tian Muyun, he was deeply hurt by this betrayal. Although he couldn't kill Tian Muyun now, he could still vent his anger on Yuan Hong and his son. Moreover, Yan Qingqing was very likely to be in real danger. Xianxia wouldn't have any improper thoughts towards this girl who admired him, but he wouldn't watch her fall into the hands of evil people either. Along the way, Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture's complexion turned incomparably solemn. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. Jiang Chen's words had left them at a loss. They didn't believe that Yuan Hong would betray the prefecture, but if Jiang Chen's words were true, wouldn't the prefecture fall into an irrecoverable state? On the other side of the mine, the rain was even heavier. The Huang family and Yuan Hong had already gathered together. In front of them, a dozen or so corpses were strewn all over the place. Rainwater splashed onto the corpses, and blood flowed everywhere, making the atmosphere even more oppressive and terrifying. The scene in front of him made Yan Donglio's heart skip a beat. Not only him, but also everyone in the prefecture. The corpses lying on the ground belonged to the higher-ups of the prefecture. They were once brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. But now, they were lying in the cold rain, letting the rain beat on their bodies. What truly made them despair was that they saw Yuan Hong and Huang Ying standing side by side, completely indifferent to the corpses on the ground. Even a fool could guess what had happened in this situation, and what kind of relationship Huang Ying and Yuan Hong had with each other. Many people in the prefecture glanced at Jiang Chen and admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. However, no one was willing to see such a scene because it meant that the prefecture's doomsday was coming. Yan Donglu couldn't accept this reality because it was a huge blow to him. "Brother Yuan, do you know what you are doing?" Yan Donglu said. His voice was trembling. Facing Yan Donglu, Yuan Hong's expression was somewhat unnatural and guilty. He understood that although he had contributed a lot to the prefecture all these years, Yan Donglu had also treated him very well. But what had been done was done and there was no turning back. "Brother Yan, everyone has his own ambition. Since I've made my choice, I won't regret it. I've already made an agreement with family head Huang. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, he will spare your life," Yuan Hong said with an expressionless face. Barf, Yan Donglu was so angry that his body was trembling. He spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was pale. Yuan Hong's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, making it bleed. Not good. The prefecture lord's anger has affected him greatly. Someone exclaimed. Yan Donglu couldn't bear this fact. He couldn't accept that his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him would betray him. Such a blow was unimaginable to ordinary people. The anger and sadness merged together and directly attacked his heart and lungs, causing him to be unable to circulate the immortal qi. Given his current condition, he wouldn't be a match for Yuan Hong even if they fought. Seeing Yan Donglu in such a state, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Undoubtedly, Yan Donglu was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. That's why he couldn't accept this fact. He had never been on guard against Yuan Hong. If he had, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The current Yan Donglu was afraid that he was in the same situation as Ouyang He. Jiang Chen had never experienced this feeling before, but he could understand it. If one day he and Tyrant betrayed him like this, he was afraid that his performance wouldn't be any better than Yan Donglu. Of course, Han Yan and Tyrant would never treat him this way. True brotherly love was something that could withstand trials and tribulations. Yuan Hong, Yan Donglu, have always treated you like a brother. I can't understand why you would treat me like this. Yan Donglio's expression became somewhat cold. Although he couldn't accept this scene, but he had to accept it. Brother Yan, I don't want to say anything more. The outcome is already irreversible. I hope you can listen to me and save your life. Yuan Hong Lingling said. Yan Donglu, I've already given Brother Yuan face. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, I'll spare your life and let you drag out an ignoble existence. What do you think? Huang Ying said with a complacent face. The situation was exactly as he had expected. Everything was under his control. Yan Donglio's combat strength was severely weakened due to the influence of his anger. He could take him down by himself, not to mention that they had 3 heaven immortal experts with him. Bullshit. I, Yan Donglu, will never lower my head to you even if I have to die. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Yan Donglu was infuriated. Both of his eyes had turned red. Since Yuan Hong no longer cared about their brotherhood, there was no need for him to continue being sad. Yan Donglu, it's very easy for you to die. I just don't know if your subordinates are willing to die with you. I will give all of you a chance. If you want to live, you can join me now. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Ying glanced at the people beside Yan Donglu. They were all the higher-ups of the city lord mansion. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. You can submit to the Huang family, said Yan Donglu. City lord, I, Lao Wang, am not an ungrateful person. You have treated me well all these years. I won't do such a cruel and unscrupulous thing. Today, I will live and die with the city lord mansion. That's right. If we join the Huang family now, we will be no different from Yuan Hong and his son. At worst, we will die. City lord, we won't join the enemy. Even if we have to fight a fierce battle today, we won't have lived in vain. The people of the mansion expressed their stand one by one. It could be seen that they were all courageous men. However, this also showed that Yan Donglu was a good man. Even in such a desperate situation, there were still so many people who were willing to follow him. These people weren't fools. They understood the current situation very well. Putting aside their relationship with the city governor's mansion, even if they were to join the Huang family, given Huang Ying and Yuan Hong's character, they wouldn't be treated kindly. Rather than joining the Huang family and living like dogs, it was better for them to die a glorious death. Good. I, Yan Donglu, didn't choose the wrong person. Yan Donglio's chi fluctuated. But immediately, his facial expression changed dramatically because he couldn't find any trace of Yan Qingqing in the enemy's camp. Yuan Hong, where's Qingqing? What did you do to her? Yan Donglu asked loudly. Haha, Yan Donglu, don't worry. Nephew Qingjun won't hurt Miss Qingqing. I'm afraid they are having a good time right now. Huang Ying burst into laughter. Barf, upon hearing this, Yan Donglu spurted out a mouthful of blood and cursed, bastard. If anything happens to Qingqing, I will haunt you all even if I become a ghost. Yan Donglu had completely lost control of his emotions. Yan Qingqing was his daughter. Yuan Qingjun had been admiring her for a long time. If his daughter was defiled by such a bastard, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the face to continue living in the future. Haha, Yan Donglu, to think that you would have such a day. I'm in a good mood to see you being so sad. Huang Ying burst into laughter once again. He didn't take any action because he wanted to see Yan Donglio's heartbroken look. To him, it was an incomparably delightful thing. However, no one noticed that Jiang Chen, who was standing behind Yan Donglu, had already disappeared. Not even the people of the mansion noticed it. It was as if Jiang Chen had never been here. I won't be lenient, Sister Qingqing, as long as you agree to marry me. I promise that no one will bully you in the future. I will love you even more. Yuan Qingjun looked at the grieving Yan Qingqing and said with a smile that he thought was very gentle. Bah! You bastard! My father and I are really blind. I, Yan Qingqing, will never marry a beast like you even if I die. Yan Qingqing spat. She felt extremely disgusted whenever she saw Yuan Qingjun's face. It was a kind of disgust that came from the bottom of her heart. She had never hated someone so much before. Humph. Yan Qingqing, what's so good about that Jiang Chen? How can he be compared to me? We've been childhood sweethearts. You know how much I love you. Don't tell me that I'm not comparable to Jiang Chen, who has just arrived here for a few days. Yuan Qingjun was very angry and roared at Yan Qingqing. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt and insulted. He was a genius, but he couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen. The better Yan Qingqing treated Jiang Chen, the worse Yuan Qingjun felt. Not being able to kill Jiang Chen had become the most depressing thing for him. Bastard, how can you be compared to Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang is a man who values friendship and righteousness. You're just a shameless villain. Comparing you to Brother Jiang is a humiliation to him. Yan Qingqing said with a sneer. Although her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't resist, she still had her pride. She knew that the city lord's mansion was probably going to be finished. At this moment, Yan Qingqing had already disregarded her life and death. Brother Yuan, you're too weak. You can't even handle a woman after so long. A mocking voice came from behind. It was Huang Haoming and Huang Haofei. They came here to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that Yuan Qingjun still couldn't handle a woman. Brother Yuan, why are you talking so much? Yan Qingqing is in your hands now, she's at your mercy. As long as you're willing, she'll be your woman at any time. Huang Haoming said proudly. Being challenged by the Huang brothers, Yuan Qingjun's anger grew even more intense. His eyes turned red as he stared at the exquisite Yan Qingqing in front of him. His lust was aroused and the obscene look in his eyes became more and more exuberant. You, what are you doing? Yan Qingqing was so scared that she took 2 steps back. She couldn't help but hug her own shoulders. Qingqing, since you don't want to submit to me, don't blame me for using force. You are my, Yuan Qingjun's, woman. After saying that, Yuan Qingjun took a step forward and grabbed Yan Qingqing's shoulder. With a tearing sound, he tore off Yan Qingqing's sleeves, exposing her jade-white skin. This made Yuan Qingjun's evil fire soar, he couldn't control it anymore. At this moment, he had completely turned into a hungry wolf. Yan Qingqing was his. Ah, Yan Qingqing cried out in alarm. No matter how talented she was, no matter how good her temperament was, she had never experienced something like this before. She immediately lost her sense of propriety. She was like an injured rabbit, she couldn't even find a place to hide. Yuan Qingjun, get lost. Yan Qingqing was completely flustered. Don't you like your big brother Jiang very much? Unfortunately, your big brother Jiang won't come to save you. Yuan Qingjun sneered. Sorry, I'm here. As soon as Yuan Qingjun's voice faded, another voice was heard from behind. Everyone turned around and saw a white-clothed youth standing not far away. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen! The Huang brothers exclaimed at the same time, they couldn't believe their eyes. One should know that there were 3 heaven immortal experts standing outside. No matter how capable Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to come in without making a sound. Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing burst into tears when she saw Jiang Chen. She couldn't help but cry loudly. Release Qingqing at once, or you will die miserably. Jiang Chen ignored the Huang brothers and said to Yuan Qingjun. At the same time, he transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he didn't need to transform to deal with Yuan Qingjun and the others, but the situation outside was urgent. He didn't want to waste any more time. How did you come in? Yuan Qingjun asked with a frown. No one can stop me if I want to come in. Jiang Chen said. Humph. Jiang Chen, what are you being so arrogant for? If you dare to come here today, you will die. If you dare to make a move, the commotion outside will be alerted. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Huang Haofei and Ling Ling said. As a matter of fact, the 3 of them felt an indescribable fear when facing Jiang Chen in his dragon form. They had witnessed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. They still had lingering fears about how Huang Haoren died. This place has been completely sealed by my domain. The 3 of you will die for sure. Not even a deity can save you. Jiang Chen said. In a flash, he appeared in between Huang Haofei and Huang Haoming. Then, he attacked decisively. His sharp dragon claws landed on their necks at lightning speed, locking them down. Their expressions changed drastically. Almost at this moment, they could feel the scent of death. That was an unprecedented threat of death. Your cultivation base has improved again? Huang Haofei said with difficulty. He could already see that the current Jiang Chen was much more powerful than when he fought against Huang Haoren. With their cultivation base, only death awaited them if they were to fight against Jiang Chen. They wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Kacha. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk to them. He exerted strength in his hand and broke their necks with a kacha sound, cutting off their life force. He didn't even glance at their corpses. He just threw them aside and strode towards Yuan Qingjun. Seeing how terrifying Xianxia was and how the Huang brothers were pinched to death like ants, Yuan Qingjuan's scalp went numb. An unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He had never felt that he was so close to death. You're right. You're right. You're right. Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing ran towards Xianxia while Yuan Qingjun was in a daze. She looked at Xianxia with an aggrieved expression. At the same time, a feeling of happiness welled up in her heart. Being saved by the man she loved was the greatest happiness. At this moment, Yan Qingqing seemed to have forgotten all the dangers. In her eyes, there was only this man who could give people a sense of security all the time. Yan Qingqing ran towards Xianxia. Yuan Qingjun felt even more desperate. If he had been focused on controlling Yan Qingqing just now, he might have had the capital to threaten Xianxia. But now, everything was gone. It seemed that it would be very easy for Xianxia to kill him. Are you all right? Xianxia smiled at Yan Qingqing. Then, he took out a robe from the Zulong Tower and draped it over Yan Qingqing's body. I'm fine. Yan Qingqing shook her head. She shuddered at the thought of the scene just now. If it wasn't for Xianxin's timely appearance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sensing Xianxin's killing intent, Yuan Qingjuan's facial expression turned even uglier. Although he was very proud, he knew that he was absolutely no match for Xianxia at this moment. Just now, he had witnessed how Xianxia killed the Huang brothers, which made him shudder with fear. Xianxia, you can't kill me. As long as I shout, my father will hear it and you will still be finished. Yuan Qingjun plucked up his courage and said. He was very confident in his father. He believed that as long as his father was here, Xianxin's fate would still be the same. However, he had overlooked one point: how could Xianxia pass through the defense of 3 heaven immortal experts and enter the Ore mine silently? Alright, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead and shout. Shout now. Xianxia shrugged and said indifferently. Seeing Xianxin's confidence, Yuan Qingjuan's heart began to pound. The calmer Xianxia was, the more afraid he was. In his eyes, Xianxia had become a devil-like existence. Father, father, Yuan Qingjun mustered all his strength and shouted. Although he didn't know whether his father could hear him or not, he knew that there was nothing else he could do apart from shouting for help. Asking him to fight Xianxia? He had lost all his courage. The shout of a late Earth immortal expert was so earth-shattering that it could be heard even from 100 miles away. However, Yuan Qingjuan's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but there was no sound from the outside. The inside of the ore mine had been completely sealed by Xianxia. Yuan Qingjun had already fallen into the 5-elemental sphere. Even if he shouted until the sky was broken, no one would be able to hear him. Don't, Xianxia, don't kill me. Yuan Qingjun began to beg for mercy. He finally understood Xianxin's ability. He was no match for him. In front of Xianxia, he was just like an ant that could be pinched to death at any time. The disgust in Yan Qingqing's eyes intensified when she saw his trembling and embarrassed look. Such a man had no spirit and dignity at all. Compared to Xianxia, the difference between them was like the sky and the earth. They were two extremes. You won't live, neither will your father. I will kill you in front of your father, and then kill your father. I will let you know that traitors won't have a good ending. Xianxia said and strode towards Yuan Qingjun. Every step he took caused Yuan Qingjuan's heart to tremble a little. Xianxia's footsteps were like a heavy hammer that hammered on his heart. Xianxia, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Xianxia was approaching him, the despair in Yuan Qingjuan's heart was completely revealed. He was on the verge of going mad. Immediately, he drew his sword and slashed at Xianxia. Pa. Xianxia casually waved his palm, slapping away the long sword in Yuan Qingjuan's hand. Then, he strode forward, grabbed Yuan Qingjuan's neck and lifted him up. Yuan Qingjun kept struggling under Xianxia's control, but he was like a helpless little chick that couldn't do anything to Xianxia. Big brother Jiang, you've become more powerful? Yan Qingqing finally revealed a smile. Her eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Xianxia. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the prefecture. After tonight, the prefecture will be the sole ruler of Yan City. Xianxia smiled at Yan Qingqing, then carried Yuan Qingjun out of the ore mountain. Yan Qingqing was a smart woman. She carried the Huang brothers' corpses and followed behind Jiangchen. The prefecture was doomed today. Before this, Yan Qingqing had almost lost all hope. But now, following behind Jiangchen, she suddenly saw infinite hope. Although she didn't know how Jiangchen could deal with a real heaven immortal, with Jiangchen's help, she felt that a heaven immortal was no longer a threat. Outside, the situation was still tense. The people of the prefecture had almost lost all hope. Yan Donglio's combat strength had been greatly reduced due to his anger. Huang Ying didn't want to waste any more time and was ready to attack the people of the prefecture. Listen up, people of the prefecture. I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to surrender if you want to live. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Ying's body was filled with murderous intent. He was only giving them one last chance. If they didn't cherish it, he would kill all of them without hesitation. Huang and Yuan, you bastards, just do your best. You'll all die if worse comes to worst. Someone from the prefecture shouted. Their faces were filled with anger and determination to die. It seemed like none of them had any intention of leaving this place alive. Fine, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone, listen up, kill all of them. Huang Ying decisively gave the order. I don't think any of them will die. As soon as Huang Ying's voice faded, a voice was heard from inside the ore mountain. Everyone turned around and saw Jiangchen walking out with Yuan Qingjun in his hand, followed by Yan Qingqing who was carrying 2 corpses. Bang! Yan Qingqing casually tossed the corpses of the Huang brothers to Huang Ying. Qingqing? Seeing Yan Qingqing was unharmed, Yan Donglu couldn't help but feel excited. Such an unforeseen event had exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially the death of the Huang brothers, no one had expected this to happen. Fei Er, Ming Er. The higher-ups of the Huang family cried out in shock. Looking at the 2 geniuses of the Huang family lying motionlessly on the ground, they felt like coughing up blood. After that, they turned their gazes to Jiangchen. Needless to say, the deaths of the Huang brothers were all caused by Jiangchen. However, what shocked them the most was how did Jiangchen get past their line of defense and enter the mine? This was simply impossible. It's Grandmaster Jiang. Great! Grandmaster Jiang is truly amazing. He could sneak into the rear without anyone noticing and kill the 2 geniuses of the Huang family. Haha, this is great. Amazing. It seems like Grandmaster Jiang's means are far beyond our imagination. The people from the city lord's mansion had also witnessed everything. Each of them admired Jiangchen even more. They were so nervous just now that they didn't notice how Jiangchen disappeared. Jiangchen, did you kill them? Huang Ying said while gritting his teeth. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Of course. Killing them was like killing chickens. Jiangchen said in a casual manner. Dad, save me. Yuan Qingjun looked at his father as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. At this moment, his fate was in the hands of Jiangchen. The only person who could save him was Yuan Hong. If his father couldn't save him, he would end up like the Huang brothers. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiangchen would be merciful enough to let him go. Damn it. How did this bastard get into the rear? Yuan Hong's face darkened. Yuan Qingjun was his son. It was imaginable how he would feel if Yuan Qingjun died. Jiangchen was an existence that everyone had neglected. No one had ever thought that he would become the biggest mishap at this critical moment. No one had expected such a turn of events. The originally stable situation suddenly became tense. Whether it was the Huang family or Yuan Hong, Jiangchen wasn't included in their initial plan. This was a factor that was not taken into consideration. Jiangchen, let my son go. Yuan Hong said with a stern expression. Let him go? Do you think that's possible? There's only one outcome for people like you and your son, death. You probably think that I captured Yuan Qingjun to blackmail you, right? You're thinking too much. I don't need any blackmail to deal with you. If I wanted to blackmail you, I wouldn't have killed those 2 fellows, because they seemed to be more valuable. The reason why I didn't kill Yuan Qingjun was because I wanted you to witness his death with your own eyes. I wanted you to know the consequences of traitors. Jiang Chen's words were like knives stabbing into Yuan Hong's heart. You dare? Yuan Hong's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was ready to make a move at any time. However, he still believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't kill Yuan Qingjun. In his opinion, Yuan Qingjun was the biggest trump card of the Castellan mansion in Jiang Chen's hands. If Yuan Qingjun was killed, the Castellan mansion would lose all bargaining chips, and what awaited them would be a storm-like attack. In fact, not only Yuan Hong, even the people of the Castellan mansion didn't believe that Jiang Chen would really kill Yuan Qingjun. After all, Yuan Qingjun was in his hands and could be used to blackmail Yuan Hong. Humph. However, Jiang Chen only snorted coldly and exerted force with his palm. With a loud bang, Yuan Qingjun was slapped to death by Jiang Chen before he could even let out a scream. His head was smashed into a pulp and blood gushed out. His corpse was then thrown to Yuan Hong's feet by Jiang Chen like trash. Hiss, this scene made everyone present gasp. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless, and domineering. He didn't show any mercy at all. Jiang Chen's confidence also shocked the people of the City Lord Mansion. They already had some understanding of Jiang Chen. Don't be fooled by this seemingly harmless young man. If he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't even blink his eyes. Moreover, every time Jiang Chen showed confidence and calmness at a critical moment, he could often create miracles. They were looking forward to Jiang Chen continuing to create miracles. Lord Qing. Yuan Hong roared. His eyes were instantly stained with blood. His hands kept trembling as he tried to touch Yuan Qingjun's corpse, but he found that he couldn't. A monstrous rage instantly burst out from his body. Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Yuan Hong transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. This damned bastard. 3 geniuses of my Huang family have died in his hands. Let's attack together and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Huang Ying flew into a rage. The tragic death of his son had almost made him lose his rationality. The same went for second brother Huang. A day ago, Huang Haoran died in the hands of Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but be filled with murderous intent. Therefore, the 3 Heaven Immortal experts rushed towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Not good. Yan Donglu sighed inwardly. He knew how powerful a Heaven Immortal expert was. Now that the 3 experts were attacking Jiang Chen at the same time, he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to resist them. He wanted to help, but it was already too late. At this moment, everyone in the City Lord Mansion became nervous. Haha. Come on. Don't hurt the innocent. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The flaming wings flashed and he soared to the sky with a swoosh. Although he didn't put the 3 Heaven Immortal experts in his eyes, it was still better to have such a battle in the sky. Otherwise, the ripples of the battle might affect the people of the prefecture, which wasn't what he wanted to see. The eyes of the 3 were filled with hatred. They didn't care about bullying Jiang Chen anymore. Seeing that Jiang Chen had flown up, they chased after him. Kong Long, the 3 of them struck out their most powerful attack at the same time. Colorful energy waves lit up the night sky, making it as bright as day. Destructive chi waves were everywhere, making people tremble in fear. The combined attack of the 3 interweaved into a huge energy net, shrouding over Jiang Chen. This was a destructive attack. Any Earth Immortal who was hit by this attack would surely die. However, General, who had already advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm and integrated 320,000 dragon marks, didn't care about it at all. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time, so he immediately used the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth dragons flashed at the same time. The entire sky was filled with the roars of true dragons. It was like a world of dragons. Each dragon was filled with endless destructive power. They collided with the energy net of the 3 experts. Kong Long, the heaven and earth shook. The huge collision was like a clap of thunder. The rain in the sky seemed to have stopped. Destructive chi waves were everywhere. The energy net of the 3 experts was supposed to be indestructible, but under the attack of Jiang Chen's 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, it was as fragile as a piece of paper and was instantly destroyed. Dang dang dang. The three experts were pushed back a few steps before they could stabilize their bodies. What? The three of them exclaimed at the same time, looking at Xianxia in disbelief. This situation calmed down their anger a little and restored some of their rationality. To them, being pushed back by a single move from Xianxia was like a dream. They wouldn't have thought that Xianxia could be this powerful even if they were beaten to death. My God! Master Jiang is actually so powerful. Those three early Heaven Immortal experts were repelled by the joint attack of Master Jiang. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Did you all notice that Master Jiang has used the forbidden art 3 times in a row? There was no effect at all, let alone the backlash. This is simply a miracle. It's a forbidden art that can increase one's combat power by 10 times. I guess that Master Jiang isn't using the forbidden art. It's just a transformation skill. He can transform at will, so he wasn't affected. This is the scariest part. Everyone in the prefecture was excited. They couldn't help but feel excited. Xianxia had undoubtedly created another miracle at the most critical moment. He had given them hope. Haha, Yan Donglu burst into laughter. He was already prepared to attack, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to gain the upper hand despite fighting against 3 of them alone. Such combat power had left him at a loss for a moment. Yan Qingqing looked at Xianxia in the sky, her eyes were even more infatuated. What was the meaning of turning the tide? What was the meaning of reversing the situation? What was the meaning of reversing the situation? Only a person who could do all these was a true hero. In Yan Qingqing's heart, Xianxia was a great hero who could support the heavens and earth. How did this brat become so powerful? It seems like he has advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm, but even so, it's still impossible for him to fight against a Heaven Immortal. Even the 3 of us were pushed back by him. Xianxia's strength was beyond their expectation, but the 3 of them didn't feel any fear. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and cultivation base. The attack just now wasn't their strongest attack. They believed that as long as the 3 of them joined forces and cast up their strongest attack, Xianxia would still be no match for them. However, their wishful thinking would soon be crushed into powder by the reality. Everyone in the prefecture, listen up. Kill them all. Exterminate Huang family. Naturally, Yan Donglu couldn't stay idle either. Today was the day of the decisive battle between the prefecture and Huang family to determine who would be the overlord of Yan City in the future. Xianxia had already restrained 3 Heaven Immortal experts, but the remaining forces of Huang family couldn't be underestimated. Tonight's battle was unavoidable, so they might as well have a fierce battle. Although the forces of Huang family were much stronger than the prefecture, they weren't a match for the prefecture. After all, the prefecture had Yan Donglu, a Heaven Immortal expert. Although Yan Donglu was affected to a certain extent, he still wasn't someone that Huang family could deal with. Kill, screams pierced the dark night. The cruelest battle in the rainy night had finally begun. The 2 overlords of Yan City had been fighting for a long time. Today, the outcome of the battle was finally determined. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the Immortal World, a battle like this was always the cruelest. It was either you die or I live. Xianxia had experienced too many such battles. Compared to those that Xianxia had experienced, the battle in Yan City was nothing. Arg, the experts from both sides collided with each other. Blood-red blood spurted out and mixed with the rainwater. It was the most beautiful color in the darkness, bloody and cold. The morale of the experts of Huang family was low because Xianxia alone had restrained 3 Heaven Immortal experts, leaving them with no choice but to deal with Yan Donglu alone. The pressure brought by this was too great. Under such circumstances, it was hard for them to display their combat strength perfectly. On the other hand, the prefecture was completely different. The experts of the prefecture, who had lost all hope, were ready to die. The appearance of Xianxia had given them great hope, greatly boosting their morale. Compared to Huang family, their morale was completely different. Plus, Yan Donglu was too strong. He could easily kill the enemy's half-step Heaven Immortal experts like slaughtering chickens and dogs. In the sky, the fierce battle was still going on. The three heaven immortals had launched their most powerful attacks several times, but all of them were blocked by Xianxia. No, not blocked, but pushed back. That's right. The reality was that even though the three of them had joined forces, they were still no match for Xianxia. They couldn't cause any harm to Xianxia. Instead, they were pushed back by Xianxia's powerful attacks, causing their blood and qi to churn and make them feel indescribably uncomfortable. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had a look of indifference, as if such a battle wasn't strenuous for him at all. In fact, if the three of them wanted to kill Xianxia, it would only be possible if one of them advanced to the intermediate heaven immortal realm, which was obviously impossible. I'm done playing with you. Xianxia's killing intent was overbearing. With a huala sound, the dazzling heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. The dragon marks on it were rippling, making the heavenly saint sword look like a real dragon. It was trembling and roaring in Xianxia's hand. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia moved. The flaming wings flapped abruptly. His speed was so fast that he seemed to have lost track of time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of second brother Huang. The heavenly saint sword in his hand turned into a sort of punishment, slashing down at second brother Huang's head. Not good. Second brother Huang cursed inwardly. He could feel the power of Xianxia's attack. The power contained in this attack was beyond his imagination. This was the full power of Xianxia's 320,000 dragon marks and the heavenly saint sword. Because Xianxia's movement was too fast, Huang Ying and Yuan Hong didn't have the time to help. After all, this was the first time the three of them worked together. There wasn't any tacit understanding between them. If the three of them could cooperate perfectly, they would be able to fight Xianxia. Asterisk clang. Asterisk in a moment of panic, second brother Huang raised the combat weapon in his hand to block. The combat weapon collided heavily with the heavenly saint sword. The collision of the two immortal weapons created a large amount of sparks. Even the rain couldn't extinguish the sparks. Asterisk barf. Asterisk second brother Huang was knocked far away by the impact, and he kept throwing up blood when he landed a few hundred meters away. In his eyes, Xianxia's attack was like a falling meteor, and he had no idea how much force it carried. There was no way he could withstand it. In just one attack, second brother Huang had been seriously injured and his combat strength had been reduced by half. However, before Huang Lao'er could react, Xianxia had once again appeared in front of him like a shadow. The heavenly saint sword once again slashed down from above, and from the looks of it, it was even stronger than the previous strike. Big brother, save me! Second brother Huang exclaimed. He could feel the threat from Xianxia. That was the threat of death. All of his opportunities had been locked on by Xianxia. There was no way for him to avoid this attack. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. He would be killed on the spot. Not even the gods can save you. Xianxia sneered. How could Huang Ying be faster than him? By the time Huang Ying caught up, second brother Huang would already be dead. Ah! A miserable scream pierced through the dark sky. In the end, second brother Huang was still no match for Xianxia. He was slashed in half by Xianxia's sword. Blood splattered everywhere as his body fell from the sky. Second brother. Seeing this, Huang Ying, who didn't have the time to save second brother Huang, let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was about to turn into a wild beast. At this moment, Huang Ying was in a state of rage. His brothers, son, and nephew had all died in the hands of Xianxia. It was the appearance of this Xianxia that changed everything for the Huang family, causing the originally powerful Huang family to be consigned to eternal damnation. Huang Ying couldn't wait to tear Xianxia's body into 1,000 pieces, but his remaining rationality made him extremely fearful of Xianxia. At this moment, even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't change the fact that Xianxia was stronger than them. At this moment, Huang Ying and Yuan Hong's hearts were filled with regret. When Xianxia first came to the prefecture, Xianxia was merely a small shrimp in the late human immortal realm. At that time, if they had disregarded everything and killed him, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. But as a matter of fact, they had never thought that a person could grow so fast. How long had it been since Xianxia came to the prefecture? In such a short period of time, He had advanced from the late human immortal realm to the early earth immortal realm. Was he still human? Even a monstrous genius wouldn't be this abnormal. Great! Master Jiang is truly ferocious. Even second brother Huang was killed by him. It seems like the other two aren't a match for him. Master Jiang is truly the savior of our prefecture. The death of second brother Huang almost made Yan Donglu burst into tears. He was so excited. Initially, he thought that the prefecture was finished. Never had he thought that Jiangchen would create another miracle and turn the tide by himself. This made him feel that Yan Qingqing's decision to spare no effort to recruit Jiangchen into the prefecture was a super wise one. Master Jiang is truly a monstrous genius, a genius among geniuses. Killing an early heaven immortal expert while only being an early earth immortal expert. Our prefecture is truly fortunate. Big Miss really has a keen eye. If it wasn't for Big Miss who tried her best to recruit Master Jiang into the prefecture, we would be finished today. That's right. Master Jiang is an alchemy master. At first, our goal was to let Master Jiang create benefits for the prefecture. Never had I thought that he would save our lives. The people of the prefecture were incomparably excited. The battle below had basically come to an end. Under Yan Donglio's power, the Huang family couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now, even second brother Huang was killed by Jiang Chen. It was imaginable that not even Huang Ying and Yuan Hong would be a match for Jiang Chen. The outcome was basically set. The remaining members of the Huang family looked ashen. Initially, they thought that the three great experts would join hands to kill Jiang Chen first, then help them. But they had never thought that this would be the result. Now, Huang Ying and the others couldn't even protect themselves, let alone help them. In the sky, after killing second brother Huang, Jiang Chen lunged at Huang Ying without saying a word. The power of the Heavenly Saint Sword was completely revealed. After killing the Heaven Immortal expert, the Heavenly Saint Sword vibrated even more violently, seemingly incomparably excited. Brother Yuan, we have to work closely together. Otherwise, we will be finished today. Huang Ying said to Yuan Hong, who wasn't far away. All right. Yuan Hong nodded his head forcefully. He was not an idiot. The death of second brother Huang had given him a wake-up call. Jiang Chen was too powerful. If they were not careful, they would die in Jiang Chen's hands just like second brother Huang. Haha, so what if the two of you work together? With your current combat strength, you have already lost the ability to fight against me. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Dragon Sword Storm. Suddenly, Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. The Heavenly Saint Sword was brandished by him. For a moment, countless sword chi soared up into the sky. Each sword chi was like a real dragon, spiraling and dancing in the air. Dragon Sword Storm was a move created by Jiang Chen himself. It was derived from the Dragon Transformation skill and the Heavenly Saint Sword. Today was the first time he used it, but its power was countless times stronger. Such a combat skill was not inferior to the 5-elemental combat dragon seal. Combined with the power of the Heavenly Saint Sword, its lethality was imaginable. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk what? Huang Ying and Yuan Hong exclaimed at the same time. Jiang Chen was getting stronger and stronger. That kind of strength made them feel powerless and powerless. They were already in a state of confusion. Adding to the fact that they were shaken by the clash with Jiang Chen, and now Jiang Chen's terrifying attack, they had no way of dealing with it. Asterisk swish swish swish, asterisk countless sword chi turned into shadows of azure dragons, wreaking havoc everywhere. Huang Ying and Yuan Hong tried their best to resist, but they couldn't. Soon, countless wounds appeared on their bodies. Arg, Yuan Hong let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was torn apart by the sword chi. It wasn't just torn, it was crushed into powder and vanished in the rainy night. Huang Ying's condition wasn't good either. After being attacked by the sword chi, his body was covered with wounds. At this time, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Huang Ying like a ferocious tiger. His ice-cold longsword was swung out like a wave, and Huang Ying's head was beheaded. Huang Ying was beheaded. At this point, both heaven immortals of Huang family had died tragically. The Huang family that once stood at the peak of Yan City was destined to become history. From now on, there would no longer be a Huang family in Yan City. Xianxia didn't kill Yuan Hong. He walked towards him. At this moment, Yuan Hong was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely lost his combat strength and looked extremely miserable. If it wasn't for Xianxia's control, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the ability to fly. Seeing Xianxia approaching him, Yuan Hong couldn't help but tremble. That was the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. I won't kill you. Your life should be handed over to Yan Donglu. Xianxia said faintly, then grabbed Yuan Hong like a dead dog and brought him to the front of Yan Donglu. The people of the prefecture hadn't recovered from the scene just now. Each and every one of them stared at Xianxia blankly. At this moment, Xianxia had already reverted to his original appearance. He looked much kinder, but no one would ever forget the ferocity of Xianxia. Yan Qingqing looked at Xianxia with infatuated eyes. This kind of man could always make women infatuated. City Lord, I believe that his life is yours. Xianxia said. Kneel, bastard. A man from the Castellan mansion came to Yuan Hong's side and kicked his knee. Yuan Hong couldn't bear the force and kneeled down on the ground. His eyes were filled with shame and he didn't dare to look at Yan Donglu. Looking at Yuan Hong, who looked like a stray dog, Yan Donglu was heartbroken. The current situation was not what he wanted to see. However, he could only accept the fact that it was a foregone conclusion. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Xianxia, he would be in the same state as Yuan Hong right now. Brother Yuan, how did I, Yan Donglu, treat you? Yan Donglu asked. What's the point of saying so much? I've done what I've done. Yuan Hong smiled. He didn't want to explain too much. There were some mistakes that once committed, one would have to pay a heavy price. His son was dead, and now he was going to die too. This was the heaviest price he could pay. Although he felt guilty towards Yan Donglu, it was useless to say anything at this moment. Begging for mercy would only make him look cowardly. He knew that he was going to die today, so he wanted to die with dignity. He didn't want to beg Yan Donglu and Xianxia to spare his life like a dog. But I can't kill you with my own hands. You can be heartless to me, but I don't want to be heartless to you. Yan Donglu let out a sigh and turned around with a painful expression. A man beside Yan Donglu understood his intention and immediately approached Yuan Hong. The city lord doesn't want to lower himself to the level of a beast like you. Killing you will only dirty his hands, but the mistakes you have committed are unforgivable. I'll send you to reunite with your son. While speaking, the long sword pierced through Yuan Hong's glabella. Yuan Hong died tragically and his body fell to the ground. The battle had come to an end. The traitor had gotten what he deserved and the enemy had been eliminated. Apart from the loss of those who came with Yan Qingqing, the rest of the people in the prefecture were basically unharmed. It could be said that this was a great victory. However, Yan Donglu couldn't feel happy at all. Being betrayed by his own brother, his mood was bound to be heavy. It would be very difficult for him to recover from this trauma in just 1 or 2 days. Yan Donglu came back to his senses. From his reddened eyes, it could be seen that he had shed tears just now. A man wouldn't easily shed tears unless he was deeply hurt. It could be seen that Yan Donglu was truly grieved. Under the leadership of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, all the people of the prefecture moved in unison and bowed deeply to Xianxia. They didn't want to get up for a long time. Gratitude was a life-saving grace that couldn't be repaid. Apart from this, the prefecture couldn't think of any other way to express their gratitude. Alright, the matter hasn't come to an end yet. Xianxia waved his hand, gesturing for them to get up. The imposing manner of a superior was undeniable. Alchemist Jiang's kindness to the prefecture is beyond repaying. Alchemist Jiang can have as much of this mine as you want. Yan Donglu said in a serious tone. I only want 30% of the mine. The rest will belong to the prefecture, said Xianxia. As a matter of fact, the immortal metastones here were nothing in his eyes. The wealth left by Ouyang he was enough for him to be a tyrant, but he wouldn't complain about having too many of them. Plus, his cultivation base wasn't high, so he still needed low-grade and intermediate-grade immortal metastones. He knew that the wealth left by Ouyang he was enough for him to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but that was all. At this time, a few people of Yuan Association, who had been watching the battle from afar, came forward. Their leader, Wu Chang, wore a solemn face. Looking at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with fear and terror. Just like the others, Yuan Association had never put Xianxia in their eyes. In their opinion, the prefecture was going to be annihilated today, but they had never expected that Xianxia would become the biggest variable at this critical moment. Now that the prefecture was flourishing, Yuan Association naturally had to find ways to befriend the prefecture. Congratulations to the city lord, congratulations to the city lord for eliminating the Huang family today. Wu Chang squeezed out a smile and clasped his fists at Yan Donglu. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk however, before he could get close to Xianxia, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. He didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off by a sword, and he died on the spot. It was none other than Xianxia. Asterisk hua, asterisk this scene immediately caused an uproar. Not only were the people of the Yuan Association stunned, even the people of the prefecture were dumbfounded. All of them looked at Xianxia in disbelief, not knowing why he suddenly attacked the Yuan Association. Xianxia, why did you kill the people of the Yuan Association? Our Yuan Association and your prefecture have never interfered with each other. One of them said furiously, but he didn't dare to attack. In front of Xianxia, he didn't have the courage to do so, because doing so was equivalent to courting death. You didn't offend us in the past, but you will offend us in the future. Tomorrow, Yuan Association will have the same ending as Huang family. The few of you either surrender to the prefecture now or die immediately. Xianxia gave them a merciless glance. Xianxia, the man became even angrier. However, he only managed to speak once before he was killed by Xianxia. Xianxia didn't give him any face at all. This had frightened the rest of the people. In their eyes, Xianxia was no longer a human, but a devil, a cruel and murderous maniac. We surrender. The few of them looked at each other and decided to surrender. If not, they might really die. They didn't dare treat Xianxia's words as a joke. This guy was a decisive killer, and it seemed like he wouldn't joke around. Grandmaster Jiang, why did you attack the people of the Yuan Association? Yan Donglu asked, puzzled. Foolish. Now that Huang family has been annihilated, the prefecture seems to be the dominant force, but I can't protect the prefecture forever. In a few days, I will leave Yan City and head for One Line Sky. But if I leave, the strongest force in Yan City will no longer be the prefecture, but Yuan Association. Although Yuan Association is a business, you should know how ambitious Yuan is. He is a very smart person. He didn't participate in the battle between your two families because he wanted to wait and see. Now that Yuan Hong is dead, both the prefecture and Huang family have suffered a great loss. Once I leave, Yuan will launch an attack on the prefecture and become the strongest overlord in Yan City. Xianxia glared at Yan Donglu. Why did he need to explain such a simple logic? Yan Donglu must have some problems with his intelligence. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk after listening to Xianxia's explanation, Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture couldn't help but gasp. All of them suddenly realized that Yuan Association had been maintaining a neutral stance all these years. But once there was an opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that Yuan Association wouldn't make a move. Now that there was such an ore mine, Yuan would certainly attack the prefecture for the sake of benefits. However, a figure like Xianxia wouldn't stay in Yan City. Yan City was too small to accommodate a big fish like Xianxia. No wonder Xianxia wanted to attack Yuan Association. He did this to get rid of the future trouble for the prefecture before he left. What else could the prefecture do other than feel grateful for his effort? The smile on Yan Qingqing's face disappeared. She didn't care about what Xianxia said. She only heard that Xianxia was going to leave in a few days. This made her heart sink to the bottom. Prefecture, a person has to be ruthless if he wants to survive. This is especially true for a force. If you aren't ruthless, you will become food for others, a stepping stone for others to grow. Destroying Yuan Association is the last thing I will do for the prefecture. Xianxia said. Grandmaster Jiang is right. I was foolish and almost made a big mistake. In that case, let's return to Yan City immediately and destroy Yuan Association to avoid future troubles. The main force of Huang family had been completely annihilated. Most of the Heaven Immortal experts and half-step Heaven Immortal experts had died tragically. Those who survived had basically surrendered. In other words, from now on, Huang family had become history in Yan City. They would never appear in the stage of Yan City again. The fate of Yuan Association was destined to be the same as that of Huang family. Even if Yuan Association wasn't involved in this dispute, Xianxia still wouldn't let them go. If the prefecture really wanted to dominate Yan City, they had to eliminate all the major powers in Yan City. From another point of view, it was also to get rid of future troubles. The rain had stopped, but the night was still gloomy. After being washed by the rain, the smell of blood wasn't as pungent as before, but the corpses scattered all over the ground still gave people goosebumps. This place was like a purgatory on earth. It was hard to have a good mood in such a place. The few of you will stay here and continue to lead the people to mine immortal metastones. The rest of you will follow me back to Yan City. After tonight, Yan City will be the sole ruler of Yan City. Yan Donglu said to the people around him. After being influenced by Xianxia's words, his words and actions had become sharper. Yes, City Lord. Everyone was incomparably excited. There was no way that they wouldn't be excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. As for the battle with the Yuan Association, they weren't worried at all. As long as Xianxia was here, the fate of the Yuan Association could be imagined. Xianxia had killed 3 Heaven Immortal experts in a single battle. His combat strength had already reached a level that they could only look up to. Under such circumstances, Yuan Association would never have the chance to turn the situation around. Dad, big brother Jiang, I'll go back with you. Yan Qingqing said. All right. Yan Donglu nodded. He looked at Yan Qingqing and then at Xianxia and couldn't help but sigh. How could he not see his daughter's feelings for Xianxia? He believed that even a fool could see it. A peerless genius like Xianxia was indeed worthy of Yan Qingqing's trust, but Xianxia didn't seem to have that kind of feelings for Yan Qingqing. He even said that he would leave Yan City in a few days. Yan Qingqing would surely feel sad if he took the initiative. But what could Yan Donglu do when it came to the matters of love? They could only let nature take its course. A person like Xianxia's future achievements were bound to be limitless. If Yan Qingqing could gain his favor, it would be the fortune of their city lord's mansion. If Xianxia didn't like their daughter, there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, the city lord mansion did not seem to have the ability or qualifications to make things difficult for Xianxia. Then, Xianxia unleashed his flaming wings. Led by him and Yan Donglu, they flew back to Yan City with the experts of the mansion. There weren't many people who returned this time. There were only a dozen or so of them. The rest of them had stayed behind. Xianxia was the main force. They didn't need too many people to deal with the Yuan Association. Just Xianxia alone was enough. As for the corpses of the Huang family and Yuan Association, the people who stayed behind would naturally deal with them. Yan City, it was still calm and tranquil. Nothing unusual could be seen on the surface. The tragic battle in the Ore Mountain didn't seem to have affected this place. The people of Huang family were probably still waiting for the news of victory. Yuan Association was the same as usual. Outside the entrance of Yuan Chamber of Commerce, 2 guards stood listlessly. At this time, a group of experts suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Who are you people? The expression of the 2 lazy guards changed instantly and they shouted at Xianxia and the others. Get lost if you don't want to die. Xianxia's chi was tyrannical. He strode forward. His chi alone was enough to oppress the 2 guards. How could they have the courage to stop him? They could only watch as Xianxia smashed the gate of Yuan Association into pieces. The faces of the people who followed behind Xianxia were filled with excitement. They had to admit that fighting behind Xianxia was an incomparably exciting and passionate thing. That kind of strength and ferocity was really inspiring. The gate was kicked open. The noise in the night was undoubtedly very loud. The experts of Yuan Association ran out immediately. The one in the lead was the president of Yuan Association, Nye Yuan. Beside Nie Yuan was another old man. The old man seemed to be in his 60s with a grizzled beard, but his eyes were different, making him look incomparably handsome. His cultivation base was also incomparably strong. Just like Nie Yuan, he was an early heaven immortal expert. Behind the gate was a wide open space. Both sides happened to collide with each other. Nie Yuan seemed a little surprised when he saw who it was. He had seen most of the higher-ups of the prefecture, including Xianxia. What he couldn't figure out was why the other party would come here in the middle of the night. One should know that Yuan Association and the prefecture had always minded their own business. There were basically no conflicts between the two sides. "Brother Yan, what are you doing? Breaking into my Yuan Association in the middle of the night with such a strong murderous intent?" Nie Yuan said casually. His words were full of dissatisfaction and anger. He couldn't help but be angry. No one would be in a good mood when their gate was kicked open in the middle of the night. Furthermore, Yan Donglu had to give him an explanation today. As the third major power in Yan City, Yuan Association wasn't afraid of the city lord mansion at all. If a fight broke out, Yuan Association wouldn't be afraid at all. "President Nye, our intention is very clear. We are here to annihilate your Yuan Association. After tonight, there will be no Yuan Association in Yan City. Only the prefecture will exist." Yan Donglu didn't speak. The one who spoke was Jiangchen, who stood at the front. "What? Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Why don't you weigh your own strength before you destroy our Yuan Association? Jiangchen, do you think that you can compete with the Yuan Association just because you killed Huang Haoren? It's ridiculous. You are just a puny earth immortal. How dare you to destroy the gate of the Yuan Association? Who gave you the courage to do that? It seems that the prefecture is tired of living. An arrogant brat came here. He doesn't even know who he is. President, we must teach them a lesson today." The top management of Yuan Association was instantly enraged by Jiang Chen's words. Yuan Association had been established in Yan City for a long time and could be considered as an old major power. No one had ever dared to come here and behave atrociously in the middle of the night. Such behavior was a great disrespect to Yuan Association. "Humph. Jiang Chen, you have no right to speak here." Nie Yuan harumphed coldly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, this was because Nie Yuan still didn't know what happened in the mine. If he knew, his first reaction when he saw Jiang Chen was to run away. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen wanted to destroy Yuan Association so quickly. Because once Nie Yuan found out about the battle at the mine, with his intelligence, the first thing he would do would be to run away, hide, and make a comeback. If that was the case, once he left Yan City, Nie Yuan would make a comeback. At that time, the mayor mansion would be in real danger. Nie Yuan, Jiangchen is right. He is qualified to say such words. The three major powers of Yan City have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. It's time to end it. My prefecture wants to dominate Yan City. Therefore, your Yuan Association must be destroyed. Yan Donglu spoke. His tone was incomparably similar to his previous life. For him, he already had the capital to be domineering and Jiangchen was his capital. Yan Donglu, are you out of your mind? Instead of dealing with Huang family, you came to deal with our Yuan Association. What ability does the prefecture have to deal with two major powers at the same time? Nie Yuan sneered. In his point of view, Yan Donglu was simply insane. Huang family alone was enough to make the prefecture suffer. Now, Yan Donglu wanted to offend Nie Yuan. Wasn't he courting death? Haha, I don't mind telling you that Huang family has been destroyed by us. Huang Ying and second brother Huang have died tragically in the hands of Jiangchen. Therefore, the fate of your Yuan Association will not be an exception. Yan Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment, there was nothing to hide. Besides, he was very confident in Jiangchen's strength. Nie Yuan and the old man wouldn't be able to escape from Jiangchen even if they wanted to. What? All the people of the Yuan Association exclaimed in shock. Nie Yuan's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never believe such news if it wasn't from Yan Donglu. But judging from Yan Donglu's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. If Huang family wasn't exterminated, Yan Donglu wouldn't have the courage to deal with them in the first place. Kong, as soon as Yan Donglu's voice faded, Xianxia unleashed his powerful qi and entered his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand and his killing intent soared to the sky. Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time, so he exerted his full strength. As long as Nie Yuan and the old man were killed, Yuan Association would be in a state of disunity. Nie Yuan, both of you come at me together. Xianxia raised his long sword and pointed it at Nie Yuan and the old man. A puny earth immortal. I don't believe that he has the ability to kill a heaven immortal. Killing Huang Ying is just an exaggeration. Let this old man kill this arrogant little bastard first, then I'll have a showdown with Yan Donglu. The old man was furious. With his status, being looked down upon by a young man like this was a great humiliation. How could he accept this? If he didn't kill Xianxia with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. A Death-Seeking Choice Chapter 1104 Death-Seeking Choice. The all-out attack of an early heaven immortal expert was incomparably ferocious and earth-shattering. The people behind couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The shockwave of a heaven immortal expert wasn't something an ordinary expert could withstand. The people of the Yuan Association revealed a sneer on their faces. They knew very well how powerful the old man was. An earth immortal expert was no match for him. In their point of view, the old man had already killed half of Xianxia. After this attack, Xianxia would be lying on the ground, dead on the spot. But Nie Yuan didn't think so. His brows knitted even tighter. While everyone's attention was on Xianxia and the old man, Nie Yuan's attention was on Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture. He noticed that no one in the prefecture showed any sign of nervousness. That was their confidence in Xianxia, and it wasn't fake. In other words, what Yan Donglu said about Xianxia killing Huang Ying was probably true. This made Nie Yuan's heart sink. Before Nie Yuan could think further, the old man had already collided with Xianxia. In the face of the old man's powerful attack, Xianxia's face remained calm. The heavenly saint sword in his hand roared like a dragon. Then, Xianxia raised it up high and slashed at the golden light beam of the old man with the force of a thunderbolt. Kong long, the sound of the powerful collision shook everyone's heart. Under the sharp heavenly saint sword, the golden energy beam was destroyed as easily as smashing rotten wood, turning into a bright energy firework. It looked very beautiful in the darkness, but this kind of beauty couldn't be touched. Even if one wanted to admire it, one had to be very careful. Moreover, at this time, no one was in the mood to admire it. The old man felt as if he was hit by a huge mountain. He was sent flying away. Nie Yuan's facial expression changed dramatically. He hastily caught the old man from behind. Barf, the elder was severely injured. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was extremely pale. He stared at Xianxia in horror. Apart from horror, he couldn't find any other words to describe his current mood. You're right, Xianxia. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The old man couldn't accept this reality. If he hadn't fought with Xianxia, he would never understand how terrifying Xianxia was. That kind of strength wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Although the old man didn't use his strongest attack, the situation before him was enough to prove that even if he used his strongest attack, he still wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. The final outcome would still be the same. A crushing defeat. That's right, a crushing defeat. Nie Yuan's expression changed, so did everyone in the Yuan Association. They were no longer as relaxed as before. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. By now, no one doubted Yan Donglu's words anymore. It seemed that Huang Ying and second brother Huang had indeed died in the hands of Xianxia, because Xianxia indeed had the strength to kill them. Haha, Yuan Chamber of Commerce, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you have the guts, come at me again. Master Jiang alone is enough to deal with all of you. That's right. In the hands of Master Jiang, you guys can't even withstand a single blow. You don't even have a chance to fight back. The people from the city lord's mansion were all arrogant and eccentric. It was as if they were watching a show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. On the other side, the atmosphere in Yuan Association was extremely oppressive and solemn. Everyone's eyes fell on Ye Yuan, waiting for his next instruction. However, everyone knew very well that if they really fought today, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. They would end up like the Huang family. "President, what should we do now?" asked the old man with a frown. He had already understood Jiang Chen's strength and knew that they had no chance of winning. Even if he and Ye Yuan joined forces, they might not be a match for Jiang Chen, not to mention that there was still Ye Yuan. Ye Yuan frowned. He had never expected this to happen. No one had ever thought that a monster like Jiang Chen would appear in Yan City. Furthermore, no one had ever thought that a Yuan Association would fall to such a state where it was at the peak of its glory days. The three major powers in Yan City had always been a tripartite power. Who would have thought that such a situation would be completely shattered overnight? Ye Yuan was a smart man. It was impossible for him not to see the situation in front of him. So he made a decision. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. He cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "Master Zhang's combat strength is extraordinary. My Yuan Association is no match for him. From now on, Yuan Association will surrender to the City Lord Mansion and serve the City Lord Mansion." Upon hearing this, the people of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce sighed and became listless. This was the last thing they wanted to see, but apart from surrendering, what else could they do? Otherwise, they would die. Many people present had witnessed Jiang Chen's means. Not to mention, Jiang Chen didn't even blink when he killed Huang Haoren. Compromise? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. People like Nye Yuan were the scariest, much scarier than Huang Ying. Such people were smart and cunning, just like an old fox with wild ambitions. Others might not be able to see through Nye Yuan's thoughts, but Jiang Chen was crystal clear. Nye Yuan's eyes didn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Just as Jiang Chen had guessed, Nye Yuan was a very smart person. No businessman was stupid. In Nye Yuan's point of view, it was impossible for a figure like Jiang Chen to stay in a small place like Yan City. He was a true dragon that would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. Nye Yuan wasn't afraid of Yan Donglu, he was only afraid of Jiang Chen. Nye Yuan wasn't afraid of Yan Donglu. He was only afraid of Jiang Chen. In that case, he would surrender to Yan Donglu temporarily. Once Jiang Chen left, it would be the time for him to rise again. At that time, surrendering would be bullshit. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. At that time, he would launch a counterattack and eliminate Yan Donglu. By then, the entire Yan City would belong to him and Jiang Chen would be considered as having helped him eliminate Huang family. Nye Yuan's wishful thinking was brilliant, but unfortunately, it didn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. "Surrender is fine, but I have a condition," Jiang Chen said faintly. "What condition?" "Grandmaster Jiang, please state it," Nye Yuan said. "The two of you, cripple your cultivation base and I can guarantee that I won't hurt anyone else." Jiang Chen pointed at Nye Yuan and the old man. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Nye Yuan and the elder were infuriated. This Jiang Chen had gone too far. They had already surrendered, but he still wanted them to cripple their cultivation base. This was simply a joke. To a heaven immortal, crippling their cultivation base was much more painful than killing them. "Jiang Chen, don't go too far. We have already surrendered. Why are you forcing us like this?" Nye Yuan was enraged. "Humph. Nye Yuan, don't think that you can hide your thoughts from me. You are certain that I will leave Yan City sooner or later. That's why you chose to compromise. After I leave, you will attack the prefecture again. This trick of yours is very childish in my eyes. Now, I will give you two choices. One is to cripple your cultivation base, and the other is to die in my hands." Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He had always done things this way, leaving no room for future troubles. Hearing this, Yan Donglu and the others couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with anger when they looked at Nye Yuan. At the same time, they looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration. This was the most crucial point that they had not thought of. But after Jiang Chen's reminder, many of them realized that if they really accepted Nie Yuan's surrender, once Jiang Chen left, who would be able to suppress Nie Yuan? At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nie Yuan, I never thought that you would have such thoughts. Humph. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Just like what Master Jiang said, you only have two choices. Yan Donglu said Leng Leng. Haha. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you are one of the most powerful men I have ever seen. Since you have seen through my plan, there's nothing else to say. I, Nie Yuan, will risk my life in this battle. I would like to see how powerful an earth immortal like you can be. Elder Yu, let's join forces and fight against Jiang Chen. Nie Yuan's face revealed a crazy and ferocious expression when he was seen through by Jiang Chen. He shouted at the elder, then soared into the sky. A sharp combat weapon appeared in his hand. The chi of a heaven immortal was obvious. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of early heaven immortal realm, which was slightly stronger than the elder. Since he couldn't avoid it, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. It was impossible to destroy his cultivation base because it was no different from killing him. If he fought with his life on the line, he might still have a chance of survival. After all, Jiang Chen was only an earth immortal. He believed that as long as he tried his best, he would still have a chance. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the elder flew up into the sky and stood side by side with Nie Yuan. Big brother Jiang, be careful. Yan Qingqing reminded Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter. They are no match for me. Jiang Chen smiled. He cast out the flaming wings and his speed reached the extreme. His whole body was like a scarlet flame amidst the darkness, flying towards Nie Yuan. Today, he had no intention of letting Nie Yuan go. If the prefecture wanted to have a firm foothold in Yan City, they must eliminate all future troubles. And the best way to eliminate future troubles was to kill their opponents without leaving any chance for them. Both of you, come at me together. Jiang Chen's attitude was arrogant. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you forced us to do this. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk Jiang Chen pushed his combat strength to the limit. The combat strength provided by 320,000 dragon marks was unimaginable. The heavenly saint sword had completely turned into an azure dragon, swaying in the dark night sky. Nie Yuan and the elder's attacks collided with the heavenly saint sword at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. The dark night was directly torn apart. Countless colors emerged at the same time, and a heart-palpitating smell drifted everywhere. Asterisk roar, asterisk Jiang Chen let out a terrifying dragon roar that reverberated in the sky above Yan City, completely breaking the tranquility of the city. A lot of people didn't know what was going on. They came out one after another and saw a dragon man wreaking havoc in the sky above Yuan Association. Nie Yuan and the elder were pushed back by Jiang Chen's powerful attacks. Their blood and chi were in turmoil, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Damn it! How can this bastard be so strong? Nie Yuan couldn't help but curse. Jiang Chen's tyrannical power gave him the urge to spurt out blood. There were a lot of immortals in the immortal world who had Jiang Chen's combat strength, but there was absolutely no one else who could have such a tyrannical combat strength at the early Earth immortal realm. The hearts of the people in Yuan Association sank completely. Even the two heaven immortal experts weren't a match for Jiang Chen. Today's ending was imaginable. It seemed like Yuan Association's doomsday had truly come. They would follow the footsteps of Huang family. Although the people of the prefecture had witnessed Jiang Chen's ability, they still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He was just too powerful. They had never seen such a young man before. It was truly a blessing for the prefecture to be able to befriend Jiang Chen. I'm done playing with you. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen bellowed and immediately cast out the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. The combination of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword, the power was unimaginable to ordinary people. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk for a moment, the entire sky was filled with the shadows of dragons. Jiang Chen and the Heavenly Saint Sword had also transformed into true dragons. That terrifying energy instantly drowned Nie Yuan and the old man. Nie Yuan and the old man were completely submerged in this energy ocean. They could only use all their strength to resist. Unfortunately, given their present state, it was impossible for them to stop Xianxia. The moment the dragon silhouette disappeared, Nie Yuan and the old man's figures were revealed. The two of them were in an extremely wretched state. Their bodies were stained with blood and wounds could be seen everywhere. Even their hands, which were wielding immortal artifacts, were trembling violently. Xianxia didn't give them any chance to react. He moved again. He appeared in front of the old man like a ghost. The sharp heavenly saint sword slashed across the old man's neck. A head flew into the air. The old man died on the spot, and his corpse fell from the sky. Seeing this, Nie Yuan's expression changed drastically. The fear in his heart surged uncontrollably. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. Immediately, he turned into a beam of golden light and flew away. However, he was still far from the level where he had comprehended the spatial law. In addition, Nie Yuan was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to increase his speed. Xianxia would be able to catch up with him with just a thought. Nie Yuan was scared out of his wits. He had been in Yan City for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying figure. He was simply a monster among monsters. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. If he stayed, he would die. The only way out was to escape. As long as he could escape with his life, there would be a chance for him to make a comeback in the future. Unfortunately, in front of Xianxia, he had no chance at all. Nie Yuan had only run for 2 to 3 miles when Xianxia caught up with him. Xianxia's majestic dragon body blocked in front of Nie Yuan. His merciless dragon eyes were like a blood-red devil king, causing Nie Yuan to tremble in fear. Xianxia, don't kill me. We can talk about anything, as long as you don't kill me. Nie Yuan's voice was trembling. He knew that today, it would be impossible for him to escape from Xianxia's hands. Facing death, he had no dignity left. He didn't want to die. No one wanted to die, especially when they were about to die. That kind of feeling wasn't something ordinary people could understand. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. So, it's better for you to die. Xianxia would never give his enemies a second chance. From the moment Nie Yuan chose to fight him, Nie Yuan's fate was already decided. Pucci. Xianxia's sword pierced through Nie Yuan's chest. This was one of the overlords of Yan City. He died in unwillingness and despair. His grand ambition had turned into an illusion. Everything that he dreamed of was gone. President. Someone from Yuan Association cried out in shock and wept bitterly. They had never thought that Yuan Association, which had always been flourishing, would become history overnight, a speck of dust in the history of Yan City. After killing Nie Yuan and the old man, Xianxia didn't look back and flew towards the defensive line of the prefecture. He didn't need to worry about the rest of the matters. Yan Donglu could handle everything. He had done what he could for the prefecture. In a few days, he would leave this place and go to the real one-line sky. The life and death of Yan City had nothing to do with him anymore. He still had another responsibility, a mission. In his mind, he had to imprint the names of 2 people, Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. Xianxia left. As for how Yan Donglu would deal with the remaining people of Yuan Association, Xianxia wouldn't care. The next day, the 2 news spread across Yan City, causing a huge uproar. In just one night, the experts of Huang family were killed outside the ore mine. Yuan Hong of the prefecture had betrayed the prefecture. Then, Xianxia appeared out of nowhere and made the 2 major powers of Huang family and Yuan Association disappear from the face of Yan City. Such a huge change was undoubtedly a great earthquake to Yan City. Everyone knew that from now on, everything in Yan City would change. The prefecture would be the only power in Yan City. There would no longer be any new battles. Amazing. This is just too amazing. Could this Xianxia be the reincarnation of a heavenly god? How could he be so terrifying? Killing an early heaven immortal expert with just an early earth immortal cultivation base? I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. That's right. This is too scary. How could such a monstrous figure appear in a small place like Yan City? But the prefecture is really lucky to have the help of such a genius. that's right. I heard that Yuan Hong had betrayed Yan Donglu and joined forces with Huang family. Under such circumstances, if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Chen, the fate of the prefecture would have been very obvious. Now, he has turned defeat into victory by killing two powerful enemies and laying a solid foundation for the prefecture. From now on, all the cultivation resources in Yan City will belong to the prefecture. Every street and alley was talking about the big event that happened last night. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had become the most important topic and figure. The emergence of a super genius would always cause a commotion. 2 days later, Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing came to the courtyard where Jiang Chen lived with an interspatial ring in their hands. Grandmaster Jiang, this is the immortal meta stones that were mined in the past 2 days. It's about 30% of the entire ore mine. Yan Donglu handed the interspatial ring to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and kept the interspatial ring. As for the amount of the interspatial ring, Jiang Chen didn't care about it anymore. He had a lot of wealth now and this amount of wealth was nothing to him. Prefecture Lord, Miss Qingqing, there's something that I need to talk to you about. Jiang Chen said all of a sudden. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, because she had already guessed what Jiang Chen was going to say next. This was the moment that she didn't want to see the most. Is Big Brother Jiang going to leave? Yan Qingqing raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Her eyes sparkled with a trace of loveliness. Ai. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. How could he not feel Yan Qingqing's affection for him? However, he really couldn't accept this kind of feeling. He still had a long way to go and he didn't want to be stuck in a relationship with a girl. Plus, he felt that he had no regrets in his life now that he had Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. Yes. I'll depart for One Line Sky tomorrow. Perhaps we'll meet again if there's a chance in the future. Jiang Chen said. He wasn't an indecisive person. It was true that there was no need for him to stay in Yan City any longer. Yan Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Upon seeing this, Yan Donglu shook his head and turned to leave. It was better to leave the remaining time for his daughter. Jiang Chen couldn't be stopped if he wanted to leave. Yan City was just too small for such a monstrous genius. Under the moonlight, Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing stood side by side. Both of them didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Big Brother Jiang, I think you should understand Qingqing's thoughts. Yan Qingqing broke the silence. I know. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Qingqing, I'm not the person that you can entrust your life to. I already have 2 women in my life. They are both very outstanding women, although they are not by my side. Plus, I will be traveling in the immortal world in the future. There are dangers everywhere, people deceive each other. My life will be in danger at any time. I don't care. I just want to be with you. Qingqing will feel happy when I'm with you. Yan Qingqing shook her head. She didn't care how many women were by Jiang Chen's side. A man like him would always be loved by women. Sigh, Jiang Chen sighed again. He turned around and looked at Yan Qingqing seriously. He didn't want to be a man who was overflowing with emotions. It would be unfair to Yan Qingqing. Qingqing, forget about me. I'm just a passerby. Jiang Chen put his hands on Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He knew how hurtful it was to say this, but he had to say it. Jiang Chen turned around and disappeared into the dark night sky, leaving Yan City for good. Big Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen left quietly without alerting anyone. As for Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen could only try his best not to think about her. He knew very well what his future path would be like. Plus, he already had Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. There was no place for a third person in his heart anymore. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with hatred. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to waste time. He had no choice but to hurt Yan Qingqing. In Yan Qingqing's life, he was just a passerby. As for the pain in her heart, only time could help her heal it. Jiang Chen didn't have a choice. The more indecisive he was, the deeper he would hurt Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen understood what he was doing. Yan City was Jiang Chen's first stop after coming to the immortal world. To Jiang Chen, Yan City was just a relay station. Once he came and went, it would become a thing of the past. To Yan City, Jiang Chen's significance was too great. The arrival of this young man had changed everything in Yen City. In just a short period of time, he had stirred up a storm in Yen City. To the city lord's mansion, Jiang Chen's name would be imprinted in their minds forever, becoming a benchmark. Even if Jiang Chen left, he would still enjoy the most honorable treatment in the city lord's mansion, just like an old ancestor. As for the next stop, Jiang Chen's goal was still very clear. One Line Sky was the place he wanted to go. The true magnificence of the immortal world would also be revealed in One Line Sky. The huge One Line Sky and 100,000 mountains weren't something a small city like Yen City could compare to. Yen City was just the most remote place in One Line Sky. There were thousands of small places like Yen City in One Line Sky. 2 days later, Jiang Chen stood on the peak of a mountain. Looking ahead, he could see the endless rolling mountains that connected to the horizon. It seemed like it was very appropriate to name this place as One Line Sky. In these 2 days, Jiang Chen didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Finally, he was close to the real One Line Sky. If Jiang Chen wanted to fly, it would only take him half a day to reach this distance, but Jiang Chen didn't choose to fly. As an Earth immortal, flying was his greatest trump card. In the dangerous immortal world, it was very important to keep a trump card. It was equivalent to saving one's life at a critical moment. Jiang Chen understood this very well. Moreover, even if he was flying, Jiang Chen's speed was like a cheetah. Ordinary people simply couldn't be compared to him. For Earth immortals of the same level, Jiang Chen's speed was like a flash of lightning. Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmuyun, I, Jiang Chen, am coming. Jiang Chen looked at the boundless mountains and the boundless mist. His eyes flickered with determination. That's right, Tianyun Pavilion and Tianmuyun were his most important and only purpose for coming to One Line Sky. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in Zulong Tower was the responsibility on Jiang Chen's shoulders. I must avenge Senior Ouyang's death. People like Tianmuyun shouldn't exist in this world. Jiang Chen said faintly. What happened to Ouyang? He made his heart ache. Although he had only met Ouyang he once, the impression that Ouyang he left on him wasn't bad. As for Tianmuyun's behavior, Jiang Chen really felt that it was shameless. However, Jiang Chen also understood that killing Tianmuyun to avenge Ouyang he wasn't something that could be done overnight. Ouyang he was breaking through to the Immortal King realm at his peak, which meant that Ouyang he had already reached the half-step Immortal King realm, surpassing the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. So naturally, Tianmuyun was also a half-step Immortal King. Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Divine Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only after that could one become a king and be addressed as an Immortal King. Jiang Chen was merely a puny early Earth Immortal. Even if he could kill an early Heaven Immortal expert with his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for an intermediate Heaven Immortal expert, let alone a mighty half-step Immortal King. The gap between him and Tianmuyun was like the gap between heaven and earth. Moreover, Tianmuyun was the master of Tianyun Pavilion, the pinnacle figure in One Line Sky. Jiang Chen understood that he still had a long way to go in One Line Sky. Where there are people, there will be fights. Where there are forces, there will be fights. In this One Line Sky, Tianyun Pavilion certainly isn't the only major force. I still don't know anything about One Line Sky. I have to find a way to find out more about the major forces in One Line Sky. Jiang Chen thought to himself. When he first arrived in One Line Sky, to put it bluntly, he was like an idiot. The immortal world was different from Saint Origin World. In Saint Origin World, he was an old ancestor and had the advantage of being reborn. Basically, there was nothing he didn't know, but in this immortal world, he was a newbie, a fledgling. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament was incomparable to anyone. No matter where he went, he would never be a weakling. Jiang Chen retracted his aura and walked forward as if he had nothing to do. Hurry up, you idiots. If you can't reach the destination before dark, I'll gouge out one of your eyes each. An incomparably stern voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. This voice came from the mountain range ahead. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sharp hearing, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Someone is over there. See what's going on? Jiang Chen said and strode forward. Below the mountain range was an incomparably rugged mountain road with rocks on both sides. There were more than 20 people on the mountain road. 4 of them were wearing the same light yellow robes and had an arrogant look on their faces. 2 of them were standing at the front of the team while the other 2 were standing at the back. There were about 20 people in the middle. All of them had suffered light or heavy injuries and were dripping with blood. Some of them even had one of their arms chopped off. These people were like imprisoned slaves, constantly being berated by the 4 people in front and behind them. The 4 people were holding whips with saw teeth in their hands. If they didn't like anyone, they would directly lash at them. This kind of whips was extremely lethal. One could imagine the damage it would cause if it hit the ground. Paw. Behind them, a whip lashed on the back of a person. That person's back exploded instantly. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The one who lashed out was an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. Even a casual whip wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. You bunch of lowly people, it's your honor to become the slaves of our Xianxia school. The disciple shouted loudly while lashing with a whip. These 4 people were the disciples of Xianxia school. Xianxia school was a major power in One Line Sky, which was as famous as Tianyun Pavilion. The cultivation base of these 4 disciples wasn't weak. The strongest among them was a late Earth Immortal expert and the weakest was an intermediate Human Immortal expert. In One Line Sky, human immortals didn't have any sense of existence at all. They were the lowest immortals. The person who was whipped was severely injured. Even though he was a late-stage worldly immortal expert, he couldn't withstand the endless torture. This whip caused him to stagger. Fortunately, someone beside him reached out to support him, otherwise, he wouldn't fall to the ground. Brat, who asked you to support him? The disciple of Profound Sun sect couldn't stand it anymore. Once again, he fixed his eyes on the young man who was helping the injured man up. The young man seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face with a head full of white hair. His clothes were already stained with blood, the original color of his clothes couldn't be seen anymore. What was more eye-catching was that the young man's left arm was gone. Voila! Everyone turned their heads and looked at the white-haired youth. Their eyes were filled with pity. This youth was merely an intermediate human immortal expert, but he had been incomparably tenacious along the way. Of course, he was also the one who had suffered the most torture. The disciples of Profound Sun sect had been making fun of this youth along the way. As long as they were free, they would torture him. One of his arms had already been chopped off. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already died tragically under such torture, but this youth was still persisting. His vitality was extraordinarily tenacious. Humph. The white-haired youth harumphed coldly, ignoring the disciple of Xianxia school. Upon seeing this, the corner of the Profound Sun sect's disciple's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Obviously, he was already used to this young man's attitude. Immediately, he stepped forward, grabbed the white-haired young man's shoulder, and slammed him towards a boulder. Bang. The white-haired youth collided with the huge rock. The rock shattered into pieces, but the youth was perfectly fine. His physique was incomparably strong. Brat, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? The disciple of Xianxia school looked at the white-haired youth with a playful gaze. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I will kill you sooner or later. The white-haired youth didn't show any signs of fear. His eyes were filled with pride that came from his bones. This brat is very tenacious. Why don't we chop off his other arm and see how long he can last? The other disciple of Xianxia school said with a smile as he came to the side of the white-haired youth. I think it's a good idea. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Torturing the white-haired youth had become a form of entertainment for them. The disciple of Xianxia school raised his long whip and was about to lash it at the other arm of the white-haired youth. It was not hard to imagine that the other arm of the white-haired youth would definitely be destroyed if the whip landed. This scene was witnessed by Xianxia, who had just appeared on top of the mountain. When he saw the face of the white-haired youth, his expression changed drastically. Ah Yan! Xianxia exclaimed. He had never dreamt that he would meet Han Yan here. One should know that it had only been 20 days since he ascended to the immortal world. When he ascended to the immortal world, Han Yan's cultivation base was still very far away from ascending to the immortal world. No matter how talented Han Yan was, it was impossible for him to ascend to the immortal world in such a short period of time. However, this white-haired man who was being tortured was none other than Han Yan. Xianxia could mistake others for someone else, but he would never mistake Han Yan for someone else. After all, Han Yan was his sworn brother. Stop. The whip in the Xianyang school disciples' hand stopped in midair after being interrupted by this sudden shout. Everyone turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. Because Xianxia's speed was too fast, they could only see an afterimage flashing by. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared in front of the disciple from Xianyang school. Little Chenzi. Han Yan exclaimed immediately when he saw Xianxia. His eyes that were filled with despair instantly radiated with boundless radiance. It was a kind of joy. The moment he saw Xianxia, he seemed to have forgotten about his injuries and the humiliation and scolding he had suffered. It was as if seeing Xianxia was the happiest thing in the world. Moreover, the moment Xianxia appeared, Han Yan's nervousness disappeared. He knew that as long as this person was here, he would be saved. No matter how difficult the situation was, Xianxia would definitely have a way to deal with it. Ah Yan, it's really you. Xianxia was also very surprised. At this moment, he didn't even pay attention to the disciples from Xianyang school. He quickly bent down and held Han Yan's arm, slowly lifting him up. Seeing Han Yan's current injuries, blood all over his body, and the neatly chopped-off arm, Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. His heart was gripped tightly. This was his brother's arm. Although Xianxia didn't know what exactly happened here, he could imagine what Han Yan had gone through during this period of time. Boom, a monstrous anger burst out from Xianxia's body. This was the first time he was angry since he came to the immortal world. This was the true anger that came from the depths of his heart. Under the burning of this anger, someone would definitely be burned to death. In this unfamiliar immortal world, a reunion between brothers was supposed to be an incomparably happy thing. However, this was the scene that Xianxia didn't want to see the most. Originally, he had a lot of questions to ask Han Yan, but now, he didn't want to ask anything. He would take revenge for his brother first. Scram! Who the hell are you? How dare you block me? That disciple of Xianyang school was stunned at first. Only now did he react. Xianyang school was a powerful school in One-Line Sky. When the disciples of Xianyang school walked out, they were all arrogant. No one dared to provoke them. But this white-robed youth who came out of nowhere actually dared to meddle in the affairs of Xianyang school. Wasn't he courting death? Senior brother Lu, they seem to know each other. Another person said. Humph. That's even better. This kid is also an earthen immortal. Looks like his talent is quite good. However, offending me will only result in death. Senior brother Lu harumphed coldly. The long whip in his hand swung down, but this time, it wasn't aimed at Han Yan, but at Xianxia. In his eyes, although Xianxia was an early Earth Immortal expert, he had already reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. Therefore, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Asterisk pa. Asterisk a crisp sound could be heard, but senior brother Lu's whip didn't hit Xianxia's body. Instead, it was caught by Xianxia with his bare hands. Xianxia turned around abruptly. His pair of bloodshot eyes were about to ooze blood. Under this wild beast-like gaze, senior brother Lu couldn't help but shiver. A kind of fear was born in his heart. Damn it. Why would I be afraid of a puny early Earth Immortal? Senior brother Lu cursed in his heart. Immediately, he yelled at Xianxia. What a good kid. How dare you attack me? You're simply courting death. Senior brother Lu was infuriated. He instilled the power in his body into his hand. He exerted his strength, trying to take the long whip back from Xianxia's hand. However, he found out that no matter how much strength he exerted, the long whip wouldn't budge an inch in Xianxia's hand. Amazing. Upon seeing this, Han Yan's eyes lit up. He felt relieved after seeing Xianxia's current cultivation base. Xianxia exerted some force in his hand, causing senior disciple Lu to lose his grip. The long whip in his hand was immediately snatched away by Xianxia. After that, Xianxia swung the long whip in his hand. The long whip turned into a circle and coiled around senior disciple Lu's neck like a poisonous snake, pulling him close to Xianxia. The sawtooth on the long whip had already penetrated deep into the flesh of senior brother Lu's neck. Blood was dripping from the wound. A strong force rushed out of senior brother Lu's body, trying to deflect the long whip on his neck, but to no avail. At this time, senior brother Lu finally felt fear. This was a rare kind of fear. It was a kind of threat that came from death. "Bastard! How dare you hurt me?" Senior brother Lu scolded. Qua la. Upon seeing this, the two disciples of Xianxia school who were walking in front of senior brother Lu quickly came over. The one leading them was a late Earth Immortal expert. "Stop it. Who are you? How dare you hurt a disciple of our Xianxia school? Are you tired of living?" The late Earth Immortal disciple shouted at Xianxia. "Those who hurt my brother shall die." Xianxia didn't bother to look at these arrogant disciples. He exerted more strength on the long whip in his hand. With a shrill scream and a sawtooth sound, senior brother Lu's head was cut off and flew high up in the sky. At the last moment of his death, senior brother Lu's eyes were wide open, as if he had experienced the most horrifying thing in the world. It was an unprecedented horror. He probably didn't even dream that he would die. He didn't think that Xianxia would really dare to kill him. To Xianxia, he didn't put profound sun sect in his eyes. He didn't have the time to think about it. What he saw now was Han Yan's injuries and his broken arm. All of these were caused by these bastards. Therefore, they had to pay with their lives to appease Xianxia's anger. Qua la, this scene immediately caused an uproar. Not only the three remaining disciples of Xianxia school, even those slaves who were imprisoned were shocked. There were many Earth Immortal experts among them. They could see through Xianxia's cultivation base, but they didn't expect that this white-robed youth would be so powerful. What really shocked them was not just Xianxia's strength, but Xianxia's guts. To be honest, in One Line Sky, there weren't many people who had the guts to kill a disciple of Xianxia school. Of course, there were also many slaves who were incomparably excited, especially those who had been tortured by senior brother Lu these days. Now, they could finally vent their frustrations. Moreover, Xianxia's strength had given them a glimmer of hope, the hope of survival. "Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of Xianxia school? You're courting death." The late Earth Immortal disciple was enraged. The way the three of them looked at Xianxia had completely changed. They simply couldn't believe that Xianxia had the courage to kill a disciple of Xianxia school. This was no different from digging his own grave. "The three of you will die too. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize to my brother immediately. Then, I will consider sparing your lives." Xianxia Lunglung looked at the three of them. With his current strength, he could kill a half-step heaven immortal. With his dragon form, he could kill an early heaven immortal. These two intermediate Earth Immortals and a late Earth Immortal were nothing in Xianxia's eyes. He could kill them with just a lift of his hand. Courting death. The two intermediate Earth Immortal disciples were the first to move. As disciples of Xianxia school, they had never been threatened like this. They had always looked down on others. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in front of them, especially after hearing the three words Xianxia school. In One Line Sky, Xianxia school was a gold-lettered signboard that everyone feared. Papa. However, just as the two disciples were about to attack, their heads were chopped off by Xianxia with a swing of his whip. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was incomparably bloody. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 4 disciples of Xianxia school had died. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Many of them gaped in horror. This was too ruthless. No one knew where this youth came from, but his attacks were incomparably ruthless. He was 100 times crueler than those bastards from Xianxia school. Gulp. The last remaining disciple of Xianxia school swallowed his saliva. Although he was a late Earth Immortal expert, he only had fear in front of Xianxia. Just now, he saw very clearly that Xianxia killed an intermediate Earth Immortal expert as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Even if he was in Xianxia's shoes, he wouldn't be able to kill 3 of his junior brothers so easily, but Xianxia did it. From another perspective, he was no match for Xianxia. What's your name? The disciple's voice began to tremble. There's no need for you to know. Xianxia shook his head. Do you know what you have done? In one-line sky, no one dares to kill the people of Xianxia school. You have killed the disciples of Xianxia school. There will be no place for you to hide in the entire one-line sky. The disciple threatened. It seems like Xianxia school has a very important position in your heart. Unfortunately, it's nothing in my eyes. I'm going to kill you now. You don't have to resist, because it's useless. Killing you is no different from killing them. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a cruel sneer. Once again, the long whip in his hand lashed out like a poisonous snake. That disciple seemed to be prepared. A long sword appeared in his hand and blocked Xianxia's long whip. His reaction wasn't slow, but it was a pity that his strength was too weak compared to Xianxia's. The moment the long sword in his hand touched the long whip, it was bounced off. Puchi. The long whip straightened like a sharp sword, and with a Puchi sound, it pierced through the disciple's chest. That disciple could feel his vitality flowing out of his body. His eyes began to slacken. This was a fatal blow. Xianxia's attack had always been fatal. He would never leave a chance for his opponent. There are some things that you have to pay the price for. Even if I want 100 of your lives, it's not as important as my brother's arm in my eyes. Xianxia's facial expression didn't change after killing 4 disciples of Xianxia school. He dragged the seriously injured Han Yan and walked towards another direction without looking back. May I ask for young master's name? We are indebted to young master for saving us today. We will remember young master's name. At this time, an Earth Immortal expert clasped his fists and spoke from the back. In the hearts of these slaves, Xianxia was their benefactor. The kindness of saving their lives wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary kindness. If it wasn't for Xianxia's sudden appearance today, it was imaginable what would happen to them. They would be treated as lowly slaves by Profound Sun sect and forced to work for them until their death. You guys just run for your lives, Xianxia said without turning his head. Then, he took Han Yan and disappeared from everyone's sight. The reason why Xianxia took action wasn't to save them, but because a few strangers had offended a big sect like Xianxia school. Xianxia wasn't a fool. The immortal world was full of cruelty and mercy. There were too many people that needed to be saved. Even a true savior couldn't save them. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, people died every day. The reason why Xianxia took action was because of Han Yan, his life and death brother. For Han Yan, not to mention Xianxia school, he wouldn't hesitate to become the enemy of all the major powers in one-line sky. In a valley a few hundred miles away, this valley had beautiful scenery. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was a nice place. Xianxia brought Han Yan here. There was no one around, so it was the best place to help Han Yan heal. Xianxia helped Han Yan change into a set of clean clothes. After that, he took out some healing pills and channeled the wood element energy into Han Yan's body without holding anything back. Han Yan's injury was extremely serious. Not only did he lose an arm, but his origin was also damaged. Of course, this injury was nothing compared to Ouyanghe's injury. At least, Xianxia could help Han Yan recover in a short period of time. However, it was extremely difficult to regrow a severed arm. If it was in Saint Origin World, with Han Yan's cultivation base of Great Saint at his peak, regrowing a severed arm was nothing to him. However, this was the immortal world. Human immortals couldn't even fly, let alone regrow a severed arm. Kiss. Han Yan couldn't help but let out a moan when he was being washed by the wood element. That kind of comfort was like a river that had dried up for a long time suddenly receiving a good rain. Han Yan knew that Xianxia was healing him. Immediately, he didn't dare to neglect and circulated Gu Tianma's bloodline to the extreme. Xianxia had a special physique. Gu Tianma's physique was extraordinary. In ancient times, it was enough to fight against a heavenly god. Now that Xianxia had completely obtained Gu Tianma's inheritance, his physical body was incomparably strong. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already died under the high-intensity torture. Now, with the help of Xianxia's pills and the wood element, coupled with the strength of Gu Tianma's bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult for Han Yan to recover. 2 hours later, Xianxia withdrew the wood element. Han Yan took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His eyes had regained their former vigor. Although he still looked a little weak, he was many times better than before. Little Xianxia, I didn't expect to meet you here. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by that bastard from Xianyang school. Han Yan said with incomparable surprise. It's good that you're fine. My injury will recover slowly. I'm also very happy that we brothers can meet so soon in the immortal world. By the way, Yan, did you encounter any fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could you ascend to the immortal world so quickly? Jiangchen asked the doubt in his heart. What fortuitous encounter? After you and De Huang ascended to the immortal world, Tyrant, Sister Yuning and I focused on cultivation. At the last moment, my Gu Tianma's bloodline played a great role. It took me 3 years to reach the pinnacle of the immortal world and then ascended to the immortal world. Han Yan said, Little Xianxia, how have you been in the immortal world for these few years? What? 3 years? I've only ascended for 20 days. Are you kidding me? Jiangchen's eyes widened. Han Yan actually said 3 years. This made Jiangchen have the urge to spurt out blood. He had only ascended for 20 days at most. Where did 3 years come from? It can't be, right? I've already ascended for more than half a month. How could it be only 20 days for you? Han Yan was also stunned. This situation made both of them confused. Both of them calculated the time that they ascended to the immortal world. There was only a difference of 3 days. How was this possible? Then where did Han Yan get the 3 years of hard work? I know. It seems like there's a huge difference between the immortal world and the mortal world. The world law here is completely different from the mortal world. Therefore, the time law is different too. From the Saint Origin world to the immortal world, there has been a fundamental change. Jiangchen was enlightened. You mean, 1 day in the immortal world is equivalent to 1 year in Saint Origin world? Han Yan seemed to have understood it too. That's right. It must be so. This is the difference in the time law. This is the only way to explain our situation. Jiangchen nodded. The difference in the time law had led to such a situation. This was the only explanation and also the most correct one. If that's the case, it has been nearly 20 years in Saint Origin world. That is to say, Tyrant and Xiaoyu have already ascended to the immortal world. Han Yan finally understood the situation. It must be so. It seems like the day of us brothers reuniting won't be far away. However, the immortal world is too vast. I wonder which corner of the immortal world they have ascended to. Jiangchen said. Although he was happy, he couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the immortal world was far more dangerous than Saint Origin world. In Saint Origin world, one might be an illustrious figure, but in the immortal world, he was nothing. He could only slowly climb up from the bottom. Han Yan's experience had explained everything. That was why Jiangchen was worried about Yan Qinyu and the others. By the way, Little Xianxia, didn't you ascend to the immortal world with De Huang? Why aren't you with him? Han Yan asked. We were separated when we reached the end of the passage. At that time I was attacked by an expert of the immortal world and had no choice but to be separated from De Huang dog. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark in my body, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Jiangchen shook his head. As for where De Huang dog was now, he really had no idea. What? You have just arrived in the immortal world. You don't know anyone. How could there be an expert who wants to harm you? Han Yan was surprised. It wasn't his first or second day in the immortal world. He knew that human immortals were nothing here. The experts of the immortal world wouldn't put their attention on a human immortal. Moreover, Jiangchen was an ascender. He didn't know anyone in the immortal world. Who would go to such lengths to kill him? I have already guessed his identity. Do you still remember the northern and southern dynasties? Jiangchen smiled. You mean, there are still northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world? Han Yan looked very nervous. It was impossible for him to forget about the northern and southern dynasties. From the Qi province to the Void Triangular Domain, they had many dealings with the northern and southern dynasties. They were the sworn enemies of Jiangchen. That's right. The 2 northern and southern dynasties that I have killed were just clones. If I'm not mistaken, the Northern and Southern dynasties in the immortal world are the true bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Their strength is beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that they have a certain status in the immortal world. But this is good for me. Sooner or later, I will settle the scores in Saint Origin world. With such a powerful enemy, I won't be too lonely in the immortal world. Xianxia revealed a trace of smile at the corner of his mouth. His heart was filled with anticipation about the true bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Ah Yan, it seems like your Gu Tianma bloodline is pretty good. You have already advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm in just half a month. That's pretty good, but intermediate human immortal realm is nothing in this place. Xianxia patted Han Yan's shoulder and said. The fact that Han Yan could advance to the intermediate human immortal realm from the early human immortal realm in such a short period of time was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying his Gu Tianma bloodline was. However, in Wanline Sky, human immortals were still too weak. After listening to Xianxia's words, Han Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he not know how weak human immortals were? Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered the same fate. Little Chenzi, you are the real scary one. Initially, I thought that you have been here for 3 years, so I felt that it was a little slow for you to advance to the Earth Immortal realm. Little did I expect that you could kill a late Earth Immortal expert just 3 days earlier than me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Han Yan shook his head. However, he had a deep understanding of Xianxia. Therefore, no matter what level Xianxia reached, or how fast he grew, he wouldn't be too surprised, because Xianxia had created too many miracles in Saint Origin world. Xianxia's achievements were simply too great. This was the first time the two brothers met each other, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. Xianxia asked a lot about the situation of his family. Now that Martial Saint Dynasty had completely ruled Saint Origin world, it could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. In this way, Xianxia was completely relieved about the situation of his family. Xianxia told Han Yan about what he had experienced recently. Most of it was related to Yan City. He didn't mention anything about Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. It wasn't because he didn't trust Han Yan, but because he didn't think it was necessary. By the way, Ah Yan, how did you end up in the hands of Xianxia school? What exactly happened? Xianxia asked curiously. I heard that Xianxia school has opened up a few mines, so they have been capturing rogue cultivators from remote places to be their slaves. Unfortunately, I was caught by them. Given my cultivation base, I'm no match for them. Let's not talk about the process. If I hadn't met you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of what he had gone through in the past few days, Han Yan felt like he had just walked out of hell. It was a kind of inhumane devastation. As one of the top existences in Saint Origin world, he had never thought that he would be treated like this when he had just arrived in the immortal world. Fortunately, he had met Xianxia today. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Is Xianxia school very powerful? Xianxia asked with a frown. Of course, Xianxia school is one of the 4 major powers in Wanline Sky. No one dares to provoke them. Han Yan said. These days, he had been in Wanline Sky. Although he was imprisoned as a slave, he still knew a lot about the situation in Wanline Sky. Not to mention other things, he was very clear about the 4 major powers in Wanline Sky. 4 major powers? Ah Yan, I have just arrived in Wanline Sky. Tell me about the situation here. Xianxia asked. There are a total of 4 major powers in Wanline Sky, 2 major sects and 2 major aristocratic families. The 2 major sects are Tianyun Pavilion and Xianxia School, and the 2 aristocratic families are Huangfu family and Yun family. As you know, where there are powers, there will definitely be disputes. Naturally, the 4 major powers don't get along well with each other. Among them, the relationship between Tianyun Pavilion and Xianxia School is the worst. The relationship between Huangfu family and Yun family is also the most hostile. The 4 who abused us before are just outer sect disciples of Xianxia School, Han Yan said. I see. Earth Immortals are just outer sect disciples. It seems like the major powers in Wanline Sky aren't something that a small place like Yan City can compare with. My goal in coming to Wanline Sky this time is Tianyun Pavilion. I didn't expect that I would offend Xianxia School first. Jiangchen smiled, but he didn't care about it. He only had one target for Tianyun Pavilion, and that was Tianmuyun. He had no hostility towards Tianyun Pavilion because it was a force that Ouyang he had painstakingly built up. Therefore, Jiangchen couldn't destroy Ouyang he's foundation. Now that he had offended Xianyang School, Jiangchen had to change his plan. He had to find a way to get close to Tianyun Pavilion. First, he could borrow the power of Tianyun Pavilion to fight against Xianyang School. Second, even if he managed to destroy Tianmuyun in the future, Tianyun Pavilion could still flourish in his hands. In that case, even if Ouyang he knew about it in the netherworld, he could die in peace. Are there any enemies in Tianyun Pavilion? Han Yan asked. Sort of. We have to find a way to sneak into Tianyun Pavilion. Jiangchen said. What do you have in mind? Han Yan asked. He didn't know how Jiangchen became enemies with the people of Tianyun Pavilion, but as long as Jiangchen wanted to do something, he would support it unconditionally. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Today, I killed 4 disciples of Xianyang School. This kind of thing can't be hidden. It's easy for Xianyang School to know about me because so many people saw me. You said it just now, Tianyun Pavilion and Xianyang School have a bad relationship. They are hostile forces. Since we killed disciples of Xianyang School, then we are friends of Tianyun Pavilion. As long as this matter spreads out, people will notice us. But this is not enough. We have to do something else. Xianyang School has tortured you to this extent. We can't just let it go like this. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curved into a cold smile. A new plan had already emerged in his mind. I'll listen to you. My cultivation base is too weak now. Plus, I'm injured and have lost an arm. In this state, I can't survive in the immortal world. I'm afraid I'll only be a burden if I follow you. Han Yan's face was filled with bitterness. He longed to fight side by side with Jiangchen, but the reality was that he couldn't do anything about it. He patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, Ah Yan, you are the true inheritor of the ancient divine devil. Even the geniuses of those superpowers in the immortal world might not necessarily be better than you in terms of talent. As for your injuries, I will find a way to help you recover. The path of cultivation is endless. At least for us, there is still a very long way to go. It's inevitable that we will encounter all kinds of setbacks in the process, but we have to face them all. We must have a strong heart. No matter what difficulties we encounter, our heart of cultivation will never waver. Jiangchen nodded his head and said. Jiangchen's words ignited the hope in Han Yan's heart once again. A trace of dejection flashed across his eyes. He then looked at Jiangchen and nodded heavily. Little Chenzi, you are right. This setback is nothing. I'm the inheritor of Gu Tianma. So what if it's one-line sky? So what if it's the immortal world? We will still carve out a place of our own. The glory that we created in Saint Origin World can also be achieved here. Haha, good brother. Jiangchen laughed heartily. The two brothers clapped their hands together. Although they were still very weak now, the vast immortal world was destined to be shaken by their arrival. Ah Yan, you said that Xianyang School has opened up some mines and enslaved you too. Do you know the direction of those mines? Jiangchen asked. I don't know, but according to them, they should be able to reach there before dark. I estimate that it's not far from here. I also know the general direction. Little Chenzi, you aren't thinking of raiding their mines, are you? Han Yan looked at Jiangchen in surprise. Wasn't this Jiangchen a little too daring? Of course. Since we have become enemies, how can we not make them bleed? Jiangchen said casually. If we can get rid of their mines, it will indeed be a very satisfying thing, but it's too dangerous. In the immortal world, mines are the lifelines of ordinary powers. They will certainly be heavily guarded and guarded by experts. Given our strength, I'm afraid that it's no different from throwing our lives away, said Han Yan. Han Yan said. Things like destroying the enemy's mine was indeed extremely exciting and satisfying, but one could imagine the dangers involved. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Didn't you say it before? Xianyang School has opened up some mines, not just one mine. Mines are also divided into different grades, just like immortal metastones. For a major power like Xianxia School, they must have more than one mine. We will pick the weakest one. I don't think they will have a strong defense. Plus, we will keep an eye on them in the dark. If there's a chance, we will strike. Xianxia said with a smile. His face was full of confidence. All right. Let's move out after the sky turns dark. Han Yan nodded his head. He would be able to fully recover from his injuries in the time between now and nightfall. By the way, little Xianxia, what's your cultivation base now? I think that late Earth Immortal expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Han Yan asked curiously. My current cultivation base is at the early Earth Immortal realm. Given my combat strength, I can easily kill those who are 2 levels higher than me. Mid and late Earth Immortals are just a piece of cake for me. I can even kill half-step Heaven Immortals with ease. If I use my dragon transformation, I can even kill an early Heaven Immortal expert. Plus, I have the Flaming Wings and Dragon Wings as my trump cards, allowing me to fly in the sky. Xianxia said. He had nothing to hide from Han Yan. An early Earth Immortal expert could kill an early Heaven Immortal expert. If these words didn't come from Xianxia's mouth, Han Yan would never believe it. However, Han Yan knew Xianxia very well. Apart from feeling a little surprised, he didn't feel too surprised. After all, he had known Xianxia for a long time. Back in Saint Origin World, Xianxia's power and prestige was unparalleled. A freak like you is destined to not be peaceful no matter where you go. It seems like One Line Sky is destined to be lively because of your arrival. Very soon, the curtain of the night was pulled open. The sky was dark and there was no starlight. This was a dark and windy night. Something was bound to happen. Putting aside the broken arm, Han Yan's injuries had been completely healed. Furthermore, he had also benefited greatly from this injury. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the intermediate human immortal realm, only a step away from the late human immortal realm. If it wasn't for his broken arm, he was afraid that he would have already become a late human immortal expert. Regarding Han Yan's broken arm, Xianxia was incomparably distressed. After all, this was the immortal world, not Saint Origin World. If he was in Saint Origin World, he would have thousands of ways to help Han Yan regrow his arm, but the immortal world was restricted by the world law. Given his Earth Immortal cultivation base, it would be extremely difficult for him to regrow his arm. Even with the help of the wood element, it was still impossible. However, Xianxia wasn't discouraged. No matter how difficult it was, there would always be a solution. As long as he didn't give up, Xianxia would always find a way to help Han Yan regrow his arm. Now, there was a more important thing to do, which was to sneak an attack on the mine of Xianxia School. Since he had come to One Line Sky, he had to do something big. Otherwise, his trip here would be in vain. He could make use of Xianxia School to attract the attention of Tianyun Pavilion. Then, he would successfully infiltrate Tianyun Pavilion and get closer to his target step by step. This was Xianxia's plan to come to One Line Sky. It wasn't perfect, but it was the most effective method at the moment. Xianxia and Han Yan looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned into 2 specters and disappeared from the valley. The feeling of 2 brothers doing bad things together was pretty good. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog wasn't here. Otherwise, it would be even more fun. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. In just an hour, he had already traveled a few thousand miles, and this was with Han Yan's speed. According to the direction pointed by Han Yan, there was a small mine in front of him. Many tents were set up outside the mine, and the inside was brightly lit, adding a sense of vitality and liveliness to this barren land. Little Xianxia, we're already close to the territory of Xianxia School. The one in front should be the smallest mine of Xianxia School. I just don't know if there are any experts inside. Han Yan said in a low voice. Ah Yan, I'll open the Zulong Tower. You enter the Zulong Tower first. Let's go check it out. Xianxia said and then tore a hole in the Zulong Tower. For him, this Zulong Tower was simply a divine tool. Under the restriction of the powerful world law in the immortal world, all the spatial force was frozen. No one below the immortal king realm could tear open a hole in the space. They couldn't even open their Qi Si. Therefore, most of the immortals still needed interspatial rings to store their treasures. But what surprised Xianxia was that the Zulong Tower wasn't affected by the world law of the immortal world at all. The space inside could be opened at any time. What a great advantage this was. Alright. Without hesitation, Han Yan walked into the pagoda. He already knew that Xianxia had such a divine tool, but he didn't expect that it could be used in the immortal world. Entering the ancestral dragon pagoda was the best choice for him. After all, his cultivation base was still too weak and he would be easily discovered by the enemy. Xianxia withdrew all his qi and enveloped himself with the qi of the Zulong Tower. Then, he slowly walked towards the mine in front of him. Despite the distance, he could already hear the sound coming from inside the mine. It was the sound of mining immortal metastones. Although the mine wasn't big, it wasn't comparable to the small mines outside Yen City. Otherwise, Xianyang School wouldn't have taken a fancy to it. Outside the mine, there were a lot of disciples in Xianyang School's uniform. Those who were mining immortal metastones were slaves that they had captured. All the disciples of Xianyang School were Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals was the most basic requirement to enter Xianyang School. As an outer disciple, they had the lowest status in Xianyang School. At this moment, in the middle of the tents, there was an open space. Many disciples of Xianyang School had gathered there. Each and every one of their faces was filled with anger. There were 4 corpses lying on the ground. All 4 of them had died miserably. 3 of them had their heads and necks separated from their bodies. Audacious! Truly audacious! In one line sky, someone actually dared to use such a method to kill our people. Who did it? Senior brother Luo, we can't just let this matter go. I guess it must be done by the people of Tianyun Pavilion. All the disciples of Xianyang School were infuriated. The leader of the group was an ordinary-looking youth. He had a very majestic build and had the highest cultivation base among them, early heaven immortal realm. Beside him was another early heaven immortal expert. A heaven immortal expert was already an inner disciple of Xianyang School. Moreover, he had reached the heaven immortal realm at such a young age. This indicated that he had a good aptitude. At least, he wasn't someone that Yan Donglu could compare with. This mine wasn't big, so Xianyang School had only sent 2 early heaven immortal disciples to oversee it. It's not the work of Tianyun Pavilion. Although we and Tianyun Pavilion have been in constant conflict, most of the conflicts were head-on. Additionally, Tianyun Pavilion has also been capturing and enslaving people to mine immortal metastones. We have never had any conflict in this matter. Plus, the battle between the 2 major powers wouldn't be so ruthless. The injuries of these 4 people were obviously done by one person. All of them were killed in a single move. The culprit's cultivation base and strength are absolutely above them. Senior brother Luo spoke. His name was Luo Xiang, an inner disciple of Xianyang School. Although his status wasn't high, it was much more respectable than an outer disciple. Then who did it? Someone was puzzled. One should know that in one line sky, apart from Tianyun Pavilion, no one had the guts to challenge Xianyang School. Huangfu family and Yun family were enemies, so they wouldn't suddenly target Xianyang School. Even if they did, they wouldn't be interested in a few puny outer disciples. It doesn't matter who it is. We must find out the truth of this matter. No one can touch the people of Xianyang School. Anyone who offends Xianyang School will only have one outcome, death. Luo Xiang's tone was incomparably harsh. In one line sky, Xianyang School was indeed qualified to speak such harsh words. Let's go. Hurry up. At this time, 2 disciples of Profound Sun sect were walking towards them with 2 wounded men in their hands. Kneel. The disciple of Xianyang School was incomparably domineering. He pressed the 2 people to the ground. Obviously, the 2 people were scared out of their wits. They could only kneel on the ground obediently. Senior brother Luo, these 2 people are the slaves that were rescued on the way. We have captured them. A disciple of Xianyang School said. This scene was clearly seen by Xianxia. These 2 slaves were indeed with Han Yan during the day. After he killed the 4 disciples of Xianyang School, he let them flee for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape from the clutches of the devil. However, this was normal. In one-line sky, there was no one that Xianyang school couldn't find. Little Chinzi, it seems like they want to inquire about us. Han Yen said. It doesn't matter. I just want to let them know. Jiangchen smiled and didn't care about it. In the field, all the disciples of Xianyang school fixed their eyes on the two slaves. The two slaves were shivering in fear. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were very clear about their fate. They had heard about the means of Xianyang school. Now that they had fallen into the hands of Xianyang school, they would definitely die. Speak, who saved you? Who killed our disciples of Xianyang school? Luo Xiang asked. It's a young man in white. One of them said in a trembling voice. He didn't dare to neglect Luo Xiang's question at all. What kind of young man? What's his name? Someone asked. I don't know. We have asked him for his name, but he didn't tell us. That person said. His forehead was already full of sweat. Pa, a big foot directly kicked that person's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Spare me, spare me. That person was terrified. These days, he had been suffering from the torture of Xianyang school. It wasn't easy for him to escape with his life. Now that he was caught again, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tell me everything that happened during the day. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. A disciple of Xianyang school said ferociously. All right. I'll tell you. There was a white-haired young man among us. He was only a mid-human immortal, but he kept colliding with the geniuses of Xianyang school. He suffered a lot of torture and even lost one of his arms. When we reached the valley, a white-haired young man suddenly jumped out. This white-haired young man and that white-haired young man were in cahoots. That white-haired young man seemed to be in his 20s and his cultivation base seemed to be at the early Earth immortal realm. That person tried his best to recall the scene, fearing that he would suffer a fate worse than death if he said anything wrong. Bullshit. How could an early Earth immortal kill a late Earth immortal expert of Xianyang school? It seems like you're lying. Someone said loudly. They wouldn't believe that the 4 outer disciples of Xianyang school were killed by an early Earth immortal young man. Geniuses, every word I said is true. That man was indeed an early Earth immortal expert, but his means were incomparably cruel. None of the 4 disciples of Xianyang school could withstand a single strike from him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. That person pointed to a slave next to him and said. That's right. That's what happened. After that man killed the geniuses of Xianyang school, he left with that white-haired young man without leaving his name. We have told him everything we know. Please spare our lives. We are willing to stay as slaves to mine immortal metastones. Another person said hastily. Senior brother Luo, what do you think? Luo Xiang's facial expression turned somewhat unsightly. According to what these two people said, the one who attacked them was a first-class peerless genius who could kill a late Earth immortal expert with just a single strike. Such a figure must not be a nobody in one-line sky. However, after searching through all the memories, he couldn't find such a monstrous genius among the 4 major powers. In other words, the white-robed youth who attacked them during the day didn't belong to the 4 major powers. No matter who he is? He has killed a student of Xianyang school in public. That means he's our mortal enemy. An early Earth immortal expert and a crippled one, where can he escape to? Spread the news. Given the power of Xianyang school, it won't be difficult to find them. Luo Xiang spoke. Although he had some doubts about the attacker, if what the 2 of them said was true, such a genius was too rare. However, no matter how talented the attacker was, it had become an unchangeable fact that he had become the enemy of Xianyang school. In one-line sky, there was only one outcome for offending Xianyang school. Don't worry. They won't be able to escape. By the way, senior brother Luo, how should we deal with these 2 bastards? A disciple of Xianyang school asked. Kill them. Luo Xiang said casually, not even looking at the 2 of them, as if their lives were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. Don't kill us. We have told you everything we know. We can stay and help you mine the immortal metastones. Please spare our lives. The 2 of them screamed and kowtowed repeatedly. Although they knew that their chances of survival were very slim, they still didn't want to die. Humph. A disciple of Xianxia school harumphed coldly, then drew out his long sword, cast a disgusted glance at the two of them, and slashed at them. *Xiao. Just at this moment, an air-piercing sound came from the darkness all of a sudden. It was just a stream of air in the darkness. It was invisible and formless, but it hit the long sword in the hand of the disciple. Clang. The sound of iron being struck was heard. Sparks were created at the point of collision. The disciple of Xianxia school was merely an early Earth immortal expert. He couldn't bear the power of the airflow. His arm went numb and the long sword flew out of his hand. Who? Luo Xiang was the first to react. He turned around abruptly and looked at the back. All the disciples of Profound Sun sect tensed up. At the same time, they looked back. There was actually someone who dared to attack Profound Sun sect. Wasn't this person a little too audacious? The two kneeling cultivators touched the sweat on their foreheads and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was the feeling of surviving a disaster. Although they didn't know what their fate would be, at least they didn't have to die now. The two of them also looked back, wondering who would save them at this time. Haha. You bunch of fools. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a trace of me even when you die of old age. A voice rang out from the darkness. The voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, and it was illusory. Everyone opened their eyes wide, but they couldn't see who was there. This scene was really creepy. They could only hear the voice, but couldn't see the person. Who's playing tricks here? Luo Xiang yelled. Light and shadow flickered in front of him. Then, a man appeared out of thin air. The way he appeared made the hearts of the disciples of Xianxia school twitch. Only an immortal king who had comprehended the spatial law could suddenly descend from the void. How could they not be surprised when there wasn't a true immortal king in the entire one-line sky? The one who appeared was a handsome young man in white. He had an extraordinary demeanor. After seeing the cultivation base of this young man, Luo Xiang and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They didn't know how this young man could do that, but he was only an early Earth immortal expert after all. Such a cultivation base was nothing in his eyes. Benefactor. Seeing Jiang Chen, the two cultivators who were kneeling on the ground exclaimed immediately. Then, tears streamed down their cheeks. In their point of view, Jiang Chen had risked his life to save them. Thinking about how he had saved them twice despite not knowing each other, the two of them couldn't describe the feeling in their hearts. You are the one who killed those people in the daytime? Luo Xiang's eyes lit up as he stared at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared. That's right. They were all killed by me. This is the consequence of hurting my brother. Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Haha. What a big tone. You're just an early Earth immortal brat. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? I really admire your courage. Tell me, what's your name? Luo Xiang, don't kill nameless ghosts. Luo Xiang laughed, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. The gap between them was just too huge. One was an early Earth immortal while the other was an early Heaven immortal. Luo Xiang felt that if he overestimated Jiang Chen, it would be a humiliation to himself. However, because Jiang Chen had the strength to kill a late Earth immortal expert, Luo Xiang decided to look him in the eye. The purpose of Jiang Chen's appearance wasn't to save the two cultivators. It was just a convenience. He was extremely disgusted with the way Xianxia school did things. Listen up. I will never change my name. I am Jiang Chen. Since I have come here today, I don't plan to be kind. I have already found out that there are only two early Heaven immortal experts here. The two of you are no match for me. Now, I will give you a chance. Pack up all the immortal metastones that you have mined and give them to me. Perhaps, you will have a chance to live. Jiang Chen spoke arrogantly and revealed his name. Since he had decided to face Xianxia school head-on, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Mother *Cur. He's even more arrogant than us. Who does this bastard think he is? It seems like he's here to rob us of our immortal metastones. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Senior brother Luo, don't waste your breath on this brat. Just kill him. The disciples of Xianyang school almost vomited blood because of Jiang Chen's arrogant words. They were disciples of Xianyang school. Initially, they thought that they were arrogant enough. Never had they thought that someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would come. Senior brother Luo, let me deal with him. There's no need for you to deal with such a puny figure. A half-step heaven immortal disciple of Xianyang school stood out and strode towards Jiang Chen. Brat, if you kneel down and kowtow to me now, Grandpa will consider leaving your corpse intact. The disciple was incomparably arrogant, glaring at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen didn't waste his breath on him. A wave of qi leaped out of his body. He stretched out his hand and a huge blood-red dragon claw emerged, slapping down at the opponent. So powerful. The half-step heaven immortal disciple's facial expression changed slightly. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. That huge dragon claw had given him a tremendous pressure. How could he dare to be negligent? The disciple reacted very quickly. Both his hands were performing hand seals, striking out a magnificent energy wave. The energy wave formed into the shape of a huge blade and slashed at Jiang Chen's dragon claw. Kong long. A rumbling sound spread out, causing the earth to tremble. Although the disciple was a half-step heaven immortal expert, Jiang Chen's current combat strength was equivalent to that of a half-step heaven immortal expert. The power of the true dragon palm wasn't something an ordinary combat skill could compare with. The transformed energy blade couldn't put up any resistance against the true dragon palm, and was smashed into pieces on the spot. The whole process was like crushing rotten wood. Dang, dang. Dang, the disciple of Xianyang school staggered 3 steps back before he could regain his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest, and his blood and qi were tumbling. Hua. This scene caused an uproar. Everyone, including Luo Xiang and the other early heaven immortal expert, widened their eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. An early earth immortal could repel a half-step heaven immortal expert. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The disciple of Xianyang school who was repelled by Jiang Chen couldn't accept this reality. I don't believe you are that strong. The disciple's eyes turned red. An immortal weapon appeared in his hand. It was an immortal weapon similar to the wolf-tooth mace. It radiated rays of immortal light. One look and anyone could tell that it was extremely lethal. It was a humiliation for him to be defeated by an early earth immortal expert in front of so many brothers and sisters. If he couldn't regain his face today, he would no longer be able to show his face in Xianyang school anymore. He would become a laughingstock. Kong. Powerful waves of qi drifted out from the disciple's body like silk ribbons. The wolf-tooth mace in his hand kept bouncing, producing an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Following the disciple's roar, his entire body turned into an arrow that left the bowstring. In a blink of an eye, he had reached Jiang Chen and swung the invincible wolf-tooth mace at Jiang Chen's head. No one knew how much power was contained in this strike. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been smashed into minced meat. Unfortunately, his opponent wasn't an ordinary person, but Jiang Chen. I'm done playing with you. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's body swayed. Powerful dragon qi spread out like tidewater, turning him into a half-dragon and half-human form. His combat strength increased by 10 times in an instant. He didn't want to waste any more time in this ambush. After all, this was the territory of Xianyang school. If a true expert was attracted here, it would be unavoidable for him to be in big trouble. Ka-cha. Jiang Chen clenched his dragon fist, producing cracking sounds. With incredible speed, he threw a punch at the wolf-tooth mace. Bang. The wolf-tooth mace was knocked away by Jiang Chen's punch. The half-step heaven immortal disciple let out a muffled groan and was sent flying away. He returned as fast as he came. Not giving his opponent any chance, Jiang Chen moved like a shadow, catching up with the disciple in the blink of an eye. His sharp dragon claw pierced through the disciple's neck. The half-step heaven immortal genius was killed so easily by Jiang Chen that most of the disciples of Xianyang school couldn't even react. In their point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, the two of them would have to fight for at least a few hundred rounds before a winner could be determined. Never had they thought that the genius would be instantly killed by his opponent. What really shocked the people of Xianyang School was the current appearance and state of Jiangchen. The difference between the current Jiangchen and his original appearance was too huge. He was bloody and brutal, like a true primordial beast. His combat strength had increased by tenfold. How could the disciple of Xianyang School be a match for him? It was only natural for him to be killed on the spot. Amazing. How could this bastard be so scary? Have you all noticed that his combat strength has increased by at least a few times? Damn it. This is a taboo art, a rare secret art that can increase one's combat strength by so much. Even our Xianyang School doesn't have such a secret art. How could this bastard have it? Killing a half-step heaven immortal with just an early earthly immortal cultivation base is too terrifying. When did such a monstrous genius appear in One Line Sky? We didn't even know about it before. Even if he's just an early earthly immortal, he should have been famous for a long time. Don't worry. Generally, one has to pay a very heavy price to use this kind of taboo art. So, even if one has this kind of secret art, he wouldn't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Although this brat can kill a half-step heaven immortal, he's certainly no match for a heaven immortal. There's a fundamental difference between an earth immortal and a heaven immortal. One is in the sky while the other is on the ground. No matter how powerful this brat is, he's no match for senior brother Luo. The disciples of Profound Sun Sect were shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. Many of them who didn't put Jiangchen in their eyes at the beginning were now looking at Jiangchen with a trace of fear. Not even a half-step heaven immortal could withstand a single strike from him. If they were to challenge him, they were afraid that they would only end up dead. In that case, they had no right to look down on Jiangchen. I never thought that there's such a peerless genius in One Line Sky. Jiangchen, I have to say that you are indeed a genius among geniuses. If it was before, I might have tried my best to invite you into Xianyang School, but it's a pity that you chose the wrong path, said Luo Xiang sincerely. Luo Xiang said. What he said was true. Once a genius like Jiangchen was born, he was afraid that the four major powers in One Line Sky would scramble to recruit him. A genius with a bright future meant a lot to a sect. Unfortunately, the relationship between Jiangchen and Xianyang School had deteriorated. There was no chance for reconciliation. Since they were enemies, they must eliminate Jiangchen, not giving him a chance to grow. Otherwise, he would be a source of trouble in the future. Let me test him. An incomparably cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of Luo Xiang. This man was called Wang Ying, also an inner sect disciple. Like Luo Xiang, he was also an early heaven immortal expert. He didn't like to talk, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. Plus, his cultivation method was rather special. The energy radiating from his body revealed a cold qi. Although it couldn't be compared to Yan Qinyu's Nining godly physique, its lethality was still very strong. If they really fought, it was hard to tell who would be stronger. Little Chenzi, can you handle it? Asked Han Yan in Zulong Tower. There was a hint of worry in his tone. After all, the opponent was a heaven immortal expert, but the gap between them was just too big. No problem. Jiangchen said in a relaxed tone. A figure like Wang Ying was much more powerful than Yan Donglu and Huang Ying. Jiangchen was able to kill Huang Ying in his dragon form, but he might not be able to kill Wang Ying. Of course, if he used all his means, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Wang Ying. However, as he had just arrived in One Line Sky, Jiangchen still wanted to keep his trump card. He didn't want to expose it too early. But if Wang Ying cultivated a cold attribute cultivation method, Jiangchen was absolutely sure that he could kill him. His flame had an innate restraining effect on all cold attributes. Compared to an earth immortal, a heaven immortal's greatest advantage was the ability to fly. However, Wang Ying didn't use this advantage, because in his opinion, it wasn't necessary to deal with Jiangchen. Asterisk Chi Chi. Asterisk Wang Ying displayed his cultivation method and walked forward. Wherever he went, the air would emit a Chi Chi sound. Layers of white cold mist drifted in the air and the surrounding temperature dropped abruptly. Senior brother Wang's cold frost technique has been cultivated to such a level. It's really powerful. Just the chi emanating from it makes me shiver. That's true. Although senior brother Wang doesn't like to talk and is rather cold, his cultivation base isn't weak. If it's a one-on-one fight, not even senior brother Luo is a match for him. Do you think this Xianxia is a match for senior brother Wang? You think too much. There's a fundamental gap between an earth immortal and a heaven immortal. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be a match for a heaven immortal. The disciples of Xianxia school were very confident in Wang Ying. Wang Ying soon came to the opposite side of Jiangchen. Because of his qi, he appeared to be incomparably cold. He didn't speak, but ice began to form on his hands. Asterisk ka. Asterisk the ice grew bigger and bigger. It was a cold and solid ice with extremely strong lethality and freezing power. Cold ice palm. Wang Ying shouted in a deep voice and pushed both of his hands forward. A huge cold ice palm was launched. Wherever the cold ice palm passed, the void was almost frozen. The cold ice palm had locked onto all of Jiangchen's opportunities. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. Wang Ying was indeed much more powerful than Yan Donglu and Huang Ying, especially his cold attribute cultivation method, which could innately restrain the opponent. Its offensive power was also incomparable to ordinary cultivation methods. However, Jiangchen didn't care about it. In his dragon form, his combat strength was at its peak. Jiangchen pointed his finger like a sword. Flames burst out from his finger and he pointed it at Wang Ying's cold ice palm. 9 solar fingers. Currently, Jiangchen could use the 9 solar fingers with ease. Just a casual point of his finger would be the supreme profound of the 9 solar fingers. With a rumbling sound, a huge golden finger emerged with raging flames. It was the fusion of the true dragon fire and the thunder fire, which could burn everything in the world. Although the cold ice palm was terrifying, there was still a huge gap between it and the thunder fire. As a result, the cold ice palm had already been affected by the raging flames and began to melt before the two attacks collided. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the terrifying 9 solar fingers and the cold ice palm collided heavily. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. The dark night was torn apart and the scene became as bright as day. The cold ice palm was directly shattered by the 9 solar fingers and turned into steam. The essence of the frost palm lay in the frost chi within it. The frost chi that originated from the cultivation technique itself supported the frost palm, making it so powerful. However, when the frost chi of this cultivation technique lost its effect and was burned by the thunder fire, the frost palm would lose its original foundation and become vulnerable. What? Wang Ying couldn't help but exclaim. Not only him, even Luo Xiang who was behind him widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Ying was an early heaven immortal expert and one of the more promising inner sect disciples. But now, he wasn't a match for Jiangchen. Wasn't this bastard a little too strong? Little Chinzi, don't waste any more time. This is the territory of Xianxia school. If a true expert is attracted here, it will be disadvantageous to us. Han Yan said. All right. Jiangchen nodded, drew out the heavenly saint sword, turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. This time, his target wasn't Wang Ying nor Luo Xiang, but those Earth Immortal Outer Sect disciples. Jiangchen was very clear about the purpose of this trip. It was to kill people, to create a major event that would affect the entire one-line sky, to let Tianyun Pavilion know about him, and to build up momentum for himself. Therefore, it wasn't important to kill Luo Xiang and Wang Ying. The most important thing was to kill people and bring a blow to Xianxia school. Arg, several screams were heard at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, several outer sect disciples of Xianxia school had died under the sword of Jiangchen. Luo Xiang and Wang Ying were still in shock. They didn't react until they heard the screams. Bastard, stop it. Luo Xiang was infuriated. He immediately rushed towards Jiangchen. Letting Jiangchen kill those earth immortals was like letting a tiger into a flock of sheep. It would be a devastating disaster for all the outer sect disciples of Xianxia school. Wang Ying also joined the battle. His and Luo Xiang's target was very simple, that was, Jiangchen. Both of them were heaven immortals, so their speed was incomparably fast. They could control the airflow around them, so it was very easy for them to surround Jiangchen. However, the truth wasn't as simple as it seemed. A pair of bright fiery wings appeared behind Jiangchen's back. With a flap of the wings, Xianxia's speed was even faster than them. Furthermore, Xianxia's movement skill was strange and unpredictable, making it impossible for them to track him. The screams were still going on. Xianxia kept flashing, not fighting Luo Xiang and Wang Ying head-on. Those outer sect disciples were fleeing in all directions, screaming and screaming. They were terrified. This was too scary. They had never seen such a terrifying figure. He was simply a devil king, killing people without blinking an eye. Damn it. After killing a dozen of Xianyang School's outer circle disciples, Xianxia stopped his killing. The rest of the outer circle disciples had already fled in all directions. After killing a dozen of them, Xianxia had more or less achieved his goal. Wang Ying, you and I will attack from both sides. Today, we must keep this man here. Luo Xiang's eyes were bloodshot. He controlled the airflow around him and flew up into the sky. Wang Ying also flew up. If he couldn't catch Xianxia on the ground, then he would do it from above. Asterisk rumble, asterisk both of them held their immortal weapons in their hands and attacked fiercely and fiercely. Their target was Xianxia. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. If he wanted to kill Luo Xiang and Wang Ying, he would have to spend some effort, but it was impossible for them to hurt him. In terms of speed alone, Xianxia had the upper hand. The heavenly saint sword rippled and slashed out countless sword lights, rushing towards Luo Xiang and Wang Ying's attacks. At the same time, Xianxia flapped his flaming wings and flew up into the sky. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he flew towards the inner part of the mine. What? Upon seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Ying exclaimed once more. Both of them widened their eyes when they saw that Xianxia could fly all of a sudden. Their hearts twitched violently. An earth immortal could fly? What kind of joke was this? How was this possible? Not good, he has entered the mine. Luo Xiang reacted quickly. There was no time to think about how Xianxia could fly. Xianxia had locked onto the inner part of the mine and they had to stop him immediately. Otherwise, Xianyang School would suffer a great loss. The two of them did not dare to hesitate at all. They rushed into the mine like crazy. They had witnessed Xianxia's destructive power. If Xianxia was allowed to wreak havoc in the mine, the whole mine would probably be destroyed. That kind of loss was not something the two of them could bear. Xianxia flew into the interior of the mine. The interior of the mine wasn't small at all. It was as big as a public square. Many cultivators were working hard to mine the immortal metastones. The ground was filled with mountains of finished products. Most of them were low-grade immortal metastones. There were only a few mid-grade immortal metastones. Basically, there were no high-grade immortal metastones. Normally, the mines that could produce high-grade immortal metastones were all high-grade mines. Xianyang School would take this seriously and send a true expert to suppress them. Little Chinzi, there are so many immortal metastones here. Han Yan exclaimed in the Zulong Tower. This was his first time seeing so many immortal metastones. He couldn't help but be excited. One should know that anyone who had just descended from the lower world would be a pauper. Naturally, Han Yan was no exception. Ready-made wealth, it would be a waste not to take it. Xianxia wouldn't be courteous to Xianyang School. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept across. The mountains of immortal metastones were collected by him and placed into the Zulong Tower. Han Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He casually grabbed a handful of immortal metastones and began to refine them. Currently, he was at the peak of the intermediate human immortal stage. Refining a large amount of immortal metastones would be very beneficial to him. He might even be able to advance to the late human immortal stage. Bastard! Stop! A loud shout was heard from behind. Luo Xiang and Wang Ying rushed in. When they saw Xianxia's action, they had the urge to spurt out blood. These treasures belonged to Xianyang School. They had spent a great deal of effort to excavate these immortal metastones. But now, Xianxia was enjoying the fruits of their labor. How could they not be angry? Both of them took out their immortal weapons and shot out two beams of light. It was a destructive energy wave that rushed towards Xianxia. Humph! Xianxia harumphed coldly. He casually swung the heavenly saint sword. Sword chi swept across the area. The attacks of the three collided with each other. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, shaking the entire mine. Seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Ying felt even more depressed. They couldn't display their full strength in the mine. If the three of them fought with all their strength, the mine would be destroyed. They couldn't bear the responsibility of doing so. Voila, Xianxia couldn't care less. With another wave of his hand, all the immortal meta stones piled up on the square were swept away by him. Like a whale sucking in water, all the immortal meta stones were sucked into the Zulong Tower in an instant. Pooh, seeing this, Luo Xiang felt like spurting out blood. He and Wang Ying were howling in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Their speed wasn't as fast as Xianxia's. Plus, they couldn't display their full strength here. If you don't want to die, scram. Xianxia looked at the cultivators who were mining the immortal meta stones and shouted loudly. Run! Run! Everyone fled in all directions. Most of them were slaves who were imprisoned by Xianxia School. Now that they had the chance to escape, they naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. As for who this dragon man was, it was no longer their concern. Xianxia, what are you trying to do? Luo Xiang looked furiously at Xianxia, who was hovering in midair. Very simple. I'm going to destroy this or mine. Xianxia shrugged. You dare? Luo Xiang shouted. Kong Long, Xianxia answered Luo Xiang's doubt with his actions. The heavenly saint sword slashed out a long dragon, slamming against the crystal wall of the ore mine. No matter how strong the ore mine was, how could it withstand such a violent attack from Xianxia? A huge hole was created on the spot. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the ore mine. It was in danger of collapsing at any time. Damn it! This bastard is a madman. Wang Ying said gloomily. They had never thought that Xianxia would be so ruthless. Kong Long, Xianxia didn't care about the two of them. He wasn't going to attack them, but the ore mine. Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop him. This was his purpose for coming to the ore mine today. After killing these people and destroying the ore mine, he would become famous in One Line Sky. This man is too fast. We won't be able to stop him. This ore mine is a great treasure. If it is destroyed, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. Senior brother Luo, don't you have a signaling talisman? Immediately send a message to the sect and ask the experts to deal with him. Wang Ying said with a gloomy face. All right. Luo Xiang thought of the signaling talisman. Immediately, he turned his palm and a golden talisman appeared in his hand. Luo Xiang's divine sense entered the talisman. The talisman immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared. Not good. Little Chinzi, they have summoned an expert. Han Yan was in the Zulong Tower, but he could see what was happening outside clearly. His face immediately revealed a worried expression. One should know that this was the territory of Xianxia School. The experts of Xianxia School had arrived too quickly. Although Xianxia was powerful, he was still pitifully weak compared to the entire Xianxia School. Rumble, Xianxia naturally saw it as well. The heavenly saint sword rippled once again. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi spread out in all directions. Under the crazy bombardment, the entire ore mine could no longer hold on. It collapsed on the spot and turned into ruins. Let's go. Xianxia flapped his fiery wings, creating a path in the ruins. Luo Xiang and Wang Ying wanted to chase after him, but they were no match for Xianxia in terms of speed. They could only watch him escape. Both of their faces were extremely ugly. An ore mine had been destroyed just like that. It was a huge loss to Xianxia School. Furthermore, many of their outer disciples had been killed by Xianxia. If the sect investigated this matter in the future, both of them would not be able to escape the blame. Right at this moment, a silhouette flashed in the distance. An old man with fluttering clothes appeared in the sky. Looking at the destroyed ore mine, the old man's face was filled with anger. What happened? The old man looked over at Luo Xiang and Wang Ying. Even if Luo Xiang didn't send out the signaling talisman, the people in Xianxia School would have sensed the commotion. Therefore, the old man flew over immediately to check it out. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Elder Xia, someone launched a sneak attack on the ore mine. He killed more than a dozen of our outer disciples, plundered all our immortal metastones, and destroyed the ore mine. The two of us couldn't stop him, so he fled in that direction. Seeing the old man, Luo Xiang and Wang Ying acted as if they had seen their savior. They didn't dare to show any neglect. They briefly explained the situation to the old man and pointed at the direction where Jiangchen had fled. Audacious to the extreme. How dare he come to Xianyang school and behave atrociously? This old man will surely tear him into 1,000 pieces when I catch him. The old man was so angry that his eyes widened. After that, he turned into a ray of light and chased after Jiangchen. Senior brother Luo, do you think Elder Xia can catch that brat? That brat is merely an early Earth Immortal expert. How could he have such a terrifying speed? Wang Ying still had some lingering fear in his heart. They had never seen an Earth Immortal expert that could be so terrifying. Even the two of them were helpless against him. It was imaginable that their reputation in Xianyang school would plummet if this matter was spread out. They might even become a laughingstock. Don't worry. Elder Xia is a late heaven immortal expert. No matter how terrifying Jiangchen is, he will only face death in front of Elder Xia. Plus, the speed of a late heaven immortal expert isn't something that you and I can compare with. Luo Xiang said. He was incomparably confident in Elder Xia's ability. Under the night sky, Jiangchen's speed was swift and violent. Wherever he went, only a shadow was left. Today's incident was destined to spread across the entire one-line sky. When that time came, his reputation would skyrocket. There would be two situations that would happen. One was that Xianyang school would hunt him down everywhere. But the other was that Tianyun Pavilion would be different. Someone would definitely come forward to recruit a genius like him. Therefore, Jiangchen had already decided to head straight to Tianyun Pavilion and find a way to sneak into it. Furthermore, he had already shown his potential. Even if he went to Tianyun Pavilion, he would still be valued and nurtured. This would be the first and most important step for him to get close to Tianmuyun. Little Chenzi, today was really enjoyable. Haha. Xianyang school has suffered a great loss. I reckon that they will fly into a rage. Oh no, someone is chasing us. He's so fast. Han Yan's expression suddenly changed. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching from behind. That aura was incomparably powerful, and it was not something that Luo Xiang and Wang Ying could compare to. He should be an expert from Xianyang school. Judging from his aura, he's at least at the late stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. Jiangchen said with a frown. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a late-stage Heaven Immortal expert. Even if he used all his skills, he still wouldn't be a match for him. After all, the gap between their cultivation was so big that it was impossible to make up for it. Swish! Jiangchen didn't waste any time. He immediately displayed his dragon wings. With the help of the dragon wings and the flaming wings, his speed increased greatly. His whole body turned into a puff of green smoke and quickly disappeared. Elder Xia, who was chasing after him, suddenly changed his expression. Impossible. How can an earthly immortal be so fast? As a late-stage Heaven Immortal expert, he knew the gap between a Heaven Immortal and an earthly immortal very well. An earthly immortal who could fly was already very shocking, let alone such a fast speed. It was simply appalling and unprecedented. Elder Xia originally planned to punish Luo Xiang and Wang Ying when they returned. However, after witnessing Jiangchen's speed, he immediately dismissed the idea. With such a difference in speed, it was normal that Luo Xiang and Wang Ying couldn't catch Jiangchen. This matter couldn't be blamed on them. Humph. A puny earthly immortal wants to escape from my hands? What a delusion. Elder Xia snorted coldly. The airflow around him swayed, and his speed suddenly doubled. As a late-stage Heaven Immortal expert, he naturally had some extremely powerful means. After increasing his speed, the distance between him and Jiangchen began to shrink again. Not good. A late-stage Heaven Immortal expert is really not that easy to deal with. They can skillfully control the spatial airflow. Their speed is not something an early-stage Heaven Immortal expert can compare with. Although my speed is unparalleled, my cultivation base is too weak. That guy behind me has already locked onto my aura. If I continue to run like this, I won't be able to escape. Jiang Chen's face didn't look very good. In his current state, if he was entangled with the masters of Xianxia school, they would definitely fight to the death. It wouldn't do him any good, so he had to find a way to escape. What do we do now? Han Yan asked. If even Jiang Chen couldn't solve the problem, Han Yan was even more helpless. The only thing he could do now was to hide in Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen thought about how to deal with the situation as he flew. Soon, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he focused all his attention on Zulong Tower. Zulong Tower is the most precious treasure of the dragon tribe. It's a unique supreme artifact. Even the law of the immortal realm can't control the Zulong Tower. I guess the celestial immortal behind me can't sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. Now that I'm connected to Zulong Tower by blood, my aura is completely integrated. I can definitely hide in Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although the Zulong Tower only had 12 floors, and there was still a long way to go before it could reach the peak of 99 floors, Jiang Chen was very confident in the Zulong Tower. It should be known that Zulong Tower was an existence that even the law of the immortal realm couldn't affect. This kind of divine artifact had a strong origin, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to hide. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's body shook and directly jumped into Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and hid in the void, drifting with the wind. Not long after Jiang Chen hid in Zulong Tower, Elder Xia appeared at the previous place. He seemed to have sensed that Jiang Chen's aura had suddenly disappeared, so he suddenly stopped. Why did he suddenly disappear? I have completely locked onto his aura. There is no way he can escape. Could it be that he used some kind of trick to hide? Elder Xia frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. However, he didn't believe that an earthly immortal could disappear right under his nose. That would be a joke to him. Whoosh whoosh, Elder Xia fully released his divine thought and began to sweep the surrounding space. He didn't want to miss anything. He believed that the other party must have used some kind of camouflage technique. This kind of superficial technique was useless against him. When he found the other party, he would definitely tear him into pieces and let him know how miserable the consequences of offending Xianxia school were. Streaks of divine scent shot out like invisible blades, causing the void to crackle. Elder Xia's divine sense covered a very wide area, and it was very dense. Not even a fly within a radius of a few dozen miles could escape from his divine sense. Then, when Elder Xia's divine thought rushed past Zulong Tower, he didn't find any abnormalities. Everywhere he passed, there was no aura. Elder Xia continued to search for more than 10 minutes. In the end, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Mother asterisk Kerr, this is really strange. Does this bastard have the ability to go to heaven? Elder Xia was flustered and exasperated. He had never encountered such a situation before. Jiang Chen's disappearance was too ridiculous, as if he had never been here before. Elder Xia finally understood what it felt like to be powerless. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Little Chinzi. What kind of magic weapon is this? It's so powerful that even a late-stage heaven immortal expert couldn't detect it. In the Zulong Tower, Han Yan said with incomparable shock. He couldn't help but be shocked. He clearly felt Elder Xia's divine thought floating past the Zulong Tower, but he didn't detect the aura of the Zulong Tower at all. This didn't mean that Elder Xia's strength wasn't good enough. It only meant that the Zulong Tower was too mystical. This is the Zulong Tower, a paragon divine artifact derived from my dragon transformation art. However, it's still far from reaching perfection. I'm also very shocked by how mystical the Zulong Tower is. If I'm not wrong, with us hiding inside the Zulong Tower like this, unless it's an immortal king expert who has comprehended the laws of space, ordinary experts wouldn't be able to detect the existence of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen said. Elder Xia's performance made him even more confident in the Zulong Tower. Ordinary divine thought wouldn't be able to detect the traces of the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower itself could completely fuse with the laws of space. Therefore, Jiang Chen concluded that only immortal kings who had truly comprehended the laws of space would be able to detect the traces of the Zulong Tower by relying on the laws of space of the immortal world. Those below the Immortal King realm wouldn't be able to find it. F***ck, it's so awesome? Doesn't that mean that as long as we have the Zulong Tower, we can do whatever we want in One Line Sky? Han Yan widened his eyes and stared at Xianxia in disbelief. You can't say that. After all, the Zulong Tower only has 12 floors. If the traces of activity are too obvious, powerful perfected golden immortals would still be able to detect some clues. Moreover, there are half-step immortal kings in One Line Sky. Although they haven't fully comprehended the laws of space, they have some understanding of the laws of space. The threat is still very great, Xianxia said. However, the Zulong Tower was already very terrifying. At the very least, with such a treasure in hand, ordinary heavenly immortals and divine immortals wouldn't be able to kill him. This was his true trump card, a powerful protective talisman. That's still very terrifying. Look at that old man outside. He has already circled more than a dozen times. Ha ha ha. Han Yan laughed loudly. Elder Xia kept circling around outside, but in the end, he couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. Bastard, damn bastard. Elder Xia suddenly cursed. Encountering such a situation, no matter how good his self-control was, he would still explode from anger. The ore mine was destroyed, and he came here to catch the enemy. But now, he couldn't even find a strand of hair of the enemy, let alone catch a fart. In the end, Elder Xia had no choice but to leave in exasperation and return to where he came from. That old man is gone. We can go out now, Han Yan said. Don't worry. He's an old fox. He won't give up so easily, Xianxia said. The two continued to hide in the Zulong Tower until more than 10 minutes later, Elder Xia returned. After circling around again, he left unwillingly. Seeing this, Han Yan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xianxia. This was wisdom, this was experience. If that old man was an old fox, then Xianxia was a fox spirit. Okay, this time he's really gone. Xianxia smiled and then left the Zulong Tower at the same time with Han Yan. Xianxia took Han Yan and disappeared into the night. Xianxia just arrived at One Line Sky and didn't even have a place to stay. After leaving the Xianyang School's control range, the two chose the direction of the Tianyun Pavilion and ran wildly. Xianxia generally didn't fly unless he was in a state of battle. Moreover, flying with Han Yan like this was not good for him. Han Yan now needed time to break through to a higher realm. He must cultivate by himself and can't rely too much on external forces. The two ran wildly for a day and a night. Finally, on the morning of the third day, they arrived at the edge of a city. After this journey of cultivation, Han Yan not only fully recovered from his injuries, but also advanced by leaps and bounds to the late human immortal stage. Because of the help of Gu Tianma's blood, his progress could not be measured by common sense. Moreover, his current state was stable. It seemed that in a few days, his cultivation could break through to the peak of the late human immortal stage. He was only one step away from the half-step earthly immortal stage. Moreover, Han Yan's real battle strength was incomparably terrifying. An ordinary half-step earthly immortal was absolutely no match for him. Yan, you're making rapid progress. Looking at Han Yan's progress, Xianxia smiled. Of course, I have the heavenly devil body. If my progress is too slow, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the body? Han Yan smiled. Compared to a few days ago, his mood was much better now. In front of us should be the territory of the Tianyun Pavilion. There's a city. Let's go and have a look and inquire about it. Cloud Mist City, looking from afar, this majestic city was shrouded in mist, giving it the feeling of a fairyland. Cloud Mist City could be said to be the barrier of Tianyun Pavilion. Arriving at Cloud Mist City was equivalent to stepping into the territory of Tianyun Pavilion. Whether it was in terms of scale or momentum, Cloud Mist City was dozens of streets ahead of Yan City. In the immortal world, every city had its own forces and Cloud Mist City was no exception. Just like Yan City, anyone who wanted to enter Cloud Mist City would have to pay a low-grade immortal meta stone as a tax. This was the condition to enter the city. To an ordinary cultivator, especially an earthly immortal expert, a low-grade immortal meta stone wasn't much, but there were too many people going in and out of the city every day. To Cloud Mist City, it was a considerable income. In other words, whoever controlled the city would be in control of its wealth. Jiang Chen and Han Yan paid 2 low-grade immortal metastones and entered the city directly. They were now rich people. Jiang Chen had obtained the inheritance of Ouyang He, so his wealth was enough to dominate a region. Han Yan was also a local tycoon. Most of the immortal metastones looted from the mines of Xianxia School were in his pocket. Have you heard that something happened in Xianxia School? Of course, someone attacked the stronghold of Xianxia School at night, killed a dozen outer disciples of Xianxia School, looted a large number of immortal metastones, and destroyed a mine. This is too fierce. I think this person's name is Jiang Chen. Xianxia School has issued a must-kill order. Whoever can catch or provide clues about Jiang Chen will be rewarded by Xianxia School. How can it be so easy? I heard that even Elder Xia of Xianxia School couldn't catch up with this Jiang Chen. This man is too mysterious. According to the news, he is only an early Earth immortal expert, but he has a taboo technique that can forcibly increase his combat strength. Amazing, really amazing. But this man is too courageous. He even dared to kill the disciples of Xianxia School and destroyed their mine, causing a great loss to Xianxia School. This time, Xianxia School will definitely not let this matter go. They even issued a must-kill order. This shows how determined Xianxia School is to kill Jiang Chen. He's able to fight against Heaven Immortal with his Earth Immortal cultivation base and escape unscathed from a late Heaven Immortal expert. I've never heard of such a monstrous genius. When did such a genius appear in One Line Sky? We haven't even heard of him before. As soon as they entered the city, Jiang Chen and Han Yan heard the news. Everywhere was talking about his deeds. It seemed like the commotion that they created the day before yesterday had caused a sensation in the entire One Line Sky. Little Xianxia, it seems like you have become famous again. Han Yan whispered with a smile. This was Jiang Chen. No matter where he went, he would always become famous. The speed of the news is faster than I expected. It seems like Xianxia School is really angry. But this is also good. This is the effect I want. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The must-kill order issued by Xianxia School had made the news spread across the entire One Line Sky at the fastest speed. In this way, Jiang Chen's reputation would be completely spread. The people of Tianyun Pavilion would certainly pay attention to him. I also heard that Tianyun Pavilion has also shifted its attention to that Jiang Chen. Someone wants to rope in Jiang Chen and recruit this genius into Tianyun Pavilion. I've also heard that the eldest young master of Cloud Mist City, Fu Hui, has said that he wants to make friends with Jiang Chen. Young Master Fu Hui is an inner disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, and his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying intermediate Heaven Immortal realm. That's normal. Tianyun Pavilion and Xianxia School are hostile forces. Jiang Chen has caused great losses to Xianxia School, and Tianyun Pavilion is the happiest. If a peerless genius like Jiang Chen could enter Tianyun Pavilion would naturally like him very much. It's not surprising that young Master Fu Hui wants to make friends with Jiang Chen. Tomorrow is the birthday of the city lord. I guess young Master Fu Hui is already in Cloud Mist City. The sounds of discussion were endless. Jiang Chen heard all these news, and the smile on his face became even wider. Little Xianxia, it seems like everything is as you have expected. Tianyun Pavilion has begun to pay attention to you. I wonder if you can make friends with this young Master Fu Hui? Don't worry. Don't worry, my goal will be achieved very soon. Jiang Chen's face was as calm as ever. No matter what happened, his face would always be calm. Everything had been under his control ever since he attacked the stronghold of Profound Sun Sect. The appearance of Fu Hui was a springboard for him to enter Skycloud Pavilion. Ah Yan, let's go to a tavern in front. Perhaps we can hear more news about One Line Sky there. Jiang Chen said. The two of them walked towards a tavern not far away. They had just descended to the immortal world not long ago and knew nothing about One Line Sky. Now that they had arrived at Cloud Mist City, they could hear all kinds of news. Wherever there were people, there would be gossip. Any major event in One Line Sky would be discussed by people. Inside the tavern, Jiang Chen and Han Yan chose a window seat and ordered 2 pots of wine from the immortal world. They enjoyed the wine while listening to the news. As expected, most of the discussions in the tavern were related to him. From time to time, they could hear Jiangchen and Xianxia school. Oh yes, there's another major event in One Line Sky. That is the pinnacle ceremony of One Line Sky Mountain that will be held half a month later. At that time, the 8 immortals of One Line Sky will appear. That's a major event that happens once every 2 years. Yes, how could I forget about this major event? The pinnacle ceremony is held once every 2 years. The 8 immortals will gather at the top of One Line Sky Mountain and compete to determine the strongest expert of One Line Sky. Unfortunately, the pinnacle ceremony has been held for many years, but the 8 immortals of One Line Sky have yet to determine the winner. It's a pity that Sect Master Ouyang fell 2 years ago, causing the 8 immortals to lose one. Later, he was replaced by Sect Master Ouyang's disciple, Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun became the new Sect Master. I wonder if this pinnacle ceremony will have the same imposing manner as Sect Master Ouyang. It shouldn't be too bad. Tian Muyun is a legendary figure in One Line Sky. His cultivation base is no weaker than Sect Master Ouyang. Under his leadership, Skycloud Pavilion has been thriving day by day. It's no worse than before. That's right. The news of the 8 immortals shocked Jiangchen. This was a new piece of news. He didn't know what kind of existence these 8 immortals were, but judging from the respectful tone of the people talking about them, they shouldn't be ordinary figures. Jiangchen stood up from his seat and came to another table. There were already 3 people sitting at this table. Jiangchen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. 3 brothers, today's wine is on this little brother. Jiangchen said in an incomparably forthright manner. Upon hearing this, the 3 people's attitude towards Jiangchen suddenly changed. They were all rogue cultivators and liked forthright people the most. Moreover, the wine in this tavern was very famous and not cheap. They were naturally happy that someone was treating them. Little brother, you are? One of them asked. This little brother has just arrived in One Line Sky and isn't very familiar with this place. Just now, I heard 3 brothers talking about the 8 immortals and the pinnacle ceremony. I'm very interested. May I know which 8 immortals are these 8 immortals? Jiangchen asked. Haha, little brother doesn't even know about the 8 immortals. It seems that you really have just arrived in One Line Sky. In that case, this elder brother will tell you about the 8 immortals. One of them laughed. In One Line Sky, the 8 immortals weren't a secret. There was nothing that couldn't be discussed. There are 4 major powers in One Line Sky, namely Tianyun Pavilion, Xianxia School, Huangfu family, and Yun family. These 8 immortals are the pinnacle experts of the 4 major powers. Each major power has 2 experts who have already reached the half-step immortal king realm. They are Tian Muyun and Daoist Yufeng of Tianyun Pavilion, Xianyangi and Duguxing of Xianxia School, Huangfu Yao Tian and Huangfu Kun of Huangfu family, and Yin Zhonghe and Yin Zhonglong of Yin family. These 8 people represent the pinnacle of One Line Sky and are known as the 8 immortals of One Line Sky. In order to compete for the number 1 position in One Line Sky, they have agreed to hold a grand ceremony at the peak of One Line Sky every 2 years. Unfortunately, the number 1 has never been chosen. The previous number 1 of Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He, but he suddenly fell 2 years ago and was replaced by his disciple, Tian Muyun. Although Tian Muyun is the youngest, his cultivation base isn't weak. Many people are more optimistic about Tian Muyun in this grand ceremony. A middle-aged rogue cultivator narrated the story of the 8 immortals to Jiangchen in detail. That's right. Tian Muyun has lived a legendary life. Ever since he was accepted by Sect Master Ouyang, his cultivation has been soaring all the way, from a nobody to a tyrant in One Line Sky. God knows how many miracles he has created. It's really admirable and enviable. If I can be like Sect Master Tian, it will be worth it even if I die. Another man said, his words were full of admiration for Tian Muyun. Come on. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You want to compare yourself with Sect Master Tian? You're really shameless. The other person sneered and mocked without holding back. F***K. Can't I just fantasize about it? The man rolled his eyes. Sect Master Ouyang has really accepted a good disciple. Jiangchen shook his head, poured the wine into his mouth, threw 20 low-grade immortal metastones on the table, and walked out of the tavern. It turned out that Tian Muyun was doing so well. This made Xianxia feel sad, but this was the reality. Who cares about the past? This world would always belong to the successful. Although Tian Muyun was despicable and shameless, he was also a successful man who had gained both fame and fortune. Xianxia felt a sense of sadness in his heart. If Ouyang he knew about this in the underworld, he was afraid that his soul wouldn't be able to rest in peace. "Little Chinzi, where are we going now?" asked Han Yan. "Let's go straight to the prefecture. I want to see that Fu Hui." Ouyang he's matter had always been a sore point in Xianxia's heart. The only way to remove this sore point was to get rid of Tian Muyun and let Ouyang he rest in peace. Other than that, there was no other way. Seeing that Tian Muyun's reputation in One-Line Sky was so high that he was almost regarded as a legend, Xianxia felt even more wronged and aggrieved for Ouyang he. The only way to get close to Tian Muyun was to enter the Tianyun Pavilion. In front of him was the best springboard, and that was Fu Hui of Yunwu City. Xianxia and Han Yan walked all the way to the city lord's mansion. Yunwu City was very big. With their current speed, it would take them at least 2 hours to reach the city lord's mansion. But Xianxia didn't care about the time. In Yunwu City, he wasn't worried about the revenge of Xianyang School. Although Xianyang School had a huge influence in One-Line Sky and disciples of Xianyang School often appeared in Yunwu City, they wouldn't dare to be too brazen or arrogant. After all, this was the territory of their enemy. One mistake and they might lose their lives at any time. The closer Xianxia and Han Yan got to the city lord's mansion, the more people they saw. It seemed that they were all heading towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. In the end, they even saw some cultivators running as if something big had happened in the city lord's mansion. This scene made Xianxia and Han Yan stunned. Coming to Yunwu City today, not only did they get a lot of useful information, but it also seemed that there was a good show to watch. Could it be that something big happened in the city lord's mansion? "We're just in time," Han Yan said curiously. "Let's go and have a look." Xianxia strode forward and quickened his pace. He stopped a cultivator who was rushing forward and asked, "Brother, what's going on up ahead?" "I don't know. I saw people running in the direction of the city lord's mansion, so I followed them," the cultivator said in a serious tone. Xianxia and Han Yan were stunned at the same time. They couldn't refute this reason. In fact, they were just like that cultivator. They didn't know anything and just followed the crowd. In any case, they were just watching the show. Cloudfog City's city lord's mansion was about the same size as Yen City's city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion, there was a large open space. At this moment, this open space was already crowded with people. Everyone's eyes fell on a high platform in the center of the square. They saw a majestic elephant De Huang dog tied up with golden chains. Next to De Huang dog stood 4 powerful experts. Each of them was an early heaven immortal expert. Each of them carried a long sword in their hands, as if they were going to chop off the dog's head at any time. The people below used their fingers to point at De Huang dog above, pointing and talking non-stop. "For God's sake, what are you looking at? Is Master Dog that handsome?" De Huang dog bared his fangs at the people below. Although he was tied up and there were 4 blades hanging above his head that could take his life at any time, De Huang dog's face didn't show any sign of nervousness, as if these 4 blades couldn't take his life at all. Motherf asterisk cur, where did this mangy dog come from? Still so arrogant even when death is at hand. That's right. This dog is too despicable. He even dares to steal from the city lord's mansion. This dog has angered young Master Fu Hui. It seems like he is going to be executed by 1,000 cuts today. The surrounding area was filled with the sounds of discussion. So many cultivators had rushed over to watch a dog being put to death. They really had too much free time, joining in on any kind of excitement. At this time, Xianxia and Han Yan also rushed over. When they saw De Huang dog tied up like a dumpling on the high platform, both of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. Both of them looked at each other. Almost without thinking, they could guess what this dog had done. Either it had stolen something from someone else, or it had harmed someone else's treasure. In the end, the reason why the city lord's mansion was so lively was all because of this dog. If Xianxia couldn't bring peace wherever he went, then De Huang dog was the scourge among scourges. If this guy didn't find something to make a name for himself, then he wouldn't be De Huang dog. Xianxia and Han Yan squeezed through the crowd and saw a cultivator who was talking big. It seemed like this person knew what was going on. "Brother, what happened? Why is there a dog tied up here?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "Tied up? He's going to be beheaded soon. This dog has eaten enough food from the city lord's mansion," that person said. As expected, Xianxia and Han Yan couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This was the style of De Huang dog. "Brother, the city lord's mansion is huge and doesn't lack anything. Even if something was stolen and eaten, there's no need to make things so difficult for a dog, right?" Han Yan said. "What do you know? Tomorrow is the city lord's birthday. I heard that young Master Fu Hui spent a lot of money to request the elder of Tianyun Pavilion to refine a life transformation pill. This pill can not only prolong one's life, but it can also enhance one's strength. Young Master Fu Hui used this pill to celebrate the city lord's birthday, but he didn't expect it to be eaten by this dog last night." That person seemed to know the ins and outs of the matter very well. Damn it, damn it. Such a precious immortal pill like the life transformation pill was eaten by a dog. I suddenly feel like I've lived for so long, but I'm not even as good as a dog. No wonder young Master Fu Hui is so angry. This dog is too bold. He even dared to eat the city lord's birthday gift. Being skinned alive is already a light punishment for him. I don't know where this dog came from. Look at him, he's still baring his teeth even in the face of death. He's in a good mood. The things that De Huang dog did made Xianxia and Han Yan's scalp tingle. This guy was really a troublemaker. Xianxia came to the city lord's mansion this time with the intention of befriending young Master Fu Hui, hoping to enter Tianyun Pavilion. But now, before he could even meet young Master Fu Hui, he was already implicated by this dog. "Little Chenzi, look at how De Huang isn't afraid at all when he's tied up. Why do I feel like he did it on purpose?" Han Yan said. "This damn dog did it on purpose. Given his ability, if he could steal the pill, he should be able to escape. But in the end, he was caught and didn't escape even after 3 days. There can only be one reason: he doesn't want to leave." Xianxia shook his head. Others might not understand De Huang, but he knew him all too well. This dog was very mysterious. He was born with the dragon horse bloodline, and he was a first-rate expert in stealing and escaping. If he wanted to escape after stealing something, even young Master Fu Hui wouldn't be able to stop him. The only explanation for the current situation was that De Huang dog didn't want to escape. "Brother, since this dog was caught last night, why wasn't he killed immediately? Why is he being executed here instead?" someone asked in confusion. Young Master Fu Hui didn't need to go through so much trouble to kill a dog, nor did he need to mobilize so many people. All of you should know about the Xianxia who's been causing a ruckus these past 2 days, right? Young Master Fu Hui originally wanted to kill this dog, but this dog said that he's Xianxia's friend. As long as he's here, Xianxia will definitely show up. Young Master Fu Hui is very interested in Xianxia, but he's afraid that this dog will lie to him. So he tied him up and gave him 3 days. If Xianxia doesn't show up after 3 days, he'll kill him right away," the man said. Upon hearing that, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Since young Master Fu Hui was interested in him, it couldn't be any better. "Hey! Where did you get all this information from?" someone asked. "I have a cousin who works in the city lord's mansion. He was the one who told me about it." "It can't be wrong," the man said with incomparable pride. "That does make some sense. Young Master Fu Hui has always been good at making friends with heroes and has a heroic spirit. Moreover, that Xianxia has now become the archenemy of Xianyang School. Xianyang School has issued an order to kill him on sight. There's no place for him in the entire one-line sky. It's the best time for Tianyun Pavilion to rope him in. I just don't know if this dog is telling the truth. Although we've never met Xianxia, the things Xianxia has done are earth-shattering. Why would such a genius befriend a mangy dog? In an instant, the topic shifted back to Xianxia. The current situation was very clear. De Huang Dog had stolen and eaten the life transformation pill from the city lord's mansion. Then, he purposely refused to leave and got caught on purpose to lure Xianxia to show up. Little Chinzi, it seems like everything is under De Huang's control. Could it be that this guy has predicted that you'll come to Cloud Fog City? Han Yan smiled. This damn dog knows me the best. He knows that after I become enemies with Xianyang School, the first place I'll go is Tianyun Pavilion, which is the enemy of Xianyang School. Cloud Fog City is also the barrier of Tianyun Pavilion's sphere of influence. That's why he's so unscrupulous. Jiangchen shook his head and smiled. De Huang Dog's shrewdness wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. For Jiangchen and Han Yan, it didn't matter what De Huang Dog had done. What was important was that the three brothers had finally met, especially Jiangchen. Ever since he was separated from De Huang at the end of the spatial passage, he had been worried. Now that he saw De Huang Dog here, and he was still alive and well, he couldn't help but feel happy. Should we show ourselves now? Han Yan asked. Why are you panicking? This damn dog ate someone else's food. No matter what, we have to make him suffer. We'll show ourselves 3 days later and let him be tied up for 3 days. Jiangchen chuckled. I think that's fine. Han Yan nodded his head seriously. Then, he and Jiangchen turned around and walked outside. Whoosh, at this moment, De Huang Dog's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze landed on Jiangchen and Han Yan, who were walking back. He immediately shouted, Jiangchen, you bastard, you actually turned around and walked away after seeing Lord Dog tied up here. Don't you have any shame? After being shouted at by De Huang Dog, all eyes fell upon Jiangchen and Han Yan. Presently, the name Jiangchen was too resounding and could easily attract people's attention. This damn dog's senses are really sharp. He could even detect us in such a situation. Han Yan shook his head helplessly. On the high platform, when Big Yellow, who was tightly tied up, saw Jiangchen and Han Yan, a powerful force burst out from his body. The indestructible iron chains on his body instantly shattered into pieces like coarse hemp ropes. Furthermore, the shockwave caused the 4 great warriors who were wielding sabers to sway a little. Immediately, De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and flew to the front of Jiangchen and Han Yan. This scene stunned a lot of people, especially the 4 Heaven Immortal experts who surrounded De Huang Dog. It turned out that they had underestimated this dog. This dog was so powerful that if he wanted to leave, these 4 early Heaven Immortal experts wouldn't be able to stop him. Damn it. I can't believe this dog is so powerful. He just broke free from the restraint of 4 Heaven Immortal experts. That's right. It seems like we have underestimated this dog. But why didn't this dog just run away? Why was he willing to be tied up? So what if he's powerful? This is the prefecture. If young Master Fu Hui wants to deal with him, he won't be able to escape. As for that white-robed youth, could he be the legendary Jiangchen? A lot of people were shocked. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. The sudden display of power by De Huang Dog was beyond everyone's expectation. Perhaps even young Master Fu Hui himself didn't think that this dog could be so powerful. You two bastards. Seeing Master Dog suffer? How could you just turn around and leave? You really don't want any face at all. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiangchen and Han Yan, appearing to be very angry. He scolded the 2 of them for not being good enough. Seeing their brothers in trouble, not only did they not lend a helping hand, they even wanted to turn back. How could they do this? In fact, these days, De Huang Dog had been searching for Jiangchen's whereabouts and inquired about Jiangchen's whereabouts, but to no avail. It was only yesterday when he heard the news of Jiangchen's night attack on Xianyang School's mine stronghold that he felt relieved. After learning that Fu Hui was interested in Jiangchen, De Huang Dog simply entered the city lord's mansion. He was sure that Jiangchen would definitely appear, so he stole Jiangchen's elixir and deliberately got caught by Jiangchen. In any case, since Jiangchen was good at solving troubles, he would create some troubles for Jiangchen. However, what really surprised De Huang Dog was Han Yan. He didn't expect that Han Yan would meet up with Jiangchen. In his opinion, it would still take a long time for Han Yan to ascend to the immortal world. However, none of this was important. The most important thing was that his brothers were reunited. Don't judge De Huang Dog by his looks of exasperation, he was actually very happy in his heart, especially when he saw Xianxia again. The relationship between him and Xianxia couldn't be understood by ordinary people. It was a friendship that could be exchanged for a life. Back then, at the end of the passageway to the immortal world, Xianxia was attacked by experts and disappeared. These days, De Huang Dog had been worried. That was why he had been searching for Xianxia everywhere. Now that he saw Xianxia appearing before him unscathed, he couldn't help but feel happy. You have stolen his food. It's only right for you to receive some punishment, Xianxia said with a smile. Both he and Han Yan had a gloating look on their faces. After having a clear look at De Huang Dog's cultivation base, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had to admit that De Huang Dog was the most miraculous of miracles. Although he didn't know what De Huang Dog had gone through these days, De Huang Dog was already a late Earth immortal expert. His cultivation base was even scarier than his own. So. At this time, the 4 heaven immortal experts from the prefecture flew over, surrounding De Huang Dog and Xianxia. The order they received from young Master Fu Hui was to imprison De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog escaped under their eyes, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Hurry up and tell your young master that the person he wants to see is here. This is the famous Xianxia, De Huang Dog said arrogantly. As soon as his words fell, it caused an uproar. In an instant, Xianxia became the focal point. Innumerable eyes fell on him at the same time. My God! So he's Xianxia. He looks so young. He has caused such a heavy loss to Xianyang School with just an early Earth immortal cultivation base. He's truly a monstrous genius. In the entire one-line sky, he's the first one who dares to do such a thing. Ever since Xianyang School issued the order to kill on sight, this Xianxia has become famous in one-line sky. I never thought that I would be able to see him in person today. He's too young. He's a true genius. It will be a good thing if Tianyun Pavilion can get his hands on him. This damn dog is really friends with Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia is here. Otherwise, young Master Fu Hui will skin this dog alive. Discussions were everywhere. Xianxia had become the focal point. One should know that ever since Xianyang School issued the order to kill on sight, Xianxia's reputation had swept across the entire one-line sky like a gale. Even Cloudmist City was full of talk about Xianxia. Naturally, it was a big deal to see him in person today. You are Xianxia? One of the experts from the prefecture looked at Xianxia in disbelief. That's right. That's me. Xianxia nodded. At this time, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to admit. This was the prefecture. Even if there were people from Xianyang School hiding in the vicinity, they wouldn't dare to make a move here, unless they didn't want to live anymore. Wait here. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and quickly walked into the city lord mansion. Xianxia knew that the man must be young Master Fu Hui. It just so happened that his purpose of coming to the prefecture was also young Master Fu Hui. Although De Huang Dog had brought him hatred, it had indirectly helped him meet young Master Fu Hui. Not long after that, 2 silhouettes walked out of the prefecture. One of them was the cultivator who had just returned. The other one was wearing a pale yellow robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wasn't tall, but he wasn't skinny either. He gave people a very solid feeling. This person walked like a tiger, full of vigor. As soon as he appeared, the entire square instantly quieted down. The crowd automatically opened up a path for him. Countless gazes fell on him, full of respect. He was none other than young Master Fu Hui. As an inner sect disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, he might not be considered much in Tianyun Pavilion, but in Cloudmist City, he was definitely a legendary existence. He had reached the intermediate heaven immortal realm at such a young age. Such talent wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. When Xianxia saw young Master Fu Hui's son, Fu Hui also happened to see Xianxia. Fu Hui came closer to Xianxia and studied him from head to toe. You are the one who killed a dozen outer sect disciples of Xianyang School, destroyed a mine in Xianyang School, and successfully escaped from the late heaven immortal elder of Xianyang School, the one Xianxia. Fu Hui asked, but it wasn't hard to see from his eyes that he was incomparably shocked when he saw Xianxia. Obviously, the Xianxia in front of him was different from what he had imagined. This white-robed youth looked like a sunshine boy, without a hint of fiendish qi. It was hard to believe that such a young man could do such an earth-shattering thing. Yes, I'm Xianxia. Greetings, young Master Fu Hui. Xianxia clasped his fists at Fu Hui, and without waiting for Fu Hui to speak, he continued, De Huang is my brother, Xianxia. We were separated not long ago. I heard that he had stolen young Master Fu Hui's life transformation pill. Here is 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones as compensation. As Xianxia spoke, he took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Fu Hui. This scene stunned Fu Hui. He didn't think that Xianxia would be so generous, settling the matter of De Huang Dog's life transformation pill. Furthermore, 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a huge sum of wealth that had far exceeded the value of the life transformation pill. Not even young Master Fu Hui could say anything about it. Furthermore, Fu Hui had already planned to befriend Xianxia and introduce him to the Tianyun Pavilion. Today was the first time they met, and Xianxia's generosity had lifted his spirits. It could be said that his first impression of Xianxia was quite good. Damn it. This Xianxia is truly filthy rich, giving out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Although the life transformation pill is precious, 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones is more than enough. The Castellan mansion isn't losing out at all. Of course he's filthy rich. After all, he had robbed a mine in Xianxia School. Although the mine hasn't been fully excavated, the amount of immortal metastones that have been excavated is already an incomparably huge sum. Rich people are so capricious, giving out 1,000,000 just like that without batting an eyelid. The surrounding people couldn't help but click their tongues. Even if it was low-grade immortal metastones, it wasn't a small amount. Kaka, young Master Fu Hui, although Master Dog has eaten your pill, this 1,000,000 should be more than enough, right? De Huang Dog laughed heartily, not forgetting to give Xianxia an appreciative look. Good. Brother Xianxia is indeed a forthright person. I, Fu Hui, like to befriend such as you. I will accept this 1,000,000, and the matter of De Huang Dog eating my pill will be written off. I wonder if Brother Jiang is interested in paying a visit to the Castellan mansion? Young Master Fu Hui didn't stand on ceremony. He kept the immortal metastones and extended an invitation to Xianxia. Sure. Xianxia nodded his head. This was the result he wanted. His first meeting with Fu Hui was better than what he had expected. The reason why he was willing to take out 1,000,000 was to resolve the grudge between Fu Hui and De Huang Dog. At the same time, it was also to give Fu Hui some face. The matter of De Huang Dog eating his pill had already spread like wildfire. If this matter couldn't be resolved perfectly, Fu Hui would lose face. In the prefecture, Xianxia was received by Fu Hui. Given Fu Hui's status, he wouldn't put an early Earth Immortal cultivator in his eyes. If it was an ordinary Earth Immortal, he wouldn't even spare a glance at it, but Xianxia was different. A genius who could easily kill a half-step Heaven Immortal and escape from the hands of a late Heaven Immortal. Although he couldn't say that it was rare, this was the first time Fu Hui had seen such a genius. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Jiang brother is young and promising. Being able to accomplish such an earth-shattering feat at such a young age is truly admirable. May I know what happened between Jiang brother and Xianxia School? Fu Hui asked. In his point of view, what Xianxia did wouldn't be without a reason. If there wasn't any enmity between him and Xianxia, no one would risk their life to offend Xianxia School, let alone a rogue cultivator who didn't have any backing. To be honest, the people of Xianxia School had captured a group of cultivators and used them as slaves for mining. My brother was one of them. He was tortured and humiliated by them, and one of his arms was even chopped off. How can I not take revenge for such a deep hatred? Since Xianxia School has done it, they must pay the price. Xianxia said. There was nothing to hide about Han Yan's matter. After all, Han Yan was the cause of this incident. Given Fu Hui's means, it was impossible that he couldn't find out about it. Good. In for a penny, in for a pound. Sure enough, you're ruthless enough. Now that Xianxia School has issued the order to kill Jiang brother, I wonder what Jiang brother is going to do? Fu Hui asked. His tone was full of admiration for Xianxia. He was a heroic man. When his brother was humiliated, he should make the enemy pay the price. That was why Fu Hui's impression of Xianxia was pretty good. Naturally, I will seek refuge in Tianyun Pavilion. Given my current situation, it seems that I have no other way out than to seek refuge in Tianyun Pavilion. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia's blunt words surprised Fu Hui. He thought that Xianxia would definitely beat around the bush and say something to get him to take the initiative to win him over. But he did not expect that Xianxia would be so frank. This showed that Xianxia was a smart person who clearly understood the current situation. In One Line Sky, in the face of Xianyang School's must-kill order, it seemed that only Tianyun Pavilion could protect him. Xianxia purposely took the initiative to ask for Xianyang School's help and humbled himself, which made Fu Hui's impression of him even better. A straightforward person would never be annoying. Brother Jiang is right. In your current situation, only by getting the protection of Tianyun Pavilion can you continue to exist in the first tier. I believe that Tianyun Pavilion will not reject a genius like you. Fu Hui said with a nod. Then I will have to trouble young Master Fu Hui to introduce me to you. Here are 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. I hope that young Master Fu Hui can introduce me to you. Firstly, to thank young Master Fu Hui for introducing me to you, and secondly, to make friends with a person like Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand and a pale yellow storage pouch was taken out. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. Taking out 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones was like taking out a bunch of trash that wasn't worth mentioning at all. Tycoons are indeed capricious. De Huangdog and Han Yen exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. The way rich people spent their money was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. As an old fox who had lived 2 lives and was once an old ancestor of Saint Origin World, Xianxia had long been well-versed in the ways of the world. To put it bluntly, he was asking for Fu Hui's help. What could be more practical than a genuine reward in this world? Without saying any words of gratitude, Xianxia directly took out 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. His heroic manner of doing things had won Fu Hui's heart. Sure enough, when Fu Hui saw Xianxia taking out another storage pouch, he couldn't help but be shocked despite his calm composure. One should know that immortal metastones were the most basic cultivation resource for cultivators and were indispensable in the process of cultivation. Fu Hui was very clear about the value of 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. It was a rare fortune even for mighty heaven immortals, let alone earth immortals. Who would be willing to give it away so casually? Moreover, Xianxia had already taken out 1 million for the sake of De Huangdog. One should know that 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones was equivalent to 1 million low-grade immortal metastones. However, no one would be willing to exchange 1 million low-grade immortal metastones for 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. The immortal chi contained in mid-grade immortal metastones was not only more abundant than low-grade immortal metastones, but also of higher quality. Brother Jiang, given your talent, I can introduce you to Tianyun Pavilion unconditionally. You don't need to bribe me with these immortal metastones, said Fu Hui. You must be joking, Brother Fu. Brother Fu, you must be joking. I'm not bribing you. These are what you deserve. As long as you build a good relationship with me, you will get even more in the future. Whether it's wealth or status, you will get them all. Xianxia looked at Fu Hui and said with a smile. Although he was squinting his eyes, the light in his eyes couldn't be concealed. His calm eyes carried a trace of sharpness, which made him look incomparably dazzling. Xianxia sat there, exuding a confidence that no ordinary person could reach. Fu Hui's heart shuddered. Boundless shock rose in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was subdued by Xianxia's invisible qi. That was the qi of a superior. Xianxia was like a born king. His words were unquestionable. Even though he was only an early Earth immortal expert, Fu Hui still believed in what Xianxia said. This man is a dragon among men, a peerless monstrous genius. He was born with the qi of a king. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. I must build a good relationship with him. Just like what he said, I will get more from him in the future. Not only these immortal metastones, but also higher cultivation base and a higher status. Fu Hui made up his mind. Even though this was the first time they met, he had already regarded Xianxia as his benefactor. Tianyun Pavilion was a first-class major power in one-line sky. Only Fu Hui knew how fierce the competition inside was. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he was the most ordinary one in the inner sect. He was nothing compared to those true geniuses. If it wasn't for his heroic character, his way of doing things that everyone liked, and his ability to make friends, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time in Tianyun Pavilion. Good. Since Brother Jiang is so straightforward, I will accept these immortal metastones. After my father's birthday tomorrow, I will bring you to Tianyun Pavilion. Fu Hui said as he kept the immortal metastones without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt completely relieved. After leaving Yan City, his first purpose of coming to One Line Sky had been achieved. He had successfully used Xianyang School to enter Tianyun Pavilion. The next step was to work hard to improve his cultivation base and approach Tianmuyan step by step. Brother Fu, don't worry. I heard that the biennial grand ceremony will be held in One Line Sky half a month later. At that time, the 8 immortals will gather on One Line Sky Mountain to fight it out. This is a great opportunity to see the peerless experts. Naturally, we can't miss it. In my opinion, we should go to Tianyun Pavilion after the grand ceremony, said Xianxia. He was very interested in these One Line Sky 8 immortals. After all, they represented the peak combat strength of One Line Sky, especially Tianmuyan. Xianxia was interested in him the most. He would like to see how Tianmuyan looked like and what kind of demeanor this legendary figure of One Line Sky had. Putting everything else aside, Xianxia's current target was Tianmuyan. That's good. This grand ceremony is open to the public. Every time it is held, it will attract countless people in One Line Sky to witness the demeanor of the 8 immortals. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. However, Brother Jiang still doesn't know that this grand ceremony is different from the previous ones. Fu Hui said. Oh? How is it different? Xianxia asked doubtfully. In the previous grand ceremony, the 8 immortals would compete for the number 1 expert in One Line Sky. To put it bluntly, it's equivalent to a biennial competition, but there's no prize. This time, it's different. There's a big prize this time. Whoever can get the first place will get the prize. Fu Hui said in a low voice. He seemed to be afraid that others would hear him. What prize? Xianxia's eyes lit up. His interest was piqued all of a sudden. A prize that could attract the attention of the 8 immortals must be an extraordinary treasure. Only a few people know about this. I only found out about it from an elder in my sect. However, this matter can't be concealed. It will be announced sooner or later. It's said that the regenerative lotus will mature in another 10 days. Now, the 4 major powers have dispatched peerless experts to guard the regenerative lotus. The prize of this grand ceremony is this regenerative lotus. Whoever can suppress all the experts will get the regenerative lotus. Our sect master is determined to get the regenerative lotus this time. I estimate that the grand battle half a month later will be very exciting. Fu Hui said. His eyes sparkled when he mentioned the regenerative lotus. For God's sake, a peerless divine herb like the regenerative lotus has actually grown in the heavens. That's really amazing. De Huangdog's interest was piqued. This guy had never been immune to real treasures. He simply couldn't stand such excitement. Xianxia was no less surprised than De Huangdog. He knew very well what kind of treasure the regenerative lotus was. As a famous alchemist in his previous life, Xianxia was proficient in almost all kinds of medicinal herbs. The regenerative lotus was a legendary peerless divine herb. Apart from the harsh conditions for its growth, it also required a certain amount of luck. In other words, it wasn't enough to grow the regenerative lotus with only certain environmental conditions. The most important factor was luck. The growth of each regenerative lotus was a miracle. As a peerless divine herb, the regenerative lotus naturally had its own unique medicinal properties. As the name suggested, the regenerative lotus had the effect of regeneration. In this world, there weren't many divine herbs that could be named with the word regeneration. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus was its heart, which could be consumed directly. The regenerative lotus could bring back the dead and grow bones. The heart of the lotus contained a large amount of essence of the heavens and earth. Not only could it enhance the strength and physique of the consumer, it could also completely improve the physique of the consumer. Even a mighty immortal king would benefit greatly from the heart of the regenerative lotus. The appearance of the regenerative lotus reminded Xianxia of Ouyang. If Ouyang didn't die, this regenerative lotus might be able to give him a great turning point. The heart of the lotus and his wood element would be enough to bring Ouyang back to life and replenish the life essence that had been burned away. Unfortunately, at this moment, Ouyang had most likely already passed away and completely disappeared from this world. This could not be said to be not a sorrowful sight. The entire body of the regenerative lotus was a treasure. Apart from the heart of the lotus, every piece of the lotus could improve the physique of a human immortal. If Xianxia could obtain the regenerative lotus, not only would his cultivation base improve, but the Zulong Tower would also be condensed once again. Ever since the Zulong Tower had arrived in the immortal world, it hadn't really absorbed any energy. It was still at the 12th level. There was still a huge gap between it and the great circle of 99 levels. Yes. Given the current situation, it wasn't important. The most important thing was Han Yan's severed arm. If he could get the lotus heart of the regenerative lotus, his arm would grow back and his ancient divine devil bloodline would be stimulated once again. It would bring him endless benefits. After all, Han Yan was only a human immortal, which was the lowest existence in One Line Sky. He would be bullied everywhere and had no power to resist. Even if he could enter Skycloud Pavilion with her, he would only be a janitor disciple, which wasn't worthy to be mentioned in public. Regrowing his severed arm and improving his cultivation base were his top priorities. Therefore, the moment Xianxia heard about the regenerative lotus, he immediately turned his attention to it. However, it was almost impossible to obtain the regenerative lotus from the heavenly mountain. However, Xianxia was not a person who would retreat in the face of difficulties. No matter how difficult it was, he still had to try. Sometimes, Xianxia's courage was even greater than the sky. Audacious to the extreme was used to describe people like him. Brother Fu, may I know the cultivation of the experts guarding the Tianshan regenerative lotus? Xianxia pretended to be curious and asked. As the One Line Sky 8 immortals are preparing for the pinnacle battle that will take place half a month later, they definitely won't be here. Therefore, each major power has sent 2 golden immortal experts to guard the heavenly mountain. Each of them is a late golden immortal supreme expert who has already comprehended the profound meaning of Great Luo. We can only look up to them. Fu Hui's face was filled with reverence. That was the respect he had for a Great Luo golden immortal. In One Line Sky, a golden immortal could obtain a supreme status no matter where he went and be revered by thousands of people. A peak late golden immortal expert was already a pyramid existence in One Line Sky. After Xianxia took out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones and 10,000 mid-grade immortal meta stones, Fu Hui had already regarded Xianxia as one of his own. Therefore, he didn't hide anything from Xianxia. If it was an ordinary person, he would never reveal the matter of the regenerative lotus. After all, the regenerative lotus was a very important matter. If the news was spread too early, it would cause a greater sensation. If it attracted the attention of powerful experts outside of One Line Sky, things wouldn't be that simple. Late golden immortal? Xianxia's eyes drooped as if he was thinking about something. Late golden immortal didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. On the same day, Fu Hui hosted a banquet and drank with Xianxia to their heart's content. De Huang Dog continued to stuff himself with food, completely disregarding his image. In the end, all the dishes on the table went into De Huang Dog's mouth. De Huang Dog was very satisfied with the food. That night, Fu Hui prepared an exquisite courtyard for Xianxia. After Fu Hui left, De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask, "Kid, don't tell me you are thinking about the regenerative lotus?" As a shrewd man, De Huang Dog knew Xianxia all too well. Ever since Fu Hui mentioned the regenerative lotus, Xianxia's expression had changed. Others might not notice anything unusual, but De Huang Dog knew that the appearance of the regenerative lotus had moved Xianxia's heart. As a matter of fact, such a treasure was enough to move any cultivator. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel restless. That's right. The regenerative lotus is a peerless divine herb. Now that Ai Yan has lost an arm, it has to grow back as soon as possible. If it's delayed for too long, it will affect Yan's cultivation. The regenerative lotus is his only chance. Xianxia spoke solemnly. Both De Huangdog and Han Yan understood that Xianxia was determined to get his hands on the regenerative lotus. Little Qinzi, don't joke with me. Although it's hard for my arm to grow back temporarily, it's impossible to get the regenerative lotus. With 8 late golden immortal experts guarding it, we won't even have the chance to get close to it. I'm afraid that we will be killed before we reach the heavenly mountain. Han Yan shook his head. He knew his own limits. Although he yearned for the regenerative lotus, it was impossible for him to take it by force. After all, he was the only one who knew how it felt to lose his arm. He would be more than happy to have the chance to recover his arm, but it was impossible for him to take the regenerative lotus by force. Yan is right. It's undoubtedly a fool's dream to get the regenerative lotus under the protection of 8 late golden immortal experts. De Huangdog spoke. It was rare for him to dispel Xianxia's enthusiasm, but he really couldn't support him in this matter. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia's talent was, it was useless in the face of absolute strength. It was impossible to take the regenerative lotus by force. Do you know why I came to One Line Sky this time? Xianxia looked over at De Huangdog and Han Yan. Previously, you mentioned that you want to enter Tianyun Pavilion, but you didn't tell us the real reason. Han Yan said. As a matter of fact, my most important target this time is Tian Muyun, the current sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. You should already know that the old sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Ouyang He, fell 2 years ago when he was trying to break through to the Immortal King realm. That's why Tian Muyun became the current sect master. As a matter of fact, Ouyang He's death was caused by Tian Muyun. Xianxia no longer concealed anything and told Han Yan and De Huangdog about Tian Muyun. Damn it. I never thought that Tian Muyun was such a deceiving and ancestral bastard. He even hid the truth from the world. Now, the entire One Line Sky has regarded him as a legend. A legend, but it turns out that he's a heartless and unscrupulous person. After listening to Xianxia's words, Han Yan was a little angry. A person like Tian Muyun was indeed a disgrace to the Stone Men. You have promised Ouyang He that you will help him get rid of Tian Muyun. It seems that we still have a long way to go in One Line Sky. Haha. But it's more exciting this way. Master Dog likes excitement. Only a strong enemy will have the motivation to move forward. Tian Muyun can only blame his bad luck for becoming your target. De Huangdog's face was filled with excitement. He had absolute confidence in Xianxia. Although Tian Muyun's current cultivation base was far from Xianxia's, there was nothing that Xianxia couldn't do. Given Xianxia's monstrous cultivation speed, it was only a matter of time before he killed Tian Muyun. Therefore, this regenerative lotus must not fall into the hands of Tian Muyun. Otherwise, that bastard will obtain tremendous benefits. If he becomes a true immortal king, it will be a turbulent time for One Line Sky. Although I don't care about the turbulence in One Line Sky, I can't let Tian Muyun monopolize the entire One Line Sky. Given Tian Muyun's ambition, if he becomes an immortal king, the other 3 major powers won't have a chance to survive. I still need the 3 major powers to restrain Tian Muyun so that I have enough time to grow. Xianxia said. He wanted the regenerative lotus not only for Han Yan, but also because he didn't want Tian Muyun to get it. If Tian Muyun performed outstandingly in the pinnacle battle and obtained the regenerative lotus, the consequences would be unimaginable. What you said does make sense, but the reality is that with our current strength, we have no chance of getting the regenerative lotus. De Huangdog shook his head. Although he was extremely bold and there was nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do, he didn't have the slightest confidence in this matter. If he still insisted on doing it under such circumstances, he would be courting death in vain. De Huang, you should still remember the Zulong Tower, right? Xianxia said with a smile. I do. De Huangdog nodded. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine tool, the supreme treasure of the true dragon. Even in the immortal world, it won't be restricted by the laws of the immortal world. I can open it at will. Now, the Zulong Tower has already condensed 12 floors. Plus, I've discovered a magical effect of the Zulong Tower, it can block all qi. You should have heard about how Yan and I managed to escape from a late heaven immortal expert. In fact, we didn't run away, but hid inside the Zulong Tower. Even a Heaven Immortal's divine sense couldn't detect any chi from the Zulong Tower. Xianxia said that the reason why he dared to covet the regenerative lotus was because the Zulong Tower was his biggest trump card. Without the Zulong Tower, he would be powerless. So powerful? It's actually unaffected by the laws of the immortal world. De Huang Dog was stunned. Obviously, he didn't think that the Zulong Tower could be so magical. Little Chinzi, the Zulong Tower is indeed magical, but the gap between a late Heaven Immortal and a late Golden Immortal is just too huge. If a late Heaven Immortal expert couldn't sense the existence of the Zulong Tower, it's possible that a Golden Immortal expert wouldn't be able to sense it either. Both De Huang Dog and Han Yan looked at Xianxia. Han Yan's worry wasn't unreasonable. Although they had escaped from the pursuit of a late Heaven Immortal expert, the difference between a late Heaven Immortal expert and a late Golden Immortal expert was incomparable. The Golden Immortal had already mastered the profound meaning of Great Luo and cultivated the Golden Body, surpassing the Divine Immortal Realm. This was the limit of the Immortal Realm. One more step and one could be called a king, a true immortal king. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth from such an expert was simply courting death. Although the Golden Body of Great Luo hasn't comprehended the law of space, it's already incomparably terrifying. There are powerful Golden Immortals who can penetrate the void and break the law of space by force by relying on their Golden Body. They are simply incomparable to ordinary Heaven Immortals and Divine Immortals. So, I don't agree with such a risky approach. De Huang Dog shook his head. This was probably the first time he strongly opposed Xianxia to do something. De Huang, you seem to know a lot about Golden Immortals. Han Yan looked at De Huang Dog in surprise, including Xianxia. Although he was an old ancestor of Saint Origin World, he was just a small shrimp in the immortal world. He didn't know anything about the laws, but De Huang Dog knew about the profound meaning of Great Luo and the Golden Body of Great Luo. This was indeed very surprising. Besides, Xianxia still remembered that before he and De Huang Dog separated, it was De Huang Dog who told him about the realms of the immortal world. It was just that he was interrupted by a divine sense attack before he could finish his words. It's just an awakened talent. That's why I know some things about the immortal world. De Huang Dog said casually, but his eyes obviously trembled. This subtle change couldn't be hidden from Xianxia. Could it be that this dog has some secret? Xianxia was a little doubtful, but he didn't ask further. No matter what secret De Huang Dog had, the brotherhood between them would never change. The ancestral dragon pagoda can be hidden in the void. Divine sense can't touch its existence. Although Golden Immortals are scary, they haven't comprehended the law of space after all. We still have a chance to fight them. Some things have to be done. Xianxia's tone was still firm. If he didn't know about the existence of the regenerative lotus, he wouldn't have such a thought. Or perhaps, Xianxia wouldn't take the risk if it wasn't a peerless herb like the regenerative lotus. But now, he had no reason. De Huang Dog and Han Yan exchanged a glance and didn't say anything. They knew Xianxia's temperament too well. Once Xianxia had made up his mind to do something, he would definitely do it. It was useless to stop him, so they might as well support him. Moreover, they also understood that Xianxia was never a reckless person. Even if he wasn't 100% confident in doing something, there was still a chance of success. Xianxia wouldn't do something that was hopeless. There's no hurry in this matter. The heart of the regenerative lotus will mature in 10 days. I still have 10 days to prepare. Xianxia said. What do you want to prepare? Asked De Huang Dog. I need to find a way to upgrade the Zulong Tower by 1 floor. That way, I'll have a greater chance of success. Stealing the regenerative lotus this time isn't meaningful for my cultivation base, but upgrading the Zulong Tower is of great significance. The Zulong Tower is the key, said Xianxia. He was quite confident in the Zulong Tower, but the Zulong Tower was still immature and only had 12 floors. If he could upgrade the Zulong Tower to 13 or 14 floors within these 10 days, he would have a greater chance of success. That thing of yours is like a leech. Every upgrade requires a huge amount of energy. If you want to upgrade it, you have to leave Cloud Mist City, said De Huang Dog. He knew how terrifying the Zulong Tower was. When it was first formed, it had absorbed the essence and blood of a large number of experts. Moreover, absorbing human essence would cause great trouble to Xianxia. During the war with Desolate Palace, Xianxia almost fell into the devil path. If it wasn't for old ancestor Green Lotus, he was afraid that Xianxia wouldn't have become the current Xianxia. The immortal world is boundless and incomparably huge. Naturally, demonic beasts would run amok. If we can find a place with a high concentration of demonic beasts, 10 days would be enough to upgrade the Zulong Tower by 1 floor, said Xianxia. One Line Sky is so huge. There must be a lot of places with a high concentration of demonic beasts. We might not know, but Fu Hui definitely knows. We can ask him, said Han Yen. I will look for Fu Hui tomorrow. We will set off tomorrow morning. 10 days. This is our chance. Jiangchen's eyes flickered. He was determined to get the regenerative lotus. Kaka, following you, kid, I can always do some earth-shattering things. De Huang Dog began to get excited. This guy was also a person who craved for the world to be in chaos. Since he had already decided, he would enjoy the process and excitement. De Huang, have you been in One Line Sky ever since you ascended? Asked Jiangchen. Back then, you were attacked inexplicably. The two of us were separated. After I came to One Line Sky, I have been looking for news about you. I didn't expect that your news would pop out by itself. What was that inexplicable attack? It was your first time in the immortal world, and there was actually an enemy who wanted to kill you. Asked De Huang Dog. Recalling the inexplicable attack on Jiangchen, he shuddered. It was a miracle that Jiangchen could survive such an attack. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Northern and Southern dynasties. Speaking of his mortal enemy, Jiangchen couldn't help but reveal a smile. One was Tian Muyun, and the other was the Northern and Southern dynasties. It seemed like he wouldn't be lonely in the immortal world. Damn it. It's really that bastard. It seems like his true body is in the immortal world. He can accurately find out that you have ascended to the Earth immortal realm, and even attack from a distance. Such means must be above the immortal king realm. I'm afraid that only a powerful immortal emperor could do it. This bastard isn't simple in the immortal world. You have to be careful. If he finds you, you will die without any suspense, said De Huang Dog. Big Yellow said. An immortal emperor that surpassed the immortal king realm was the overlord of the immortal world. The Northern and Southern dynasties are actually so powerful. Han Yen was shocked. The Northern and Southern dynasties probably didn't want to kill me. They just wanted to injure me, leave a mark in my body, and then find me. However, they didn't expect that I have an immortal mark in my body, which covered up his mark. Now that the mark has been refined by me, it's impossible for them to find me. Jiangchen said with a smile. The immortal mark was his other trump card. He didn't know what kind of secret was hidden in the immortal mark, but he was sure that it was extraordinary. If stealing the Zulong Tower of the regenerative lotus wasn't safe enough, the immortal mark would be another insurance. The three brothers chatted for a long time that night. When De Huang Dog learned that a day in the immortal world was equivalent to a year in the mortal world, he was shocked, but he also understood why Han Yen could ascend to the immortal world in such a short time to find them. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Tyrant and Little You have already ascended. I hope we can gather together as soon as possible. I seem to have seen the beginning of a new path of hegemony. De Huang Dog's eyes fell on Jiangchen. From the moment Jiangchen stepped into the immortal world, he was destined to walk the path of hegemony, and Jiangchen would be the absolute overlord. Early the next morning, before Jiangchen could go to Fu Hui had already come to him. Today was the birthday of the city lord, and Fu Hui had come to invite Jiangchen. This showed how much he valued Jiangchen. Jiangchen originally intended to leave, but he had forgotten about the birthday of the city lord. Seeing Fu Hui's enthusiasm, he couldn't refuse and could only go to the birthday party. Naturally, the birthday party of the city lord was bustling with noise and excitement, but Jiangchen and Han Yen obviously weren't used to it. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was having a great time, or more accurately, he was having a great time eating and drinking. In the afternoon, after the birthday party ended, Jiangchen found Fu Hui alone and went straight to the point. Brother Fu, there's still half a month before the grand ceremony of the One-Line Mountain. We brothers don't want to be idle, so we want to find a place with a high concentration of demonic beasts to temper ourselves. Does Brother Fu know of any mountain range with demonic beasts? Brother Jiangchen is in such a hurry to leave. Could it be that I didn't take good care of you? Fu Hui was stunned. What are you talking about, Brother Fu? As the saying goes, the path of cultivation is endless. After all, my cultivation is too high now, so I don't want to waste too much time. After a few days of tempering, I will naturally return. At that time, I still want to watch the grand ceremony with Brother Fu, said Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang is so talented and yet so hardworking. It really makes me blush with shame. If it wasn't for my father's birthday, I would definitely go with you to temper myself. 10,000 miles northwest of Cloud Mist City, there's a desolate mountain range where demonic beasts roam freely. In the past, many disciples of Tianyun Pavilion would go there to temper themselves. However, Brother Jiang, you have to be careful. The demonic beasts there are extremely ferocious, and there's no lack of heaven immortal level great demons. Fu Hui reminded. Thank you for your advice, Brother Fu. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen clasped his fists towards Fu Hui. Without any delay, he left the city lord mansion with De Huang Dog and Han Yan, flying towards the desolate mountain range pointed out by Fu Hui. A distance of 10,000 miles, if Jiang Chen used the flaming wings to fly, it would be extremely fast. However, he didn't want to be too conspicuous. After all, this was the territory of Tianyun Pavilion. It wouldn't be good to be too ostentatious here. A day later, 2 men and a dog arrived at the edge of the desolate mountain range. As far as the eye could see, this desolate mountain range was boundless, at least 10,000 miles in circumference. Ancient vines were everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong demonic qi. The demonic qi here is so strong. It really is a gathering place for demonic beasts, said Han Yan. There will be many powerful great demons here. We have to be careful and don't get separated, said Jiang Chen. These words were especially directed at Han Yan. Han Yan's cultivation was the weakest among them. If they got separated, they might encounter an unsolvable danger at any time. What awaited them would be a real bloody massacre. They had to be careful. Asterisk roar, asterisk in a desolate mountain range, a miserable shriek sounded out. A huge black bear that was dozens of feet in size was sent flying. Its majestic body smashed through dozens of trees, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Its body was covered in blood, and after a casual movement, it was completely lifeless. At this time, a small blood-red tower appeared on the black bear's corpse. In the blink of an eye, all of the black bear's vitality and blood essence were absorbed by the small tower, turning it into a dried corpse. 3 silhouettes appeared. They were Jiang Chen and the other 2. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the Zulong Tower fell into his hand and merged with his body. They had been in the desolate mountain range for 2 days and had killed a large number of demonic beasts. The weakest among them was an early Earth Immortal expert. Jiang Chen didn't even have the interest to kill the weaker ones. The strongest was the black bear in front of them. It had already reached the early Heaven Immortal realm. Jiang Chen had to transform into his dragon form and cooperate perfectly with De Huang Dog to kill it. Little Chenzi, how is it going? Asked Han Yan. In these 2 days, he had killed a few half-step Earth Immortal demonic beasts. His combat strength had improved a lot. Under the perfect use of Gu Tianma's bloodline, experts who were 1 level higher than him were no match for him. This was the advantage of being a genius. The 13th level of the Zulong Tower has only been condensed a quarter of it. There is still a long way to go before it is completely condensed. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine tool. The higher the level, the scarier the energy needed to condense it. But we still have plenty of time. We have only reached the periphery of the desolate mountain range. There will be more and more demonic beasts inside, and they will become stronger and stronger. Plus, I have gained great benefits in these 2 days. I have condensed some dragon marks and my combat strength has increased, said Jiang Chen. Every time the ancestral dragon pagoda absorbed a large amount of essence and blood, it would separate out a small amount of energy for him, benefiting him immensely. In just 2 days, He had condensed a total of 10,000 dragon marks, increasing his dragon marks from 320,000. He was only a step away from the intermediate Earth Immortal realm, only 20,000 dragon marks were left. Dong dong, the earth trembled and a roar shook the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a black demonic ape that was 30 meters tall appeared not too far away from the three of them. This demonic ape's eyes were red and its entire body exuded a brutal aura. Just from its appearance, one could tell that it was extremely ferocious. The devil ape was attracted by the commotion and the smell of blood. When it saw Xianxia and the others, it sneered and licked its lips with its dark red tongue. Hee hee. It's been a long time since I've eaten a human. The devil ape spoke in the human language and stared unblinkingly at Xianxia and the others. In the devil ape's eyes, the three of them were already his. An early Earth Immortal devil ape dares to show off in front of Master Dog? See how Master Dog will tear him apart. De Huang Dog sneered and was about to attack. Let me. Han Yan said, stopping De Huang. Brat, you are only a late human immortal. At most, you can kill half-step Earth Immortal demonic beasts. This devil ape is an early Earth Immortal expert, which is 2 levels higher than you. Don't try to show off. De Huang Dog said. We can let Ah Yan have a try. If it's an ordinary early Earth Immortal demonic beast, Ah Yan is certainly no match for it, but this devil ape has an extremely strong demonic nature. Ah Yan has the most complete Gu Tianma bloodline, which is the bloodline with the highest demonic nature. When the devil ape fights with Ah Yan, its bloodline will be greatly suppressed. Therefore, even if this devil ape is only an early Earth Immortal expert, Ah Yan still has a chance. Xianxia said. He agreed to let Han Yan fight. Han Yan was a man who had been through hundreds of battles, he wasn't a flower in a greenhouse. Furthermore, to Han Yan, this devil ape was far from being invincible. Although Han Yan had lost an arm, it didn't hinder his growth. Adventuring itself was a process of growth. Fighting with high-level demonic beasts was the true meaning of this adventuring. Han Yan took a step forward and stood in front of the devil ape. His white hair danced in the wind and his eyes sparkled. A monstrous combat intent burst out from his body. The combat intent was like an invisible blade, cutting down the surrounding trees, turning the area into an empty space. Jia, a puny human immortal dares to fight with me? You are simply overestimating yourself. In that case, I will eat you first. The devil ape looked at Han Yan contemptuously. A mere human immortal was nothing in its eyes. With such cultivation base, it could easily eat him up. Humph. Really? War devil. Han Yan coldly snorted. Immediately after, he let out an explosive roar. A boundless demonic wave rushed out from his body. His body started to change. In the blink of an eye, his body doubled in size. His pupils turned completely black, like a black abyss, unable to see anything. That was the true devil nature. I didn't expect this kid to have formed the war devil body. Incredible. No wonder he is so confident. Looking at Han Yan's transformation, De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel surprised. The worries he had disappeared as well. Gu Tianma originally had the war devil body. It's just that Ah Yan hasn't formed it yet. I think Ah Yan must have formed the war devil body before ascending to the immortal world. Now, I have more confidence in dealing with the devil ape. Xianxia said with a relaxed face. His confidence in Han Yan had never weakened. He knew very well how strong Gu Tianma's bloodline was. Han Yan's future achievements were destined to be limitless. The smile on the demonic ape's face froze when it saw the change in Han Yan, especially when it sensed the ancient demonic aura emanating from Han Yan's body, which suppressed the demonic aura in its body. In other words, in front of Han Yan, it had an urge to worship the ancient and pure devil nature. Under such circumstances, the devil ape couldn't unleash its full strength. The aura of the ancient heavenly devil bloodline. Damn it. How could this kid have this bloodline? The devil ape cursed. But in the next moment, its expression was replaced by excitement. This is my fortune. As long as I devour this human brat, I will be able to obtain Gu Tianma's bloodline. If Gu Tianma's bloodline fuses with mine, my cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. With the purest devil nature, my future achievements will be limitless. Haha, the heavens are really looking after me. Brat, die. The devil ape laughed loudly. Suddenly, it raised its huge palm and slammed it down on Han Yan. Sky Devil Blade. Han Yan's momentum didn't lose to the devil ape at all. He swung his single arm and slashed out a shocking devil blade. The black devil blade turned into the sharpest weapon in the heaven and earth, slashing down on the devil ape's palm. Han Yan knew the difference in cultivation base between him and the devil ape. Therefore, he exerted his full strength and displayed the war devil body. Even with the suppression of the devil nature, Han Yan didn't dare to be careless. The difference in cultivation base was the hardest to make up for. Chi La. Han Yan's devil blade landed squarely on the palm of the devilish ape, creating a large amount of sparks, but these sparks were nothing. Han Yan's sky devil blade was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. It was an indestructible blade. Not only did it cut off the energy that the devilish ape sent out, it also left a deep wound on the ape's palm, causing blood to flow out. Damn it! How dare you injure me? The devilish ape turned pale with fright. It was an early Earth immortal expert, but now, it was injured by a late human immortal human. How could it accept such an outcome? It couldn't wait to eat Han Yan alive, but it was a pity that Han Yan's devil chi had greatly suppressed it. Under such suppression, it couldn't fully exert its abilities. It could only vent its grievance by roaring. It wasn't easy for Han Yan to face the devilish ape head-on. Although he managed to injure the ape, he was forced back dozens of meters before he could regain his balance. Again. Han Yan leaped up again, leaping up dozens of meters into the air, above the head of the devilish ape. 9 layers of devil waves, each layer is a devil barrier. Han Yan unleashed the power of Gu Tianma's bloodline to the extreme. Only the ultimate Gu Tianma's bloodline could suppress and restrain the devilish ape to the greatest extent. Only in this way could he close the gap between them and make up for the gap in their cultivation base. Hong Long, suddenly, the demonic waves were like the real waves of the sea. There were black demonic clouds everywhere, and each wave was higher than the previous one. The rumbling sound was endless, like the thunder of a few days. Every demonic wave turned into an illusory demonic dragon, and directly rushed towards the demonic ape from 9 different directions. This kind of momentum was really too mighty, as if millions of demonic armies were descending from the sky, and it was frightening. Han Yan had already used his strongest combat skill and the war devil physique. No matter how strong the devilish ape was, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Roar, roar, the devilish ape was enraged. It tried to counterattack, but its devil chi was suppressed to a great extent. Due to its innate fear of a king, it couldn't exert its combat strength. Even after exerting all of its strength, it still couldn't withstand Han Yan's 9 layers of devil waves. The 9 layers of devil waves were enough to destroy all enemies. Rumble, the violent battle continued without end. Some of the weaker demonic beasts in the surroundings felt such a powerful aura and immediately scattered in all directions in fear of being caught in the crossfire. When the devil wave disappeared, Han Yan returned to his original position. When he looked at the devil ape in front of him, he saw that it was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, the devil ape did not have the slightest bit of arrogance from before. Its body was covered with wounds and blood, and its majestic body was trembling. It seemed like an arrow at the end of its flight. The war devil physique was too powerful. Han Yan used the war devil physique to display the 9 layers of devil waves. It was the same as Xianxia using the true dragon transformation. Of course, although the war devil physique was powerful, it couldn't be compared to Xianxia's dragon transformation. The demonic ape cast a reluctant glance at Han Yan, then turned around and fled. The demonic ape wasn't a fool. Being able to cultivate to the earth immortal realm, it was a shrewd existence. Although it wanted to catch up to Han Yan and obtain the bloodline of the ancient divine devil, it knew that it wasn't a match for this little devil king in front of it. If it didn't flee now, it was afraid that it wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, it might even lose its life here, which would be a great loss. Still want to run? Seeing that the devil ape was about to run away, Han Yan's lips curled into a sneer. If the devil ape ran away from the beginning, Han Yan definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with it. However, with the devil ape's current state, it would be too humiliating for it to run away from Han Yen. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Han Yen leaped up again. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he caught up with the devil ape in the blink of an eye. A gloomy devil saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere and he slashed at the devil ape's head. Arg, the devil ape let out a blood-curdling scream. Its huge head was split in half by Han Yen and it died on the spot. Its majestic body fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Han Yen made a grabbing motion with his hand and pulled out the demon spirit of the demonic ape from its shattered head. Good lad, you're really powerful. De Huang Dog came to Han Yan's side and praised him generously. Ah Yen, this devil ape's demon soul is very beneficial to you. Hurry up and refine it. You'll have no problem advancing to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Xianxia reminded Han Yen hastily. At the same time, he took out the Zulong Tower and absorbed the devil ape's body. Alright. Han Yen nodded and began to refine the devil ape's demon soul. If it was an ordinary demonic beast's demon soul, he wouldn't be able to refine it in such a straightforward manner, but the devil ape's demon soul was different. It contained a large amount of demonic essence that had the same attribute as Han Yen. An hour later, a powerful qi burst out from Han Yan's body. After refining the devil ape's demon soul, just as Xianxia had expected, Han Yan's cultivation base had advanced once again, advancing to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Ah Yen, congratulations on advancing again. Xianxia said with a smile. Given my current combat strength, I can easily kill the devil ape even without using the combat devil physique. Han Yen became spirited and said confidently. He was quite satisfied with his continuous growth. The only thing he lacked was his broken arm. The thought of how Xianxia was willing to go after the regenerative lotus in order to regrow his arm, Han Yan's heart was filled with endless gratitude. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. There wasn't a need for too many words between him and Xianxia. Everything was in their hearts. If he and Xianxia were in each other's shoes, he would definitely do the same as Xianxia. Even if there was only a slight chance, he would still risk his life for his brother. In the following days, 2 men and a dog continued to fight against demonic beasts as they ventured deeper into the desolate mountain range. During this period of training, they had all obtained the benefits that they wanted. Han Yan's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step Earth Immortal realm, only a step away from the early Earth Immortal realm. De Huang Dog had advanced to the half-step Heaven Immortal realm. Even Xianxia and Han Yen were left speechless by this dog's miraculous ability. Of course, the one who benefited the most was Xianxia. The 13th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. Xianxia had also gained tremendous benefits from the Zulong Tower. In these few days, he had condensed another 20,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 350,000. His cultivation base had also advanced to the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. Very good. My current cultivation base has reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm and my combat strength has increased by a large margin. Calculating the time that we've been out, the regenerative lotus will be fully matured tomorrow and the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed soon. There was only 1 day left before the regenerative lotus matured, but Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to get his hands on the regenerative lotus before the grand ceremony. So he still had plenty of time to prepare. Furthermore, the 4 major powers would be on high alert during these 2 days when the regenerative lotus had just ripened. The 8 late golden immortal experts would put all their attention on the regenerative lotus, which wouldn't be advantageous to him. Unknowingly, Xianxia and the others had already reached the center of the desolate mountain. This place was already very dangerous compared to the outer region of the desolate mountain. Ordinary intermediate heaven immortal experts wouldn't dare to step into this place, because there were late heaven immortal demonic devils guarding this place. Once they were angered, death would be certain. In front of them was a desert. It wasn't very big, only 100 miles in circumference. The desert was calm and tranquil. Apart from the yellow sand, there was nothing else, but Xianxia and the others could smell the scent of danger. It was the smell of blood. Huge skeletons and some human skeletons were scattered all over the place. It was obvious that under the tranquility of the desert, there was a great danger. These skeletons were enough to prove that there were often fierce battles in this desert. The law of the immortal world was cruel, especially the demonic beasts. A desolate mountain range was a world. The law here was even crueler. The law here was the law of the jungle. Be careful. This desert isn't as peaceful as it looks. Xianxia reminded them and strode into the desert. Sha. Just as Xianxia and the others entered the desert, they heard a rustling sound coming from the ground. The sound sounded like it came from hell. It was incomparably unpleasant. When it reached the ears of those who heard it, they would feel nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. Kong long, the earth began to tremble violently. The yellow sand on the surface rose and fell. No one knew what kind of powerful monster was hiding underneath. It looked like an earth dragon. Roar. After that, an unpleasant roar resounded from beneath the ground, and then a monster that was the color of yellow sand charged out. Even though this monster was extremely swift, Xianxia was still able to see it clearly. It was an enormous scorpion that was covered in spikes, and its yellow skin emanated rays of dark light. This yellow scorpion had a clear target, and it opened its huge mouth as soon as it appeared and bit towards Xianxia's group. Xianxia unleashed the true dragon grand palm, enveloping yellow scorpion and heavily slamming him into the ground, turning him into dust. Countless amounts of black liquid flowed out of the yellow scorpion's body, making sizzling sounds. When the black liquid came into contact with the yellow sand, white smoke rose up. Some of the black liquid came into contact with Xianxia's hand, and it sizzled. It seemed like the liquid was going to corrode Xianxia's entire hand. What a strong poison. Xianxia was slightly shocked, but he didn't take it to heart. He was immune to hundreds of poisons, so these poisons were nothing to him. He could dissolve them in an instant. It's actually scorpion. Han Yan's expression slightly changed. This is the yellow poisonous scorpion. It lives in harsh deserts and is known as the king of the desert. In addition to being good at camouflage, they are also good at sneak attacks. What's truly terrifying is the intense poison they carry. The poison of the yellow poisonous scorpion is different from ordinary poisons. Ordinary poisons can be identified with a single glance, but the yellow poisonous scorpion has the camouflage of its skin, so it's very difficult to tell that it carries a deadly poison. The yellow poisonous scorpion usually has its own territory, and other demonic beasts don't want to provoke it for no reason. Obviously, he knew this kind of demonic beast very well. Da Huang Dog explained. This desert has a circumference of 100 miles. It seems like there is more than one yellow poisonous scorpion down there. Xianxia said. That's for sure. The yellow poisonous scorpion lives in groups. In addition to sneak attacks, they are also good at group attacks. We are now deep in the desert. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid we have already been surrounded by the yellow poisonous scorpion. Da Huang Dog said. However, he looked relaxed and not nervous at all. Although the yellow poisonous scorpion was very terrifying, it couldn't display its advantage when encountering Xianxia and Da Huang Dog, because these two guys were truly immune to hundreds of poisons. No poison could have any effect on them. Instead, it would become their nourishment. For venomous creatures, once they lost this huge advantage, everything else would be turned into a disadvantage. Ah Yan, be careful later. Xianxia reminded Han Yan. He and Da Huang Dog weren't afraid of the poison of the yellow poisonous scorpion, but Han Yan didn't have this advantage. If he was hit by the venom of the yellow poisonous scorpion, it wouldn't be a joke. Rustle. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the rustling sound from below became even more violent. Within 100 miles radius, the originally tranquil desert suddenly began to rumble, as if there was a great earthquake. Thick cracks began to appear. Chilly wind rustled, countless yellow sand drifted in the air. Bang bang bang, huge yellow poisonous scorpions rushed out of the cracks. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100 of them had emerged, surrounding Xianxia and the others. All of the scorpions were staring at Xianxia and the others with vicious eyes. There were also a few scorpions floating in the sky. These scorpions had already reached the Heaven Immortal Realm, but they were only early Heaven Immortal Realm. To Xianxia and Da Huang Dog, they couldn't pose any threat at all. Damn it. So many of them. This is giving me a headache. Han Yan couldn't help but curse. Don't worry. These scorpions are my nourishment. With them, the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed. In the face of such a situation, not only did Xianxia not show the slightest bit of nervousness, he even revealed a hint of a smile. "De Huang, you and I Yan go into the Zulong Tower. I'll deal with these monsters," Jiangchen said to De Huang Dog and Han Yen, then opened the entrance of the Zulong Tower. Dissatisfied, De Huang Dog walked into the Zulong Tower. Although he wanted to stay and fight, De Huang Dog knew what Jiangchen was capable of. He reckoned that Jiangchen wanted to finish off these scorpions as soon as possible. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time. After De Huang Dog and Han Yen entered the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen was the only one left in the desert. He stood in the middle of the densely packed scorpions' encirclement. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, he looked very relaxed. Roar! When these yellow poisonous scorpions saw a man and a dog suddenly vanishing into thin air, they roared and lunged at Jiangchen as if they had gone mad. Eternal Immortal Wind! Jiangchen shouted, and a powerful eternal immortal wind was about to blast out from his body. However, the instant the eternal immortal wind was about to blast out, Jiangchen forcefully retracted it. "Damn it! I almost made a huge mistake." Jiangchen secretly broke out in cold sweat. Just now, he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, using the eternal immortal wind, which was a large-scale and extremely destructive combat technique, was the best way to deal with these scorpions. A gust of eternal immortal wind was enough to blow all the scorpions to death. However, Jiangchen had neglected the fact that this eternal immortal wind wasn't his own skill. It was obtained from the Northern and Southern dynasties. This was a skill that belonged exclusively to the Northern and Southern dynasties. Currently, the true bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties were searching for him everywhere. It wasn't easy for him to remove the imprint left in his body by them. If he used the eternal immortal wind now, it was very likely that he would be sensed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. According to De Huang Dog, there was a high possibility that the Northern and Southern dynasties had powerful immortal emperors. A powerful immortal emperor would possess unfathomable means and power. He was afraid that the moment he used the eternal immortal wind, he would be sensed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Given his current cultivation base, if he fell into the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties, the consequences would be imaginable. Fortunately, Jiangchen thought of this at the critical moment, and retracted the eternal immortal wind as fast as he could. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed like before he had absolute confidence in dealing with the Northern and Southern dynasties, he wouldn't be able to use the eternal immortal wind. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. However, Jiangchen had plenty of means to deal with these yellow venomous scorpions. The instant the eternal immortal wind was retracted, Jiangchen cast out an even more ferocious 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dragons of different colors whizzed out, carrying earth-shattering killing intent, rushing towards the yellow venomous scorpions from all directions. Kong Long, Arg, the deafening shockwaves of the battle were accompanied by the miserable shrieks of the yellow venomous scorpions. Under the impact of the 5 elemental barbaric dragons, a large number of yellow venomous scorpions were killed. Some of them were directly crushed into powder. Their essence and blood were absorbed by the Zulong Tower on the spot. Many of the yellow venomous scorpions who died tragically released their own venom before they died, trying to cause great harm to Jiangchen. Unfortunately, the venom had no effect on Jiangchen at all. The entire desert fell into a frenzy. Yellow sand and blood mixed together. This was the most primitive and most ferocious massacre. In just 1 minute, all the yellow venomous scorpions below the Heaven Immortal realm had been wiped out by Jiangchen. The few Heaven Immortal yellow venomous scorpions had yet to make their move. They hovered in midair, their eyes filled with shock. Looking at the tragic scene below and the massacre of their people, a monstrous rage suddenly burst out from their bodies. The few Heaven Immortal yellow scorpions were infuriated. They locked onto Jiangchen's chi, opened their huge mouths and shot out several black poisonous arrows at the same time. These poisonous arrows were completely condensed from the venom of the yellow scorpions. Apart from being very toxic, they also had a very strong lethality. However, all of this was still useless against Jiangchen. With a swish, the flaming wings appeared. Xianxia soared into the sky and appeared in the sky in an instant. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. He didn't even need to use his dragon form to deal with these early heaven immortal scorpions. Previously, Xianxia was only an early earth immortal expert. He needed to use his dragon form to deal with early heaven immortal experts. Now that he was an intermediate earth immortal expert, he didn't even need to use his dragon form to deal with early world immortal experts. Moreover, these scorpions' venom was useless against Xianxia, losing their biggest advantage. Therefore, to Xianxia, these scorpions weren't as threatening as ordinary early heaven immortal experts. Voila! Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. The heavenly saint sword carried the fusion of the true thunder fire and the true dragon fire, slashing towards one of the scorpions. Venomous creatures like the yellow scorpion originally belonged to the dark attribute. Xianxia's flame had a great restraining effect on them. Clang. The heavenly saint sword slashed on the body of the yellow scorpion. A large amount of blood splattered. The yellow scorpion let out a miserable shriek and flew backwards. How could Xianxia give it a chance? With a casual flap of the flaming wings, he immediately turned into a stream of light and chased after it. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the yellow scorpion. The process was so fast that the remaining scorpions didn't even have the chance to react, let alone help. By the time they reacted, their companion had already died tragically in the hands of Xianxia. Even their corpses had been devoured and refined by Xianxia. Roar. The scorpions roared angrily towards the sky. Their skin began to change from yellow to black. This was their original appearance. At this time, there was no longer any need to hide. The scorpions attacked from all directions at the same time. Countless poisonous blades shot out from their bodies. Wherever they passed, the void would sizzle, seemingly corroding the air. As a matter of fact, these yellow poisonous scorpions were very depressed. They were very confident in their poison. They really couldn't figure out how Xianxia was able to remain unscathed under such a deadly poison. Could it be that there was really a man who was immune to poison in this world? Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Han Yan and Big Yellow were watching the battle outside, which made Han Yan click his tongue in wonder. Little Chen is really scary. This kind of immunity is really enviable. I'm afraid those yellow poisonous scorpions are going to be pissed to death by now. I'm really envious of those scorpions. I'm afraid those scorpions are going to be pissed to death. Han Yan said with a smile. Seeing how tenacious these scorpions were, Xianxia's fighting spirit was aroused. He immediately put away the heavenly saint sword. His robe fluttered and a golden whirlpool appeared under his feet. It carried a trace of profound meaning. It was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Currently, Xianxia had obtained 3 types of true dragon combat skills, the true dragon palm, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, and the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Each of these skills possessed incredible destructive power. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal could be used to attack groups of people, but when it came to concentrated attacks, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was the most destructive. Bang. All the power was concentrated at one point. Xianxia's big foot stepped on the head of one of the scorpions. Under the situation where the venom had no effect, the scorpion couldn't stop Xianxia's strength at all. Its hard head was like soft tofu as it was crushed by Xianxia's foot. Xianxia grabbed the scorpion's body and sent it into the Zulong Tower to be refined. After killing 2 scorpions in a row, the remaining 3 scorpions began to panic. They were not fools. They all had very high intelligence. They knew that they were no match for the human in front of them. Immediately, their bodies flashed and they began to drill into the sand below. Still want to run? Xianxia sneered. The 5-element sphere spread out and enveloped all 3 scorpions. Then, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps stepped on them again. Bang, bang. 2 dull sounds were heard. 2 more scorpions were trampled to death by Xianxia and turned into a mist of blood. They shouldn't be so weak, but they were really shocked by Xianxia's ferocity. In addition, they didn't escape. They panicked and didn't have the slightest strength to resist. There was only 1 scorpion left. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't let it go. Seeing Xianxia's big foot stepping on it again, the scorpion hurriedly made an ear-piercing cry towards the ground. This cry made Xianxia frown. Although he didn't understand the meaning of this cry, he knew that it was summoning its kind. It seemed that there were more powerful yellow scorpions under the desert. But he couldn't care less about it now. The one in front of him must be killed. After easily killing the last yellow scorpion, the Zulong Tower finally began to transform. The 13th floor of the Zulong Tower emitted a scarlet radiance and was completely revealed. The tower was covered with ancient and complicated patterns. The aura of the ancestral dragon was getting stronger and stronger. Every floor of the ancient tower was the most difficult to condense. Therefore, the 13th floor of the ancient tower absorbed a large number of yellow scorpions in order to condense. Good, the 13th floor is completely condensed. After all, the Zulong Tower was the key to stealing the regenerative lotus. The stronger the Zulong Tower was, the higher their chances of success would be. Boom! Before Xianxia had the time to feel happy, another heavy sound was heard from the bottom of the desert. After that, the ground at the center of the desert suddenly collapsed. A monstrous demonic energy rushed up, bringing with it a pungent smell that made people want to vomit. Roar, a muffled and hoarse roar was heard. An enormous yellow scorpion flew out. It was twice the size of the early heaven immortal scorpion. Its whole body was emitting poisonous chi. An intermediate heaven immortal yellow scorpion. It seems like it's the true king of this desert. Xianxia was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, this yellow scorpion wasn't a late heaven immortal expert. As long as he used his dragon form, he would be able to deal with it. What a disgusting big fellow. Han Yen frowned. After the poisonous scorpion king appeared, it immediately noticed the situation here. Seeing the piles of dried corpses below and its own kind that had been slaughtered in the desert, the poisonous scorpion king could no longer restrain its anger. Swoosh. Venomous scorpion king's eyes fell upon Xianxia, filled with endless killing intent. Damned human! How dare you kill my people while I'm asleep? This is unforgivable. I'm going to send you to hell. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. The poisonous scorpion king couldn't help but be angry. With its cultivation, it could dominate a region, and no one in the entire desolate mountain range dared to provoke it. This could be seen from the fact that no other demonic beasts dared to approach the desert after fighting for such a long time. For other demonic beasts, this was almost a forbidden area. No one dared to meddle in Yellow Scorpion's business. Even if the sky was broken, no demonic beasts would appear. If they were caught in the crossfire, it would not be a joke. You're just a little scorpion. How dare you call yourself a king? Ridiculous. Xianxia ridiculed. He didn't put the Scorpion King in his eyes at all. In his point of view, the Scorpion King would die in the end and become the nourishment for his Zulong Tower. After refining so many scorpions, not only did the Zulong Tower successfully condense the 13th level, he had also gained the corresponding benefits of condensing another 5,000 dragon marks. Courting death. The Scorpion King was infuriated. It swung its thick tail, stirring up endless waves of sound and lashed at Xianxia. The Scorpion King's tail was full of sharp thorns. In a blink of an eye, it had reached Xianxia. No one knew how much power was contained in this attack. That was the wind of extreme poison. Once touched by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon transformation. Xianxia bellowed. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of a mid-heaven immortal poisonous Scorpion King. Immediately, he transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he could only fight a mid-heaven immortal expert in this form. Kong, powerful energy waves surged out of Xianxia's body, turning into boundless waves. Dragon chi pervaded the air. In this state, Xianxia's ferocious was no longer enough to describe him. Paw. Xianxia struck out a huge blood-red dragon claw and grabbed the Scorpion King's giant tail. What? The Scorpion King turned pale with fright. It was completely shocked by Xianxia's transformation skill. It could feel that after the human in front of it transformed, his combat power had instantly increased by a lot, but what really shocked it was its attack just now. This tail was a furious strike from the Scorpion King, and it was the concentration of almost all the strength in his body. In his opinion, this strike was enough to turn Xianxia into a meat patty. However, he did not expect that the power of this giant tail not only failed to send Xianxia flying, but also did not even shake his body. Instead, he was tightly gripped by his opponent's dragon claws, unable to break free for a while. For the Scorpion King, this could be said to be a great blow. World-devouring poison. The Scorpion King was extremely ferocious. The giant tail that was gripped by Xianxia suddenly changed. Poisonous needles shot out from the tail. In his opinion, these poisonous needles were the essence of his venom. No one would dare to hold his tail like this. Anyone who came into close contact with him would be a fool, and the end would be extremely tragic. However, what happened next made the Scorpion King spurt out blood. He was horrified to find that after his poisonous needles pierced into Xianxia's palm, Xianxia did not have any reaction at all. The poison that could make countless cultivators tremble in fear couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia at all. How is this possible? The Scorpion King was completely shocked. To him, this was simply an unprecedented scene. This human young man in front of him was too evil, and had left an indelible shadow in his heart. Haha, come down here. Xianxia laughed loudly. This kind of battle was really satisfying. The dragon marks in his chi rippled, and all the power was poured into his arm. That was a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The Scorpion King could not resist it at all. Its huge body was dragged down from the sky by Xianxia, and smashed heavily onto the ground. Rumble, a huge pit was smashed into the desert. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and the airwaves were everywhere. There was also the blood that was spurting out from the Scorpion King's body. It had to be said that Xianxia had thrown the Scorpion King quite hard. It was really confused and miserable. Ouch, that's a bad fall. Inside the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog was shaking his head, enjoying the scene. Little Xianxia is so fierce. Han Yan also shook his head and sighed. It was a miracle for a heaven-defying existence like Xianxia to appear in this world. A man like this would never be ordinary no matter where he went. Back then, Han Yan and Xianxia started from the Black Sect, and as they grew, they finally overturned the rules of the entire Saint Origin realm and established the true martial Saint dynasty. Although Xianxia had just arrived in the immortal world and his cultivation base was still weak, no one could guarantee what his future would be like. Han Yan believed that sooner or later, the rules of the immortal world would be trampled under Xianxia's feet. Dong dong dong, Xianxia was as ferocious as an ancient beast. The Scorpion King had lost the initiative and was now completely under his control. In Xianxia's hands, the Scorpion King was smashed dozens of times, and in the end, its tail was torn off. During this process, the poisonous Scorpion King didn't give up on resisting, especially using the venom that it was so proud of to attack Xianxia. However, the venom that had always been effective against Xianxia had completely lost its effect today. It couldn't do anything to Xianxia at all. This was the end of the poisonous Scorpion King. Besides, after being completely controlled by Xianxia, the Scorpion King didn't even have the chance to escape. It wanted to drill into the ground and escape, but it couldn't escape from Xianxia's palm. In the end, the Scorpion King was smashed to death, lying motionless on the ground with blood all over its body. Xianxia returned to his original appearance, walked towards the Scorpion King, and killed it effortlessly. Big Yellow and Han Yan clearly saw that the Scorpion King did not even close its eyes before it died. It was so sad that it died with everlasting regret. As the first Scorpion King in history to be killed by a fall, it would not have the face to meet its ancestor spirit in the netherworld. The chi and blood essence of an intermediate heaven immortal Scorpion King was incomparably huge. Naturally, it would be very effective in condensing the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed, he would continue to advance towards the 14th floor. The higher the floor of the Zulong Tower, the more advantageous it would be for Xianxia, and the higher the success rate of stealing the regenerative lotus. Little Xianxia, now that your cultivation base has advanced to the intermediate Earth Immortal Realm and the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower has been condensed, I think it's about time for us to return. De Huang Dog said. All right. We have now reached the heart of the mountain range. There are already powerful intermediate heaven immortal demonic beasts. If we encounter a late heaven immortal demonic beast, it will be very troublesome. The regenerative lotus will mature tomorrow. It will take us at least 2 days to reach the heavenly mountain from here. After locking on the direction of heavenly mountain, 2 men and a dog set off immediately. But not long after they set off, they were once again shrouded by a monstrous demonic chi. It wasn't just demonic chi, but also devil chi, a powerful demonic chi. That was the devil of demonic beasts, an existence that was more terrifying and ferocious than demonic beasts. Not good. A powerful demonic devil has appeared. It has locked onto us. De Huang Dog's facial expression changed slightly. It's a late heaven immortal demonic devil. Xianxia knitted his brows. Dong. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, a black beam shot down from the sky and landed 30 meters in front of Jiang Chen and the group. It was a huge bull with a human body and a bull's head. It was over 3 meters tall, and its body was covered with solid muscles. It looked majestic and strong. The barbaric bull had black scales on its body and its whole body was shrouded in a steaming devil flame. This is a late heaven immortal heaven devil barbaric bull. It's an incomparably powerful demonic devil with monstrous demonic nature and bloodthirsty nature. Any human cultivator or demonic beast of the same level would surely die if they were to fight it. This heavenly devil barbaric bull is warlike and ferocious by nature. Ordinary half-step divine immortals wouldn't dare to provoke it. Damn it. I can't believe we bumped into it. We're really unlucky, said De Huang Dog gloomily. Not necessarily. It should be our good luck. If I'm not mistaken, this barbaric bull should be the true king of this region, said Jiang Chen. After sensing the characteristics of the heavenly devil barbaric bull, not only did he not feel nervous, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Brat, where did your confidence come from? I think we still have a chance if we run away now. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. A late heaven immortal barbaric bull's combat strength was comparable to an ordinary half-step divine immortal. It was really unfortunate for him to encounter such a powerful and ferocious demonic devil. How could Jiang Chen say that he was lucky? He was a typical sick man, a very sick one. What do you know? I once comprehended the edifying light together with Tyrant. It's the nemesis of this kind of demon. Now that I've just arrived at the one-line sky, I'm still unable to establish myself. This is the time when I need a trump card. If I can edify this barbaric bull, it will be a powerful trump card for a short period of time. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was what he truly wanted. A powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull would definitely be a great help. By the way, how could I have forgotten about this technique of yours? This barbaric bull isn't easy to deal with. Even the 2 of us together aren't a match for it. I'm afraid that edifying it won't be an easy task. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled. If Jiang Chen really edified this barbaric bull, the benefits would be boundless, but it was destined to be an extremely difficult task. Given their current cultivation base, it was imaginable how dangerous it would be to edify a powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull. How will you know if you don't try, De Huang? Let's join hands. My flame can suppress its demonic nature and I will use the edifying light to interfere with it. You don't need to hold back anymore. Give it your all. We must take down this barbaric bull today. This desolate mountain range has a circumference of 10,000 miles. I guess there must be more than one late heaven immortal demonic beast here. After subduing this barbaric bull, we will let it lead us to kill the other great demons. Perhaps we can condense the 14th floor of the Zulong Tower. At that time, we will have a greater chance of obtaining the regenerative lotus, said Jiang Chen. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Big Yellow and Han Yen couldn't help but roll their eyes. Jiang Chen was the real shrewd one. He was able to see everything from a single point. It turned out that the heavenly devil barbaric bull had a greater use after being subdued. This was the so-called wise man. He would always be able to see things further and wider than others. That was why Jiang Chen was the one who succeeded. All right. Master Dog will also go all out today. I will let this stupid bull witness my power. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was ready to fight. Plus, this wasn't the first time that he and Xianxia fought side by side. Their teamwork had reached a perfect level. I'd better enter the Zulong Tower to rest. Han Yan shrugged helplessly. He walked into the Zulong Tower again. In a battle like this, he really couldn't help at all. Although Gu Tianma's bloodline could suppress the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull's bloodline, under the unbridgeable gap in Cultivation base, all the suppression was futile. The Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull could easily kill Han Yan with a single breath. On the opposite side, the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull's eyes were like torches. Its cold gaze fell on Xianxia and a Huang dog, then it said, "A damned human and a stupid dog, how dare you slaughter in my territory? You're not putting me in your eyes at all. Courting death. Stupid bull, how dare you scold Master Dog? Do you believe that Master Dog won't pull out your horns and pull out your tendons?" Hearing the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull calling him a stupid dog, the Huang dog couldn't take it anymore. How astute was he? Could there be another dog more astute than him in this world? How dare this damn bull be so disrespectful to him? This was an unforgivable crime that deserved 10,000 deaths. Humph. You two idiots, get your ass over here and kowtow to me as an apology. If you do that, I might be merciful enough to spare your lives and give you a chance to be my slaves. Idiots, hurry up and cherish this opportunity. The Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull harumphed coldly, then spoke in a lofty and inviolable tone. For God's sake, this damn bull is even more arrogant and despotic than Master Dog. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. A pair of light wings emerged on his back, and his majestic body turned into a beam of golden light, charging toward the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Holding the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, he transformed into his dragon form and attacked the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull from another direction. Two idiots who don't know death. Looks like I'm going to cook you and eat you. When the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull saw Xianxia and the Huang dog taking the initiative to attack it, it immediately snorted disdainfully. The bull stood there motionlessly, slapping at the Huang dog and Xianxia with both of its hands. Before Xianxia and the Huang dog could get close, they could already feel the enormous power coming from the bull's palms. The pressure was like a mountain, suffocating them. Motherf asterisk cur, this damn bull is really scary. The Huang dog cursed. Crackling lightning bolts appeared above his head. Facing the powerful Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull, the Huang dog had no choice but to put away his joking attitude and display his most powerful innate ability. Asterisk paw paw, asterisk a third dragon horn appeared between the Huang dog's eyebrows. Electric sparks flickered, and in the next second, a dazzling beam of light blasted out, carrying a terrifying destructive force. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk the Huang dog's innate ability could be said to be a secret weapon. It was not a problem for him to kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. However, using this skill consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, the Huang dog's cultivation base was much stronger than before. If it was before, he would have collapsed from exhaustion after using this skill. However, no matter how powerful the Huang dog's innate ability was, the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull was even more terrifying. The difference in strength between the two sides was not on the same level. Under this collision, the Huang dog's huge body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Cough, the Huang dog was shocked and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not panic, because such an ending was actually within his expectation. He knew his position very well. The main purpose of his attack was to restrain the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull. That was all. As for the rest, he still had to rely on Xianxia. On the other side, Xianxia's Heavenly Saint sword turned into a real dragon and roared. The tip of the sword flickered with mysterious vortexes. Those were sword chi vortexes, the true essence of a sword skill. Xianxia's sword skill was simple and direct, but it was also extremely violent. Its lethality was many times stronger than some fancy sword skills. Moreover, the Heavenly Saint sword carried endless raging flames. It was the fusion of the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire. Coupled with the dragon transformation skill that Xianxia cultivated, all of them had a great restraining effect on the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull's attributes. In this way, it could at least weaken the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull's combat strength. Bang! The long sword collided with the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull's palm, producing a large amount of sparks. The power of the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Xianxia felt as if a vast ocean was pressing down on him. Even though he was in his dragon transformation state, he could not withstand it and was pushed back by the energy wave. What? Although Xianxia was repelled, the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was shocked to the extreme. It raised its palm, which was dripping with blood. There was a wound on the spot where it collided with Xianxia's long sword. I was actually wounded by a puny human? How is this possible? Also, what kind of cultivation technique does this bastard cultivate? It actually has such a great restraining effect on me. And that flame, it's practically this king's nemesis. Under this kind of suppression, it's very difficult for me to unleash my full strength. How frustrating. The heavenly devil barbaric bull bellowed in anger. He didn't put this human and dog in his eyes at first, but now it seemed that he had indeed underestimated them. Putting aside the fact that this human brat was so powerful and could restrain him, even that dog was incomparably mystical. It was a miracle that a mere half-step heaven immortal brat could come out unscathed in a head-on confrontation with him. Tempest of Swords. Immediately after that, Xianxia unleashed another powerful attack. The heavenly saint sword in his hand seemed to have come to life. Boundless sword chi rained down on the heavenly demonic barbaric bull like a storm. At the same time, Xianxia unleashed his flaming wings, turning into phantoms, circling around the heavenly demonic bull and unleashing powerful attacks. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also unleashed his wings of light. His speed had also reached the extreme. For a moment, the heavenly demonic bull was dazzled by his attacks. Too bad, the heavenly demonic bull wasn't that easy to deal with. Despite the combined attacks of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, they still couldn't cause any damage to the heavenly demonic bull. It could easily deal with them. Roar, but very quickly, the heavenly demonic bull was infuriated. It raised its head and bellowed. Its body began to transform. In an instant, it grew to a height of 30 meters. Boundless devil waves gushed out from its nostrils, mouth, and every part of its body. The heavenly demonic bull had gone mad. Its eyes began to turn red. It couldn't help but be angry. To it, such a battle was too depressing. Plus, it had been fighting two puny figures for so long. It was an incomparably shameful thing. If this matter was spread to its enemies, it would become a laughingstock. It couldn't afford to lose its face. Not good. This bastard has gone mad. It's very dangerous. De Huang Dog's facial expression changed. He hastily sent a message to Xianxia. This heavenly demonic bull was far scarier than they had imagined. Its combat strength was equivalent to that of a half-step divine immortal expert. Even an ordinary half-step divine immortal expert wouldn't be a match for this bull. Provoking this bull was no different from courting death for Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Don't panic. Our chance has come. We must make it angry. I am going to use my trump card now. De Huang, don't hold back. I will let you eat enough immortal meta stones later. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in Xianxia's eyes. This heavenly demonic bull wasn't easy to deal with, but it wasn't to the point where they had no chance. All right. Upon hearing this, De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with madness. He opened his mouth and spat out two broken swords above De Huang Dog. In just an instant, the broken swords became incomparably bright, as if they were the most powerful divine weapons in the heavens and earth. Xianxia wasn't unfamiliar with these broken swords. He had obtained them in Saint Origin World. Even he couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was, but De Huang Dog treated it as a treasure. Now, it seemed like De Huang Dog's judgment was correct. After the two broken swords appeared, they automatically combined with each other. The chi that was emitted from them could make people feel a deep suppression. It was a suppression that originated from the soul. Even the heavenly demonic bull felt a trace of palpitation. Kong Long, De Huang Dog channeled the energy in his body into the broken swords in an instant. It could be seen that the spirit in De Huang Dog's eyes began to dim. It was imaginable that even with De Huang Dog's current condition, the consumption of energy to forcefully use the broken swords was inestimable. On the other side, Xianxia had finally stopped using the heavenly saint sword. A giant golden halberd appeared in his hand. It was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, a peak Great Luo immortal weapon. Its grade was equivalent to an ordinary King Grade immortal weapon. Ever since Xianxia obtained this immortal weapon from Ouyang he had never tried to use it. Firstly, this immortal weapon was too famous. As Ouyang He's natal weapon, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd's fame must be as great as Ouyang He's. Once it was used, it would immediately be noticed. Secondly, which was also the most important reason, Xianxia didn't have the ability to use it. According to his estimation, he would only be able to practice the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes after reaching the Heaven Immortal realm. What kind of treasure is this broken sword? How could it be so terrifying? Looking at the dazzling broken sword, Xianxia couldn't help but feel astonished again. It seemed that De Huang Dog's treasure was not without reason. The tacit understanding between Xianxia and De Huang Dog had reached a high degree of compatibility. If it was an ordinary person, even if Xianxia had the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, it would not be easy for him to subdue the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. After all, Xianxia needed time to use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, and the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull would not give Xianxia the time. Therefore, De Huang Dog's cooperation was extremely important. For example, De Huang Dog's terrifying broken sword had attracted all of the Heavenly Demonic Barbaric Bull's attention. Feeling the pressure from the broken sword, the Heavenly Demonic Bull indeed focused all of its attention on De Huang Dog, or rather, on the broken sword. The Heavenly Demonic Bull was not a fool. It could naturally see the terror of the broken sword. Although it didn't know what it was, it could guess that it was a treasure. Therefore, its eyes were filled with surprise and greed. Such a superior treasure actually fell into the hands of a dog. What a reckless waste. If I could get my hands on this treasure, I would definitely be able to kill those 3 guys and unify this desolate mountain range. The Heavenly Demonic Bull was completely attracted by De Huang Dog's broken sword. For a moment, it completely ignored the existence of Xianxia. Of course, in the eyes of the Heavenly Demonic Bull, whether it was De Huang Dog or Xianxia, they were far from being a match for it. Thus, ignoring them was not a big deal. Roar, the Heavenly Demonic Bull moved. Endless demonic waves rushed out of its 100 zhang tall body. The demonic waves transformed into a black bull that was hundreds of zhang tall. It floated in the air and looked very real. Then, it charged at De Huang Dog. Stupid bull, if you dare to fight with Master Dog will let you know why flowers are so beautiful. Big Yellow said arrogantly. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He channeled all the energy in his body into the broken sword. After the fusion, the broken sword became restless again and turned into a 100 meters long heavenly sword. Then, it slashed at the barbaric bull that was completely condensed from devil energy. Big Yellow! Big Yellow! Big Yellow shouted. Rumble, this was the strongest attack unleashed by the 2 great experts. There was an insurmountable gap between Big Yellow and the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull, but the combat strength of the Heavenly Sword was just too strong. It contained the pressure of the origin. In this world, it seemed like no one except Big Yellow could use the Heavenly Sword. That area had turned into chaos, or it could be said that it was completely covered by the fluctuations of the battle, and the original colors could no longer be seen. He did not pay attention to the battle, nor did he have the energy to do so. This was the most critical moment. De Huang Dog had temporarily restrained the Heavenly Demonic Bull, but Xianxia understood that it was impossible to defeat it. He still needed to take action. Buzz, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd produced a buzzing sound in Xianxia's hand. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body began to ripple. Countless energy swarmed toward the halberd like a storm. In just the blink of an eye, more than half of the energy in Xianxia's body had been absorbed. The halberd in his hand sank. Xianxia felt that he could not hold it anymore, as if the halberd in his hand weighed hundreds of millions of jin. Son of a bitch! What a vampire! Xianxia rolled his eyes. He had the urge to spurt out blood. He had to admit that forcibly using a Grand Luo immortal weapon, especially a peak Grand Luo immortal weapon like the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, was simply torturing himself. It would consume all his energy in an instant. If he couldn't kill his opponent in time, he would be harmed instead. However, Xianxia was very confident in the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. He believed that this strike would have no problem killing the Heavenly Demonic Bull. Of course, it was impossible for Xianxia to really kill the Heavenly Demonic Bull because he wanted to subdue it for his own use. On the other side, the fierce battle between De Huang Dog and the Heavenly Demonic Bull had ended. The broken sword had been kept away by De Huang Dog. At this moment, De Huang Dog was lying on the ground far away, motionless. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth and he was gasping for breath. It could be seen how much energy he had consumed from that strike. The Heavenly Demonic Bull didn't have a good time either. It looked very miserable, but it was after all a peerless Devil King, which was equivalent to a half-step divine immortal expert. Its combat strength was still very strong. At this time, Xianxia also moved. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd had already absorbed all the energy in his body. The halberd in his hand whistled, reaching a length of 100 meters, and was hurled towards the barbaric bull's head. What? As if sensing great danger, the Heavenly Demonic Bull exclaimed. Its huge eyes stared at the incoming halberd, blood almost oozing out from its mouth. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Another invincible treasure. How could these two fellows possess so many treasures? The Heavenly Demonic Bull was extremely depressed. As the king of this desolate mountain range, it didn't even have a suitable weapon. But this man and dog in front of it had displayed their invincible immortal weapons. How could it accept this? Furthermore, it was focused on fighting De Huang Dog just now, completely ignoring Xianxia. Now that the opponent had launched a powerful attack while it was resting, it could be said that the timing was perfect. However, the Heavenly Demonic Bull reacted very quickly. Once again, it struck out a huge bull that collided with the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. Chi La. However, this time, the Heavenly Demonic Bull's luck wasn't as good as before. Under the might of the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, the Devil Bull was split into two on the spot. The huge combat skill landed on the Heavenly Demonic Bull's body, leaving a deep wound. This was the result of Xianxia not wanting to kill the bull. Otherwise, if the combat skill landed on the bull's head, it was afraid that it would be half dead. Roar. The Heavenly Demonic Bull let out a miserable cry. Being injured by a Zenith Heaven immortal weapon was no ordinary pain. After unleashing this attack, Xianxia was completely drained. The energy in his body was completely consumed. He put away the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, his face a little pale. However, this was not the time to be negligent. The flaming wings supported his body to fly in the sky. Almost at the same moment when the Heavenly Demonic Bull was seriously injured, Xianxia struck out the edifying light at lightning speed. Whoosh, the edifying light entered the mind of the Heavenly Fiend Barbaric Bull like a snake. The Heavenly Fiend Barbaric Bull struggled violently for a while before stopping. In its current state, it could no longer resist the edifying light. Guard it for me first. After I recover, I will help you heal your injuries. Xianxia glanced at the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull. Both he and De Huang Dog were exhausted and needed to heal their injuries as soon as possible. As for the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull's injuries, it wasn't a big deal as it didn't hurt its origin. Xianxia would be able to help it recover very quickly using the wood spiritual energy. Yes, Master. The Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull nodded, not daring to disobey Xianxia's words. This was the magic of the edifying light. Once the opponent was edified, it would obey the master completely. Even if Xianxia asked the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull to commit suicide in front of him, it wouldn't hesitate to do so. At this time, Han Yan walked out of the Zulong Tower. Comparing the obedient Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull to the ferocious Devil King, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. This edifying light is truly miraculous. Now that I have this barbaric bull following me, it's like I have a half-step divine immortal expert by my side. Plus, this guy's cultivation base has already reached the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm and could break through to the half-step Divine Immortal Realm at any time. At that time, he would be equivalent to an early Divine Immortal expert. Han Yan exclaimed in admiration, repeatedly giving a thumbs up to Xianxia's horrifying means. De Huang Dog came to Xianxia's side, almost crawling over. Kid, Master Dog is dying of exhaustion. Hurry up and help Master Dog recover. Bring me a large amount of immortal metastones. De Huang Dog wouldn't be polite to Xianxia. Don't worry. Xianxia wouldn't be stingy towards De Huang Dog. Immediately, he took out a large amount of immortal metastones. At this time, not only De Huang Dog needed immortal metastones, but also Xianxia himself needed them. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had consumed all of his immortal metastones, so he needed to recover as soon as possible. The interior of this desolate mountain range was filled with dangers. Fortunately, the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull was guarding from the side. After an hour, both Xianxia and De Huang Dog had fully recovered. Neither of them had suffered any injuries. It was just that they had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, De Huang Dog's bloodline was powerful, and Xianxia's dragon transformation art had an astonishing recovery speed. Therefore, it only took them an hour to fully recover. Such a terrifying recovery speed directly shocked the heavenly demonic bull beside him. Master is truly an extraordinary person. There will definitely be many benefits from following him in the future. The heavenly devil barbaric bull was secretly delighted. Naturally, the first thing Xianxia did after his recovery was to help the heavenly devil barbaric bull recover. Now that the heavenly devil barbaric bull had become his greatest helper, he naturally needed to restore it to its peak state. Barbaric bull, come here. I'll help you recover now. Xianxia said. The heavenly devil barbaric bull hastily approached Xianxia, acting respectfully. It had no idea what method Xianxia would use to help it recover, but it dared not disobey Xianxia's words. Xianxia reached out his palm. Powerful wood spiritual energy swarmed out, entering the heavenly devil barbaric bull's body through its wounds. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk after receiving the wood spiritual energy's baptism, the heavenly devil barbaric bull's body couldn't help but shiver. It felt so comfortable, like a dried-up wasteland receiving the baptism of rain. In merely 10 minutes, all the injuries of the heavenly devil barbaric bull had fully recovered. Its entire body was brimming with energy and vigor, unlike before. Master's means are truly miraculous. Thank you for healing me, Master. The heavenly devil barbaric bull was shocked. It had never seen such a heaven-defying healing method before. If it hadn't experienced it personally, it wouldn't have believed it. De Huang, what was that broken sword you used just now? How could it be so terrifying? Han Yan looked at De Huang Dog. This was the first time he had seen such a method. The heavenly devil barbaric bull also looked at De Huang Dog curiously. It was also very curious about that treasure. I won't tell you guys. Can't this master dog have his own secrets? De Huang Dog said proudly, not giving Han Yan any face. *CK Han Yan raised his middle finger at De Huang Dog, expressing his disdain. Alright, we've gained a lot from this trip to the desolate mountains. I'm more confident about getting the regenerative lotus now. Xianxia said. Little Chinzi, are we going back now? Asked Han Yan. There's no hurry. We still have time. After saying that, Xianxia looked at the heavenly devil barbaric bull and asked, Barbaric bull, how many great demons like you are there in this desolate mountain range? Xianxia had always been like this. He would squeeze out all the benefits that he deserved. Master, there are a total of 7 of them, each occupying a mountain in different parts of the desolate mountain range. Now, this is my territory, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. 7, huh? Are you confident in dealing with them? Asked Xianxia. If he could kill and refine all of them, he would be able to reach the 14th floor of the Zulong Tower. I'm not confident. The 7 of us have similar cultivation bases. We fought many times in the past for territories, but there was no clear winner, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull honestly. It seems like it won't be easy to kill them all. Xianxia frowned. A heavenly devil barbaric bull was already so hard to deal with, not to mention that it was because of the attribute suppression. If it were other beasts that he couldn't suppress, it would be even harder to deal with. Master, are you thinking of killing them? Well, I have an idea, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Speak. Xianxia said. I originally had a twin brother, both of them from the heavenly fiend barbaric ox clan. Later on, due to some trivial matters, they had a falling out and each of them occupied a territory and proclaimed themselves as kings. My brother is the will of the 7 demon kings of this desolate mountain range. If Master and I join forces, we can reform my brother as well. At that time, we can join forces to deal with the other demon kings. Defeating them one by one will not be a problem," said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Hearing this, Xianxia, De Huang Dog, and Han Yan's eyes lit up. They never thought that they would have such an unexpected harvest. They thought that subduing a heavenly devil barbaric bull was already a great harvest, but now, there was another one. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Furthermore, if the 2 bulls could kill the other demon kings, the ancestral dragon pagoda would be able to improve further. In that case, stealing the regenerative lotus would be more likely. This was indeed a perfect thing to do. "Little Xianxia, looks like you want to squeeze this desolate mountain range dry," said Han Yan with a grin. "Since we're already here, we can't come empty-handed. Barbaric bull, bring me to your twin brother and edify him," said Xianxia. He might not be competent in dealing with ordinary demonic beasts, but it was a different story when it came to dealing with the heavenly devil barbaric bull. His flame and dragon transformation skill could greatly restrain it. Now, with the help of the heavenly devil barbaric bull, it would be a piece of cake for him to subdue the other one. At least, it would be much easier than joining hands with De Huang Dog. "Yes, Master." The heavenly fiend barbaric bull obeyed everything Xianxia told it to do. Even the stupid idea of messing with its twin brothers was his own idea. In the eyes of the heavenly fiend barbaric bull, Xianxia was its one and only master, an existence that it must obey. This time, Xianxia didn't make too much noise. He let De Huang Dog and Han Yan hide inside the Zulong Tower again. Only after arriving in the immortal world did Xianxia truly feel the magical effect of the Zulong Tower. It was simply too amazing for words. Putting everything else aside, just the ability to hide itself was already a treasure that ordinary people yearned for. This function had brought a lot of convenience to Xianxia. Xianxia unleashed the flaming wings and quickly flew towards the other direction of the desolate mountains together with the heavenly fiend barbaric bull. That was where the twin brothers were located. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull was incomparably arrogant, and its chi was incomparably powerful. Now that its injuries had fully recovered, it was in peak condition. It was the absolute king of this desolate mountain range. Naturally, it had the capital to be arrogant. Wherever it went, it could do whatever it wanted. Very soon, the 2 of them arrived at an area. In front of them was a huge mountain, and halfway up the mountain was a cave. From the outside, the cave looked very well hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull flew straight to the entrance of the cave and unleashed its powerful chi. Each of the 7 demon kings of the desolate mountains had their own territory. If it unleashed its chi in someone else's territory, or at the doorstep of someone else's territory, it would be regarded as a provocation, and a big battle would be inevitable. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull's way of challenging someone was even more direct than shouting. Roar, sure enough, a furious roar came from the cave as soon as the celestial devil bull unleashed its aura. The entire mountain shook as black demonic flames rushed out of the cave. The devil flame danced and turned into a raging bull. These 2 bulls were indeed twin brothers as they looked exactly the same. If they were to stand in front of Xianxia at the same time, Xianxia wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Of course, the raging bull had already been subdued by Xianxia. Its body had the aura of the edifying light, so it was easy for Xianxia to judge. "Boss, what are you doing here? Could it be that you're so bored that you want to fight with me?" After Barbarian Bull appeared, he immediately said in a bad mood. It could be seen that the relationship between the 2 brothers was not good. But soon after, the Barbarian Ox transformation's gaze landed on Xianxia. When he saw that his big brother was actually standing together with a human, a trace of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. "Why did you bring a human here? I know, you probably want to use this human to curry favor with me and make up with me. Unfortunately, this king doesn't care for it. I can see that this kid's blood and chi is very vigorous and he has soft skin and tender flesh. The taste should be pretty good. Leave him here and go. As for you disturbing this king's sleep, this king will pursue it." Barbarian Bull played it down. He actually thought that Xianxia was a prey that his big brother had sent to him. "Shut up, second brother. Don't be rude to my master." The heavenly fiend Bull immediately shouted at his second brother. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone in this world to be disrespectful to his master, not even his own twin brother. He could humiliate him, but he couldn't show any disrespect to his master. What did you say? Master? Boss, is there something wrong with your head? How can you call a human master? The second brother was startled at first. Obviously, he was stunned by his big brother's words. Although they didn't have a good relationship, they still understood each other well. As one of the 7 kings of the desolate mountain range, they had their own dignity. Even if they were to die in battle, they would never be subdued by a human, not to mention that the human was only an earth immortal brat. What was going on? Second brother, I'm now Master's man. Master is a first-class genius in this world. If I follow him, my future will be limitless. I came here this time because we are twin brothers. I want you to submit to Master together with me. I hope you won't be so stubborn," said the big brother. Second brother was stunned on the spot when he heard this, and he was astounded to the point his mouth gaped open to the point it could fit a washbasin. He even suspected that his ears were deceiving him. He wouldn't be surprised even if his big brother was in a bad mood and came over to fight with him, but what's going on now? The arrogant and domineering heavenly devil barbaric bull had actually submitted to a human. What was so special about this brat? How could his big brother be so loyal to him? The second brother wasn't an idiot. He could see that his big brother had been completely subdued by this young man in white. This made him feel even more strange. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia again. Your big brother is right. Submit to me and you will get great benefits. Don't resist, or you will suffer a lot of pain, Xianxia said to the barbaric bull. Haha, damned human. What ability do you have to make me submit to you? This is the biggest joke in the world. I can eat 100 of you in one go. Barbarian Bull burst into laughter. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Although he didn't know what was going on with his chief, he knew that it was impossible for him, the king of a mountain, to surrender to a young human. It was impossible for him to do that. Don't waste time. Make your move. Xianxia's face turned cold and said to the barbaric bull. He had already expected such a scene. A beast like the heavenly devil barbaric bull was extremely prideful. It was absolutely impossible to make it submit to him for no reason. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to subdue it. Yes, master. The big brother bowed to Xianxia and unleashed his powerful qi. His battle intent surged up to the sky as he turned to second brother. Second brother, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. While speaking, the heavenly devil barbaric bull roared and charged at Old Two. Its body was incomparably strong. Even if it charged head-on, it could still kill a late heaven immortal human. Mother ****. Big brother, you've gone mad. Second brother had the urge to spurt out blood. He could already see that the current big brother was completely under the control of this young man. Not to mention killing him, even if the big brother wanted him to commit suicide, he wouldn't even frown. Kong Long, Xianxia did not make a move. Instead, he chose to observe the battle from afar. He wanted to see the gap between these two brothers. By seeing the gap between them, he would basically be able to see the gap between them and the other demon kings. One had to admit that these twin brothers were truly ferocious. The innate skills that they displayed were all the same. After exchanging over 100 rounds and clashing countless times, it was still hard to determine the victor. These two guys are really barbaric. If the two of them were to join forces to deal with the others, it would definitely be the end of the world for the enemies. Within the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog saw the battle between the two brothers clearly. That's right. If little Chenzi could subdue both of them, he would definitely have an extremely powerful combat strength. As twin brothers, their battle styles are completely the same. Coupled with the fact that they are telepathically connected, they would be able to coordinate well with each other. In a situation where it's 2 against 1, the outcome for the other demon kings would definitely be a tragedy. Han Yan added. Fortunately, these two brothers don't have a good relationship with each other. Otherwise, if the two of them were to join forces, the other demon kings wouldn't even have a chance to occupy this mountain range. De Huang Dog said. From his tone, it could be seen that he was rather optimistic about these two barbaric bulls. Big brother, are you King crazy? To think that you would be ordered around by a human. Are you going to let down your ancestors? Are you going to let down the heavenly demon bloodline in your body? Old Air was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. This big brother's moves today were extremely ruthless. He was countless times more serious than his usual battles. He really wanted to know what methods Xianxia had used to make the arrogant heavenly demon barbaric bulls submit to him like this. Old Air, as long as you submit to Master, we brothers will be able to reconcile. In the future, if we follow Master, we will be as glorious as we can be in the future. Big brother continued to advise patiently, as though he had turned into a completely different person. Glorious your *SS. Old Air was about to vomit blood. Where did we get our *SS from? Big brother's words caused Old Air to vomit blood again. *CK your sister. We don't have a sister. This pair of twin brothers did not forget to shoot off their mouths as they fought. Xianxia was almost amused. After all this time, these two were the best. If this continued, he would not have to make a move. Even his second brother would not be a match for them. Of course, that was not a true defeat. It was not a lack of strength, but a result of anger. In this world, there was an incomparably wonderful martial art called Qigong. It was a martial art that could infuriate someone to death. It was quite powerful. Kaka, these two cow spirits are so funny that I'm going to die. De Huang Dog convulsed with laughter. Rumble, the battle continued. In any case, the boss was relentless because he had already received Xianxia's orders. He would not stop until he took down Old Two. Old Two was unwilling to submit, so naturally, the battle continued. Little Chinzi, hurry up and attack. Don't waste any more time. After all, the commotion caused by their battle is too big. Moreover, we still have to deal with the other monster kings. Don't delay our journey to Celestial Mountain. Han Yan reminded. All right. Xianxia nodded his head. Immediately, he used his dragon transformation and joined the battle with the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword carried boundless blazing flames as it attacked Old Two. He did not expect to cause any damage to Old Two. What he wanted to do was to use the true thunder fire and true dragon fire to suppress Old Two's demonic nature. In this way, Old Two would not be able to display his full combat strength, and he would not be a match for the boss. Once the boss suppressed Old Two, Xianxia would take the opportunity to use the edifying light to edify Old Two. Damn it. I never thought that this human would have such a powerful technique. He even has an abnormal transformation skill. What the hell are these flames? Why are they suppressing my demonic nature so much? Old Two's expression changed drastically. He was not afraid of Xianxia's combat strength, but he was shocked by Xianxia's flames. Under the suppression of such flames, he was unable to display his super strong combat strength. Unparalleled barbaric bull. At the same time that Xianxia made his move to suppress Old Two, the boss made his move as well. As a powerful Yao King, he had a wealth of combat experience. He knew when to make his move. This was the best time to suppress Old Two. The boss's unparalleled barbaric bull transformed into a huge black bull, a vivid and lifelike black bull, a true bull demon king. The bull's huge hoof kicked down at Old Two. Bang! Old Two was defending against Xianxia's flames while defending against the boss's powerful skill. Instantly, Old Two fell into a disadvantageous position. Under the attack of the boss's unparalleled barbaric bull, Old Two was sent flying and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. One more strike. Xianxia did not show any mercy. Relying on the Heavenly Saint Sword, he continued to attack. At the same time, the boss's powerful attack arrived. Under such coordination, in less than 10 moves, Old Two was utterly defeated. His combat strength plummeted and he became utterly dispirited. Boss, suppress him. Xianxia shouted. Yes, master. The boss unleashed all his energy, which transformed into a huge net, instantly trapping Old Two. Edifying light. Xianxia's timing was incomparably precise. While Old Two was not paying attention, the edifying light entered his body. Roar! Feeling the threat of the edifying light, Old Two instantly roared out. He clutched his head with both hands and cried out in pain. At this final moment, he finally knew how the boss was subdued. It was the light that entered his mind. Once he failed to resist it, he would be edified and would have to listen to the other party. After doing all that, Xianxia kept the heavenly saint sword and returned to his original form. He was very confident in the edifying light. Old Two would not be able to endure for more than a minute before he was completely edified. Just as Xianxia had expected, a minute later, Old Two completely gave up struggling. The malevolence and anger in his eyes disappeared and were replaced with brightness. He walked to Xianxia and bowed deeply to Xianxia. Master. Haha, Old Two, that's the right thing to do. It's best to follow Master. What you did previously was pointless struggling. The boss came to Old Two's side and patted his shoulder. Thank you for your teachings, big brother. I almost went astray. Old Two blushed with shame. The deteriorating relationship between the two brothers had finally been resolved. Damn it. Not only did he subdue me, he even made me feel grateful. This edifying light is too sick. From now on, you two brothers will follow me and change your names to Ada and Air. Xianxia said. Ada and Air were the names he used when he subdued the demon kings in the devil realm. Now, he used it on the two heavenly devil barbaric bulls. Yes, Master. The two of them bowed to Xianxia at the same time. Air, come here. I'll help you heal first. Xianxia said. Air had suffered some injuries in the battle just now. He needed to recover as soon as possible before he could deal with the other demon kings. After killing the other demon kings, the Zulong Tower would absorb their essence and blood to condense the 14th floor. That was their next goal. After that, they had to return to Tianshan Mountain. A huge amount of wood spiritual qi was poured into Air's body by Xianxia. Air's expression became the same as before. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a short while, Air's injuries were completely healed. He had returned to his peak state. His injuries were not as serious as before, so it was relatively easy for him to recover. Master's means are really amazing. If I follow Master in the future, I'll definitely achieve great success. My future will be limitless. Air's tone was filled with gratitude. This was the effect of being edified. In their subconscious, there was only obedience and obedience. Ada and Air, you two have fully recovered. Now, let's get rid of the other 5 demon kings. Who do you think we should kill first? Asked Xianxia. He did not want to waste time. Since he had already decided, he had to do it as soon as possible. If we join hands, we can dominate this desolate mountain range. The demon king closest to here is the Silver Lion King. We can start with him first. Said Ada, that's right. Although the Silver Lion King is powerful, the 7 demon kings here have fought each other before. Their combat strength is equal. Now that we two brothers have joined hands, the Silver Lion King can only wait to be captured. Air also opened his mouth and said confidently. Alright, let's start with the Silver Lion King. Xianxia nodded and flew toward the Silver Lion King's territory under Ada and Air's guidance. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Silver Lion King's territory. Ada and Air were very direct. They released their most powerful auras as soon as they arrived to attract the Silver Lion King's attention. A powerful wave of air rose from the mountains in front of them. Then, a silver cloud appeared. On the cloud, there was a middle-aged man in a silver robe. He had a head of silver hair and was extremely muscular. His nose was high, like a lion's. This was a powerful Silver Lion King that had a different bloodline. It could not be considered a noble beast, but it was not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare to. Otherwise, it would not be able to occupy the mountain and become the king. Humph! You two stupid oxen, what are you doing here? Are you here for tea? The Silver Lion King said in an unfriendly tone when he saw Ada and Air. Silver Lion King, we brothers have come here today to take your life. Ada said straightforwardly. Haha, that's funny. Haven't you two fought enough? The 7 demon kings in this desolate mountain range have always minded their own business. Now you two have trespassed my territory without permission and even boasted shamelessly. Are you trying to break the peace here? The Silver Lion King laughed. The 7 demon kings must be very familiar with each other. They had been fighting for so long, but they had never been killed. Therefore, he did not care even if 2 heavenly demonic oxen appeared in front of him at the same time. Silver Lion, we brothers have let go of our former enmity and will work together to kill you. Air said and directly released his murderous aura, locking on the Silver Lion King's aura. Only Ada and Air appeared in front of the Silver Lion King. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Xianxia was also hiding in the Zulong Tower, paying close attention to everything in front of him. It was conceivable that the Silver Lion King would not be a match for Ada and Air. However, the Silver Lion King was very powerful after all. It would be possible for him to escape at the critical moment. Xianxia hid in the dark to prevent the Silver Lion King from escaping, so that he could give the Silver Lion King a fatal blow at the critical moment. The Zulong Tower's concealment ability was very powerful, but to deal with the Silver Lion King, Xianxia could only use it to launch a sneak attack at the last moment. Moreover, he couldn't attack continuously in the Zulong Tower, because once the Silver Lion King grasped his movements, it would be disadvantageous for him. Although the Zulong Tower was strong, the Silver Lion King was also very terrifying. It would be no laughing matter if he damaged the Zulong Tower. Xianxia was focused on upgrading the Zulong Tower in order to steal the regenerative lotus. Therefore, the Zulong Tower couldn't be damaged. In the sky, the Silver Lion King's expression finally turned solemn when he sensed the murderous aura of Ada and Air. He wasn't a fool. He could already tell that the 2 oxen were not here to play with him. The murderous aura they emitted was about to materialize. It was obvious that they were here to fight. Humph. I'm not in a good mood today. I don't want to play with you. The Silver Lion King snorted coldly, then turned around and left. He was a very shrewd guy. He knew that he wouldn't be a match for the 2 oxen if he were to fight them alone. Silver Lion, are you trying to run away? Ada roared. He had been paying close attention to the Silver Lion King's movements. How could he give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape? He immediately flew out and blocked the Silver Lion King in the middle with air. Although the 2 brothers didn't get along well with each other, they were twins after all. Their minds were connected and their coordination had reached a perfect level. Their divine sense and aura had completely fused together, sealing the entire area. They would never give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape. You 2 stupid oxen, do you really think that you can kill me? Worst comes to worst, both of us will die. The Silver Lion King was flustered and exasperated. He didn't expect that the 2 oxen would be so serious. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until one of them died. Second brother, cut the crap. Attack. Unparalleled ox. Ada didn't waste any more time with the Silver Lion King. He called out to Air before unleashing his most powerful technique. On the other side, Air also unleashed his unparalleled ox. At that moment, 2 300-meter-long oxen appeared in the sky. They were lifelike, like huge black mountains. It was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Roar, roar. The oxen roared furiously and charged at the Silver Lion King. This attack was extremely powerful. If one was struck by it, they would either die or be injured. Roar. A giant silver lion appeared in the sky. It was also 100 meters tall. Its cultivation base was at the peak of late heaven immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step divine immortal realm. Unfortunately, it was still a step away from the half-step divine immortal realm. The silver lion's body was radiating silvery light. Boundless silvery light flickered incessantly. A layer of silvery light appeared on the surface of its body like a defensive shield. Not only did it have great defensive power, it also had great offensive power. This skill was comparable to the Firethorn combat armor that Xianxia had obtained from Firethorn Savage, but it wasn't as powerful as the Firethorn combat armor. Kong Long, when the attacks of the 3 demon kings collided with each other, the color of the sky was overshadowed in an instant. Boundless destructive energy spread in all directions, causing the mountain below to collapse. All the demonic beasts in the area fled in all directions. Some of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The surrounding trees and withered vines were destroyed. Raging flames rose from the ground. The whole scene looked like the end of the world. After a single move, the Silver Lion King was in a sorry state. His originally indestructible body was now covered with countless wounds, and blood was dripping out. Even though the Silver Lion King was very powerful, it was destined to be no match for two heavenly demonic barbaric bulls. Damn it. These two bastards are too well coordinated. I'm no match for them. This won't do. I have to run away now, or else I'll be dead. The Silver Lion King saw the situation clearly and decided to run away. It wasn't a shameful thing to run away, at least it could save its own life. However, Ada and Air had long been aware of this. How could they give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape? Almost as soon as the Silver Lion King made a move, Ada and Air struck again. Invincible, roar, in the end, under Ada and Air's frenzied bombardment, the powerful Silver Lion King did not last for more than a few minutes before it was beaten to the brink of death by Ada and Air. It completely fell to the ground and became an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to fight back at all. For God's sake. The cooperation between these two is simply perfect. Perhaps they can even fight an ordinary early divine immortal expert. De Huang Dog saw everything that was happening outside. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit that Ada and Air were cooperating perfectly. This is the cooperation between twin brothers. Their minds are interlinked. It's a kind of innate perfection. The combat power that they can display when they join hands is absolutely not as simple as two late heaven immortal demon kings stacked together. If they had joined hands earlier, this desolate mountain range would have been theirs long ago and we wouldn't have the chance to deal with them. Xianxia smiled. What he said was true. If he had encountered a combination of two celestial demon bulls instead of Ada, even if Xianxia and De Huang Dog worked together, they would not have stood a chance. Looking at the scene of the two barbaric bulls dealing with the Silver Lion King, Xianxia deeply felt that he had underestimated the strength of Ada and Air. As long as he hid in the Zulong Tower, there was no need for him to attack, let alone worry about the Silver Lion King escaping. Ada and Air were enough to deal with everything. I've really picked up a treasure this time. I think if they cultivate together, they will help each other improve. In the future, when they advance to the divine immortal realm or even higher realms, they will be able to help each other even more. Han Yan's eyes sparkled. He would never believe such cooperation if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower and came to the front of the Silver Lion King. With a single slash, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of the Silver Lion King's blood essence and chi essence. Seeing Xianxia's abnormal and cruel means, Ada and Air couldn't help but sweat in their hearts. They thought that their master really had too many means. They were even more grateful that Xianxia didn't kill them. Otherwise, they would have ended up like the Silver Lion King. Ada and Air, you did well. Now, let's strike the iron while it's hot and go kill the other demon kings. Xianxia said. Yes, master. The two nodded and went to the next location. For the next day, the entire desolate mountain range was in a huge tremor. The battle between the 7 demon kings continued and turned the desolate mountain range upside down. Some cultivators who came to the desolate mountain range for training and some disciples of Skycloud Pavilion immediately retreated after feeling the tremor. They wanted to stay away from this place of trouble. Damn it. I don't know why, but the Yao Kings here are fighting one another. Thankfully, we did not venture too deep into the desolate mountain range, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. I know, right? We are so lucky. The Yao Kings here are too ferocious. If we had been caught in the crossfire, we would have either died or been wounded. Come, let's hurry up and leave this place. We can come back for training at any time. Once the battle between the Yao Kings is over, we'll come back. Many of the cultivators there were terrified and they quickly left the place. None of them wanted to die, especially not a meaningless death. In the desolate mountain range, the fierce battle finally ended the next morning. In a shattered valley, Xianxia used the Zulong Tower to absorb the blood essence and chi essence of the last demon king. Finally, the Zulong Tower underwent a huge change, successfully condensing the 14th floor. Not only that, when the Zulong Tower was absorbing the energy, Xianxia also gained some benefits. He condensed a total of 30,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body 38,500. As long as he could condense another 15,000 dragon marks, he would be able to advance to the late Earth Immortal realm. Currently, Xianxia had a lot of demon souls in his possession, including the demon souls of the 5 demon kings. As long as Xianxia refined these demon souls, he would be able to advance to the late Earth Immortal realm. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. His cultivation base had been improving very quickly these days. He needed to stabilize his cultivation base first. He couldn't blindly use this method to make a breakthrough, otherwise, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. "Little Xianxia, how is it?" asked Han Yan. "The 14th floor of the Zulong Tower has been completely condensed. The chances of getting the regenerative lotus have increased. How long will it take for us to reach the heavenly mountain from here?" asked Xianxia. "If we fly, it will take half a day. If we don't fly, it will take 2 days," said De Huang Dog. "We can't fly. The regenerative lotus is of great importance. We have to be careful and keep a low profile. The regenerative lotus has already matured for 2 days and there are still 3 days left before the grand ceremony. If we spend 2 days, we will be able to reach the heavenly mountain 1 day before the grand ceremony. I don't think the 8 immortals will go to the heavenly mountain before the grand ceremony. These 2 days will allow those golden immortals guarding the regenerative lotus to relax their vigilance. That way, we will have a greater chance of success," said Xianxia. He had always been meticulous when doing things, not to mention stealing the regenerative lotus. Even if he couldn't guarantee that nothing would go wrong, he had to at least try his best. It was undoubtedly the best time to strike the night before the grand ceremony. The 8 immortals hadn't arrived yet, and those golden immortals guarding the regenerative lotus should have relaxed their vigilance after a few days of intense guarding. This was Xianxia's plan and decision. "Little Xianxia, are you really confident?" asked Han Yan. He was still very worried. From the very beginning, he didn't agree to this plan as it was too dangerous. It was 1,000 times more dangerous than snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It wouldn't be a joke if any accidents happened. I have to do it regardless of whether I'm confident or not. I won't change my decision. You and De Huang Dog can return to Cloud Mist City and meet up with Fu Hui. I will go to the heavenly mountain alone," said Xianxia. "I'm not going. I want to go to the heavenly mountain to have a look." De Huang Dog rejected Xianxia's good intention on the spot. "Good brothers, we share hardships and hardships together. Besides, you are going to steal the regenerative lotus for me. I will go with you even if I have to hide in the Zulong Tower," said Han Yan. He and De Huang Dog naturally understood Xianxia's intention. After all, it was too risky to steal the regenerative lotus. Xianxia asked them to return to Cloud Mist City for their safety. Ada and Air didn't say anything. Their mission was to listen to Xianxia's orders. If Xianxia didn't allow them to express their opinions, they wouldn't say anything. After killing all the demon kings, Xianxia asked Ada and Air, De Huang Dog, and Han Yan to hide inside the Zulong Tower. The environment inside the tower was pretty good and suitable for their cultivation. Xianxia stayed outside alone. He left the mountain range and flew towards Tianshan Mountain. Tianshan Mountain was the most famous place in One Line Sky. It was the tallest mountain in One Line Sky. It was at least 3 times taller than the other peaks. One couldn't see the top of it at a glance, as if it was connected to the sky. The weather on Tianshan Mountain was icy cold. The accumulated snow over the years had made it very solid. There were also glaciers that extended into the sky. The regenerative lotus grew on the peak of Tianshan Mountain. It took Xianxia 2 days to reach Tianshan Mountain. He deliberately slowed down during the journey. When he arrived at Tianshan Mountain, it was already late at night. Tomorrow was the grand ceremony of the pinnacle. At this moment, there was already a sea of people outside Tianshan Mountain. The area within a radius of 100 miles was filled with people. This grand ceremony is really lively. There are already so many people before it even starts. Xianxia sighed. That's for sure. It's a grand ceremony that happens once every 2 years. It's a big event in One Line Sky. Who doesn't want to see the 8 immortals with their own eyes? It's a dream for many immortals to be able to witness the battle of the 8 immortals. So it's normal for there to be so many people, said Han Yan. Little Chenzi, when are we going to make our move? Asked De Huang Dog. I'm going to get close to the peak of Tianshan Mountain and check the situation first, said Jiang Chen. Then, he went into the Zulong Tower. Zulong Tower was a very mysterious supreme artifact. Now that it had merged with Jiang Chen, it was perfect for hiding. However, there was one flaw, which was that Jiang Chen couldn't move quickly inside the Zulong Tower. In other words, if Jiang Chen was inside the Zulong Tower, he could only use it to hide or move within a short distance. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen used the Zulong Tower to fly, who would be able to find him? However, these functions had already pleased Jiang Chen. After all, compared to the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower, the 14th floor was still too weak. There were still many functions of the Zulong Tower that had yet to be developed. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck in the void, like a speck of dust in the Great Thousand Universe. It was like the first particle in the air, slowly moving towards the peak of Tianshan Mountain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it, not even mighty golden immortals. Only immortal kings who had comprehended the spatial law could sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. Even so, Jiang Chen was still very cautious. After all, the guardian of the regenerative lotus was a mighty late golden immortal expert, a pinnacle figure of the 4 major powers, who was only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to be careless. Han Yan and De Huang Dog didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that they would make any noise. After moving for an hour, the Zulong Tower had yet to reach the peak of Tianshan Mountain. This Tianshan Mountain is too tall. The Zulong Tower is moving so slowly. Han Yan couldn't help but comment. This is the tallest mountain in One Line Sky. We have only flown halfway there, De Huang Dog said. Another hour later, the curtain of night had completely fallen. The night sky tonight wasn't very good. It was very dark. The moonlight was covered by dark clouds. Not a single twinkling star could be seen in the sky. Normally, something would happen in a dark and windy night. However, the peak of Tianshan Mountain wasn't dark at all. Everywhere was snow white, reflecting the peak of Tianshan Mountain as if it was daytime. It was like an illusion or a painting. Whether it was day or night, it was incomparably beautiful. The peak of Tianshan Mountain was very large, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. It was covered by solid snow and glaciers. It was a completely ice-cold world. After reaching the peak of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen had already sensed the aura of an expert through the Zulong Tower. Without hesitation, he began to move towards the direction of the expert. It wasn't easy to find the regenerative lotus in such a large area without using divine sense. However, Jiang Chen was almost certain that the place where the aura of an expert was located would be the place where the regenerative lotus grew. Now that they had arrived at the top of Tianshan Mountain, Jiang Chen had to be extra careful. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the aura of the experts. At this moment, the Zulong Tower had become a grain of sand that had completely merged with the void, making it impossible to detect. At the center of the peak of Tianshan Mountain, there was a translucent pillar made entirely of glaciers. It was as beautiful as a pure crystal. This was the coldest place on Tianshan Mountain. The regenerative lotus was growing on the top of this pillar. It was a blooming snow lotus. The snow lotus wasn't big, only the size of a palm. It was completely transparent and emitted a resplendent light. The aura it emitted was intoxicating. This was a peerless divine medicine, a true treasure. There was no one who wouldn't drool over it. The 8 experts surrounded the regenerative lotus from 8 different directions, leaving no gap. They didn't stay on the ground, but instead floated in the air at the same height as the regenerative lotus. This was the tightest defense they could muster. Their eyes were filled with greed when they saw the regenerative lotus. However, they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about it. The 8 of us are very lucky. Although we can't consume the regenerative lotus, it's still beneficial to our cultivation by absorbing its aura at such a close distance. An old man said. That's right. The regenerative lotus is a peerless divine herb. Its entire body is a treasure. I can feel my blood qi improving after staying close to the regenerative lotus for the past few days. Another person said. Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but frown when he saw all of this. *CK them. Do they really need to guard it so tightly? Xianxia had the urge to spurt out blood. The 8 experts were guarding the regenerative lotus too tightly. Even if Xianxia could use the Zulong Tower to get close to the regenerative lotus, he wouldn't have the chance to attack. Once he did, he would be immediately detected. The aura of the 8 experts had completely enveloped the regenerative lotus. We won't have the chance to attack at all if these guys keep guarding it like this. We can only give up in the end. De Huang Dog shook his head. Judging from the scene before him, there was no chance of success at all. He didn't even have the chance to make a move. Little Chinzi, I don't think we should take the risk. It's not too late to retreat now, said Han Yen, feeling somewhat apologetic in his heart. It was mostly because of him that Xianxia risked his life to steal the regenerative lotus. If any accident happened to Xianxia, he wouldn't regret it even if he died, but if Xianxia was implicated, he wouldn't feel good even if he died. There's no turning back. Let's wait and see. If we don't have a chance by daybreak, we'll retreat. Xianxia's eyes were full of determination. He wasn't a man who would give up easily. If there was no chance, he would wait for it. He believed that there would always be a flaw for him to exploit. If there really wasn't a chance, he would retreat at daybreak. Xianxia wouldn't joke around with his life. Just like that, Xianxia waited for another 3 hours. It was already late at night, but the 8 experts still hadn't revealed a single flaw. In the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog and Han Yen couldn't sit still anymore. De Huang Dog paced back and forth, seeming very agitated. Xianxia still had an indifferent expression on his face. It was a calmness that wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed in front of him. This was the demeanor of a true superior. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus is its heart. I heard that it can bring the dead back to life. It's very heaven-defying. However, other than the heart, the other parts of the regenerative lotus are also treasures among treasures. I've done a meritorious service in guarding the regenerative lotus this time. When we get our hands on the regenerative lotus, the patriarch will surely reward me with some parts of the regenerative lotus. At that time, my chances of breaking through to the half-step immortal king realm will be higher. An elder of Yun family spoke. His eyes were staring unblinkingly at the regenerative lotus. Judging from his tone, it seemed as though the regenerative lotus already belonged to his family. How shameless! How dare you Yun family boast like this? In my opinion, the regenerative lotus will surely belong to our Huangfu family. At that time, I'll surely benefit from it. An elder of Huangfu family retorted. Huangfu family and Yun family had always been at odds with each other. Even their subordinates were always against each other. Although they had been guarding the regenerative lotus together these days, the elders of both families had quarreled with each other. It seemed like they would have fought each other if it wasn't for the regenerative lotus. The two of you should stop fighting. Our sect master has made sufficient preparations for the grand ceremony and is determined to get it. There won't be a share for you too. If our sect master is happy, he might even give you two a lotus leaf. The elder of Xianyang school said while stroking his beard. Haha. I can't help but laugh out loud after seeing how confident you two are. Your patriarch and sect master are getting old. Our sect master Tian is the truly powerful one. He has already reached the half-step immortal king realm at such a young age. He's even a little stronger than our sect master Ouyang. I'm sure the winner will be decided in this grand ceremony. The elder of Tianyun Pavilion burst into laughter. Humph. Tian Muyun isn't a good guy either. Someone harrumphed coldly. Tian Muyun was indeed a headache-inducing existence. The patriarchs and sect masters of the other 3 major powers were all from the older generation, the same generation as Ouyang He. Only Tian Muyun was a junior, but it was precisely because of this junior that he was even scarier. In this era where geniuses were everywhere, a true genius couldn't be judged by common sense. Just like what the elder of Tianyun Pavilion said, Tian Muyun had surpassed his master. After the fall of Ouyang He, Tian Muyun's cultivation base had improved once again. No one knew how strong he had become. More importantly, the patriarchs and sect masters of the three major powers knew each other very well. They had fought with each other before, so they knew each other's means and trump cards very well. However, the three of them knew very little about Tian Muyun. They didn't know what kind of powerful means and trump cards this legendary genius of One Line Sky had. This was undoubtedly disadvantageous to the three of them. Everyone, we have been guarding the regenerative lotus for such a long time. In fact, it's meaningless to do so. Who would dare to covet the regenerative lotus in One Line Sky? Plus, we have absorbed a lot of essence of the regenerative lotus these days and gained some benefits. Now that we're at the last moment, let's retreat. If the patriarchs find out that the essence of the regenerative lotus has decreased, they will certainly despise us. At this time, an elder of Huangfu family suggested. Upon hearing this, Xianxia, who was about to give up, suddenly became spirited. To be honest, even Xianxia was ready to give up at this time. There wasn't much time left before dawn. The 8 golden immortal experts were still as tight as ever. Xianxia didn't have any chance to strike. You're right. You're right. You're right. At this critical moment, the elder of the Huangfu family had actually given such a suggestion. This had instantly improved Xianxia's impression of this elder. He was simply a great benefactor. Brother Huangfu is right. If the big brothers see this, it will only show that we are too greedy. We have already obtained a lot of benefits from the regenerative lotus, so this last bit won't make much of a difference. Our mission this time is to protect the regenerative lotus. Now that it's nearing its end, our mission can be considered accomplished. An elder of Tianyun Pavilion nodded in agreement. After all, they were the pinnacle figures in One Line Sky. They wouldn't do anything that would cause them to lose face. If the news of the 8 experts absorbing the chi essence from the regenerative lotus was spread out, they would certainly lose their face. With us here, who would dare to snatch the regenerative lotus? I'm afraid that no one in One Line Sky would dare to go against the 4 major powers. An elder of Yun family spoke arrogantly. As a matter of fact, there wasn't a need for 8 peak golden immortal experts to guard the regenerative lotus at the same time. However, the fact that the 4 major powers had sent their highly respected peak elders meant that they weren't here to stop outsiders from stealing the regenerative lotus, but to guard against each other. Everyone was well aware of this point. Subsequently, the 8 of them withdrew the chi of the regenerative lotus and descended from the sky. At this critical moment, they had truly relaxed their vigilance. In fact, they weren't vigilant at all, because the people they were guarding against were right in front of them. Little Chenzi, the opportunity has come. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. They had been waiting for almost a night. If these 8 old men still didn't give way, they would be in despair. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Get ready to attack. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile. Then, he controlled the Zulong Tower to approach the regenerative lotus. His speed was very slow, so slow that he didn't stir up any airflow. Xianxia didn't dare to be too fast. The more critical the moment, the more careful he had to be. Any carelessness could lead to a disaster. Sure enough, the Zulong Tower did not disappoint Xianxia. In the process of gradually moving, the experts below were not alerted at all. They were talking and laughing wittily and wittily. Soon, the Zulong Tower turned into dust and appeared above the regenerative lotus. The regenerative lotus was truly beautiful at such a close distance, especially the lotus heart in the middle. It was the size of a fingernail and transparent crystal with a faint fluid constantly squirming inside. One look and anyone could tell that it was a treasure of the heavens and earth. At this moment, De Huang Dog and Han Yan were incomparably excited. Both of them knew that this was the most critical moment. If Xianxia wanted to obtain the regenerative lotus, he could just stretch his hand and grab it. However, they had to worry about escaping later. Now that the 8 experts had descended, all of them seemed to be bored to death. None of them paid attention to the regenerative lotus. Xianxia had a panoramic view of everything. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes. We can't wait any longer. Attack. Xianxia gritted his teeth and completely concealed his aura. A big hand stretched out from the Zulong Tower and quickly grabbed the regenerative lotus. Who's there? As soon as Xianxia stretched out his hand, the 8 experts were immediately alerted. The elder of Huangfu family bellowed. The 8 of them turned around at the same time and looked at the location of the regenerative lotus. They saw a palm appearing out of nowhere and grabbing the root of the regenerative lotus at lightning speed. In the next moment, the regenerative lotus vanished along with the palm. Not good. Someone has stolen the regenerative lotus. Damn it. Who's so daring to steal the regenerative lotus? Who goes there? Put down the regenerative lotus. The 8 of them were infuriated. How could they accept the fact that the peerless divine herb that they had been guarding for so long was stolen at the last moment? How could they explain this to the sect master and patriarch, Kong Long, almost at the same time? The 8 of them unleashed their chi at the same time. Chi waves of peak golden immortal rolled out and fused, sealing the entire heavenly mountain. Look! What's happening in the sky? Why is there such a powerful chi fluctuation? My God! The entire heavenly mountain is shrouded by the chi. What's going on? Judging from the chi, they must be at least golden immortal experts. Could it be that there are people on the heavenly mountain? What a powerful pressure. Let's leave the heavenly mountain as soon as possible. The experts on the heavenly mountain are too powerful. We can't get caught in the crossfire. The cultivators who were waiting for the grand ceremony below the heavenly mountain were scared out of their wits. Everyone thought that the heavenly mountain should be empty. Never had they thought that there would be so many golden immortal experts hiding there. Now that these golden immortal experts were unleashing such powerful killing intent, it seemed like something big was about to happen. On the heavenly mountain, the 8 golden immortals were occupying different positions, sealing the void above them. They would never give the culprit a chance to escape, but what made them depressed was that they couldn't see where the culprit was. This situation made the 8 golden immortals nervous. After all, those who could travel through the void were experts above the immortal king realm who had comprehended the law of space. At this moment, Xianxia and the others were truly in danger. Although they could hide in the Zulong Tower, there was no way for them to leave the Zulong Tower immediately. Moreover, this place had been sealed by the 8 experts, making it even more difficult for them to escape. Damn it! Peak golden immortal experts are indeed hard to deal with. Their reactions are too fast. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. When he attacked just now, he had already concealed his chi. It could be said that he attacked silently. But he didn't expect that his opponent could still sense it instantly. It couldn't be said that he was too weak. It could only be said that peak golden immortal experts were too powerful. No wonder they had comprehended the profound meaning of Grand Luo. Kong Long, Kong Long, the destructive force was as vast as the ocean and as violent as a rainstorm, causing the void to flutter. Fortunately, Xianxia had immediately teleported away with the ancestral dragon pagoda, away from the center of the energy storm. Ka-cha, even so, the shockwave of the energy still hit the Zulong Tower. The 14-story Zulong Tower couldn't withstand the attack of a peak golden immortal expert, not even the shockwave. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the tower. The entire tower began to wobble, as if it was going to shatter at any time. Not good. Xianxia knew that this wasn't good. They were relying on the ancestral dragon pagoda now. If the pagoda was broken, they would be exposed to the golden immortal experts without any concealment. Then, what awaited them would be the end of the world. Little Xianxia, what should we do now? This was the worst situation that they had expected, but they didn't expect it to happen. This was also because the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 14th story. Otherwise, the attack just now would have been enough to destroy the Zulong Tower. The destruction of the Zulong Tower had greatly affected Xianxia. Some injuries appeared on his body, but fortunately, they weren't serious. Given his means, he would be able to recover very quickly. Sure enough, there's something here. The 8 experts instantly focused their divine sense on the location of the ancestral dragon pagoda. Although the sound of the pagoda shattering was covered by the sound of energy impact, it could not escape the senses of the 8 experts. They immediately noticed it. Jiang Chen's face was cold. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. The more critical the situation was, the calmer Jiang Chen could be. If he panicked at this moment, then what awaited them would be a true tragedy. Jiang Chen. Got it. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and then he directly tore a hole in the Zulong Tower. All the energy in his body was poured into the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in an instant, and the huge Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was directly stretched out by him. From the outside, there was nothing in the sky, only a golden halberd, majestic. Rumble, the huge golden halberd slashed towards one of the experts. Of course, it wasn't a real slash. It was just an act. What is that? He looks so familiar. That is Sect Leader Ouyang's Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. After Sect Leader Ouyang died, this halberd disappeared. How could it appear here? Could it be that the person in the dark is Ouyang He? The expressions of the 8 celestial immortals, who were ready to attack again, instantly changed. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was as famous as Ouyang He in One Line Sky. As experts of their level, they might not know about other treasures, but they certainly knew about the famous Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Humph. The few of you, listen up. The regenerative lotus has been taken away by me. Considering our past friendship, I won't kill you all. But if you continue to pester me, I won't show any mercy. A voice rang out from the void. This voice was incomparably cold. It's the voice of Sect Leader Ouyang. Sect Leader, you are still alive. Sect Leader Ouyang has already become an immortal king. Sect Leader, please show yourself. The 2 great elders of Tianyun Pavilion seemed somewhat excited as they spoke to the sky. In their point of view, the only explanation for Ouyang He to be able to move so terrifyingly in the void without showing himself was that he had already become an immortal king. Asterisk swish. Asterisk the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd disappeared. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen sat weakly on the ground. This was the second time he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. The energy in his body had been drained instantly. The scene just now was caused by Jiang Chen. First, he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to create a commotion. He knew that these people must know Ouyang He and the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd would be able to deter them. Then, he imitated Ouyang He's voice and threatened the 8 of them. Brilliant. De Huangdog and Han Yan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Chen was still able to make such a clever response in time, successfully deterring the enemies and creating a chance of survival for himself. Such intelligence was simply unparalleled. Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The Zulong Tower had already been damaged. He had to leave as soon as possible. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. Moreover, his method just now was full of flaws. First of all, his imitation of Ouyang He's voice wasn't very similar. At most, it was only 70 to 80%. Others might not be able to hear it, but the 2 great elders of Tianyun Pavilion would definitely be able to figure out the problem. In addition, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd that Jiang Chen used didn't have the slightest bit of power. It didn't look like something that an immortal king would use at all. Controlling the damaged Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen disappeared from Heavenly Mountain at the fastest speed. After a short while, Jiang Chen and the Zulong Tower appeared in a mountain range outside Heavenly Mountain. Jiang Chen had almost recovered after absorbing a large amount of immortal metastones. The few of them walked out of the Zulong Tower and heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now was too thrilling. Little Chenzi, you are truly awesome. Even those 8 heaven immortals were fooled by you. Han Yan gave a thumbs up and praised Jiang Chen. Wakaka, I got the regenerative lotus. This peerless divine herb is comparable to a treasure trove. De Huangdog laughed heartily. He looked at Jiang Chen with excitement. In his opinion, there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen couldn't do. Although we have gotten the regenerative lotus, the Zulong Tower has been severely damaged. It won't be able to recover in a short period of time. It seems like we won't be able to use this divine tool for a period of time. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, our goal has been achieved. The foundation of the Zulong Tower isn't destroyed. It's only a matter of time before it recovers. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Han Yen. To watch the grand ceremony, of course. Jiangchen chuckled. He wanted to see how things would progress next. Jia. Jia. I wonder if the grand ceremony will go smoothly tomorrow. I'm afraid that the 8 immortals will die of anger when they find out that the regenerative lotus has been stolen. De Huang Dog laughed sinisterly. The thought of the black faces of the 8 immortals gave him a great feeling. Ada and Air, the two of you transform into your human forms. Let's sneak into the crowd and see what's going on. Jiangchen said to Ada and Air. The two heavenly demonic barbaric bulls were too eye-catching, but as late heaven immortals, it wasn't difficult for them to transform into their human forms. Plus, there were so many people outside the heavenly mountain. They wouldn't be able to attract any attention if they sneaked into the crowd. After all, there were too many heaven immortals there, let alone an earth immortal like Jiangchen. Yes, master. On the heavenly mountain, Jiangchen had already left for a while. The 8 experts were still standing on the same spot. They didn't stop Jiangchen from leaving. Their opponent was Ouyang He, an immortal king expert. How were they going to chase after him? Were they courting death? Even if Ouyang He hadn't advanced to the immortal king realm yet, he could still kill them effortlessly. Although they didn't see Ouyang He himself, the heavenly dragon combat halberd was real. Everyone had seen it before, so it couldn't be faked. Ouyang He's voice was deep and deep. Ouyang He's appearance was a great blow to everyone, especially to Shanyang School, Huangfu clan and Yun clan. In their point of view, Ouyang He's concealment had already posed a great threat to the 3 major powers. Tianyun Pavilion had a mighty immortal king, plus Tian Muyun and Daoist Yufeng. The other 3 major powers were no match for them. A sense of crisis instantly emerged in everyone's heart. Ouyang He died 2 years ago while trying to break through to the immortal king realm? It's all bullshit. It seems like your Tianyun Pavilion is really scheming something big. An elder of Shanyang School looked at the elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Leng Leng, and said. That's right. Ouyang He didn't die at all and has secretly advanced to the immortal king realm. It seems like our 3 major powers are in danger. An elder of Huangfu clan said with a frown. If Sect Master Ouyang really wanted to take action, you all would have died just now. Do you think you can still stand here unscathed? An elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Leng Leng, said. The 4 major powers didn't get along well with each other. Now that something like this had happened, they would naturally oppose each other. Alright, let's not talk about it now. Now that the regenerative lotus has been taken away by Ouyang He, we should immediately send a signal to the sect master and tell him what happened just now. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. Another elder of Shanyang School said. The others nodded in agreement, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. They were more or less responsible for the loss of the regenerative lotus. Also, they had to inform their sect master and patriarch that Ouyang He was still alive, as this was a major event in One Line Sky. The few elders took out their communication talismans at the same time, and began to summon their sect leader and clan leader. On the other side, Jiangchen and the others had already blended into the crowd. Now, everyone's attention was on Tianshan Mountain, especially after the huge commotion in the sky just now. Everyone was guessing what had happened, so no one paid attention to Jiangchen and the others. What happened just now? Why are there so many experts on Heaven Mountain? I don't know. The aura is gone now. Why don't we fly up and take a look? Alright, let's fly up and have a look at the situation in the sky. We won't go up the heavenly mountain, we'll just watch from afar. The 4 major powers won't make things difficult for us. This heavenly mountain is the symbol of One Line Sky and not their private property. Moreover, even during the pinnacle ceremony in the past, we can also fly up there to watch the battle of the 8 immortals. Driven by curiosity, some people were ready to fly up to see what was going on. As soon as one ascended, there would be a second. Then, groups of people would fly up. There were many celestial immortals here who could fly. Even immortals were numerous. Some earth immortals who couldn't fly could also be brought up by their companions. For a moment, many people flew up into the sky, but no one dared to step into the heavenly mountain. They could only watch from afar. There were golden immortals up in the sky. Without knowing what was going on, no one was willing to frown at a golden immortal expert. If the expert was unhappy and killed them, they would die in vain. Ada, you take me up. You take Yan and Huang. Xianxia ordered Ada and Er. He felt very relaxed now. Anyway, he had already gotten rid of the matter completely. Even if the 8 immortals came, they wouldn't be able to find him. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had been flawless and flawless. Even if the 8 immortals racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to link it to him. Not to mention them, no one in the entire one-line sky would link the theft of the regenerative lotus to him, because he was just an earthly immortal. What Xianxia and the others needed to do now was to watch the show, a good show. Ada and Er, along with Xianxia, Han Yan and a Huang dog, blended into the crowd and flew up to the sky. They came to the top of the heavenly mountain. Even though it was very far away, they could see the place where the 8 golden immortals were. Look, aren't those the elders of the 4 major powers? And they're all peak elders. They're all supreme experts at the peak of golden immortal realm. Why would they gather here in advance? That's right. Tomorrow's grand ceremony has nothing to do with them. What are they doing here? They must be the ones who released the chi just now. I wonder what's going on. Have you guys noticed that their faces don't look good? It's as if they have suffered a great grievance. Is there anyone in one-line sky that can make them feel aggrieved? Many people saw the elders of the 4 major powers and were guessing why they were here. After all, the matter of the regenerative lotus had always been a secret. Even among the disciples of the 4 major powers, only a few knew about it. Fu Hui happened to be one of the people who knew about it. One had to say that it was Jiang Chen's luck. Jia, little Chenzi, these guys look really ugly. I guess they are still dizzy. Haha. De Huang dog whispered to Jiang Chen. His current mood was completely different from the time when he stole the regenerative lotus. Are you waiting for a good show? They must have already sent the message back. If I'm not mistaken, the 8 immortals will be here very soon. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face, looking incomparably relaxed. He was very interested in the 8 immortals, especially Tian Muyun, his future enemy. Jiang Chen would like to see what he looked like. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, streams of light streaked across the night sky from 4 different directions. Wherever these streams of light passed, the void would flutter. Waves of tyrannical pressure were emitted from these streams of light. Under such pressure, one's soul would tremble. Very quickly, 8 streams of light descended on Heavenly Mountain and turned into 8 people. They were none other than the one-line 8 immortals of the 4 major powers. 8 half-step immortal king experts. They were the true pinnacle existences in one-line sky, figures respected by countless people. My God! The 8 immortals have arrived. What's going on? Isn't the grand ceremony supposed to begin tomorrow? Why are they here now? That's right. The 8 immortals seem to have agreed to appear at the same time. It seems like something has happened. Many people were shocked. As cultivators of one-line sky, they were very familiar with the grand ceremony of the pinnacle. In the past, the 8 immortals would only appear the next morning. Moreover, they would appear one after another. But now, they appeared in the middle of the night. Moreover, they appeared at the same time and at the same time. Thinking back to the powerful movement that occurred on the heavenly mountain, many people began to suspect that something had really happened. Otherwise, the 4 great sects would not have sent 8 golden immortals here in advance. And now, the 8 immortals had appeared here in advance. Although they were surprised, no one dared to speak loudly. All of them were quietly watching the development of the situation. The figures in front of them were too powerful. They couldn't afford to offend any of them. In one-line sky, no one dared to speak loudly in front of the 8 immortals. These are the 8 immortals of one line? This is my first time seeing them. Someone spoke, looking at the 8 immortals with curious eyes. He was only an earth immortal and was brought here by the seniors of his family. Naturally, he was very excited. Your cultivation base is too weak. It's normal that you haven't seen the 8 immortals before. Let me introduce them one by one. The 2 men in white robes are Shenyang School's students. They look like they're in their 40s. One is Yun Zhonghe and the other is Yun Zhonglong. They are the patriarch and the great elder of Yun family, blood brothers. The other man with a crown on his head is the patriarch of Huangfu family, Huangfu Yao Tian. The old man next to him is Huangfu Kun. Most importantly, one of the last two, look at the blue-robed man, he looks like a dragon among men. He has messy black hair, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. He's the legendary figure of One Line Sky, the current sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun. Kid, you have to make sect master Tian your goal and idol in the future, understand? The old man next to him is Daoist Yufei of Tianyun Pavilion. These 8 people are all half-step immortal king, the pinnacle existence of One Line Sky. They are called the 8 immortals of One Line Sky. An older cultivator explained. His words showed great respect for the 8 immortals, especially when he mentioned Tian Muyun. Apparently, he was very interested in this legendary figure of One Line Sky. The introduction of the 8 immortals fell into Jiang Chen's ears. At the same time, his eyes fell upon the 8 immortals. Whether it was in terms of bearing or qi, these 8 immortals were a notch higher than the others. There was a faint king qi in their bodies. They were indeed worthy of being half-step immortal kings. Finally, Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Tian Muyun. Even he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Tian Muyun was a legendary figure in One Line Sky to reach such a realm at such a young age. Tian Muyun's outstanding performance also proved Ouyang He's sharp eyes. Unfortunately, he only saw through Tian Muyun's potential, but failed to see through Tian Muyun's heart. In the end, he died in the hands of the person he trusted the most. He was the one who raised Tian Muyun. Now that he thought about it, it was no different than digging his own grave. What happened? Yunzhong he asked as soon as he appeared. Where's the regenerative lotus? How did it disappear? Tian Muyun glanced at the top of the glacier pillar. There was no trace of the regenerative lotus. The 8 immortals also looked over at the same time. This time, they were shocked. The regenerative lotus had disappeared. Patriarch, the regenerative lotus has been taken away. The elder of Yun family said. Asterisk Kong, asterisk as soon as these words were spoken, the 8 immortals were enraged. What a joke! How could someone dare to rob the regenerative lotus here? This was a direct provocation to the 8 immortals, a blatant provocation. The onlookers outside heard their conversation, especially the words regenerative lotus. They instantly understood why the 8 golden immortals had appeared here in advance. The regenerative lotus. It turns out to be the peerless divine herb. It seems like the 4 major powers have discovered the regenerative lotus in advance. That's why the 8 golden immortal elders were sent here to guard the regenerative lotus. Unexpectedly, someone came to rob it. That powerful wave just now was the sign of someone coming to rob the regenerative lotus. How audacious! There's actually someone who dares to rob the treasure of the 8 immortals in One Line Sky. How audacious is that person? Perhaps it's an even more powerful expert. Let alone the fact that an ordinary person wouldn't have the guts to do so, given the strength of the 8 golden immortals, how could they not be able to stop that person? But could it be that there's another terrifying expert in One Line Sky? None of the people present were fools. They immediately figured out the crux of the matter, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more shocked. They were guessing who would dare to rob the regenerative lotus in One Line Sky. Who could have robbed the regenerative lotus from your hands? Xianxia asked loudly. He absolutely didn't believe that there was anyone else in One Line Sky other than the 8 of them who could rob the regenerative lotus from the hands of 8 peak golden immortals. Moreover, the 8 of them didn't seem to be injured at all. In other words, there wasn't a fierce battle during the process. Sect Master, it's Ouyang He. The elder of Xianyang School spoke. What? The 8 immortals exclaimed at the same time upon hearing the name Ouyang He. Each of their eyes widened in disbelief, especially Tian Muyun. His pupils began to shrink. This was the name that he didn't want to hear the most. Impossible. My master has already fallen 2 years ago. It's absolutely impossible for him to have taken action. Tian Muyun denied it immediately. He was almost certain of this. Back then, when he attacked Ouyang He, Ouyang he had to burn all of his life essence to escape. There was no way that Ouyang he could recover from such injuries. Now that 2 years had passed, Ouyang he should have been dead by now. What's going on? Did you see it clearly? Ouyang he has already fallen. How could he appear here to rob the regenerative lotus? Huang Fu Yao Tian asked with a frown. Although they didn't see Ouyang he's death with their own eyes, he had indeed appeared in One Line Sky 2 years ago. It's indeed Ouyang he. Ouyang he isn't dead. He has already become a true immortal king. It's him who took away the regenerative lotus without anyone knowing. Plus, he used the heavenly dragon combat halberd, the immortal weapon that made Ouyang he famous. We can't be wrong, the elder of Huangfu family spoke in an incomparably firm tone. Elder Huangfu's words made the 8 immortals even more astonished, especially Tian Muyun. Such news had set off a storm in his heart. Even though he was very confident, he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, Ouyang he didn't really die. Could it be that the old man has found a way to save himself in these 2 years? Impossible. If that old man has advanced to the immortal king realm, he will definitely come back to find trouble with me. Tian Muyun muttered in his heart. This matter was too strange. He needed to ask more questions. Could it be that Sect Master isn't dead? Sect Master Tian witnessed Sect Master Ouyang's death with his own eyes. Daoist Yufeng knitted his brows. He had a good relationship with Ouyang he. In the past 2 years, he had been feeling sorry for Ouyang he's tragic death. If Ouyang he didn't die, Tianyun Pavilion would have 3 half-step immortal king experts. The overall strength of the pavilion would be above the other 3 major powers. From afar, Xianxia was watching all of this. His heart was blooming with joy, especially when he saw Tian Muyun's expression. He was afraid that Tian Muyun's heart had already begun to beat like a drum. I'm afraid that Tian Muyun is about to be scared to death. Xianxia sneered in his heart. It seemed like his last act of escaping had brought him an unexpected harvest. However, Xianxia didn't expect that he could change the situation in One Line Sky by impersonating Ouyang he. After all, no one here was a fool, especially Tian Muyun. He might be shocked now, but he would soon figure out the key point. Compared to the shock in Tian Muyun's heart, the faces of the patriarchs and sect masters of the other 3 major powers changed dramatically. Great! It turns out that Ouyang he isn't dead. Tian Muyun, you and your disciple have played a good trick. Now that Ouyang he has advanced to the immortal king realm, I'm afraid it won't take long for you and your disciple to attack the 3 major powers and unify One Line Sky. Xianxia spoke to Tian Muyun snappily. There was a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis wasn't only felt in Xianyang school, but also in Huangfu family and Yun family. After all, if Ouyang he wasn't dead, he would be the first immortal king in One Line Sky. A true immortal king wasn't something that half-step immortal kings like them could compare with. Humph. The 2 of you, master and disciple, are really scheming something big. Looks like the 3 of us must quickly join forces. Otherwise, we'll definitely be devoured by the 2 of you. Yunzhong he also snorted coldly. Now that they were certain that Ouyang he was not dead, their sense of crisis instantly rose. Everyone, I think there's something fishy about this. Tian Muyun said. What's so strange about it? Could the heavenly dragon combat halberd be fake? Huangfu Yao Tian said. No way, the one who attacked is Ouyang he? What is going on? Is Ouyang he still alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the other 3 major powers be in great danger? It seems like a storm is brewing in One Line Sky, and the undercurrents are surging. It's not as calm as it seems on the surface. Many of the onlookers exclaimed. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ouyang he had already become a historical figure in One Line Sky. Everyone thought that the master of Tianyun Pavilion was dead, but they didn't expect that he would appear again today. 2 years ago, I did witness with my own eyes an accident when my master was trying to break through to the immortal king realm. At that time, master's life essence was completely burned away, almost turning him into a cripple. I have tried many methods but to no avail. Later on, master left for One Line Sky, preparing to end his life. That kind of injury is impossible to recover from. Besides, if my master is really alive and has already advanced to the immortal king realm, why didn't he show up directly? Why would a dignified immortal king attack sneakily to obtain the regenerative lotus? Given my master's temper, he would certainly teach the elders of the three major powers a lesson for speaking rudely to him. But now, they are unscathed and unharmed, said Tian Muyun. One had to admit that Tian Muyun was indeed a very astute figure. He had figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. As soon as these words came out, everyone became silent. They were not fools. They were all very smart people. They all felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and Tian Muyun's words seemed to make some sense. By the way, there's something fishy about what happened today, said an elder of Tianyun Pavilion. An elder of Skycloud Pavilion seemed to have been reminded. He carefully recalled the scene of Xianxia stealing the regenerative lotus and began to have doubts. Tell me, what's wrong? Asked Tian Muyun. He was more concerned about Ouyang He's whereabouts than anyone else. Reporting to Sect Master, we have been guarding the regenerative lotus for a very long time. But just now, when we let our guard down, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the void. I saw it clearly. It's the hand of a young man. It's not Sect Master Ouyang's hand at all. That elder suddenly thought of something. As a peak elder of Tianyun Pavilion, he had spent a lot of time with Ouyang He. Although he didn't know much about Ouyang He's hand, given Ouyang He's age, that hand clearly didn't belong to Ouyang He. Yes, that's the hand of a young man. The culprit had obviously hidden himself and waited for us to let our guard down before making a move. If it's Ouyang He, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Plus, the culprit didn't show up until the end. If it's a powerful immortal king, especially if it's Ouyang he should have shown up directly. The others seemed to have been reminded of this, feeling that something was fishy. And then? What's going on with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd? Asked Tian Muyun. We were intimidated by the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd just now, so we didn't dare to make a move. Now that I think about it, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is indeed Sect Master Ouyang's immortal weapon, but when it was used just now, it didn't have the slightest bit of immortal king's might. That kind of momentum was like a child's play. If it was an immortal king, a casual move would have the power to destroy the heaven and earth. I remember now. The voice that the culprit made was somewhat similar to Sect Master Ouyang's, but now that I think about it, there are still some differences. Damn it, we have been deceived. The culprit isn't Sect Master Ouyang at all. This situation was clearly seen by Xianxia, who was standing not far away. He shook his head helplessly, but this was also within his expectation. After all, these guys were all foxes and sly old foxes. If they could be so easily fooled, then the pinnacle figures in One Line Sky would be too weak. Xianxia didn't plan to use Ouyang He to cause any big impact. His only goal was to escape. The situation was extremely dangerous at that time. If he didn't use this method, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. He was afraid that he would die a tragic death. However, even if he couldn't fool them, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had been exposed. There must be a knot in Tian Muyun's heart. If he couldn't find the owner of the halberd, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Naturally, Xianxia couldn't let Tian Muyun rest in peace because that would be too unfair to Ouyang He. This could also be considered as the first step of Xianxia's revenge for Ouyang He. On the Heavenly Mountain, the 8 golden immortals deeply felt that they had been cheated after recalling everything that had happened. The grievance they felt made them want to spurt out blood. The regenerative lotus was taken away from them so easily. Even if the 8 immortals didn't blame them, they would still slap themselves in the face. I knew that this matter was fishy. Sure enough, it wasn't my master's doing. All of you have been deceived. 8 peak golden immortals just watched someone take away the regenerative lotus. How vexing. Tian Muyun spoke coldly. He was determined to get his hands on the regenerative lotus, hoping to use it to break through to the immortal king realm. Now that all his hopes were dashed, he felt even worse. What made the 8 immortals even more depressed was that they didn't know who had stolen the regenerative lotus. They didn't even have a clue. Although the elders were unwilling to be reprimanded by Tian Muyun, they didn't dare to refute him. After all, they had a lot of responsibility for this matter. Even if it wasn't Ouyang He, this matter must be related to him. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd has proven everything, Huangfu Yao Tian said. At the mention of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, Tian Muyun's face turned black. Given his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not understand what was going on. Ouyang, he must have passed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to someone else before his death. And now, that person had come to One Line Sky and snatched the regenerative lotus. Old man, my talent is so powerful, but you didn't pass the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to me, and instead passed them to an outsider. Back then, I didn't kill you with my own hands, you really have gone too far. You probably want the person with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to come find me for revenge, humph. Unfortunately, my abilities have already surpassed yours. If that person dares to appear, he will die without a doubt. Tian Muyun snorted coldly in his heart. With his wisdom, he had already figured it out. It seems like Ouyang he has passed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to someone else before his death. Tian Muyun, you are known as Ouyang he's proudest disciple, but it's a pity that your master didn't even pass on his special skill and treasure to you, but to an outsider. It seems like Sect Master Tian isn't that important in Ouyang he's eyes. Xianxia said sarcastically. Shanyang School and Tianyun Pavilion had always been on bad terms. How could he let go of this opportunity to ridicule Tian Muyun? It's also possible that the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was obtained by someone else after Ouyang he's death. After all, Sect Master Tian was Ouyang he's proudest disciple. If Ouyang he wanted to pass on the halberd, it's impossible that he didn't pass it on to him. Huangfu Yao Tian said. We don't care about Ouyang he and Tian Muyun. What we're most concerned about now is who has obtained the regenerative lotus. How dare someone snatch our treasure in One Line Sky? He's too audacious. Furthermore, he's obviously not an immortal king. How could he hide in the void and approach the regenerative lotus without being detected by the 8-peak golden immortals? Even we can't achieve such an ability, said Yun Zhonglong with a frown. Right now, there were two key questions. One was where did the regenerative lotus go and who obtained it? The other was how the culprit could possess such a terrifying ability, which was beyond their imagination and cognition. That's right. This kind of energy is just too incredible. The patriarch of Yun family, Yun Zhonghe, nodded and said. If I'm not mistaken, that person must have some kind of extremely powerful magical weapon. This magical weapon is at least a king-grade immortal weapon or an emperor-grade immortal weapon. This is the only explanation. Tian Muyun said. An emperor-grade immortal weapon? Upon hearing the words emperor-grade, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. That was an immortal weapon that only the former emperors who had surpassed the immortal king grade could possess. Such a realm was too far away for them. It was an existence beyond their reach. That's right. Otherwise, it's impossible for the 8 of us to not notice it. An elder of Tianyun Pavilion said, completely agreeing with Tian Muyun's conjecture. Jiangchen heard their conversation and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. An emperor-grade immortal weapon is nothing. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine weapon, an existence that transcends the immortal grade. It's not something you can imagine. The supreme treasure of the ancient dragon clan was not something ordinary people could imagine. For Jiangchen, the potential of the Zulong Tower was still very great. It was so great that he couldn't even imagine it. A 99-floor Zulong Tower could only be considered to be complete. The current Zulong Tower only had 14 floors. As the number of floors continued to increase, the power that could be developed would certainly become more and more terrifying. To Jiangchen, the Zulong Tower was the treasure that he was looking forward to the most. The regenerative lotus has disappeared. The only way for us to find it is to find the person who possesses the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Shanyang School's Duguxing said. Moreover, as soon as the emperor-grade immortal weapon appeared, a trace of greed was unconsciously revealed in everyone's eyes. This aroused their interest in the person who possessed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. To them, Jiangchen was not only an enemy who stole the regenerative lotus, but also a prey, a fat and strong prey. Whoever could find Jiangchen would be able to obtain the legendary emperor-grade immortal weapon. The value of such a weapon was immeasurable and the benefits it could bring to the sect was unimaginable. To be honest, if one of the four major powers obtained the Emperor-grade immortal weapon, they would be able to dominate one line sky and make the other three major powers submit to them. Go back and issue the order immediately. If anyone sees the person who possesses the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, report to me immediately. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be easy for them to find Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't reveal his Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd so easily. The moment he revealed it would be the moment of his battle with Tian Muyan. Pa. At this time, a palm suddenly patted Xianxia's back. Xianxia turned his head and saw a man smiling at him. The man was none other than Fu Hui. Jiang brother, I thought you weren't coming. Never thought that you would come earlier than me. Your cultivation base has advanced again. Such talent is just too scary. Fu Hui clicked his tongue in disbelief. When he first saw Xianxia was merely an early Earth immortal. It had only been 10 days, but Xianxia had already advanced to the intermediate Earth immortal realm. Fu Hui couldn't help but be astonished by such a terrifying advancement speed. It's just luck. Xianxia shrugged. Jiang brother, I heard that someone has stolen the regenerative lotus. That person is truly audacious. Fu Hui had obviously learned about everything. The thought of someone stealing the regenerative lotus and stealing it before the grand ceremony was inconceivable to him. That's right. That person is really audacious. Brother Fu, can you guess who did it? Xianxia asked with a smile. How can I guess? Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. This is a matter between experts. Let's not talk too much about it. But without the regenerative lotus, I wonder what the grand ceremony will be like tomorrow. Fu Hui sounded a little disappointed. He initially thought that the 8 immortals would have their own abilities and the competition would be intense. But now that the regenerative lotus was gone, he reckoned that the 8 immortals wouldn't be able to compete with each other. That's right. That's why I'm not interested in the grand ceremony anymore. I'm going back now. Xianxia said. In his point of view, the 8 immortals had lost interest in the grand ceremony after losing the regenerative lotus, especially Tian Muyan. A man like him would surely not use his full strength in the grand ceremony tomorrow. So there was no point in watching it. Don't. It's not easy for me to come here. It's only once every 2 years. It'd be a pity if I don't take a look. Fu Hui then noticed it next to Xianxia, as well as a next to Han Yan and De Huang Dog. The two of them looked exactly the same, clearly twins. Moreover, the faint demon qi emanating from them indicated that they were demonic beasts. Brother Jiang, who are they? Fu Hui asked curiously. He had no idea how Xianxia had managed to mingle with the 2 Yao beasts. Although the 2 Yao beasts did not reveal their auras, they did not seem to be pushovers. Their cultivation bases were most likely above his. They are the friends I made in the barren mountain range. They followed me out of the barren mountain range. However, they are only here to watch the grand ceremony. They will return tomorrow, said Xianxia. Ada and air were his secret weapons. They couldn't be exposed. He wanted them to hide in the Zulong Tower. Amazing. Upon hearing this, Fu Hui couldn't help but give Xianxia a thumbs up. Normally, powerful demonic beasts were very ferocious, especially the great demons in the desolate mountain range. Ordinary cultivators would stay away from these great demons when they entered the mountain range, but Xianxia was able to befriend them. He really had no idea how he did it. Brother Fu, I'm no longer interested in this grand ceremony. We will return first and wait for you in Cloud Mist City. I still hope that you can introduce me to Tianyun Pavilion after you return, said Xianxia. He had already guessed the ending of the grand ceremony. It was no longer attractive to Xianxia. Of course, the most important thing for Xianxia now was to return and recover from his injuries. His injuries were not a big deal, but the Zulong Tower needed to be restored. Furthermore, he had already obtained the regenerative lotus, so he had to make use of it as soon as possible. This treasure was like a ticking time bomb if he kept it in his hands. It was safest to refine it in Cloud Mist City. Brother Jiang, are you really leaving? Asked Fu Hui. That's right. I've already seen the one-line 8 immortals and I'm very satisfied. We brothers have obtained some benefits in the barren mountain range and need some time to digest them. Brother Fu, we will take our leave now. Xianxia cupped his fists at Fu Hui before disappearing into the crowd and flying towards Cloud Mist City with Han Yan and De Huang Dog. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the One-Line 8 immortals, it was the wisest time for them to leave. If they waited until the grand ceremony ended tomorrow, they might encounter the people from Xianxia School. At that time, it would be inevitable for them to have a conflict with the people from Xianxia School. After leaving, Xianxia got Ada and Air to hide in the Zulong Tower. The three brothers were running on the ground at high speed. Their behavior could be said to be very low-key. After all, they had just obtained the regenerative lotus. Although a part of the Zulong Tower was broken, the space inside was very large. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hide Ada and Air. Little Chenzi, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't seen the grand ceremony tomorrow. Asked Han Yan. There's nothing to see. I've already guessed the outcome. It's going to be a draw. Do you think the One-Line 8 immortals will still have the passion to fight without the regenerative lotus? What we need to do now is to go back and digest the regenerative lotus. We have to finish everything before we enter Tianyun Pavilion. Are we going to Tianyun Pavilion to refine the regenerative lotus? Said Jiangchen. Only a fool would go to Tianyun Pavilion to refine the regenerative lotus. There were countless experts in Tianyun Pavilion, especially Tian Muyun. Once he sensed the aura of the regenerative lotus, it would bring disaster to them. 2 men and a dog were extremely fast. Sometimes, they would let De Huang Dog unfold his wings to carry them. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. The distance between Cloud Mist City and Heavenly Mountain wasn't short. After daybreak, they chose to run on the ground. There were cultivators flying above their heads at high speed. Their destination was the sky. It could be seen that the grand ceremony that was held once every 2 years was very attractive. For streams of light flew past in the sky and quickly returned. The aura of the 4 were incomparably tyrannical. All of them were heaven immortals. They instantly locked onto Jiangchen's group. We've been noticed. Just when De Huang Dog was about to raise his head, the 4 experts had already landed in front of him. Senior Brotherly, it's him. He's Jiangchen, the guy who destroyed our mine and killed a dozen of our disciples. One of them pointed at Jiangchen and spoke while gnashing his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to eat Jiangchen alive. Jiangchen also recognized this person. He was Luo Xiang, an inner disciple of Xianxia School. He was the one who fought with him that night. Jiangchen didn't expect to meet him here. The 4 of them were wearing the same uniform of Xianxia School. Apart from Luo Xiang, the other 3 should be the inner sect disciples of Xianxia School. Besides Luo Xiang, there was an early Heaven Immortal expert and the other 2 were even scarier, intermediate Heaven Immortal experts. Even if Jiangchen transformed into his dragon form, he could only deal with these geniuses. It would be very difficult for him to kill them. Hee, long time no see, Brother Luo. Jiangchen chuckled. These 4 guys must have gone to Heavenly Mountain to watch the grand ceremony. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiang noticed him when they were flying over, which was why he landed. Xianxia School had already issued the order to kill him. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of any chance to kill Jiangchen. Of course, Jiangchen didn't put these 4 guys in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he and De Huang Dog weren't afraid of them, Ada and Air alone were enough to give them a hard time. Jiangchen, you have offended Xianxia School. Why didn't you find a place to hide? How dare you show up here? You really don't know what's good for you. It's your bad luck to meet me today. It's time to settle the score between us. Luo Xiang said fiercely. Although the sect didn't blame him for what happened that day, he had already become a laughingstock in the inner sect. He had been holding a grudge in his heart for the past few days. He didn't expect that he would meet his enemy here today. If he didn't vent his anger, he would definitely die of suffocation. Unfortunately, you are no match for me. Jiangchen said indifferently. You are Jiangchen? That audacious guy. The leading intermediate Heaven Immortal disciple kept sizing up Jiangchen, seemingly very interested in Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen's appearance disappointed him. In his opinion, even if Xianxia wasn't as sturdy as a bear, he should at least look fierce. Never had he thought that Xianxia was a greasy-faced scholar. I don't dare to be audacious, but I advise you not to provoke me. I will give you a chance to live. Get lost from my sight immediately and I won't kill you. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. If these three guys insisted on fighting each other to the death, he was sure that they would die miserably. Haha. Sure enough, you are very arrogant, but you need the capital to be arrogant. If you don't have the capital to be arrogant, you will have to pay a heavy price. Senior Brotherly laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He was an intermediate heaven immortal expert and an inner sect genius of Xianxia school. Any ordinary intermediate heaven immortal expert wouldn't be a match for him. With such a huge advantage and such an obvious gap in cultivation base, he naturally wouldn't put an earth immortal like Xianxia in his eyes. Senior Brotherly, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and bring his head back. The sect will definitely reward us. Luoxiang said. Xianxia, did you hear that? If we kill you, we'll be rewarded handsomely. If you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, I might be merciful and leave your corpse in one piece. Senior Brotherly said with a sneer. Is that so? Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I have already given you all a chance to leave. I, Xianxia, never like to give people second chances. Xianxia's tone was filled with killing intent, an incomparably cold killing intent. Courting death. Let's see how you are going to escape today. Luoxiang said and was the first to rush towards Xianxia. He knew Xianxia's capability, so he exerted his full strength. A dazzling longsword appeared in his hand. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. Now that there were late heaven immortal senior brothers behind him, he didn't have the slightest fear towards Xianxia. Seeing Luoxiang dashing towards him, Xianxia shook his head. Then, he suddenly punched out with his fist. The terrifying fist hit Luoxiang's longsword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk an enormous force pressed down like a mountain. Under the impact of this force, the longsword in Luoxiang's hand buzzed and almost flew out of his hand. What? Luoxiang's facial expression changed dramatically. Only now did he realize that Xianxia was much stronger than before. Plus, Xianxia hadn't used that powerful transformation technique yet. In other words, he was no longer a match for Xianxia. What a powerful earth immortal. The other three's facial expression changed as well. Even the two mid-heaven immortal geniuses instantly stopped underestimating Xianxia. This was their first time meeting such a terrifying figure. Ada, come out and finish them off. Xianxia spoke Lung. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the four of them. Instantly, the four of them were shrouded by an enormous amount of demonic qi and devil qi. Cold qi flowed into their bodies, making them feel like they were on the verge of death. What a powerful qi. This is a late heaven immortal great demon. We are no match for it. Damn it. How could this bastard hide such a terrifying monster beside him? Run quickly. The four disciples of Xianxia school were scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogance they had before. They hastily turned and ran, preparing to fly into the sky. Although they were eager to kill Xianxia and claim the reward, their lives were more important than anything else. If they lost their lives, they wouldn't be able to claim the reward. They could ignore Xianxia, but this big guy in front of them wasn't something they could fight. Let alone a mid-heaven immortal, even a late heaven immortal inner sect disciple wouldn't be a match for this heavenly devil barbaric bull. Die. Ada spat out a word. Boundless killing chi surged out of his body. He waved his hand and a huge hoof appeared. The black hoof was 100 meters long. It pressed down like a dark cloud, shrouding the four of them. Asterisk Kong Long, arg, asterisk a loud bang was heard, followed by miserable shrieks. The four inner sect disciples of Xianxia school were trampled to death by Ada. They were flattened into meat paste. Not even a complete corpse was left. Damn it. That's brutal. Big Yellow curled his lips. He did not think that he was more ferocious than Ada when he wanted to be. Let's go. Hurry up. The commotion here might attract the attention of other cultivators. If the experts of Xianyang school are drawn here, it'll be troublesome. Xianxia immediately let Ada enter the Zulong Tower and disappeared. Today was the grand ceremony of Tianshan Mountain. There were many cultivators coming and going, including the experts of Xianyang school. It would be troublesome if they were exposed. The death of the 4 inner disciples of Xianyang school would soon attract the attention of Xianyang school. Generally, disciples of major powers would leave behind things like soul jade slips. As long as they died, the soul jade slips would immediately shatter. People would easily point their eyes at Jiangchen because there weren't many people who dared to kill inner disciples of Xianyang school in one-line sky. Jiangchen was in the eye of the storm, so it was natural for people to target him. However, Jiangchen didn't care about this. Jiangchen's philosophy was very simple. As long as they were enemies, they would fight to the death. Moreover, they had to kill the people of Xianyang school, and the people of Xianyang school wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. Jiangchen's current thoughts were on the regenerative lotus. If the 3 of them could refine the entire regenerative lotus, their cultivation would improve tremendously, especially Han Yen. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to regrow his arm. His cultivation would also improve tremendously. As for how far he could go, it would depend on his own ability. In the city lord's mansion of Cloud Mist City, Jiangchen and the rest returned quietly without alerting anyone. As they knew that Jiangchen was a friend of young Master Fu Hui, no one stopped them from entering the city lord's mansion. It was said that the mansion lord of the city lord's mansion had also gone to the heavenly mountain to watch the grand ceremony. Therefore, the entire city lord's mansion was rather quiet. This kind of silence was exactly what Jiangchen needed. The quieter the place was, the better it would be for him to refine the regenerative lotus. In the courtyard, Jiangchen observed the surroundings and said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, arrange an invisibility formation around the courtyard. It doesn't need to be too strong, but it has to ensure that no aura will leak out." "All right." De Huang Dog nodded. He understood Jiangchen's method very well. The regenerative lotus was of great importance. If even a trace of aura was leaked out, it might bring them a disaster, even if they were in Cloud Mist City. De Huang Dog was very familiar with arranging formations. As someone who was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations, he could arrange countless ancient formations. There were some rare formations that even mighty immortal kings wouldn't know about. This was De Huang Dog's advantage. It took De Huang Dog more than 10 minutes to arrange the formation. The entire courtyard was enveloped by the formation. From the outside, there was nothing special about the courtyard. Even if a mighty immortal flew over it, he wouldn't be able to sense the slightest aura inside. Jiangchen was an expert in formations. When he saw Big Yellow's formation, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The heavenly book of source formations was no joke. Ada and Air, choose a place to hide. If anyone comes near, inform me immediately. Jiangchen summoned Ada and Air. These 2 barbaric bulls were true experts and would play a great role in critical moments. Yes, Master. Both of them didn't dare to neglect Jiangchen's words. These are 2 leaves of the regenerative lotus. Each of you can take 1. You can help us guard the place while refining the leaves. These leaves will be enough to push your cultivation base to the peak of half-step divine immortal realm. It will also stimulate the potential of your bloodline, allowing you to break through to the true divine immortal realm at any time. Jiangchen took out 2 leaves and handed them to the 2 barbaric bulls. What? Upon seeing this, both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes stared at the leaves of the regenerative lotus in front of them. They were too shocked. They had never thought that Jiangchen would be so generous. He was even willing to give them such rare treasures. They knew their status very well. After being edified by Jiangchen, they had become his slaves. Now, it seemed like being a slave was really worth it. Such benefits made them tremble. "Why aren't you taking them?" Jiangchen yelled coldly. Apart from the core, there were a total of 18 leaves. Each of them was a rare treasure. If it was placed outside, countless cultivators would fight for it. It was indeed a waste to give such a treasure to 2 barbaric bulls, but Jiangchen didn't feel that it was a waste at all. He knew very well what he was doing. After all, his cultivation base was still low and his foundation in the immortal world wasn't stable. These two heavenly devil barbaric bulls were his trump cards. The stronger they were, the more help they would be to him. In other words, improving the strength of Ada and Air was equivalent to improving his cultivation base indirectly. If Ada and Air advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm, it would be equivalent to having two early divine immortal experts by his side. Xianxia knew very well how beneficial this would be to him. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Ada and Air were incomparably excited. They knelt on the ground with a puff. This was a great grace. Tears almost flowed down their cheeks. Subsequently, Xianxia brought De Huang Dog and Han Yan into the room. The two barbaric bulls were still staring at the lotus leaf in their hands in excitement. "Lao Air, what do you think? Do you have a boundless future by following Master?" Ada asked. "That's right. We have only been following Master for less than 2 days and he has already given us such great benefits. I was really stupid to resist him." Air was also incomparably excited. "Alright, we will follow Master loyally from now on. We will do whatever Master asks us to do. Our current task is to protect Master and the others. You and I will hide in 2 different places while refining the lotus leaf. I believe that we will be able to break through to the half-step divine immortal realm very soon," Ada said. In the room, Xianxia took out the regenerative lotus. All of a sudden, the whole room was filled with a strong aura of divine herb. Under the impact of this aura, the 2 men and the dog couldn't help but feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. One had to admit that the medicinal energy of the regenerative lotus was too strong. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's formation, the entire sky above Cloud Mist City would be filled with the medicinal energy of the lotus. That was simply courting death. This thing is really full of treasures. A single leaf is enough to improve a person's physique. Even a stupid pig will become a genius after eating a single leaf. The root and stem of the regenerative lotus are also treasures. The most precious one is, of course, the lotus heart. It has the ability to regenerate. Legend has it that the lotus heart can bring the dead back to life. De Huang Dog clicked his tongue. The fork in his mouth began to drool, which directly attracted the disdain of Xianxia and Han Yan. "This lotus heart belongs to Yan. Don't even think about it." Xianxia didn't give Big Yellow any chance. He took out the lotus heart from the bundle of leaves of the regenerative lotus and handed it to Han Yan. The lotus heart looked like a relic. Saliva was squirming inside it. It was a peerless divine herb that amazed everyone. De Huang Dog looked at the lotus heart and licked his lips. If it was in the past, he would have taken a bite out of the lotus heart, but he knew the importance of the lotus heart to Han Yan. Han Yan's severed arm had to be regrown as soon as possible. If it took too long, it would have a negative impact on Han Yan's future cultivation. "Little Chinzi, thank you." Han Yan received the lotus heart and thanked Xianxia. He knew that it would make him seem like an outsider, but he really couldn't express his gratitude to Xianxia. There was nothing much to be said between the 2 brothers. Xianxia was even willing to give him a precious divine herb like the heart of the regenerative lotus. He could only remember Xianxia's kindness in his heart. Han Yan knew very well that the lotus heart of the regenerative lotus was an incomparably precious treasure to Xianxia. If Xianxia refined the lotus heart, the benefits would naturally be boundless, but Xianxia still gave it to Han Yan without hesitation. Plus, Han Yan also knew that the main reason Xianxia took the risk to steal the regenerative lotus was because of him. There's no need to talk about this between brothers. Hurry up and refine it. Given your current cultivation base, I'm afraid that it will take a long time for you to completely regenerate the lotus and regrow your arm. Xianxia patted on Han Yan's shoulder. He knew how Han Yan felt at the moment, so he didn't say anything else. If he said too much, it would only increase the pressure in Han Yan's heart. Han Yan smiled and didn't say anything else. He took the lotus heart and went to another room. As he turned around, Han Yan's eyes became slightly moist. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having a brother like Xianxia is truly one of the greatest blessings in life. While Han Yan was refining the regenerative lotus, Xianxia and De Huang Dog also began to refine the other parts of the lotus. Xianxia didn't pursue too much at the moment. He was satisfied as long as he could advance to the late earth immortal realm with the help of the lotus. The path of cultivation was a step-by-step process. The regenerative lotus was a peerless divine herb, a natural treasure. There wouldn't be the slightest psychological burden when refining it. Such a divine herb would only be beneficial to the cultivator. Even if the cultivator advanced a few levels in a row, he wouldn't have to worry about the instability of his foundation due to the rapid advancement. Kong. Before Xianxia and De Huang Dog could refine the rest of the regenerative lotus, they heard two powerful qi coming from outside the door. These two bulls have advanced so quickly. De Huang Dog shook his head. This speed of advancement was way too fast. Xianxia had just given them the leaves of the regenerative lotus and they had already advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm. That was why they were releasing powerful qi. Fortunately, De Huang Dog had deployed a formation around the courtyard to isolate everything. Otherwise, the qi released by Ada and Air would have attracted the attention of outsiders. It's very normal. Ada and Air have already reached the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm, just a step away from the half-step Earth Immortal Realm. Now that they have obtained the help of the regenerative lotus, it's only natural for them to break through the bottleneck instantly. But this also shows the scariness of the regenerative lotus. Xianxia smiled. He wasn't too surprised. After all, Ada and Air's cultivation base was still there. Plus, the effect of the regenerative lotus was incomparable to ordinary herbs. The success of Ada and Air's advancement was undoubtedly a good thing for Xianxia. His trump card had also become more powerful. Leaving Ada and Air aside, Xianxia and De Huang Dog each took 5 leaves and began refining them. Kong Long. As soon as the leaves entered his body, Xianxia felt an extremely powerful energy rushing into his qi. That energy was mixed with the medicinal energy, pure and violent. The energy was condensed into dragon marks by Xianxia using the dragon transformation skill. The medicinal energy then entered Xianxia's limbs, bones and internal organs, tempering his body from the inside out. It was a perfect tempering. What a powerful medicinal energy. It's indeed a peerless divine herb. This peerless lotus leaf is enough to push my cultivation base to the peak of late earth immortal realm. Additionally, my physique has been tempered to a greater extent. When I transform into my dragon form, my physique will be even stronger and my combat strength will be stronger than before. Xianxia was overjoyed. Sure enough, taking the risk to obtain the regenerative lotus was worth it. Such a peerless divine herb was something that every cultivator yearned for. On the other side, De Huang Dog's body was covered with a layer of golden light. Obviously, after receiving the help of the regenerative lotus, De Huang Dog's body began to change from inside to outside. In Han Yan's room, Han Yan was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. The lotus heart was floating in front of his face. He looked at his severed arm. The lotus heart of the regenerative lotus had given him great hope and expectation. He was a little excited. However, Han Yan was also a man who had seen the world. He had an extremely tough mind and was used to life and death situations. He adjusted his condition quickly and began to refine the lotus heart. The way Han Yan refined the lotus heart was very simple. It could be described as barbaric. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lotus heart. Kong. The moment the enormous energy entered Han Yan's body, it spread out like a vast ocean. Every strand of energy turned into barbaric energy, rampaging inside Han Yan's body. Damn it! What a violent energy! Han Yan couldn't help but curse. He knew that he had overestimated himself. The energy in the lotus heart was countless times greater than what he had imagined. Now that the energy in his body had gone berserk, he felt like he was going to lose control of it. Fortunately, Han Yan had the bloodline of Gu Tianma. The strength of his bloodline wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Very quickly, he managed to suppress the energy. Gu Tianma's bloodline was comparable to an ordinary divine physique. It could play a great role at the critical moment. For example, if an ordinary cultivator swallowed the lotus heart, they wouldn't be able to control the enormous energy. They would explode and die. Not only would they not benefit from it, they would also harm themselves. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma's physique was different. It was incomparably tyrannical. Even if the energy was stronger, he would still be able to withstand it. In the following period of time, the three brothers entered seclusion and began to refine the regenerative lotus without paying attention to the outside world. This was a slow process and couldn't be rushed. According to Xianxia's estimation, it would take at least 3 days for the process to be completed. As expected, the one-line 8 immortals had lost their passion for the competition in the heavenly mountain due to the loss of the regenerative lotus. In the end, the competition ended in a draw. On the contrary, due to the loss of the regenerative lotus, the one-line 8 immortals weren't as good as the previous years. Many cultivators felt somewhat disappointed. After the grand ceremony was over, the 8 immortals returned to their respective sections. However, the atmosphere in one-line sky was somewhat depressing. Everyone knew that the regenerative lotus had been stolen. It was something that the 8 immortals had taken a fancy to. It was a miracle that someone dared to snatch something that belonged to the 8 immortals. Everyone was very curious about the culprit, but it was destined to be a mystery that would be hard to solve. Almost on the same day, the 4 major forces sent out a message at the same time. All the cultivators in one-line sky who found someone using the heavenly dragon battle halberd and reported it to the 4 major forces would receive the greatest reward. Everyone knew that one-line sky wouldn't be peaceful for a period of time. First, there was the appearance of Jiangchen, which caused the Xianyang school to issue a kill order. Now, there was another person who stole the regenerative lotus and left behind the heavenly dragon combat halberd. However, most of the cultivators knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to find the culprit, because as long as the culprit didn't use the heavenly dragon combat halberd, he wouldn't be discovered. No one would have thought that the person who caused these 2 huge disturbances in one-line sky was the same person. While the 4 major powers were searching for the person who stole the regenerative lotus, Jiangchen and the others were still refining the lotus in Cloud Mist City. When Fu Hui returned from Heavenly Mountain, Jiangchen and a Huang dog had already come out of seclusion. They had already refined the 5 lotus leaves and their cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. The current number of dragon marks in Jiangchen's body had reached more than 440,000. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm. He was only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. He only needed 10,000 more dragon marks to complete his breakthrough. Moreover, the leaves of the regenerative lotus had brought great benefits to him. Not only had his foundation stabilized, but his physique had also been greatly tempered. After advancing to the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm, Jiangchen's combat strength had become even more terrifying. He could now easily kill intermediate Heaven Immortal experts even without using his half-dragon form. De Huang Dog was equally vigorous. He had successfully broken through to the Heaven Immortal Realm from half-step Heaven Immortal Realm and advanced to the intermediate Heaven Immortal Realm. The bloodline of the Dragon Horse Divine Beast had become even more powerful. Even so, there was still a lot of medicinal energy left in Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's body. This was also the reason why they didn't refine the remaining lotus leaves. It wasn't because they were reluctant, but because the medicinal energy was already sufficient. It would be a waste if they continued to refine the remaining lotus leaves. The regenerative lotus was a peerless divine medicine that could only be found by luck. There were a total of 18 lotus leaves. Jiangchen and Jiangchen had refined 10, while Ada and Air had each refined 1. Jiangchen Dragon Lotus Chen Star Lotus Set. Jiang Lotus Leaves Dragon Lotus Jiang Star Lotus Leaves. Lotus Leaves Lotus Chen Mountain. Jiang Lotus Leaves Lotus. God Lotus God Lotus in Re the Lotus Sect Divine Lotus Imp Lotus Chen. Lotus IMS Lotus King Sect 2. The big yellow dog licked its lips as if it wanted to continue. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus is its heart. I'm afraid that immortal kings won't be interested in a mere few lotus leaves, but the heart is different. It contains almost all the essence of the regenerative lotus. Anyone who obtains it will have a meteoric rise. Jiangchen said. It seems like Yan's arm will grow back. De Huang Dog said with a smile. Currently, Han Yan was still in the process of refining the lotus. After all, the lotus heart couldn't be compared to the lotus leaves. It would take a long time for him to refine the lotus heart completely. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at this time, someone knocked on the door. Xianxia swept it with his divine sense and found that Fu Hui was already standing outside the door. It seems like the grand ceremony has ended. Let's go out and have a look. Xianxia pushed the door open and walked out of the courtyard. As for Han Yan's qi, it was concealed by De Huang Dog's formation, so Fu Hui wouldn't be able to detect it. Ada and Air were also hiding in the courtyard. Given Fu Hui's cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual either. The door of the courtyard was opened. Fu Hui strode in without any hesitation. Brother Xianxia, how's your seclusion? Where's Brother Han Yan? Fu Hui asked. As Xianxia had completely concealed his qi, Fu Hui couldn't see through Xianxia's real cultivation base. He still didn't know that Xianxia had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm. Yan is still in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher realm. Brother Fu, how was the grand ceremony? Xianxia hastily changed the topic, diverting Fu Hui's attention from Han Yan. It's not interesting at all. Just as Brother Jiang expected, after losing the regenerative lotus, the 8 immortals looked dispirited during the battle. Sect Master Tian didn't even use his trump card. It seems like we can cancel the grand ceremony in the future. It's no longer attractive if there's no winner or loser every year. Fu Hui shook his head in disappointment. I wonder who had the guts to steal the regenerative lotus. Xianxia sighed. De Huang Dog, who was watching from the side, had an impulse to go up and bite Xianxia. He had seen many pretentious people, but he had never seen such a pretentious person. Who knows? The 4 major powers have already announced that they are looking for the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. I guess One Line Sky won't be peaceful in the future. Fu Hui said. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems like I can't easily use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in the future. By the way, Brother Jiang, when are you going to head to Tianyun Pavilion with me? Asked Fu Hui. When Yan comes out of seclusion. I guess it'll only take 1 or 2 days. I hope I won't delay Brother Fu's matter. Said Xianxia. Han Yan was still in seclusion, so it was impossible for him to leave without saying goodbye. Does Brother Jiang want to bring Han Yan and Han Yan to Tianyun Pavilion together? Tianyun Pavilion's disciple selection is rather strict. Furthermore, it's not the annual recruitment period. Even if I'm an inner disciple, it'll be troublesome if I introduce 2 people at the same time. Said Fu Hui with a frown. He only had his eyes on Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to bring Han Yan along, it would be troublesome. Brother Fu, you don't have to worry about this. Yan won't be entering Tianyun Pavilion with me. I'll go with you. Of course, I'll bring De Huang with me. This was something that Xianxia had to consider. Furthermore, after Han Yan refined the lotus heart, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have the ability to protect himself. Even if he didn't follow Xianxia, he would still be able to protect himself. Moreover, Xianxia was the one in the eye of the storm, not Han Yan. To put it bluntly, there weren't many people in One Line Sky who knew about Han Yan and his broken arm. Alright, in that case, I'll wait for 2 more days. After Brother Han Yan comes out of seclusion, we'll set off for Tianyun Pavilion together. Fu Hui said with a smile. He didn't want to disturb Han Yan's seclusion and left. As the eldest young master of the City Lord Mansion, he was also busy with his own affairs. In the room, Han Yan was at the most critical stage. The regenerative lotus's lotus heart had played a great role. His broken arm was growing little by little. Han Yan was sweating all over his body. The regrowing of a broken arm was destined to be an incomparably difficult and painful process. His bones and flesh had to grow little by little. The pain was enough to tear one's soul apart. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Only a person with great perseverance like Han Yan could endure it. At this time, Gu Tianma's physique had played its true role. The medicinal power of the regenerative lotus had played a great role. Han Yan was persisting. At this rate, 2 days would be enough. He believed that the moment his severed arm grew back, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level. He was afraid that even Xianxia wouldn't dare to estimate how terrifying it would be. After all, it was his first time seeing the heart of the regenerative lotus. Therefore, he couldn't estimate its true effect. 2 days later, in the middle of the night. Finally, there was movement in Han Yan's room. Xianxia and a Huang dog who had been waiting for 2 days were shocked. Ah Yan has succeeded. Big Yellow's face was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to dash into Han Yan's house, Xianxia grabbed his tail and stopped him. Don't go there. Ah Yan's arm has just regrown. He's going to break through to the next realm. You'll disturb him if you go there now. Xianxia said bluntly. The Huang dog stuck out its tongue and quietened down. The man and the dog stared at Han Yan's door without blinking. Inside the house, Han Yan opened his eyes. 2 beams of black demonic light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. Han Yan raised his newly grown arm, and a smile finally appeared on his face. There were some things that one would only know how precious they were once they were gone. No one could understand Han Yan's current feelings. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been through a lot and had a strong heart, he would have jumped up in excitement. Buzz buzz, the process of regrowing his arm didn't end there. To Han Yan, the help of the regenerative lotus's heart wasn't as simple as regrowing an arm. Because he had been focusing on his severed arm, the energy in his body had reached a terrifying level. What he needed to do now was to use Gu Tianma's bloodline to control this energy and break through to a higher realm. Ka, that was the sound of breaking through the bottleneck. In just 2 minutes, Han Yan had broken through the half-step Earth Immortal realm and advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm. But this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Not even 1% of the energy in his body had been consumed, and the lotus's heart hadn't been fully refined yet. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk the whole house was filled with horrifying energy, like a storm on the sea. If it wasn't for Big Yellow using a formation to cover this place, such a movement would have immediately attracted the attention of the Cloud Mist City's experts. 10 minutes later, Han Yan made another breakthrough and reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. However, this state of breakthrough didn't stop as it continued to advance towards the late Earth Immortal realm. Han Yan tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. The bloodline of Gu Tianma was circulating faster and faster. He wanted to digest all the benefits and not waste a single bit. Asterisk Ka. Asterisk the sound of advancement could be heard once again. Han Yan had made a breakthrough to the late Earth Immortal realm. By this time, Han Yan had advanced 3 levels consecutively, but this wasn't the end. Instead, his potential was fully unleashed. At this moment, his meridians were expanding, his qi was enlarging and his bloodline was being stimulated. He was in a state that couldn't be found even in 10,000 years. Half-step Heaven Immortal realm, that was right. After just half an hour of hard work, Han Yan had assailed the half-step Heavenly Immortal stage. In just half an hour, his cultivation base had risen by 4 levels. If news of such a heaven-defying rise were to spread, no one would believe it. Who knows just how many people would be shocked. Outside the door, Xianxia and a Huang dog widened their eyes in shock. Given their perceptive ability, they could naturally sense Han Yan's current state clearly. This was also the reason why they were shocked. Damn it, it seems like he has advanced 4 levels already. Now that he is already a half-step Heaven Immortal, it should be time for him to stop, right? The Huang dog murmured. It seems like he hasn't stopped yet. It seems like he will only stop after advancing to the Heaven Immortal realm. Xianxia was speechless. Han Yan had advanced 4 levels and was now a half-step Heaven Immortal realm expert, but Han Yan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Damn it. This peerless divine herb is too heaven-defying. De Huang dog licked his lips, apparently wanting to have a taste of the lotus heart. Given Yan's strength, it's impossible for him to refine the lotus heart completely. The medicinal energy will be preserved in his body for a very long time. His advancement will also speed up because of the existence of the regenerative lotus, making him a first-class genius in the immortal world. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia felt happy for Han Yan's current achievement. Asterisk Ka. Asterisk finally, Han Yan successfully advanced to the early Heaven Immortal realm. After advancing 5 levels in a row, his qi gradually retracted and the momentum of advancement finally stopped at the early Heaven Immortal realm. Upon seeing this, Xianxia and a Huang dog heaved a sigh of relief. If Han Yan continued to advance, their hearts wouldn't be able to take it anymore. They had never seen such an abnormal speed of advancement. No one knew how many people would be shocked to death by such speed of advancement. Inside the room, Han Yan's qi had undergone an extreme change. Gu Tianma's qi waves drifted in the air. He could clearly feel the turbulence of the surrounding airflow. As long as he willed it, he could control the airflow and fly away at any time. This was the advantage of a heaven immortal. Amazing, amazing. The lotus heart of the regenerative lotus is truly terrifying. I have only refined half of its medicinal energy and I have already reached such a level. Additionally, my severed arm has already grown back. The remaining medicinal energy in my body will bring me endless benefits in the future. Creak. The door was opened. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog walked in. Ah Yan, your advancement is a little too terrifying. Jiang Chen teased. Seeing Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, Han Yan was in a good mood. Immediately, he stood up from the praying mat on the ground. The effect of the lotus heart is truly beyond my imagination. It can actually bring me such great benefits. Now that my severed arm has been regrown, my potential has been fully developed, my bloodline has become even stronger and my cultivation base has advanced by 5 levels, reaching the early heaven immortal realm. Such great benefits are like a dream to me. At this moment, Han Yan felt like he was in a dream. If this didn't happen to him, even he wouldn't dare to believe it. This is good news. Given your current cultivation base, you already have the ability to protect yourself. Ordinary intermediate heaven immortal experts won't be a match for you. I'm afraid that you can even put up a fight against a late heaven immortal expert. Jiang Chen said. Gu Tianma's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger. With the support of such a powerful physique, Han Yan's combat strength was naturally incomparable to experts of the same level. In front of the mighty Gu Tianma, killing people who were at a higher level was nothing. That's right. Plus, there's still a lot of medicinal energy left in my body. My speed of advancement will be very fast in the future. Han Yan nodded. The benefits that the lotus heart brought him were far more than that. It would have a great impact on his future cultivation. By the way, Ah Yan, there's something I need to tell you. I'm going to the Tianyun Pavilion with Fu Hui tomorrow. I'm afraid that we will have to part ways. I'm relieved to see your current cultivation base. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. Upon hearing this, Han Yan couldn't help but frown. The two brothers had just met in the immortal world not long ago. Ah Yan, the news about the regenerative lotus has already spread in One Line Sky. You have obtained the lotus heart and Fu Hui knows about your previous cultivation base and the condition of your severed arm. If you follow me to the Tianyun Pavilion, putting aside the fact that you have advanced 5 levels in such a short period of time, the fact that you have regrown an arm is enough to arouse suspicion. Once the higher-ups of the Tianyun Pavilion notice you, the consequences will be unimaginable and we will be exposed. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder. He also wanted Han Yan to follow him to the Tianyun Pavilion, but reality was reality. It was simply impossible. One should know that every disciple who entered the Tianyun Pavilion would be investigated. Fu Hui had to explain Han Yan's previous situation to him when he introduced Han Yan to the Tianyun Pavilion. No one could regrow an arm and advance 5 levels in just a few days. This itself was a miracle. Plus, the fact that the regenerative lotus had been stolen made it easy for people to link it to Han Yan. Plus, there was still a huge amount of medicinal energy left in Han Yan's body. If someone like Tian Muyun were to check on him, he would be able to find out immediately. This was a risk that they absolutely couldn't afford to take. I know. Your goal in entering the Tianyun Pavilion is Tian Muyun. In that case, I'm going to leave One Line Sky and head to other big domains. I'll come back to help you when I'm strong enough, said Han Yan. He understood Jiang Chen's concern, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given his current cultivation base, he already had the ability to protect himself. He was going to leave One Line Sky temporarily and head to other big domains. Perhaps, he might be able to make a name for himself there. In the ethereal immortal world, there were tens of thousands of big domains like One Line Sky. No matter how big the immortal world was, there was bound to be a place for Han Yan. Alright. The immortal world isn't like Saint Origin world. We still don't have the slightest foundation. We have to be careful in everything we do. Xianxia advised. Don't worry. We've been through a lot along the way. What kind of storms and waves had he not seen before? Didn't he get through all of them? But you, Tianmuyun isn't easy to deal with. You should be careful after entering the Tianyun pavilion. Han Yan gave a carefree smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ah Yan, take advantage of the fact that Fu Hui hasn't arrived and sneak away in the middle of the night. It's best if you don't let Fu Hui see you like this. Although he's not bad, we still have to be careful and not let anyone catch us. We can't be caught by others, said Jiang Chen. Although Fu Hui was a trustworthy person, he was also a smart person. If he saw Han Yan, who was only an early heaven immortal expert, he would easily be able to figure out the key point. It was never a good thing to be caught by others. All right. Little Chinzi, De Huang, take care. Han Yan clasped his fists and left the courtyard, disappearing into the night. Now that he was already an early heaven immortal expert, flying in the sky was a piece of cake for him. When Han Yan walked over, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow felt somewhat disappointed. After all, it wasn't easy for the three brothers to meet in the immortal world, but they had parted ways after a very short reunion. Judging from the current situation in One Line Sky, they didn't know when they would meet again. It was estimated that it would be a very long time. This is really depressing. When we were in Saint Origin world, we were the absolute kings. Who dared to disrespect us? But here, we are like a stray dog. De Huang Dog said gloomily. Don't worry. There will be a place for us in the immortal world sooner or later. Back in Saint Origin world, didn't we also walk out step by step from a small red city? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He liked pressure, excitement and passion. The path of cultivation was endless. Whether it was the pressure from the northern and southern dynasties or the pressure from Tianmuyun, Jiang Chen liked this feeling very much. He liked the process of progressing bit by bit, and he admired the ending of stepping on a powerful enemy. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard and found Fu Hui at his residence. Brother Fu, how's the trifling matter in the prefecture? Asked Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, there's nothing much here. With my father and a few brothers here, there's nothing much to do in Cloud Mist City. I've been waiting for you. Where's Brother Han Yan? Fu Hui's expression changed when he saw Jiang Chen. He should have returned to the sect a long time ago. After all, cultivating in Cloud Mist City wasn't as good as cultivating in Tianyun Pavilion. The reason why he stayed in the prefecture was to wait for Jiang Chen. Ah Yan came out of seclusion last night and left. Said Jiang Chen. Brother Han Yan is injured and his cultivation isn't strong. How can he leave alone? I've already arranged an errand for him in the prefecture. Said Fu Hui. Thank you, Brother Fu. But my brother has always been free and doesn't like to be tied down. I've disappointed Brother Fu. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Fu Hui. Fu Hui had helped Han Yan find an errand in advance, which showed his sincerity. This made Jiang Chen's impression of Fu Hui improve a lot. Alright. Since Brother Han likes to be free, I won't force him. Anyway, he has already left. Brother Jiang, let's depart for Tianyun Pavilion now, said Fu Hui. To him, being able to help Skycloud Pavilion rope in a genius was considered as a great contribution to their sect. Alright. Jiang Chen nodded. Entering Tianyun Pavilion was his main purpose in coming to One Line Sky. Now that he had Fu Hui's recommendation, it couldn't be any better. Fu Hui soared into the sky. Jiang Chen sat on De Huang Dog's back and flew towards the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. De Huang Dog was already an early heaven immortal expert. Even without using the wings of light, he could still fly. As for Jiang Chen, he was only at the peak of late Earth immortal realm. He hadn't even reached the half-step heaven immortal realm yet. In order to not attract too much attention, it was better for him not to fly. Given Fu Hui's ability, he could only introduce Jiang Chen to Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, he couldn't bring Jiang Chen along. But De Huang Dog was different. In the eyes of outsiders, De Huang Dog was merely a pet of Jiang Chen. he wasn't even considered as a disciple. Brother Fu, we haven't arrived at Tianyun Pavilion yet. Why don't you tell me some things about Tianyun Pavilion so that I can have a better understanding of it? Xianxia spoke. After all, he was about to enter a new sect. It was good to have a better understanding of the sect in advance. Although Tianyun Pavilion is just a sect, it is similar to a country. It has its own complete system. The whole sect is divided into countless halls. As for the disciples, they are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples and core disciples just like other sections. Outer sect disciples are all earth immortals. Once an outer sect disciple advances to the heaven immortal realm, he or she will be promoted to inner sect disciple unconditionally. Similarly, if an inner sect disciple advances to the divine immortal realm, he or she will also be promoted to core disciple unconditionally. Fu Hui said, the internal competition in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is very fierce. The open and secret strife between the disciples is also very fierce. It's far from as peaceful as people think. It's also very common for disciples to form cliques. If you don't know how to behave yourself in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, you'll definitely have a miserable end. Fu Hui's words were undoubtedly an indirect reminder to Xianxia. Xianxia shouldn't be too rash when he arrives at Tianyun Pavilion. After all, there were too many geniuses inside. If he offended an expert, he might be crippled. Given my cultivation base, can I enter the inner sect directly? Asked Xianxia. His current cultivation base had reached the late earth immortal realm. According to the rules, he could only be an outer sect disciple. He didn't want to waste time and energy with those shrimps in the outer sect. Given his current strength, he could still thrive in the inner sect. No, the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion have a strict hierarchy. Those below the heaven immortal realm are not allowed to become inner sect disciples. However, there have been some talented geniuses in Tianyun Pavilion who were able to challenge heaven immortals when they were only earth immortals. The sect will give such geniuses a chance to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. As long as they can get out of the array, they will be promoted to inner sect disciples without the restriction of cultivation base. Fu Hui said. Iron Dummy Array? What kind of array is it? Asked Xianxia curiously. I haven't seen the specific Iron Dummy Array. There aren't many people in Skycloud Pavilion who are qualified to see this array. There have always been some arrogant disciples who tried to break the array, but they all failed and were disgraced by the array. It is said that there are 28 puppets made of special materials in the Iron Dummy Array. These puppets and the array itself have reached the most perfect coordination. Once someone enters the array, he or she will be attacked by these puppets. According to the rules, as long as the disciple who enters the array can hold on for 10 minutes, he or she will be considered to have passed the test. However, there are only a few disciples who can hold on for 10 minutes in the Iron Dummy Array. Said Fu Hui. What's the cultivation base of these puppets? Asked Xianxia curiously. If there was such an array, he would be very interested in it. At least, he wouldn't need to go to the outer sect and could directly enter the inner sect. They should be early heaven immortal experts, but it is said that these puppets will adjust their combat strength according to the enemy's combat strength. The puppets themselves are supported by the array, making them immortal and very difficult to deal with. Brother Jiang, don't tell me you are thinking of challenging the Iron Dummy Array? Fu Hui looked at Xianxia curiously. I do have such an idea. After all, given my current strength, ordinary heaven immortals are no match for me. I really don't want to waste my time in the outer sect. Xianxia nodded and said. Brother Jiang, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Fu Hui shrugged and spread his hands at Xianxia. Why do you say so, Brother Fu? Xianxia was a little curious. One should know that with his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid of the Iron Dummy Array at all. Ordinary arrays wouldn't be able to enter Xianxia's eyes at all. Because the sect has a rule that disciples who have entered the sect for less than a year are not qualified to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. So even if Brother Jiang wants to, you have no choice but to stay in the outer sect. Unless you advance to the heaven immortal realm within a year, you will be promoted to the inner sect and start cultivating in the inner sect. In Tianyun Pavilion, inner sect disciples will be able to obtain very rich cultivation resources. At least, it's not something that outer sect disciples can compare with. Fu Hui said helplessly. He knew what Xianxia was thinking and knew Xianxia's ability, but the rules of Tianyun Pavilion weren't something that he could change. If an elder was willing to make an exception and promote Xianxia to the inner sect, no one would say anything. Unfortunately, Fu Hui didn't have the qualification and ability to do so. F***ck. Xianxia rolled his eyes. What kind of bullshit rule was this? He needed at least a year to be qualified to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. He hadn't even reached the half-step Heaven Immortal realm yet. Breaking through to the Heaven Immortal realm wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Given your ability, no one in the outer sect would dare to provoke you. But now, many outer sect disciples are supported by inner sect disciples. So, it's not good to offend them. When you enter the sect, Brother Jiang, you'll have to behave yourself. It's best not to offend inner sect disciples. All along, outer sect disciples who offend inner sect disciples will never have a good ending. Let me remind you. Fu Hui kindly reminded Xianxia. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Fu. Brat, what are you going to do now? De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Xianxia. He knew Xianxia too well. With his ability, it was impossible for him to stay in the outer sect. If he insisted on keeping Xianxia in the outer sect, then the moment Xianxia stepped into the outer sect, the entire outer sect would never be peaceful again. Let's take it one step at a time. Xianxia shrugged. After all, he hadn't even entered Tianyun Pavilion yet. He had to wait until he entered and see what was going on. The opportunity might come later. With Fu Hui and De Huang Dog's speed, it only took them 2 hours to travel from Yunwu City to Tianyun Pavilion. In front of them was a boundless mountain range. Looking from afar, the mountain range was filled with verdant trees and flowing streams. The sky was filled with a faint mist. When they arrived here, they could clearly feel that the divine qi on the mountain range had become denser. It was at least twice as dense as the divine qi in Yunwu City. This mountain range was the location of Tianyun Pavilion. When they got closer, they could clearly see the buildings on the mountain. There were all kinds of ancient palaces and towering golden pagodas. Overall, it gave people a feeling of magnificence. This was the style of a big sect. Those small sects in Yen City couldn't be compared with it. They were on a completely different level. Brother Jiang, the sect of Tianyun Pavilion is in front of us, said Fu Hui. His eyes were glowing. Every time he came to this place, he would be incomparably excited. This sect was the grandest, most honorable, and largest sect he had ever seen. Although he had been here for several years, he was still amazed by the magnificence of Tianyun Pavilion every time. Similarly, a trace of pride could be seen on Fu Hui's face. It was the pride of being an inner sect disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. It was the symbol of one's identity. However, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were somewhat calm. After all, they were people who had seen the world. Tianyun Pavilion was indeed a big sect, but compared to those super sects in Saint Origin World, it seemed weak. Putting aside the 8 families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace, the scale of Nebulous sect alone was incomparable to Tianyun Pavilion. Of course, compared to Tianyun Pavilion, whether it was the 8 families of Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, all of them lacked a profound foundation, and that was the heaven and earth luck. No matter how weak Tianyun Pavilion was, it was still an immortal sect. No matter how powerful Saint Origin Palace was, it was still a secular sect. There was an essential difference between the two. Brother Jiang, I'll bring you to the outer sect later. First, I'll find an elder of the outer sect to help you settle the disciple status of Tianyun Pavilion, said Fu Hui. Thank you, Brother Fu. Xianxia cupped his fists at Fu Hui and said gratefully. Under Fu Hui's lead, 2 men and a dog flew towards the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. There were 4 disciples guarding outside the mountain gate. When they saw them flying over, they hastily went to greet them. Fu Hui and Xianxia also landed. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was very big. It was more than 100 meters high. The 3 words Tianyun Pavilion above the gate looked vigorous and powerful, containing great power. One had to land before the mountain gate. This was the rule of Tianyun Pavilion. Only the elders and core disciples of Divine Immortal Realm could ignore this rule. They didn't need to walk through the gate and could fly directly into the sect. Everyone below the divine immortal realm had to land outside the mountain gate and enter through the gate. Even if they had to fly after entering the mountain gate, it wouldn't be a problem. The 4 disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were all outer sect disciples of Earth Immortal Realm. When they saw Fu Hui, they hastily went forward and saluted. "Oh, it's senior brother Fu." The 4 of them were very respectful to Fu Hui. This was the basic respect that outer sect disciples had for inner sect disciples. In this world where the strong were respected and strength was the most important, the gap between levels was very obvious. Moreover, Fu Hui could be considered as a celebrity. Few people didn't know him, be it the outer sect or the inner sect. Fu Hui nodded casually and strode into the sect. "Senior brother Fu, may I know who this is?" "He doesn't seem to be from Tianyun Pavilion, does he?" a disciple asked. "He's the Xianxia who destroyed the mine of Xianxia School. I recommended him to join Tianyun Pavilion. From now on, we'll be fellow disciples," Fu Hui said with a smile. "What? He's Xianxia?" the 4 of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes immediately fell on Xianxia. During this period of time, Xianxia's name had spread across the entire one-line sky. As a rival force to Xianxia School, Tianyun Pavilion naturally knew about it. Usually, there were many topics about this audacious figure in the sect. They didn't expect that the real person would appear in front of them so soon. However, this young man who looked like a handsome scholar was different from the ferocious and fiendish appearance that they had imagined. Xianxia smiled at them, then followed Fu Hui into Tianyun Pavilion, leaving the 4 of them who were still in a state of shock. "I never thought that this guy is Xianxia. I heard that this guy is only an Earth Immortal, but he could already fight against a Heaven Immortal. After destroying a mine of Xianxia School, he was able to escape from a late Heaven Immortal expert. He's simply inhuman." "That's right. He's a rare genius. Never thought that senior brother Fu would rope him in. A genius is a genius, but I'm afraid that joining our Tianyun Pavilion is a dream come true for him. After all, he has offended Xianxia School. Xianxia School has already issued a must-kill order for him. Under such circumstances, only our Tianyun Pavilion would dare to take him in." "That's right. If this guy is really a genius, then our Tianyun Pavilion will be bustling again. There's no lack of geniuses in the sect. The competition between geniuses is extremely intense." The 4 of them began to discuss. They didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia. A guy who dared to offend Xianxia School was destined to not be a kind person. If such a person were to join Tianyun Pavilion, they were afraid that the conflict between him and the other geniuses would be inevitable. Under Fu Hui's lead, Xianxia and the others arrived at the outer sect. Given Fu Hui's identity, he could go to the Institute of Elders of the outer sect and get an identity jade token for Xianxia, allowing Xianxia to officially become an outer disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Today, there was only an old man called Niao Meng in the Institute of Elders. Most of the elders in the Institute of Elders of the outer sect were idlers. Most of the elders would cultivate by themselves and rarely manage the affairs of the sect. Generally, the Institute of Elders would ignore the conflicts between the disciples. The purpose of the sect was competition. As long as no one was killed, the Institute of Elders would rarely intervene. When Elder Niao Meng saw the arrival of Fu Hui, he hastily came to greet him. "Young Master Fu Hui, what brings you to our Institute of Elders today?" "Elder Niao, I'm here to introduce a disciple to the sect," said Fu Hui. Then, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Brother Jiang, this is Elder Niao Meng of the outer sect. You can get to know each other first. Young Master Fu Hui rarely introduces people to the sect." "I think the person you're recommending must be a genius," said Niao Meng with a smile. As an ordinary elder of the outer sect, he wouldn't dare to offend Fu Hui. Plus, recommending an outer sect disciple wasn't a big deal to him. Of course it's a genius, a super genius. "Elder Niao, this is Xianxia, the one who has caused a stir in One Line Sky recently," Fu Hui introduced. Upon hearing the name Xianxia, Niao Meng's facial expression changed visibly. His reaction was no different from that of the other 4 disciples. "You're the Xianxia who managed to escape from the hands of a late Heaven Immortal expert?" Niao Meng asked in astonishment. The incident of Xianxia School's mine had already spread across the entire one-line sky. Because of the order to kill on sight in Xianxia School, it was hard not to know about Jiang. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so famous. De Huang Dog darted a glance at Jiang. Of course. My name is like a signboard wherever I go. Jiang shrugged. Greetings, Elder Niu. I'm Jiang and I've come to join Tianyun Pavilion with sincerity. I'm sure Elder Niu has already heard about my matter. I've offended Xianxia School and I have nowhere else to go. So I'm sure Elder Niu is aware of my sincerity in joining Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang went straight to the point. He wouldn't put on airs because of his talent. Sometimes, it would be easier for him to gain a good impression by lowering himself. Moreover, this was Ouyanghe's sect. His purpose for targeting Tianyun Pavilion was only Tianmuyun. Of course. Given your talent, Jiang, your future achievements will be limitless. Now that Xianxia School has issued the order to kill on sight, Tianyun Pavilion is the only sect that dares to accept you. Plus, you're recommended by young Master Fu Hui, so there's no doubt about your sincerity. This old man will immediately process the jade token for you. Niu Meng immediately said. He had no doubt about the purpose of Jiang's visit. Under normal circumstances, if a new disciple wanted to join a sect, he or she would have to go through a strict assessment. First of all, it was necessary to ensure that the disciple was sincere in joining and would not have any ulterior motives towards the sect. After all, Tianyun Pavilion had a lot of enemies. It would be hard to guard against any of them if they managed to sneak in. However, Jiang's identity didn't need to be assessed at all. The order to kill on sight from Xianxia School was enough to prove Jiang's identity and intention. Young Master Fu Hui, you've introduced a genius to the sect. This old man will ask the inner sect elders' courtyard to give you some rewards, said Niu Meng. In Tianyun Pavilion, whether it was the outer sect elders' courtyard, the inner sect elders' courtyard, or the core elders' courtyard, they were all interconnected. It was just that they had different statuses. To put it bluntly, the status of the elders' courtyard was worlds apart. Thank you, Fu Hui said casually. As a matter of fact, he didn't care about these rewards at all. The main thing was to make friends with Jiang. Although Jiang was a genius, his cultivation was too low. He was just an earth immortal. He would only be an outer sect disciple in Tianyun Pavilion. He wouldn't get any good rewards if he introduced an outer sect disciple to the sect. Next, the process for the identity jade card went smoothly. After Jiang got the jade card, Niu Meng found a place for him to stay and then left him alone. Although Jiang was a genius, he didn't receive any good treatment. After all, the sect didn't lack geniuses. The place where Jiang stayed was a huge dormitory area. There were buildings everywhere. It was noon now, but there were very few people here. This made Jiang and De Huang Dog a little puzzled. Brother Fu, Tianyun Pavilion is a first-class sect in one-line sky. There are thousands of outer sect disciples. Why can't I see a single person? Jiang asked curiously. This is the time when the immortal qi is the densest. Naturally, everyone would go to the martial arts hall to cultivate. Fu Hui said. Martial arts hall? What kind of place is that? Jiang asked. It's a place for disciples to cultivate. There are a total of 3 martial arts halls in Tianyun Pavilion. The outer sect martial arts hall, the inner sect martial arts hall, and the martial arts hall for core disciples. The martial arts hall was built by the experts of the sect. It has a huge array. The immortal qi inside is much denser than outside. Cultivating in the martial arts hall is very beneficial. Fu Hui explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes sparkled with a cunning radiance. He had always been dissatisfied with being an outer sect disciple, but he couldn't find a way to enter the inner sect. Now that Fu Hui's reminder had given him a plan, Jiang's mind instantly came up with a plan. Brother Fu, bring me to the martial arts hall. Jiang said. Oh? Brother Jiang is going to the martial arts hall to cultivate so soon? Fu Hui was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang to be so fanatical about cultivation. How could he know that Jiang didn't care about a mere martial arts hall even though he was fanatical about cultivation? He had an ulterior motive for going to the martial arts hall. Am I not qualified to cultivate in the martial arts hall now? Xianxia asked. That's not it. You have already obtained the identity jade token. You are already a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Naturally, you are qualified to enter the martial arts hall. Alright, I will bring you there now. You can go cultivate. I have to return to the inner sect. Fu Hui said and brought Xianxia to the outer sect martial arts hall. Kid, what wicked idea do you have this time? De Huang Dog transmitted a message to Xianxia. Fu Hui couldn't see through Xianxia's thoughts, but De Huang Dog could. Just by looking at Xianxia's eyes, he knew that this guy was up to no good. He had just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion, and he had already thought of a plan? If I make the entire outer sect unable to cultivate normally, they will definitely give me a chance to enter the inner sect. Xianxia let out a mischievous laugh. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Although he couldn't figure out what wicked idea Xianxia had, he had already prayed silently for those outer sect disciples in his heart. To them, encountering Xianxia was an extremely unlucky thing. Soon, under Fu Hui's lead, Xianxia and De Huang Dog arrived at the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was a 9-story golden pagoda, emitting golden brilliance. This pagoda reminded Xianxia of the refining pagoda in St. Origin Palace. Both of them had the same function, they were both used for cultivation. After bidding farewell to Fu Hui, Xianxia and De Huang Dog went straight into the martial arts hall. Since he had obtained the identity jade token, he didn't encounter any obstruction. What are you going to do? Asked De Huang Dog curiously. You will know in a moment. Xianxia strode into the martial arts hall with De Huang Dog. The interior of the martial arts hall was extremely spacious and was divided into many rooms. In every room, there were plenty of people cultivating. The immortal aura in this place was extremely dense and couldn't be compared to the outside world. The immortal aura in this place is several times denser than the outside world. It was absorbed and compressed by the array. Cultivating in this place is indeed much better than the outside world. De Huang Dog said. Let's find a place first. Xianxia randomly chose a room. At this moment, the stone door of the room was tightly shut. He could clearly feel the cultivation aura of the disciples inside and hear different sounds coming out from time to time. Xianxia didn't care so much and didn't care if his actions would disturb the people cultivating inside. He went up and pushed the stone door open. If someone else came late, they would definitely carefully push open the stone door, afraid that they would make too much noise and affect the people inside. If there was an existence inside that they could not afford to offend, and it just so happened that they were at the most crucial moment of their cultivation, then they would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't care so much. He came with a plan. Therefore, the way he opened the door was very barbaric and rude. Naturally, the noise he made was also very loud. It was impossible for him to not disturb the cultivation of the disciples inside. Such an action instantly caused dissatisfaction among the disciples inside. There were nearly 20 disciples inside. At this moment, all of them opened their eyes and looked angrily at the man and dog who walked in. They wanted to see who was so bold and dared to ignore the rules of the martial arts hall. They must be tired of living. There were 20 people in a room. This was the treatment of the outer sect disciples. If it was an inner sect disciple, there would be at most 2 or 3 people in a room. If it was a core disciple, he would have his own individual cultivation place. This was the difference between the grades. Who are you? Are you new here? Don't you know to be careful when entering? Someone shouted at Xianxia. In their eyes, Xianxia was a stranger, and they had never seen him before. But since he was able to walk into the martial arts hall, it meant that he had the identity jade token of Tianyun Pavilion. It meant that he was a newcomer. There were too many outer sect disciples in Tianyun Pavilion, and there would always be newcomers. It was normal for them to not know each other. Xianxia didn't care about these angry gazes at all. He looked around the empty room and realized that there were no more praying mats for cultivation. Praying mats were special things. Sitting on them to cultivate could help people calm down and concentrate, and it could also help them condense immortal qi. Of course, for Xianxia, he didn't need something like a praying mat, but he wanted one today. Why did you bring a dog in? get out. This is the martial arts hall. Who gave you the right to bring a beast in? A mid-earth immortal shouted. Because Jiang Chen's action of opening the stone door had already aroused everyone's disgust. Now that Jiang Chen had brought a dog with him, they naturally wouldn't give Jiang Chen any face. Then, Jiang Chen's eyes locked on that mid-earth immortal disciple. He was just worrying about where to start, and this guy had delivered himself to him. Jiang Chen walked up to the disciple and said with an indifferent tone, "You, get up, I'm going to take this cushion." What? Is he robbing me? As soon as he arrived, for a moment, it wasn't just the disciple who was stunned. All the outer sect disciples on the scene were dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Did this bastard have to be so arrogant? He immediately started a fight the moment he arrived. In Skycloud Pavilion, it was common for people to fight each other for a cultivation mat, but none of them were as tyrannical as this. Forcefully opening the door, interrupting the cultivation of his fellow apprentices, and bringing a dog in. This was simply lawless. Damn. Are all the newcomers so arrogant now? We haven't even found any trouble with him and he already came to rob us. This bastard seems to be courting death. A newcomer who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth will definitely not have a good ending for him. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even stood up from their praying mats and surrounded Jiang Chen. There were many late earth immortal experts among them, but none of them were half-step heaven immortals. Hua. The disciple who was robbed by Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the ground. His face was filled with anger. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched towards Jiang Chen's face. Brat, don't you know what kind of place this is? Are you courting death? Pa. Unfortunately, this punch was like a showy but impractical move in front of Jiang Chen. His fist was caught by Jiang Chen. Then, Jiang Chen exerted a little force. With a cracking sound, the younger brother's entire arm was twisted and broken on the spot. Arg, a blood-curdling scream was heard. That disciple's forehead was covered with cold sweat due to the pain, but he was even more shocked in his heart. He never thought that this guy in front of him could be so abnormally powerful. Get lost. Jiang Chen casually kicked the disciple away, then came to the praying mat and sat down to cultivate. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone shouted out loudly. 20 men surrounded Jiang Chen at the same time. They had seen arrogant men before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this. This newcomer didn't put them in his eyes at all, and he attacked them as soon as he arrived. How could this happen? Fine. Since you guys dare to disrespect me, I will punish you by breaking one arm each. Jiang Chen said casually. After that, he struck with lightning speed. In the next moment, the entire room was filled with blood-curdling screams, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. In just a dozen seconds, all 20 of them had fallen to the ground, wailing in pain. At this time, apart from anger, there was more fear in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Chen. This man was just too strong. No one in the outer sect had ever seen such a tyrannical expert. Even a half-step heaven immortal expert wouldn't be able to cripple all of them in a dozen seconds. All of them couldn't help but wonder where this bastard came from. When did such a powerful figure appear in the outer sect? Jiang Chen casually clapped his hands, ignored those wailing disciples, and sat on the praying mat. De Huang, do you still remember the scene in the refining tower? Jiang Chen smiled at De Huang. Kaka, of course I remember. You are such a bad guy. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. He already knew what Jiang Chen was going to do. Dragon transformation skill, absorb it. What's going on? Why is the immortal Qi gone all of a sudden? Who is it? Who did this? All the immortal Qi has been sucked clean. Is there something wrong with the array that caused all the immortal Qi to disappear at the same time? Many of the outer sect disciples in the rooms were shocked. They had been cultivating in the martial arts hall for a long time, but they had never encountered such a thing. If the sect wanted to change the array, they would definitely inform them in advance. And this was just the beginning. The immortal Qi in countless rooms began to be sucked out one by one, leaving the rooms empty. This situation made the outer sect disciples think that there must be something wrong with the array. They shouldn't think so, because the immortal qi in the entire martial arts hall was incomparably dense. It was impossible for a single person to absorb it in such a short period of time. In just a dozen minutes, the entire martial arts hall was in an uproar. All the stone doors were opened, and many disciples ran out, but no one could find the reason. At this moment, Xianxia pushed open the stone door and swaggered out of the martial arts hall with De Huang Dog, disappearing quickly. "Kaka, this is really a vicious move of yours. I guess those guys still don't know what happened." De Huang Dog shouted excitedly. "This is just the first day." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. He had to admit that absorbing so much dense immortal qi was very beneficial to Xianxia. Although he didn't condense any new dragon pattern, his foundation was strengthened a little. If you go on like this every day, those outer sect disciples won't be able to continue their lives. De Huang Dog said. "That's why I said that the outer sect isn't a place for me to stay," Xianxia said. The martial arts hall was in an uproar at this moment. Countless outer sect disciples gathered together and were discussing what happened just now. What's going on? The martial arts hall had been established for such a long time, and nothing like this had ever happened before. If the array formation had a problem, the elders should have informed us in advance. Even if the array formation had lost its effect, there should still be some immortal aura left in the martial arts hall. Now, it had actually been sucked dry. Look, there is no problem with the array formation. The immortal aura in the martial arts hall is starting to condense again. This is the effect of the array formation. However, according to this speed, it will take at least tomorrow for the immortal aura to return to its previous state. We can only come back tomorrow. Since there's nothing wrong with the formation, what happened just now? Could it be that someone absorbed all the immortal qi at once? That's impossible. The immortal energy here is too thick. It's impossible for someone from the outer sect to possess such great abilities. Everyone was discussing, but they could not find the main reason. At first, they thought that there was a problem with the formation, but now that the formation was still operating at high speed, continuously gathering new celestial qi, this meant that there was no problem with the formation, which was really strange. "Everyone, look." Someone saw some disciples lying on the floor in the room where Xianxia was, and quickly rushed into the room. The scene in front of them shocked them. All 20 disciples were lying on the floor, and all their arms were broken. Also, it seemed like they had been brutally beaten, so much so that they couldn't even stand on their feet anymore. "What happened? Who beat you guys?" A half-step heaven immortal outer sect disciple frowned and asked. He was Wang Tao, one of the top disciples in the outer sect, a half-step heaven immortal, just a step away from the true heaven immortal realm. He was the genius who had the highest chance of advancing to the heaven immortal realm in the shortest time possible and enter the inner sect. "Yes, it's a newcomer. Senior brother Wang, you have to stand up for us," someone said while crying. "What? A newcomer? A newcomer actually beat up a senior disciple? How could this be? What a ruthless attack, but I can see that this person still had some leeway. Although his arm was broken, it's just a fracture. It's just a superficial wound that will recover in a short period of time. How dare he? Even if it's just a disagreement, he didn't have to be so heavy-handed." Everyone sighed. While they were shocked by the ruthlessness of this newcomer, they were even more shocked by this newcomer's strength. There were a few late Earth Immortal experts here. Didn't that mean that this newcomer's cultivation base was at least a half-step heaven immortal? "Oh yes, Senior Brother Wang, the immortal qi here was completely absorbed by that newcomer," someone said. They had been staying in this room all the time, so they saw how Xianxia absorbed the immortal qi. There was no mistake about it. "What?" This time everyone exclaimed. All the questions had been answered, but no one believed it. Even a half-step heaven immortal expert wouldn't be able to absorb all the immortal qi in the martial palace in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the immortal qi here was constantly being condensed due to the support of the formation. This was also the reason why the amount of immortal qi in the martial palace didn't decrease even though there were so many disciples cultivating here every day. "Is what you said true?" Wang Tao asked with a frown. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. "It's completely true. that bastard even brought a dog with him. He is very powerful. He snatched our praying mats and knocked all of us to the ground. I don't know what method he used, but he instantly absorbed all the immortal energy in the room. Then, all the immortal energy in the entire martial arts hall was absorbed by him. That person's body is like a bottomless pit. It's simply too terrifying. Someone recalled the scene just now and still had lingering fear in his heart. What's his cultivation base? Wang Tao continued to ask. I can't tell, but the fact that he could come here to cultivate, he must have obtained the identity jade token of an outer disciple. That means he must be an Earth Immortal expert. Someone said. Impossible. An Earth Immortal can't be so powerful. The immortal chi in the martial palace is very dense. Not to mention a half-step heaven immortal, even a half-step divine immortal would find it hard to absorb it all at once. This isn't something a human can do. No one believed that they had never seen such an abnormal Earth Immortal before. Where is that man now? Wang Tao continued to ask. He left before you all came in. I don't know where he went. Someone answered. Where can a new disciple go? He must have gone to the dormitory area. Let's go and take a look. No matter how perverted this person is, he can't do this. He absorbed all the immortal chi by himself and didn't even leave a strand of hair for us. How are we going to cultivate? Outside the dormitory was a spacious square. No one knew where Xianxia got a rattan chair from. He reclined on it lazily with his legs crossed, enjoying the warm sun. De Huang dog kept glaring at him, but Xianxia turned a blind eye to it. The reason why Xianxia was sitting here was because he was waiting for the outer sect disciples who were coming at him angrily. Not long after, a large number of outer sect disciples appeared on the square from the direction of the martial hall. There were at least a few hundred of them. Xianxia took a casual glance and thought that this Tianyun pavilion was indeed a major force in one-line sky. Just the aura of these outer sect disciples alone was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, among these people, there were at least 5 to 6 half-step heaven immortal experts and many of them were late earth immortal experts. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in Tianyun pavilion. These people in front of him were just a small part of them. Those angry outer sect disciples saw Xianxia at first glance. They didn't know who Xianxia was, but they had heard the description of him from those people just now. Plus, this man was accompanied by a dog, which was the most obvious sign. Soon, hundreds of outer sect disciples arrived not far away from Xianxia. There were still a large number of disciples coming from behind. It seemed like Xianxia had angered the public, but Xianxia's method was indeed the kind that deserved to be killed. You are probably the first newcomer in the history of Tianyun Pavilion to be so unpopular. De Huang dog said while wagging his tail. So what? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Facing hundreds of Earth Immortal experts, his expression didn't change at all, nor did he show any fear. You are the newcomer? You injured someone on your first day here. A half-step heaven immortal genius said. They offended me. Naturally, I have to teach them a lesson. I'm just telling them with facts that those who offend me will not have a good ending. So, you better stay away from me and don't provoke me. Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't even lift his butt during the whole process. F***ck. Sure enough, this bastard was very arrogant. There were a few half-step heaven immortal experts on the scene and they were the top geniuses of the outer sect. In the outer sect, no one dared to look down on them, but this bastard didn't even lift his head to look at them. Damn it, how did this bastard join Tianyun Pavilion? Are his eyes growing on top of his head? Too arrogant. Arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. Today, I'll definitely teach him a lesson and let him know that newcomers shouldn't be arrogant. Otherwise, he won't be able to imagine or bear the consequences. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just attack him. Many of the disciples couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even rubbed their fists, seemingly wanting to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Although this bastard was very strong and could defeat 20 outer sect disciples, there were hundreds of them, including 6 half-step heaven immortals and a genius like Wang Tao. Everyone knew Wang Tao's strength very well. He had once defeated an early heaven immortal elder without using his flying ability. All the immortal qi in the martial palace was absorbed by you? Wang Tao opened his mouth and spoke. His qi was overbearing and pressed towards Xianxia. Yes. My cultivation technique is a little special. I need to absorb a large amount of immortal qi every time. Xianxia said disapprovingly. After hearing what Xianxia said, many of them were incomparably shocked. What kind of powerful cultivation technique could achieve this? It was simply impossible. Xianxia must be lying, but one thing was for sure, the loss of the immortal qi in the martial palace was really related to Xianxia. Brat, I don't care who you are. I don't care what method you use to absorb all the immortal qi, but your action has damaged the normal cultivation of the other disciples. So, you must pay the price. Wang Tao said. Price? Xianxia slowly stood up from the rattan chair and walked towards Wang Tao. He squinted his eyes and said, What price do you want? Hiss, Wang Tao's soul shivered. He didn't know why, but under the gaze of Xianxia, he felt uncomfortable and his soul couldn't help but shiver. His intuition told him that this young man in front of him wasn't simple. But this was not the time to retreat. He had already made a name for himself. If he retreated now, all the outer sect disciples would look down on him, and he wouldn't be able to survive in the outer sect anymore. Humph. It's very simple. You have injured so many disciples. You have to bear the cost of their treatment and the loss of the immortal qi. You also have to apologize to all the disciples in front of everyone. Wang Tao snorted coldly. In his opinion, this was already a very small price to pay. Nice words. Unfortunately, you still have the ability to make me pay the price. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you see me in the future, stay far away from me and don't provoke me. Also, from today onwards, all the immortal qi in the martial palace will belong to me. You guys go find another place to cultivate. Xianxia said. His words were extremely arrogant. It had completely touched the bottom line of all the outer sect disciples. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. The martial palace is a place for everyone to cultivate. How dare he chase us away and make it his own? This is intolerable. Damn it. Kill him. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Many of them couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them had already unleashed their immortal qi, ready to attack Xianxia at any time. Courting death. Let me teach him a lesson. Let's see what gives him the right to be so arrogant. A half-step heaven immortal disciple beside Wang Tao was infuriated. With a roar, he threw a punch that carried a powerful qi at Xianxia. Asterisk pa. Asterisk facing this man's attack, Xianxia didn't even look at it. He just casually slapped the disciple's face. That half-step heaven immortal expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body was sent flying away by the slap. His body landed 10 meters away with a puff, spitting out 2 bloody teeth. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone, including Wang Tao, stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The disciples who had been ready to attack all at once now hurriedly retracted their auras. They were truly frightened out of their wits. How strong was this bastard? No one wasn't shocked. The entire scene fell into silence. That was a half-step heaven immortal expert, the strongest expert in the outer sect. Despite such a cultivation base, he was sent flying away with a single slap without any strength to fight back. How could this scrawny and weak-looking guy be so powerful? How could this be? Who is this guy? How could such a powerful guy come to our outer sect? Is the sect trying to make life difficult for us? That's right. He should have entered the inner sect directly. Why did he come to the outer sect to compete with us? There must be a reason why he came to the outer sect. The sect will decide whether a newcomer will enter the outer sect or the inner sect based on their cultivation. Since this guy came to the outer sect, it means that his cultivation hasn't reached the heaven immortal realm. If that's the case, it's too scary. How could there be such a powerful earth immortal? That's right. He's too powerful. Even if Sect Master Tian was here, he wouldn't be able to do what he did. What's the background of this guy? No matter what his background is, he has already affected our normal cultivation. We have to get justice for him. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can defeat us. These outer sect disciples were shocked and angry. Some of them gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to attack again. Even Wang Tao gave up the idea of attacking Xianxia. He was slightly stronger than the outer sect disciple who attacked just now, but only slightly. He still had no chance of winning against Xianxia. Brat, do you know what you are doing? You are making an enemy of all the outer sect disciples. It won't do you any good. Wang Tao said fiercely. His fists were clenched tightly, but he didn't dare to attack. I don't think I did anything wrong. You guys were the ones who provoked me, and you guys were the ones who made the first move. I was just passively fighting back. As for me absorbing the immortal aura in the martial arts hall, that was my own capability. Didn't you guys enter the martial arts hall to cultivate to absorb the immortal aura? I'm just absorbing faster and more than all of you. Is this a violation of the sex rules? Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. After listening to his explanation, those outer sect disciples were stunned on the spot. Each and every one of their faces were filled with astonishment. This bastard had absorbed all the immortal energy and even injured someone. What he said was actually reasonable, and they actually couldn't refute it because the martial arts hall was originally prepared for the outer sect disciples to absorb a large amount of immortal energy. Xianxia had absorbed all the immortal energy, and that was his own ability. It didn't seem to violate any sect rules. So, if I don't provoke you, you'd better not provoke me either, because I'm an existence that you can't afford to provoke. Xianxia said with a smile. De Huang Dog, who was at the side, grinned. He really admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. This was what it meant to be powerful. Even after beating someone up, Xianxia wasn't afraid. Xianxia was in the right, and absorbing the immortal energy wasn't wrong. As for injuring someone, be it in the martial arts hall or here, Xianxia seemed to be the one who made the first move. Since he made the first move, Xianxia naturally had to fight back. Kid, what's your name? Wang Tao gritted his teeth. It seemed like there was no way to solve today's matter. It was impossible for him to make a move. He couldn't even see through Xianxia's cultivation. It seemed like he could only find an inner sect disciple to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. However, he still had to know the name of this new disciple. Xianxia. Xianxia reported his name. There was no need for him to conceal his name. After all, he was already a disciple of Skycloud Pavilion. That's right. Xianxia? Why does this name sound so familiar? Some of them frowned. They all felt that this name sounded familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had seen it before. Xianxia. He is Xianxia. The one who issued the order to kill in Xianyang School, Xianxia. Finally, someone recalled the origin of the name Xianxia and exclaimed on the spot. What? He is the Xianxia who destroyed a mine in Xianyang School and successfully escaped from a late heaven immortal expert. How did he come to our Tianyun Pavilion? That's right. It must be him. No wonder he's so powerful. I heard that he was able to fly when he was only an Earth Immortal expert and could even fight against a Heaven Immortal expert. I never thought that this monstrous genius would join our Tianyun Pavilion. That's right. He is now being hunted by Xianyang School and the order to kill has been issued. Apart from our Tianyun Pavilion, he has nowhere else to go. This malefic star even dared to destroy a mine in Xianyang School. He's a true ferocious genius. Today, we finally witnessed how powerful he is. We are no match for him. Everyone exclaimed. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed. Many of the outer sect disciples looked at Xianxia with a trace of admiration instead of anger. That's right. They were all young men, but he was able to do something earth-shattering. How could they not admire him? If it was them, even if they had the strength of Xianxia, they probably wouldn't have the courage to do it. After Xianxia left his name, he turned and walked towards the dormitory area, ignoring those outer sect disciples. He had already achieved his goal on the first day he came to Tianyun Pavilion. Next, there would be a better show to watch. Looking at the back of Xianxia, hundreds of outer sect disciples were speechless. They were originally here to find trouble with Xianxia. But now, it seemed that this trouble wouldn't be solved so easily. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? This malefic star actually came to our outer sect. If we let him cultivate in the martial arts hall, we won't have any good days. That's right. With his strength, he should be able to enter the inner sect directly. Such a prodigy came to the outer sect to compete with us for cultivation resources. This is too unfair to us. What else can we do? We can only seek help from the inner sect experts. In the entire outer sect, no one is a match for Xianxia. Everyone began to discuss. They all felt that they should seek help from the inner sect experts to suppress Xianxia. Otherwise, Xianxia would be the absolute king of the outer sect. No one would be able to suppress him. Only Xianxia would be able to suppress them. Don't alert the inner sect first. I will go to the Elders' Hall to explain the matter and ask if the Elders' Hall is going to intervene. On the same day, Wang Tao gathered some half-step heaven immortal experts and went to the Institute of Elders to tell them about Xianxia's incident. The one who received them was still Elder Niao Meng. After hearing the news, Niao Meng was stunned because if he remembered correctly, this Xianxia had just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion not long ago. At most, it would be 2 hours. AI. A prodigy is a prodigy. Some people are destined to be different no matter where they go. Niao Meng sighed and said to Wang Tao and the others, "You guys go back. There's nothing wrong with him absorbing the immortal qi." What? He sent them away just like that? Xianxia absorbing the immortal qi was indeed not wrong. But if Xianxia continued to absorb it like this, how were they going to live in the future? Elder, this guy is a freak. He absorbed all the immortal qi in the entire martial arts hall in just 10 minutes. Not a single bit was left for us. How are we going to cultivate in the future? Someone said with a sad face. I think that Xianxia did this because he didn't know the rules on his first day here. Didn't you guys find trouble with him? I believe he will restrain himself in the future. Niao Meng said. Restrain? Elder, this guy is very arrogant. I don't think he will restrain himself. If we have a way to solve it ourselves, we don't have to come to the Institute of Elders. Wang Tao was speechless. This elder Niao Meng obviously didn't want to get involved. All right. Go back. Xianxia didn't do anything wrong. It's not worth the Institute of Elders to get involved. Niao Meng chased them away impatiently. The Institute of Elders didn't usually care about the fights between the disciples. Moreover, Niao Meng had a good impression of Xianxia. He even wanted to befriend Xianxia. After all, ordinary people didn't have the ability to absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts hall. In the end, although Wang Tao and the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave the Institute of Elders. Senior brother Wang, what should we do now? It looks like the Elder Council isn't going to do anything about this. In my opinion, we should ask our senior disciples from the inner circle to stand up for us. That Xianxia is too arrogant, we need to suppress him. Someone said. As a half-step heaven immortal expert and one of the best experts in outer sect, they often kept in touch with some inner sect experts. Obviously, it was no longer possible to seek help from the Institute of Elders. Under such circumstances, they could only seek help from the inner sect experts to suppress the situation. Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Let's see if Xianxia will restrain himself a little. No matter how talented he is, I don't believe that he would dare to go against all the outer sect disciples. Wang Tao said. Many geniuses had appeared in Tianyun Pavilion, but no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't let themselves become the target of public criticism and become the target of everyone's hatred. In that case, it wouldn't do them any good. The next day, not long after the immortal aura in the martial arts hall was restored, a large group of outer sect disciples headed over. However, when they entered, they were so infuriated by the situation inside that they vomited blood again. The entire martial arts hall was empty again. Apart from the simple air, there was no trace of immortal aura. Damn it. That bastard has been here. God damn it. He came so early to absorb all the immortal qi. He must have done it on purpose. Damn it. We can't cultivate today. We can only come again tomorrow when the immortal qi is restored. What if he comes earlier tomorrow? If this goes on, we won't be able to continue our days. Many of them were on the verge of spurting out blood. An ingrate had come to the outer sect, leaving no leeway for the other outer sect disciples. If this continued, all the cultivation resources in the outer sect would be taken away by Xianxia. By that time, how could they still cultivate? On the third day, the same situation happened again. It was as if Xianxia had calculated the time. The moment the immortal qi in the martial arts palace was restored, he would go in and sweep it clean. Then, he would leave without leaving any leeway for the other disciples. Their days couldn't continue. Many of the outer sect disciples were going crazy. If this continued, the outer sect would be in chaos. This won't do. This bastard has gone crazy. He doesn't leave any immortal qi for us. We can't let him continue like this. Sigh. I didn't expect this Xianxia to be so arrogant. Since he has gone to the extreme, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The Elders Institute isn't going to do anything. We can only ask the experts in the inner sect to help us. Yes. We have to suppress him. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue our days. It had been like this for 3 consecutive days. From the looks of it, Xianxia wouldn't be able to stop. He had become the public enemy of the outer sect. He must be suppressed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the others wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. None of the outer sect geniuses was a match for Xianxia, let alone suppressing him. I heard that Senior Brother Wang has a good relationship with Senior Brother Feng Hao of the inner sect. Why don't you ask Senior Brother Feng Hao for help? Senior Brother Feng Hao is a mid-heaven immortal expert. He has a certain status in the inner sect. It won't be easy to ask him for help. We have to ask him even if we can't. If we can't suppress Xianxia, how are we going to cultivate in the future? At this time, Wang Tao was naturally elected to take on the heavy responsibility of standing up for the outer sect disciples. All right. I will go to the inner sect now and see Senior Brother Feng Hao. Let's see what he has to say. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, he walked towards the direction of the inner sect. At this time, there was no way to avoid it anymore. Not long after that, 2 silhouettes flew back from the sky and landed in front of the martial palace. At this time, a large number of outer sect disciples were still gathered in the martial palace. When they saw the newcomers, they were shocked. One of them was Wang Tao and the other was an inner sect disciple, a heaven immortal expert who could fly. The newcomer wasn't Feng Hao, but an early heaven immortal expert. Everyone knew him. His name was Liang Hong, a follower of Feng Hao. His appearance should be sent by Feng Hao. But it was reasonable. Given Feng Hao's status, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for an outer sect disciple. In everyone's opinion, an early heaven immortal expert should be enough to suppress Xianxia. Greetings, Senior Brother Liang. Many outer sect disciples came forward and clasped their fists. They wouldn't dare to show any neglect in the face of a heaven immortal inner sect disciple. Where's that Xianxia? Liang Hong asked. He had already heard about what happened here. Naturally, he had also heard about Xianxia. Today, he would like to meet Xianxia. He really wanted to see what kind of person this Xianxia was. That guy must be in the dormitory area. Someone said. Let's go. Bring me there. Following behind Liang Hong, many outer sect disciples saw hope. After all, Liang Hong was a true heaven immortal expert and a respected inner sect disciple. No matter how arrogant Xianxia was, he would have to restrain himself in front of Liang Hong. To everyone's surprise, Xianxia was still sitting in the square of the dormitory area with his legs crossed, basking in the sun leisurely. Looking at him like this, all the other outer circle disciples had the urge to vomit blood. This was too shameless. Their days here were about to end, but Xianxia was still leisurely basking in the sun. They were all outer circle disciples, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Brother Liang, he is Xianxia. Wang Tao pointed his finger at Xianxia and said fiercely. Sure enough, arrogant. Liang Hong snorted coldly. This guy, who was lying on the rattan chair and pretending to sleep, was really arrogant. He dared to ignore Liang Hong's existence, which meant that he didn't put Liang Hong in his eyes at all. As a noble inner sect disciple, how could Liang Hong accept this? Liang Hong strode to the front of Xianxia and shouted at Xianxia, get down here. De Huang, who is barking here? Hurry up and clean him up. He's having a sweet dream. Xianxia didn't even raise his head or open his eyes as he spoke in a strange tone. Hearing this, Liang Hong's face turned extremely ugly. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he met such an arrogant outer sect disciple. All along, no matter how powerful an outer sect disciple was, he or she would have to be respectful to an inner sect disciple. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and swaggered to the front of Liang Hong and said disdainfully, "Bastard, what are you shouting here for? Is this your home turf? Don't you know that barking here is very immoral to disturb people's sleep? As an inner sect disciple, you don't even have the least bit of respect. Can't you have a bottom line?" Ugh, everyone was stunned. Then, they all spurted out blood. Motherf asterisk cur, this guy just said one sentence and this dog even used his bottom line. How could he be so shameless? Also, what is this dog? How could a dog be so arrogant? A dog dared to look down on an inner disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. What did he think an inner disciple was? Could it be that like master, like dog? Liang Hong's face was flushed red. He could feel his anger rising. He couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to suppress Xianxia, but he didn't expect that Xianxia didn't even put him in his eyes. Xianxia was so arrogant that he didn't even get down from the rattan chair and sent a dog to humiliate him. That's right, it was a humiliation. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, a heaven immortal expert, but he was humiliated by a dog. How was he supposed to live? Damn it, even a dog is so arrogant. Who does it think we are? Damn it. This damned dog actually dares to humiliate senior brother Liang. He's simply courting death. Kill him and skin him. We'll eat dog meat today. Countless outer sect disciples gritted their teeth, seemingly ready to skin De Huang Dog alive, but De Huang Dog didn't care at all. That arrogant look of his was exactly the same as Xianxia. Humph. Sure enough, you're arrogant. Xianxia, I heard that you were able to escape from a late heaven immortal expert, but I don't know how strong you are. Your actions have aroused public anger. You have damaged the interests of the entire outer sect and have become the target of public criticism. If you apologize and compensate us now, you might still have a chance. Liang Hong harumphed coldly. How can you be so shameless? I've already told you not to disturb people's sleep. You are a dignified inner sect disciple, don't you have any public morality? De Huang Dog continued. Asterisk Hong, asterisk Liang Hong finally couldn't stand it anymore. Being reprimanded by a dog, no matter how well-mannered a man was, he wouldn't be able to stand it. You're courting death. I'll skin you alive first. Liang Hong was infuriated. The immortal force in his body burst out. Suddenly, he reached out a huge palm. The palm shone brightly like a huge cage, enveloping De Huang Dog. Io! How dare you attack Master Dog? Looks like you're tired of living. De Huang Dog widened his eyes, and charged forward with his head. Seeing that De Huang Dog actually used his head to collide with his palm, Liang Hong's face revealed a trace of a sneer, looking at De Huang Dog as if he was looking at an idiot. This dog was indeed barbaric and ridiculous, using such a suicidal method to collide with him. Liang Hong was almost sure that De Huang Dog's head would immediately burst into pieces. Unfortunately, he hadn't witnessed the power of De Huang Dog's head, otherwise he wouldn't have such a funny thought. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Liang Hong's huge palm smashed onto De Huang Dog's head, but it was directly smashed into pieces. De Huang Dog's speed didn't decrease at all. Carrying a powerful force, it hit Liang Hong's chest in the blink of an eye. Arg, asterisk kacha. Asterisk accompanied by a scream, Liang Hong's entire body was directly sent flying, landing heavily tens of feet away. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and after wriggling a few times, he completely fainted, lying there motionless. Many of the outer sect disciples heard the sound of bones breaking, and when they looked at Liang Hong again, there was indeed a huge dent in his chest. And this was because De Huang Dog showed mercy. Otherwise, Liang Hong's entire body would have been pierced through. De Huang Dog's head was a true divine weapon, an existence that could directly fight against an immortal weapon. Liang Hong's current cultivation base was also at the early heaven immortal realm, so it was impossible for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. What? Looking at the fainted Liang Hong on the ground, countless exclamations were heard. Everyone's jaws dropped, and they couldn't help but reevaluate this dog. Liang Hong was a mighty heaven immortal expert, but he was sent flying by a dog. Motherf asterisk cur, was this not a joke? What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of Master Dog's power? De Huang Dog's majestic words made all the outer sect disciples leave hastily. Wang Tao carried Liang Hong's body and left quickly. That dog was just too ferocious as Jiang Chen. If they continued to stay here, they wouldn't know what would happen to them. Outside the square, countless outer sect disciples had gathered together, their faces covered with dirt. Liang Hong, who had fainted, hadn't woken up yet. After being hit by De Huang Dog, if he didn't have any medicinal pills, it would be normal for him to be unconscious for half a month. Why is that dog so terrifying? I think the reason why Jiang Chen is so arrogant is most likely because of that dog. Senior brother Wang, what should we do now? Even senior brother Liang of the inner sect couldn't suppress Jiang Chen. We really don't know what to do. That's right. This bastard is too arrogant. With him around, we won't be able to live a good life. I'll go to the inner sect again and see if senior brother Feng Hao can suppress him. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and decided to carry Liang Hong's body to the inner sect to look for Feng Hao. In his point of view, Feng Hao was a powerful intermediate heaven immortal expert. If Feng Hao could take action, he would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen. If Feng Hao didn't take action, there was nothing they could do. Inner sect, in a quiet courtyard, a man in white robes who looked to be in his 20s stood there. His face was fair and clear, and his eyes were bright. At this moment, his gaze fell upon Liang Hong, who was lying motionless on the ground, and he frowned. Wang Tao, are you sure that dog only has its head to hit Liang Hong to this state? Feng Hao asked. Yes, senior brother Feng. We didn't expect that dog to be so powerful. It's even scarier than Jiang Chen. Plus, both Jiang Chen and that damned dog were incomparably arrogant. They didn't put us in their eyes at all. They are simply lawless. They don't put anyone in their eyes. They really think that they are the local tyrants of the outer sect. Wang Tao's words were full of complaints, but he had to admit the power of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He told them everything that happened without hiding anything. What a powerful dog. Judging from Liang Hong's injuries, that dog has shown mercy. I'm afraid that dog's combat strength is on par with mine. Feng Hao said. One could tell how powerful an expert was from his injuries. This was what surprised Feng Hao the most. Liang Hong had been following him ever since he entered the inner sect. Feng Hao knew very well how powerful he was. Even so, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from De Huang Dog. Feng Hao knew that he might not be a match for De Huang Dog even if he personally attacked Liang Hong. That can't be true. No matter how strong that dog is, he can't be a match for senior disciple Feng, can he? I hope senior disciple Feng can teach Jiang Chen and that dog a lesson, and seek justice for the outer circle. If that's the case, senior disciple Feng will be able to establish a great reputation in the outer circle, and we will join hands to give you some benefits. Wang Tao said in a pleading tone. He had no other choice. It had been 3 days since Jiang Chen had entered the outer sect. Everyone in the outer sect was in a state of panic. No one could cultivate. There were complaints everywhere. It could be said that the heavens were angry and the people were resentful. Wang Tao, I can't do anything about this. Feng Hao shook his head. What? Wang Tao looked at Feng Hao in surprise. If Feng Hao didn't do anything, would he allow Jiang Chen to do whatever he wanted? Could it be that even Feng Hao was afraid of Jiang Chen? It's not that I'm afraid of Jiang Chen. There are 2 reasons why I can't do anything. First, I have a rough idea of that dog's strength. Even if I personally take action, I may not be a match for him. To put it bluntly, if I'm unlucky enough to lose to a dog, I can't afford to lose my face. Even if I win, it won't be something to be proud of. Second, I have already investigated. Jiang Chen was personally introduced into Tianyun Pavilion by Fu Hui. Fu Hui's connections in the inner sect are pretty good. I don't want to make things difficult for Fu Hui. Feng Hao said. These 2 reasons weren't fake at all, especially the first one. If he took action, he had to ensure his victory. Once he failed, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughingstock of the inner sect. Even if he won, it wouldn't be something to be proud of. After all, he was an intermediate heaven immortal inner sect genius. Plus, Xianxia was personally introduced into the pavilion by Fu Hui. Fang Hao didn't want to make things difficult for Fu Hui. Therefore, no matter from which angle, Fang Hao had a reason not to take action. Ai. If even senior brother Fang isn't willing to take action, our outer sect will really become the world of Jiangchen. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't a fool. He understood Fang Hao's concern. After all, whether it was Jiangchen or that dog, both of them were too powerful. If he was in Fang Hao's shoes, he wouldn't act rashly without absolute confidence. Furthermore, it wouldn't be good for an inner sect disciple, an intermediate heaven immortal expert, to find trouble with an outer sect disciple, let alone a late heaven immortal expert. All of these geniuses were working hard to break through to a higher realm, so how could they have the time to care about the matters of the outer sect? As a matter of fact, even if Jiangchen became the local tyrant of the outer sect, it wouldn't be a problem as long as it didn't harm the cultivation of the outer sect disciples. But the current situation was that Jiangchen was too overbearing. He alone had monopolized all the cultivation resources, leaving no chance for the other outer sect disciples to survive. If this continued, the outer sect disciples wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. Although I can't take action, I can give you an idea. Fang Hao said with a smile. What idea? Wang Tao's expression changed. This matter isn't something we inner sect disciples can meddle in. If Jiangchen was an inner sect disciple and acted so arrogantly, there would naturally be countless people who would teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, he's an outer sect disciple now. It would be beneath our status to deal with him. The one who can help you suppress him is the Institute of Elders. No matter how arrogant Jiangchen is, he wouldn't dare to offend the Institute of Elders. You should know that there are late heaven immortal experts in the Institute of Elders. You can go to the Institute of Elders to lodge a complaint against Jiangchen and let the Institute of Elders uphold justice for you. Fang Hao said. We have gone to the Institute of Elders before, but they didn't care at all. Senior brother Fang, you should know that the Institute of Elders doesn't care about the fights between disciples. Although Jiangchen has gone overboard, he didn't do anything wrong by absorbing the immortal qi in the martial palace. Wang Tao shook his head. That was in the past. Now that Jiangchen has become more and more arrogant, the Institute of Elders has no choice but to intervene. You can send a large number of people to the Institute of Elders every day, constantly pressuring the Institute of Elders. The Institute of Elders will naturally help you. As the outer sect elders, if they allow the outer sect to be in a mess, they won't be able to answer to their superiors. Fang Hao said. Wang Tao thought for a moment and nodded. It seems like that's the only way. I'll take my leave first. Wang Tao bid farewell to Fang Hao and returned to the outer sect. This time, he was going to gather a large number of outer sect disciples to lodge a complaint against Jiangchen. Just like what Fang Hao said, the Institute of Elders was the only one who could help them at this time. That afternoon, hundreds and thousands of outer sect disciples gathered at the entrance of the Institute of Elders, blocking the entrance. The Institute of Elders was the supreme existence in the sect. No one dared to disrespect the Institute of Elders. This was the first time in the history of Tianyun Pavilion that a large number of disciples had besieged the entrance of the Institute of Elders. In the dormitory area, there were only two people, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. All the other outer sect disciples had gathered at the Institute of Elders. Everyone was doing this for their own benefit. As for Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, they were the public enemy of the people. Brat, those outer sect disciples have gone to the Institute of Elders to complain about you. De Huang Dog said with a smile. This is the result I want. Just wait and see. Wait for the Institute of Elders to summon me. Jiangchen had a relaxed look on his face. If these people didn't go to the Institute of Elders to complain about him, then wouldn't his efforts in the past 3 days be in vain? Jia, you brat, you're really insidious, but I like it. De Huang Dog laughed evilly. He liked Jiangchen's wisdom. Jiangchen was a cunning old fox that others couldn't even catch up to. In front of the gate of the Institute of Elders, hundreds and thousands of outer sect disciples had gathered together. It was inevitable that there would be some chaos. These outer sect disciples were gnashing their teeth in anger. That was a kind of hatred towards Xianxia. There was no way they wouldn't hate Xianxia. This was too abominable. A good outer sect was turned into such a state by Xianxia. Even senior brother Feng Hao won't help us. We can only rely on ourselves. The Institute of Elders must give us an explanation. Otherwise, we will continue to cause trouble here. That's right. That Xianxia has gone mad. If the Institute of Elders doesn't come forward to solve this problem, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. Damn it. This is too abominable. We must let Xianxia receive the punishment he deserves. He must pay the price. The heavens were angered and the people were resentful. All the resentment had gone out of control. Tianyun Pavilion had been established for so long, but there had never been such an insane person. Creek. The gate of the Institute of Elders was opened. 3 elders walked out from inside. All of them were early heaven immortal elders. The leader was Niu Meng. Why aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here? Niu Meng shouted. There was some anger in his tone. These people's actions were already very disrespectful to the Elder Council. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people involved, he might have directly punished them. Cultivate? What's there to cultivate for? There isn't even a place to cultivate. We want to cultivate, but you can find a place for us. Elder Niu, that Xianxia has lost his mind. He has already absorbed all the immortal qi in the Light Martial Palace for 3 consecutive days, depriving us of our right to cultivate. I beg the Elder Council to give us justice. Elder, please suppress Xianxia, punish him, and seek justice for us. The Martial Arts Hall is a public cultivation ground, and it doesn't belong to Xianxia alone. That's right, Elder. We can't live like this anymore. That Xianxia is very powerful. We can't defeat him. Many people have already been injured by him. Even the inner sect disciples are no match for him. That dog beside him is even more powerful. We can't afford to offend him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Institute of Elders. I beg the Elder Council to give us justice. I beg the Elder Council to punish this evil thief severely. We must punish Xianxia and return peace to our outer sect. The crowd was stirred up. All the outer sect disciples were extremely emotional. Some of the disciples who had been beaten up by Xianxia had even burst into tears when they talked about their sorrows. The scene was so spectacular that it shocked the 3 elders. The Institute of Elders had been in charge of the outer sect for so long, but such a thing had never happened before. AI. Geniuses don't act according to common sense. It seems that our Tianyun Pavilion has another devil incarnate. One of the elders couldn't help but sigh. It seems that our Institute of Elders has to step in. Otherwise, the outer sect will be in a mess. I would like to see what kind of person this Xianxia is. He is so ruthless in his actions. I will go and find that Xianxia. One of the elders said. Let me go. I have seen him before. His identity jade token was personally made by me. Niu Meng said. Previously, Wang Tao and the others had come to the Institute of Elders to look for him. In his opinion, it was just a competition between the disciples. He didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't expect that Xianxia wouldn't restrain himself at all and caused such a commotion. Alright, all of you can go back first. I will go and find Xianxia in a while. I believe he will give me face. Niu Meng waved his hand at the crowd and then walked toward the outer sect's dormitory area. Seeing that the elders of the Institute of Elders had stepped in, the outer sect disciples finally calmed down a bit. They seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. As far as they could tell, no matter how arrogant Xianxia was, he would have to give face to the Institute of Elders. In the outer sect, no matter how powerful a disciple was, he wouldn't have the courage to go against the Institute of Elders. In the plaza of the dormitory area, Xianxia was still sitting calmly on the rattan chair with a dog lying next to him. It seemed that apart from taking a nap, the man and the dog had nothing else to do. Niu Meng walked over with a smile when he saw Xianxia and a Huang dog. Niao Meng's eyes lingered on De Huang Dog for a moment. When they first met, Niao Meng didn't pay much attention to this dog. He thought that this dog was just an average pet of Jiangchen's. Little did he know that this dog could be so powerful that not even Liang Hong could survive one move from it. Naturally, Niao Meng didn't dare to put on airs in front of this dog. It should be noted that Niao Meng himself was no match for Liang Hong, let alone De Huang Dog. Jiangchen. Niao Meng called out. Jiangchen stood up from the rattan chair and cupped his fists at Niao Meng. Oh, it's Elder Niao. I don't know what brings you here. Hee, Jiangchen, we're all smart people. I think you already know why I'm here. These days, because of you, the outer sect has been in a mess. If this continues, the Institute of Elders will lose face. I hope you can give the Institute of Elders some face and restrain yourself. Jiangchen said with a smile. Niao Meng went straight to the point. As he said, they were all smart people. There was no point in beating around the bush. Elder Niao, I'm just cultivating normally. I don't think I'm breaking any rules. Besides, they took the initiative to trouble me. I haven't gone to the Elders' Hall to complain yet. Jiangchen said with a wronged expression. Jiangchen, I know you. But the situation is special. Your ability to absorb divine energy is too strong. It has seriously affected the peace of the outer gate. I hope you can restrain yourself. If you become the target of public criticism, it won't be good for you, Niao Meng said earnestly. A genius like Jiangchen was destined to achieve immeasurable achievements in the future. Niao Meng was just an insignificant elder of the outer gate. It was better for him not to offend Jiangchen for no reason. Yes, I will consider Elder Niao's words carefully. Alright, I know why you're here. Sigh. Niao Meng let out a sigh and turned around. He didn't feel anything about Jiangchen's arrogance. Geniuses were always arrogant. As an elder of the outer sect, he had seen too many arrogant geniuses. Jiangchen had already given him a lot of face. Niao Meng might be a member of the Outer Sect Elders Institute, but he wasn't qualified to represent the Elders Institute. Why didn't you state your conditions directly to that old man? De Huang Dog asked puzzledly. What's the use of that? Can Niao Meng make a decision on behalf of the Elders Institute? I have to wait for the real decision-maker to come to me. Jiangchen smiled casually. He was very clear about Niao Meng's status in the Elders Institute. There was no difference between him and Niao Meng. Jiangchen wanted to enter the inner sect through the iron dummy array, which wasn't something that Niao Meng could decide. Therefore, Jiangchen didn't state his conditions and didn't even bother to say anything to Niao Meng. After Niao Meng went back, he told those outer sect disciples that Jiangchen had promised to restrain himself and asked them to cultivate peacefully. Such an answer didn't satisfy those outer sect disciples. After all, in their opinion, Jiangchen needed to be punished. But geniuses always had certain advantages, which they knew very well. Besides, as long as Jiangchen didn't absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts hall and didn't affect their cultivation, they didn't mind letting Jiangchen be the local tyrant of the outer sect. At worst, they wouldn't provoke him in the future. Even if they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least hide from him. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they imagined. It turned out that Niao Meng didn't have that much influence. The next day, when a large number of outer sect disciples rushed to the martial arts hall excitedly, the same thing happened again. Many of them had already wasted 3 days. They thought that they must cultivate well today to make up for the previous delay. They didn't expect to suffer another merciless blow. Arg, this damn bastard. He absorbed all the immortal qi again. Is he going to let us live? Lawless, truly lawless. Does he really think that the outer sect belongs to him? He doesn't even give face to the elder. What should we do? This person has completely lost his mind and acted without the slightest scruple. He robbed us of all our cultivation resources. The outer sect was once again thrown into chaos. Many of them had the urge to go crazy. Some of them wanted nothing more than to find Jiangchen and tear him into 1,000 pieces. But fortunately, their remaining rationality prevented them from doing so. Otherwise, they could already imagine the consequences. They had no choice but to block the entrance of the Elders' Council again. Apart from relying on the elders' council, they had no one else to rely on. Unfortunately, the elders clearly didn't want to care about such matters, and the main gate didn't open. For the next 3 days, Xianxia became even more aggressive. Every day, he would be the first to go to the martial arts hall and absorb all the immortal qi, leaving nothing for the other outer sect disciples. His actions had finally infuriated all the outer sect disciples. The outer sect was in chaos, complete chaos. Curses could be heard everywhere, and a large number of outer sect disciples surrounded the elder's courtyard. "Elder, please save us. Give us justice and chase away that vampire. I beg the elders' council to return justice to the outer sect. Chase Xianxia away. We can't live anymore. We can't live anymore. If the elders' council doesn't do anything, we will commit suicide in front of the elders' courtyard. Yes, mass suicide. I have my saber ready. I want to be the first to mutilate myself." Crazy. The outer sect was going crazy. Inside the elders' council, more than 20 elders had gathered together. This was the gathering of all the elders. To the outer sect's council of elders, they might not be able to gather together even once a year. But this time, they were all gathered in an orderly manner. They could hear the clamor of the disciples outside clearly. All of them frowned and felt an incomparable headache. They had ruled the outer sect for so long, but they had never encountered such a thorny problem before. What's wrong with that Xianxia? Why doesn't he know how to appreciate kindness? Isn't he deliberately stirring up chaos in the outer sect? An elder in a loose robe said with extreme dissatisfaction. He was sitting at the seat of honor and had the highest cultivation base. He had already reached the peak of late heaven immortal realm, only a step away from advancing to the half-step divine immortal realm. He was the great elder of the outer sect, Yuan Kuei. He was in charge of the entire elders' courtyard. Given his identity, he had the right to speak even in the inner sect. As the leader of the outer sect, Yuan Kuei wouldn't usually come out to manage the outer sect's affairs. But this time even he, the great elder, was alarmed. This showed how serious the matter of Xianxia had become. "Great elder, this matter has to be resolved, otherwise, I'm afraid that the chaos in the outer sect will alert the higher-ups." "That's right, great elder. That Xianxia's way of doing things is a little too arrogant. Even if he is a genius, he should at least restrain himself. Now that he has made the entire outer sect angry, if we can't resolve this quickly, the elders' courtyard's reputation will be tarnished." The elders of the Institute of Elders also felt that this matter had to be resolved, otherwise, the chaos would only get bigger and bigger. It wouldn't take long before the higher-ups were alerted. "Elder Niaoming, go and call Xianxia over. I want to see if the genius who destroyed a mine in Xianyang School really has 3 heads and 6 arms." Yuan Kuei said to Niaoming. At this time, he had to meet this legendary genius. "Yes, great elder." Niaoming clasped his fists at Yuan Kuei and walked out of the Institute of Elders. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, he was immediately surrounded by countless outer sect disciples. "Don't panic. This time, the great elder has personally come out to resolve your matter. I will go and bring Xianxia here now." Niaoming said loudly, then flew towards the direction of the dormitory area. "All right, this time, the great elder has come out personally. I'm sure he will be able to help us solve this problem. We must resolve this matter today. Otherwise, we will block the gate of the Institute of Elders and not leave." "That's right. If this matter isn't resolved, we won't be able to stay in the outer sect anymore." The crowd was still excited, but the Grand Elder personally coming forward made them feel much more at ease in their hearts. In the outer court, the Grand Elder's reputation was still extremely high, and no matter how amazing a genius was, they wouldn't dare not give the Grand Elder face, unless they didn't want to live in the outer court anymore. "Greetings to Elder Niao." Before Niaoming could say anything, Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted first. "Xianxia, I've reminded you before to restrain yourself, but you've become even worse. Now, the outer sect is in a mess. All of the outer sect disciples are blocking the entrance of the Institute of Elders. This has never happened before. Your matter has already alerted the Great Elder. Now, the Great Elder wants you to go to him." Xianxia said with a smile. Niaoming spoke. "All right, Elder Niao, please lead the way." Jiangchen smiled and said. His reaction surprised Niu Meng. He thought that Jiangchen would show a trace of fear or dread when he heard that the Grand Elder was alarmed. He didn't expect this guy to not only not worry, but also reveal a trace of joy on his face. Niu Meng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The mentality of this prodigy was really hard to grasp. Outside of the elder's chamber, Jiangchen arrived with Niu Meng. This time, he didn't bring De Huang dog. After all, not every place allowed a dog to come in. When those outer sect disciples saw Jiangchen's arrival, each of their faces revealed a happy expression. In their opinion, since the Grand Elder came personally, he must be going to punish Jiangchen. Looking at Jiangchen and Niu Meng entering the elder's chamber, there were people who gritted their teeth and said, "We must punish him well, or else we won't be able to dispel the hatred in our hearts." That's right. Because of this guy, we have lost a few days of cultivation. If we don't punish him, it will be unreasonable. What punishment? Logically speaking, Jiangchen didn't do anything wrong, and absorbing the immortal energy in the Wu Wu Hall isn't against the rules. I don't expect Jiangchen to receive any severe punishment. As long as he doesn't go to the martial arts hall to create trouble, I will be satisfied. In terms of hatred, there was not a single outer sect disciple present who did not hate Jiangchen. After all, such a big thing had never happened in the outer sect. Jiangchen had affected their normal cultivation, so they naturally hated him. However, there were also some sensible people in the outer sect. Although they had come to the elders' hall to complain about Jiangchen, they knew that Jiangchen had not done anything wrong. It could be said that he had been cultivating normally, but because he had been cultivating too vigorously, it was not his fault. Jiangchen strode into the elders' court. Looking at the over 20 heavenly immortal elders seated in the great hall, Jiangchen's expression did not change at all. Looks like the outer sect still has some foundation. They actually have a late heaven immortal elder. Jiangchen thought in his heart. The higher the cultivation of the Grand Elder, the happier he was, because the higher the cultivation, the greater the authority he had. All the eyes of the elders fell on Jiangchen the moment he entered the great hall. They had long heard of Jiangchen's name. They all wanted to see what the guy who dared to destroy the mine of Shenyang School looked like. Shock could be seen in the eyes of these elders. Anyone who saw Jiangchen for the first time would be shocked, because he looked too young, and he had a delicate and kind face. Just by looking at his appearance, it was really hard to associate him with that ferocious and evil man. I didn't expect him to be such a young genius. Plus, he didn't show any signs of nervousness in front of so many elders. His temperament is very rare. He's indeed a dragon among men. Such a figure will have limitless achievements in the future. It's just that he doesn't know how to conduct himself. He has offended the entire outer sect as soon as he arrived at Tianyun Pavilion. It's really rare for a young man to have such a temperament. One should know that this is the elders' court. Ordinary outer sect disciples would be agitated when they come here. This was the first impression that the elders had of Jiangchen. It could be said that it was pretty good. After all, being in the elders' court, they also liked the appearance of geniuses in the outer sect. When a powerful genius appeared in the outer sect, they would also feel proud. In their point of view, it was really rare for Jiangchen to remain calm in front of so many heaven immortal elders. As a matter of fact, these people couldn't make Jiangchen nervous, because if a fight really broke out, all of these elders combined wouldn't be a match for Jiangchen. Jiangchen, this is the Grand Elder, Yuan Kuei. Niu Ben introduced in a low voice. Greetings, Grand Elder. May I know why Grand Elder called me here? Jiangchen clasped his fists at the Grand Elder and said seriously. What is it for? This bastard was still playing dumb at this time. Jiangchen, I can see that you are a smart man. I'm sure you know why I've asked you to come here. You're just a new disciple, but you've offended the entire outer sect the moment you arrived. Even we, the old men, are worried about you. What do you think we should do about this matter? Yuan Kuei pretended to be cold and said lung lung. In front of a disciple, he, the Grand Elder, had to show some imposing manner. Disciple doesn't understand what Grand Elder means. Disciple doesn't want the outer sect to be in a mess. Disciple has always been dutiful since I entered the Tianyun Pavilion. It's just that because of the special cultivation technique I cultivate, I need a huge amount of immortal chi for every cultivation. The immortal chi in the martial arts hall isn't enough for me to absorb. But you can't blame me. As for beating those outer sect disciples, the heavens can bear witness that they attacked me first. I was just defending myself. This isn't my fault, right? I can't just stand there and let them hit me. Xianxia said with a wronged expression. The elders' court was a reasonable place, and Xianxia had this reason. That was why he acted so unscrupulously. All the elders were shocked and stunned on the spot after hearing such words. They deeply felt how shameless this guy was, but they couldn't refute Xianxia's words. Xianxia wasn't wrong at all. Was it his fault for absorbing immortal chi? No. Was it wrong for him to defend himself? Not at all. Since that was the case, what reason was there to punish Xianxia? There didn't seem to be any reason. Could it be that they had to restrict Xianxia from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate? That would be too unfair. In the history of the Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a situation where disciples were prohibited from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. If even cultivation was restricted, then why would disciples come to the Tianyun Pavilion? What a headache, what a headache. How could there be such a weirdo in the outer sect? Xianxia didn't care about the punishment, but if they didn't restrict Xianxia, how were they going to deal with those outer sect disciples outside? Looking at these elders who were frowning in front of him, Xianxia's heart was blooming with joy. Everything was going according to his plan. This ending was what he wanted the most, and it was also one of his goals. Xianxia, you are not in the wrong in this matter, but it is a fact that the outer sect is in such a mess because of you. This elder thinks that you better not go to the martial arts hall to cultivate in the future, and return peace and tranquility to the outer sect. Yuan Kuei pondered for a moment and made a decision. The outer sect was in a mess now, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. In order to resolve the root of this mess, it had to start with Xianxia. The only solution was to stop Xianxia from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. There was no other way. It had to be said that the elders present were all shocked by Xianxia's ability to absorb all the immortal energy in the entire martial arts hall in a short period of time. They couldn't imagine how Xianxia did it, but they also knew that there were always some geniuses in this world who couldn't be judged by common sense. Geniuses always had their own trump cards and methods. I can choose not to go to the martial arts hall, but Grand Elder, please find a place for this disciple to cultivate. Xianxia spoke in a calm tone, without any intention of contradicting the Grand Elder. What he said was also reasonable. You don't want me to go to the martial arts hall to cultivate, but you have to find a place for me to cultivate, right? This request didn't seem to be excessive at all, and it was a matter of course. After hearing Xianxia's words, Grand Elder Yuan Kuei and the other elders looked at each other and finally shook their heads helplessly. What a joke! The immortal energy in the martial arts hall was the densest in the outer sect, and it wasn't enough for Xianxia to absorb. Where else could they find a place for him to cultivate? However, if he didn't find a place for Xianxia to cultivate, then Xianxia definitely wouldn't do it. Depriving Xianxia of his cultivation for others' cultivation was no different from Xianxia depriving other outer sect disciples of their cultivation. Moreover, all the elders present understood that a monstrous genius like Xianxia had a truly boundless future. As outer sect elders, they were very clear about their own status. Even the most honorable great elder, Yuan Kuei, was not willing to offend a genius like Xianxia for no reason. But where could he find a place for Xianxia to cultivate? For a monster like Xianxia, only the inner sect's martial arts hall could accommodate him. I see that the elders are having a hard time dealing with this matter. Disciple has a way to ensure peace in the outer sect. Seeing that the time was right, Xianxia said with a smile. Oh? If you have a method, tell me about it. Yuan Kuei looked at Xianxia curiously. It's very simple. Let me challenge the iron dummy array. As long as I enter the inner sect, the outer sect will naturally be peaceful. In this way, it won't affect the cultivation of other outer sect disciples and it won't affect my cultivation. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. I think all the elders should be very clear that with my current strength, the outer sect will not be able to accommodate me. Although my cultivation is still at the Earth Immortal realm, I already have the combat strength of a Heaven Immortal. Xianxia said. In fact, What he did before was to create the conditions for him to create the iron dummy array. Otherwise, with the rules of Tianyun Pavilion, it would be impossible for him to challenge the iron dummy array. This won't do. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion. According to the rules, you are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. This is against the rules. That's right. New disciples who have not been here for a year are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. This is the rule of Tianyun Pavilion. Xianxia, your method won't do. Several elders shook their heads in disapproval. They had thought that Xianxia would come up with a good idea. They didn't expect that it would be against the rules. The rules are dead, but people are alive. Moreover, if I am allowed to stay in the outer sanctum for a year, I will definitely go to the martial arts hall every day. Xianxia said. Hearing this, many elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy was acting shamelessly. But according to the current situation, if Xianxia was allowed to stay in the outer sanctum for a year, the result would be unimaginable. Moreover, they had no reason to prohibit Xianxia from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. All the outer sanctum disciples were qualified to enter the martial arts hall and absorb the immortal chi with their own ability. This was also the rule. If it was against the rules to allow Xianxia to challenge the iron dummy array, then it was also against the rules to prohibit Xianxia from cultivating in the martial arts hall. Xianxia, the iron dummy array is not that easy to challenge. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion and have no idea about the horror of the iron dummy array. Only a few geniuses have succeeded in challenging the iron dummy array. Great Elder said. This is my own choice. Xianxia said in an unusually firm tone. Alright, I will let you challenge the iron dummy array. Great Elder Yuan Kuei thought for a moment and said. Xianxia's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect the Great Elder to be so strong-willed and agree so easily. This made Xianxia's impression of the Great Elder improve a lot in an instant. Great Elder, this is unprecedented. Yes, and the iron dummy array is controlled by the inner sanctum elders. If anyone tries to challenge the iron dummy array, the inner sanctum elders must personally supervise it. The other elders spoke one after another. Xianxia snorted coldly in his heart. This group of stubborn old men who didn't know how to be flexible. Such people wouldn't achieve anything no matter where they went. Great Elder Yuan Kuei was a shrewd man. Compared to the trouble that Xianxia would bring to the outer sanctum, if Xianxia could break through the iron dummy array and enter the inner sanctum, it would be a great thing for both the outer sanctum and the inner sanctum. Sending Xianxia away was equivalent to sending away a huge trouble. Yuan Kuei waved his hand, indicating for everyone to keep quiet. He then looked up at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I can let you challenge the iron dummy array. As for the inner sanctum, I will talk to them personally. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. No problem. If I fail in the iron dummy array, I will never step into the outer sanctum martial arts hall in the future. It won't affect the cultivation of the other outer sanctum disciples. Xianxia was very smart. He knew what Yuan Kuei's condition was before Yuan Kuei said anything. Therefore, he agreed immediately. As for the iron dummy array, although he was curious about it, he didn't really care about it. After all, his combat strength was too strong. If he used the dragon transformation and went all out, it would be easy for him to kill Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei looked at Xianxia with admiration. It was always a happy thing to talk to smart people. Some things didn't need to be said clearly. Alright, it's good that you agree. Go back and wait. Come to the Elders Institute tomorrow. I will bring you to the inner sanctum to challenge the iron dummy array. Yuan Kuei waved his hand, indicating for Xianxia to leave. Thank you, Great Elder. The Institute of Inner Sect Elders. As the Great Elder of the Outer Sect, Yuan Kuei was the only one who could enter the Institute of Inner Sect Elders at will. This was the privilege given to him by the sect. At this moment, Yuan Kuei met with the elders of the inner sect. There was a fundamental difference between the elders of the inner sect and the outer sect. The most obvious difference was the cultivation level. In the Institute of Outer Sect Elders, the lowest cultivation level was Early Heaven Immortal and the highest was Late Heaven Immortal. In the Institute of Intersect Elders, the lowest cultivation level was half-step Divine Immortal and the highest was the Great Elder, a late Divine Immortal Supreme Expert. Therefore, Yuan Kuei was a little nervous and excited when he arrived here. After all, the gap in cultivation level would make people lack confidence. The few Intersect Elders in front of him were all Divine Immortal Experts, which was much higher than him. The Great Elder Li Zhong was also here. His cultivation level was at the terrifying late Divine Immortal realm. At this level, even in Tianyun Pavilion, he had a certain status and countless people had to respect him. Great Elder, if we really allow Jiangchen to challenge the Iron Demi-Array, he will be breaking the rules. But even Yuan Kuei has come here in person. It seems that the outer sect is at a loss on how to deal with this Jiangchen. Is this Jiangchen really that scary? If he really is a peerless genius, Tianyun Pavilion can nurture him well. It's not a big deal to make an exception for him. I just don't know if he has the ability to get through the Iron Demi-Array. This man's reputation was raised because of the order to kill in Xianyang School, but we don't know what his real ability is. After listening to Yuan Kuei's introduction, a few of the Intersect Elders were slightly surprised. All of them had been in Skycloud Pavilion for a long time. They had seen plenty of geniuses in Skycloud Pavilion, but none of them had ever seen someone like Jiangchen. He was just a new Outer Sect disciple, but the Institute of Outer Sect Elders was at a loss of what to do. Alright, then we will make an exception for him. If he can really pass the Iron Demi-Array, the sect will definitely nurture him well. If he can't, then it means that he is just a proud and arrogant person. He is just a superficial braggart and doesn't have any real capabilities. When the time comes, he will not be allowed to enter the martial arts hall to cultivate. The Great Elder of the Inner Sect, Li Zhong, said. The Iron Demi-Array was under his control. If he said that he could make an exception, then he would. Although Yuan Kuei was only an elder of the Outer Sect, he had the right to participate in the Iron Demi-Array due to his identity. This was also the reason why he agreed to Jiangchen's request. Alright, then please set a date, Elder. Yuan Kuei said. 3 days later. The Iron Demi-Array will be opened in 3 days. This Iron Demi-Array has not been opened for a long time. I also want to see whether this Jiangchen, who has caused a ruckus in One Line Sky, can break out of the Iron Demi-Array. Li Zhong said with a smile. On the same day, the news that Jiangchen was going to challenge the Iron Demi-Array spread across the entire Tianyun Pavilion, setting off a huge uproar. In Tianyun Pavilion, every time the Iron Demi-Array was opened, it was a major event. Be it the higher-ups of the sect or the disciples, they were all very concerned about those who had the guts to challenge the Iron Demi-Array. Anyone who could break out of the Iron Demi-Array was a genius among geniuses. Their future would be limitless and they would receive the attention of the higher-ups. In the past, when someone successfully broke out of the Iron Demi-Array, the Golden Immortal Elder of the sect made an exception and made him a true disciple. It could be said that he soared to the sky. Have you heard about it? That Jiangchen is really daring to challenge the Iron Demi-Array. But this is a great thing for us. If he can succeed, he will enter the inner sect. From then on, our outer sect will be at peace. Finally, this god of plague has been sent away. Moreover, he has reached an agreement with the Grand Elder that if he fails to challenge the Iron Demi-Array, he will never enter the martial arts hall to cultivate and won't affect us anymore. That's right. Such a decision is indeed a great thing for us. At least, it has solved the problem of our cultivation. But it is also a miracle that Jiangchen could make the elders open the Iron Demi-Array for him. Otherwise, what other solutions can there be? That guy is too powerful. The outer sect can't tolerate him. Are we going to let him stay in the outer sect and be a local tyrant? I suddenly feel that the reason why that Jiangchen unscrupulously absorbed the immortal energy in the martial arts hall and didn't leave any leeway for us was because he wanted to challenge the Iron Demi-Array. He used us as a hostage to make the elders make an exception. What a smart guy. We have all been used by him. Who cares? Anyway, we can't afford to offend Jiangchen. Isn't it better for us to let him go to the inner sect? When the people in the outer sect heard the news, they were all elated. They had no reason to be unhappy that the god of plague had been sent away. Even if Jiangchen failed to challenge the Iron Demi-Array, he wouldn't come to the martial arts hall to affect them anymore. At most, they would take a detour when they saw Xianxia in the future and not provoke this evil star. For the next 3 days, the name Xianxia was being discussed everywhere. Apart from the outer sect, it was the same for the inner sect. A person who had just arrived at the sect for a few days had created such a big incident. How could it not be shocking? Naturally, he would become the topic of discussion among everyone. Interesting. Someone is challenging the iron dummy array again. I have to go and have a look 3 days later. I want to see what this Xianxia looks like. He has been very famous recently. What's so great about him? He just came to our Tianyun Pavilion to seek refuge. If Tianyun Pavilion doesn't take him in, he will die in the hands of Xianyang School in a few days. This guy is too arrogant and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has just arrived here for a few days, but he has already created a foul atmosphere in the outer sect. He even made the elders open the iron dummy array for him. Humph. I don't believe he can really break out of the iron dummy array. Don't underestimate this guy. What if he really succeeds? In that case, he will immediately attract the attention of the upper echelons. Perhaps, there might even be a golden immortal elder who will come out to accept him as a direct disciple. A direct disciple? Don't be ridiculous. Golden immortal elders are very busy. They won't have the time to waste on him. Besides, is it so easy to break out of the iron dummy array? In the past, I also broke out of the iron dummy array and almost died in it. If I wasn't rescued by the elders at the last moment, I would have been torn into pieces by those barbaric puppets without spiritual intelligence. Some people were optimistic about Xianxia, but most of them were not optimistic about Xianxia. After all, there weren't many people who could successfully break out of the iron dummy array. In addition, Xianxia's behavior was too arrogant and domineering after coming to Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, many people didn't have a good impression of him. Brother Jiang, you've really surprised me. Fu Hui sighed. He didn't pay attention to the situation of the outer sect these days. It was only when he heard that Xianxia was going to challenge the iron dummy array that he understood what Xianxia had done to the outer sect. He was afraid that only Xianxia could do something that would be recorded in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Fu Hui was also very surprised. He had thought highly of Xianxia, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Xianxia's strength. After all, there weren't many people who could absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts palace. At least, he had never seen such a person. Xianxia was the first one who had done it. I have to find a way to enter the inner sect. If I don't do something, why would the Institute of Elders make an exception for me to challenge the iron dummy array? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Haha, it seems that you have started to plan after I told you about the iron dummy array. But it's fine now. With your capability, the outer sect indeed can't accommodate you. However, it won't be that easy to challenge the iron dummy array. Brother Jiang, you have to be prepared. Fu Hui reminded. He could already tell that a figure like Xianxia was destined to be extraordinary no matter where he went. There's nothing to prepare. Let nature take its course. I also want to see how difficult the legendary iron dummy array is. Xianxia's aura fluctuated. Tianyun Pavilion was supported by Ouyang. Tian Muyun merely stole the fruits of Ouyang's labor. Xianxia had two purposes in coming to Tianyun Pavilion. One was to kill Tian Muyun to avenge Ouyang, and the other was to help Ouyang develop Tianyun Pavilion and lead the entire one-line sky. Therefore, Xianxia had to make a name for himself in Tianyun Pavilion, step by step, to the top of Tianyun Pavilion, to the top, and to control the whole Tianyun Pavilion in his own hands. This was destined to be an extremely difficult process. After all, Tian Muyun had been in charge of Tianyun Pavilion for 2 years. In addition to his tyrannical cultivation base, extraordinary talent, and accumulation in Tianyun Pavilion over the years, he must have gained a lot of people's trust. To Xianxia, these people were obstacles and enemies. Therefore, the seemingly peaceful appearance of Tianyun Pavilion was destined to be disturbed by Xianxia's arrival. Of course, this was his biggest secret, and it was impossible for him to tell Fu Hui. I believe that Brother Jiang will be able to break through the iron dummy array and create another miracle. Fu Hui said. The confidence in Xianxia's every move would infect him. That kind of confidence was innate and came from his bones. For the next 3 days, Xianxia didn't go to the martial arts hall to cultivate. He wasn't interested in the martial arts hall itself. If it wasn't for his own purpose, he wouldn't have competed with the other outer sect disciples for the immortal qi in the martial arts hall. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he had no more interest in the martial arts hall. This situation was undoubtedly a great thing for those outer sect disciples. Without Xianxia's disturbance, it was a wonderful thing. They didn't have to worry about not being able to cultivate anymore. 3 days later, a lot of people gathered at the border between the outer sect and the inner sect early in the morning. There was a mountain peak here, and the scenery on the peak was beautiful. There were no other buildings on the peak except for a very ordinary-looking palace. There were 3 big words engraved on the door of the palace: Iron Dummy Array. This was a very important place in the Tianyun Pavilion because those who could come out from here were destined to be the prodigies of the prodigies and the best of the best. It had been a long time since anyone tried the Iron Dummy Array, but every time someone tried it, it would attract a lot of onlookers, especially the outer sect disciples and the inner sect disciples. For the outer sect disciples, once someone passed the Iron Dummy Array, it meant that there would be a powerful figure in the inner sect. People would try to make friends with him. Of course, there would be no shortage of jealous prodigies who would make things difficult for them. In addition, the outer sect elders and the inner sect elders would also appear. The Iron Dummy Array was controlled by them. Even the high-level and powerful elders would observe secretly. After all, it was a good thing for the sect to have a prodigy. They all understood the power of the Iron Dummy Array. As long as someone could pass the Iron Dummy Array, he was destined to be extraordinary. Sometimes, some powerful golden immortal elders would judge the true potential of the challenger based on his performance in the array. If the challenger caught their eye, they might appear in person and accept the challenger as a true disciple. To the challenger, it was undoubtedly a good thing that a pie fell from the sky. From then on, the challenger would soar to the sky. There were already several elders standing in front of the palace gate. Some of them were from the outer sect and the other were from the inner sect. However, Yuan Kuei and Li Zhong hadn't appeared yet. Usually, heavyweights like them would only appear at the critical moment. More and more people gathered around the mountain peak. Many of them wanted to see if Xianxia could walk out of the Iron Dummy Array, but according to the previous examples of disciples who had entered the array, there weren't many people who were optimistic about Xianxia's chances. Why hasn't that Xianxia appeared yet? Isn't he too arrogant to let us wait here? That's right. Don't be afraid to show up at the last moment. That would be a great disgrace. I don't think so. After all, he was the one who proposed the condition. I think Xianxia has some means, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to boast like that. Just as everyone was talking about it, a silhouette flew in from the outer sect, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this time, all eyes fell on the silhouette in the sky. It was a white-robed youth with a pair of flaming wings on his back. It was extremely dazzling, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration and envy. Look, it's Xianxia. Sure enough, he can fly. I'm really envious that an Earth Immortal can fly. No wonder he has the ability to destroy the mine of Xianxia School and escape from a late Heaven Immortal expert. It seems like he's not that simple. Earth Immortals can't manipulate the spatial airflow. It's rare for them to be able to fly, and the ability to fly is extremely rare. Xianxia's flaming wings look extraordinary. It really makes people jealous. Those who exclaimed in admiration were all outer sect disciples. They thought that inner sect disciples were all heaven immortals and could manipulate the spatial airflow to fly. So they weren't envious, but they were still surprised. After all, when they were at Xianxia's level, flying was an extravagant hope for them. At this point, Xianxia had nothing to hide anymore. Plus, it wasn't a secret that he could fly. What happened in Xianxia School had already spread across one line sky. It was just that he had never displayed the flaming wings in front of outsiders. Now that he was going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, he naturally had to make it look more magnificent. Swoosh. Xianxia retracted the flaming wings and landed right outside the palace. He cupped his fists at the elders and said, "Disciple Xianxia greets all the elders." All the elders nodded secretly. Judging from his appearance and demeanor, Xianxia was a dragon among men, the kind that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Not long after that, Inner Sect Great Elder Li Zhong and Outer Sect Great Elder Yuan Kuei appeared at the same time. Li Zhong's appearance attracted countless respectful gazes. The scene calmed down. Li Zhong was a late divine immortal expert. The pressure that he exuded was unbearable to the Earth Immortal Outer Sect disciples. Li Zhong's eyes fell upon Xianxia and said faintly, "Xianxia, I have to remind you that all the iron dummies here have gone through special training. They have no spiritual intelligence and are cold-blooded and ruthless. Once you enter the array, you will have to bear a great risk." In the past, there were some arrogant geniuses who entered the iron dummy array, but as a result, they couldn't withstand the pressure and were crippled. Since then, they have never been able to recover. These words were said to warn the disciples who were going to challenge the iron dummy array, but as a matter of fact, those who were determined to challenge the iron dummy array had tried their best and were proud and arrogant. Now that there were so many people watching them, they couldn't back down even if they failed. "I have made up my mind," Xianxia said. This was his purpose. There was no reason for him to back down. "All right, take out your identity jade token." Li Zhong stretched out his hand. Xianxia turned his palm, took out his identity jade token and handed it over to Li Zhong. Li Zhong took Xianxia's identity jade token and walked to the front of the palace. There was a secret compartment at the center of the palace gate. The size of this compartment was exactly the same as the identity jade token. Li Zhong placed Xianxia's identity jade token on top of the secret compartment. Crack crack, the door immediately made a creaking sound and was gradually opened. Perhaps because it had not been opened for a long time, the sound of the door opening was particularly ear-piercing and unpleasant. Xianxia's identity jade plate was still on top, emitting a golden light. "Remember, you only have 10 seconds, because the puppets will only stop attacking for 10 seconds. If you don't come out, the puppets will continue to attack endlessly. Unless you call for help or your identity jade card goes dim, I will only go in and save you. Of course, if I save you, it will also mean that you have failed in the iron dummy array. Xianxia, do you understand what I'm saying?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Xianxia, after the door is opened, you will enter it. The brightness of your identity jade card will represent your situation inside. You only need to stay in there for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the puppets will stop attacking." Li Zhong told Xianxia the rules of challenging the iron dummy array. "This disciple understands." Xianxia nodded and then walked into the palace without hesitation. He had basically understood the principle of the iron dummy array. The identity jade plate of every outer disciple was the key to open the gate of the iron dummy array. When the identity jade plate was placed in the secret compartment, it would directly connect to the aura inside the array. The golden light on the jade plate represented the basic situation of the disciple inside. If the light was bright, it meant that the disciple was in good condition. If the light dimmed, it meant that the disciple was in danger. After Xianxia entered, the gate of the palace was closed again. No one could see the situation inside clearly. The only way to know Xianxia's situation was the identity jade plate exposed outside the secret compartment. No one knew whether Xianxia could succeed or not, but at least Xianxia's current situation was very good. "Do you think Xianxia can successfully walk out of the iron dummy array?" Li Zhong, the great elder of the inner sect, asked with great interest. "I think it's very difficult. You should know that there are not many geniuses who can walk out of the array successfully." "That's right. We are very clear about the situation inside the iron dummy array. The stronger the challenger is, the stronger the puppets inside will be. The 28 puppets also cooperate with each other quite well. It's very difficult for one to fight against 28 puppets for 10 minutes. Let's not jump to conclusions too early. I think Xianxia is extraordinary. Maybe he can really succeed in breaking out of the iron dummy array. In that case, Tianyun Pavilion will have another peerless genius." Many elders were guessing whether Xianxia could successfully break out of the iron dummy array. However, most of the elders were not very optimistic about Xianxia. After all, the power of the iron dummy array was still there. It was very difficult to succeed. The great elder, Li Zhong, and Yuan Kuei were both smiling. No one knew what they were thinking. Inside the palace, after the door was closed, it was as dark as ink without any color. However, this situation did not affect Xianxia in the slightest. With his current cultivation, there was no difference between darkness and daylight. He could see everything in the palace clearly. Huff, there was a cold wind blowing under his feet, which made his heart cold. Xianxia could clearly see that the entire palace was filled with black puppets. Each puppet was in the shape of a human, but it was much more majestic than an ordinary person. Each puppet was more than 3 meters tall. There were a total of 28 puppets. They did not breathe or move. They just stood there quietly, which made people think that they were statues. The position of these puppets did not seem to be anything special. However, for a person like Xianxia who was proficient in all kinds of formations, it was very different. The 28 puppets were divided into 7 directions. Each direction had 4 puppets standing, surrounding each other in a square formation. What a powerful iron dummy array. These 28 dummies occupy 7 different positions. There are no blind spots in their attacks. Once I fall into the array, they will take turns to attack me. Moreover, because of the array, they have a tacit understanding with each other. At the very least, their cooperation is much better than that of cultivators. I have to study this array and see how I can break it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. However, if he wanted to figure out these puppets and the iron dummy array, he had to choose to take the initiative. If he did not take action, he would not get any results. Crack! As Xianxia entered, the formation began to rotate. As the formation rotated, all the puppets noticed Xianxia immediately. The hollow eyes of each puppet looked extremely cold. Although they didn't emit any coldness, it made people feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. The invisible pressure of the 28 puppets fused together. If it was an ordinary person who entered, he or she would be scared to the point of trembling. In terms of aura alone, Xianxia had already lost. The result could be imagined. However, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary person after all. It was impossible to suppress him with aura or pressure. In Xianxia's eyes, these puppets were just killing machines without life. There was nothing to be afraid of. Come on, let me see what's different about you puppets. Xianxia's body emitted a strong desire to fight. He wanted to see how these puppets could make him last for less than 10 minutes. Crack! As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, a puppet suddenly attacked. The puppet was extremely fast. Almost as soon as it moved, it was already in front of Xianxia. The movement of the puppet was simple. It was just a simple punch. However, this punch couldn't be underestimated. It was fast and ruthless. Even with Xianxia's reaction speed, he couldn't help but be surprised. So fast. Xianxia's eyes trembled. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The speed of the puppet was indeed fast. However, compared to him, it was still lacking. Xianxia clenched his fist and instantly threw a punch. He had never lost in a competition of pure strength. Bang! 2 fists collided with each other, creating a large amount of sparks. The sparks lit up a corner of the palace. The puppet had obviously underestimated Xianxia's strength. Its majestic body was sent flying by Xianxia's punch. The puppet's arm was instantly shattered by Xianxia's violence, turning into pieces on the ground. Can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia shook his head. The iron dummy array was said to be magical by the people of Tianyun Pavilion. Now, it seemed that it was just SOSO. If these puppets only had this little strength, Xianxia was confident that he could destroy all the puppets in half a minute. However, what happened next made Xianxia's jaw drop. The surrounding formation started shaking once again, and the broken pieces on the ground started flying back to the broken arm of the puppet. In an instant, the broken arm was completely fused with the broken arm, and the puppet returned to its original state, without a single scratch on it. No way. Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly felt that this iron dummy array was interesting. At least, it was much more magical and powerful than he had imagined. The puppets that were broken could recover with the help of the formation. In other words, these puppets were simply immortal. So, any disciple who tried to challenge the iron dummy could never destroy these puppets. The only thing they could do was to hold on for 10 minutes. Asterisk Huff. Huff, asterisk the cold wind in the surroundings became more and more intense. This was the result of the rapid operation of the formation. With the operation of the formation, Xianxia could clearly feel that the cold aura coming from the puppets was getting stronger. In other words, the strength of these puppets was getting stronger very quickly. I understand now. The puppets inside the iron dummy array will adjust their strength according to the strength of the person who comes in. This is the terrifying part. That puppet just now was just a tentative attack. To put it bluntly, it was just testing my strength. Next is the real attack. It's getting more and more interesting. Xianxia was not a fool. He instantly understood the key point. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the iron dummy array. Such a wonderful formation. The person who created this formation must be a genius. Xianxia didn't know that this iron dummy array was created by Ouyang. It was specifically targeted at the outer sect disciples. The purpose of this array was to help the sect promote geniuses. However, there weren't many people who could pass through the iron dummy array in recent years. Tian Muyun was one of the most powerful ones. Just at the moment when the formation was completed, 7 puppets appeared in 7 different directions. Each of them moved at an extremely fast speed, even faster than before. The 7 puppets cooperated with each other tacitly and attacked from 7 different directions at the same time. This was a kind of omnidirectional attack with no blind spots. Xianxia himself was restricted by the formation, so it was difficult for him to dodge. Now that these puppets were attacking so quickly, it was indeed not easy to deal with them. Good timing. Xianxia shouted in a low voice without the slightest fear. His footsteps were mysterious and his body movement was also extremely fast. He punched out 7 times in a blink of an eye, and each punch collided with the fists of the 7 puppets. Bang 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 bang. The dull sound brought about a large number of sparks, but this time, the 4 puppets were not damaged like before. They were only pushed back 2 steps by Xianxia's thighs. The scene of their arms being smashed by Xianxia's punch didn't happen at all. Motherf *Ker, I don't know what material these puppets are made of, but they are so abnormal. With the adjustment and blessing of the formation, their bodies have become tyrannical and strong to such an extent that they can already compete with me head-on. But this is also good, I can use them to temper my body. This kind of most primitive collision is also very beneficial to me and can greatly enhance my foundation. Xianxia's competitive spirit was aroused. He decided to have some fun with these puppets. This time, it was not the previous 7 puppets, but 14. The number had doubled. At the same time, they attacked from different directions, and their speed was getting faster and faster. Xianxia took a deep breath. In the face of so many powerful puppets, if it was someone else, they would immediately feel numb. It seemed that the outside world's description of the iron dummy formation was somewhat reasonable. This formation was indeed terrifying. 9 phantom wolves. Xianxia shouted again and directly displayed the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, the entire formation was filled with Xianxia's figure. This situation immediately disturbed the perception of the puppets and directly disrupted the tacit cooperation between the puppets, which greatly reduced the pressure on Xianxia. Good body movement. Even Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei, who were outside the iron dummy array, couldn't see the situation inside the iron dummy array. They could only judge Xianxia's basic situation through the light emitted by his identity jade token. However, the old man could clearly see the situation inside the iron dummy array through the crystal ball. Moreover, the old man owned an independent mountain in the core of Tianyun Pavilion and his own cultivation palace. All these indicated that the old man's identity and status in Tianyun Pavilion was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The old man's casual movement would emit an extremely powerful qi. He was an existence that had completely surpassed the immortal realm. He was a true golden immortal expert who had comprehended the profound meaning of Daluo. Normally, an existence at this level would not pay attention to the situation of the outer sect and inner sect. After all, given their status, these things were completely beneath their notice. However, there would be some elders who would take a look when they had nothing to do. This was also the reason why some outer sect disciples were accepted as true disciples by golden immortal experts after successfully breaking through the iron dummy array. The old man happened to be bored today and happened to see Xianxia breaking through the iron dummy array, so he took a look out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, he was immediately attracted by Xianxia. Originally, he thought that he would just take a look, and if the performance of the person inside was not very good, he would directly turn off the crystal ball. But now, he was ready to keep watching. Inside the iron dummy array, Xianxia and the 14 puppets fought for a round. It was a very enjoyable and comfortable fight. During the process of colliding with these puppets, Xianxia felt that all the muscle cells in his body began to throb. These puppets not only had powerful and violent attack power, but also unparalleled speed, which forced him to fight with all his strength. In such a situation where his energy was highly concentrated and his body functions were fully mobilized, it was very beneficial for Xianxia to fight these puppets. *****. The next round was about to begin. This time all the puppets moved. There was a total of 28 puppets, and all of them had locked onto Xianxia. Following the rotation of the formation, the 28 puppets shifted their positions. It was a dazzling scene. Their teamwork had reached the pinnacle. In addition to their incredible speed, they looked exactly the same. For a moment, the entire formation was filled with the figures of the puppets. At first glance, there were more than thousands of them, causing people to feel dizzy. He managed to mobilize all 28 puppets so quickly. This is the most terrifying moment of the iron dummy array. Just the appearance and aura of those puppets is enough to make people want to retreat. This old man wants to see how this kid will deal with the next battle. The eyes of the old man who was secretly watching the crystal ball lit up once again. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 or 8 minutes for the geniuses to mobilize all the puppets in the iron dummy array. This was because by this time, the geniuses inside had basically displayed all their skills. The number of puppets would increase according to the opponent's ability. Most of the disciples who failed to mobilize all the puppets would fail before they could even mobilize all the puppets. However, Xianxia only used 2 minutes to mobilize all the puppets. Furthermore, Xianxia looked calm and relaxed. It didn't look like he was trying his best. It seems like I'm going to have a great harvest today. Fighting with these puppets is more beneficial than cultivating in the martial arts hall for a few years. 28 puppets, come at me together. Let's have a good fight. Xianxia's entire body was filled with battle intent. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. A blood-colored dragon shadow was hovering above his head. That was the blood qi. The blood qi was like a dragon, and it was the sign that the blood qi was extremely dense. Xianxia could already use the dragon transformation, and his blood qi was several times more terrifying than any ordinary unparalleled great demon. With the release of his soul force and the coverage of the great soul derivation technique, those fast puppets had nowhere to hide. Every move of theirs was in the range of Xianxia's perception. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Xianxia attacked with lightning speed. He didn't use any combat skills and only used his terrifying physical body to fight. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. There were shadows everywhere, Xianxia's shadow and the puppet's shadow. It was a dazzling sight, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Every time they clashed, there would be large sparks. Due to the speed of the collisions, the entire array formation was about to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Every time he fought with these puppets, Xianxia's arm would feel numb, but the numbness would automatically recover in the next moment. This kind of high-intensity battle had caused the qi and blood in his body to circulate faster and faster, and his abilities and potential were constantly being developed. For Xianxia, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Given his eyesight, he was naturally able to see everything clearly. He could clearly see that Xianxia was facing the attacks of the 28 puppets at the same time. Xianxia was able to deal with the puppets with ease and accurately pinpoint the positions of the puppets. What a keen perception. This man has actually given me such a big surprise. This old man is going to divine this brat's future. The more the old man watched, the more astonished he became. Immediately, he couldn't help but begin his divination. Speaking of the art of divination, everyone in One Line Sky knew about the famous Tianji, who had the title of divine divination. This old man was Tianji. His cultivation base was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, but his status in Tianyun Pavilion was equal to those late golden immortal elders. In the past, even Ouyang he had to address him as a brother. Even Tian Muyun had to address him as uncle. The so-called art of divination was to see through the heaven's secret. Although Tianjizi was a golden immortal expert, his cultivation base was still far from enough in the art of divination. Therefore, Tianjizi couldn't predict everything. Even so, it was already very terrifying. Tianjizi and Ouyang he had a very good relationship. 2 years ago, when Ouyang he was breaking through to the immortal king realm, Tianjizi happened to be away from the sect. Otherwise, he would have divined for Ouyang he. Although he couldn't predict that Tian Muyun would frame his master, he could at least predict a good or bad luck. The death of Ouyang he had made Tianjizi blame himself for 2 years. Today, when he saw how miraculous Xianxia was, Tianjizi couldn't help but divine, but the result of his divination gave him a great shock. What a good brat. Even with this old man's ability, I can't divine anything about him. This man doesn't seem to be part of the heaven's secret. He seems to be an existence that transcends fate. It seems like this man isn't simple. He is indeed a man with great luck. The possibility of Jiangchen becoming Tianyun Pavilion's secret is a variable in one-line sky. End of chapter 1168. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.